Chapter 1. Mistaken for an expert from another realm. In the southern wilderness realm, situated at the edge of the continent, a multitude of mountains intertwine, forming a natural fortress that encloses an entire world. It resembles a solitary island, suspended in the vastness of existence. Hence, this realm is aptly named the Southern Wilderness. The inhabitants of this world remain oblivious to whether there exists a sky beyond the Southern Wilderness, for no one has ever traversed the formidable mountain ranges to explore the world beyond. For the denizens of the Southern Wilderness, the expansive territory within the confines of the 100,000 mountains constitutes their sole universe. The Southern Wilderness spans a vast domain of 100,000 miles, within which 5 great empires stand resolute. These 5 empires collectively govern the Southern Wilderness, serving as the supreme authorities over the realm's myriad inhabitants, holding absolute power over life and death. Akin to 5 colossal mountains looming over the populace. Not even the rise of formidable factions in later generations has ever shaken the dominion of these 5 empires. Beyond these secular powers, numerous martial sects also thrive within the Southern Wilderness. Countless martial practitioners cultivate their skills under the stringent regulations established by the 5 empires and various sects. The known realms of martial cultivation, categorized from the weakest to the strongest, are divided into 7 distinct stages: third-rate, second-rate, first-rate, acquired, innate, master, and grandmaster, with an unyielding hierarchy that is difficult to transcend. Third-rate martial artists represent the lowest echelon within the 5 empires, akin to the common populace. Most third-rate martial masters are relegated to laborious tasks such as bodyguards or constables, constantly subjected to the whims of others. Conversely, grandmasters, who occupy the pinnacle of martial prowess in the Southern Wilderness, enjoy profound respect. Even the noble lords and esteemed elders of sects must treat them with deference, going to great lengths to recruit them as esteemed guests within their ranks. It is precisely this disparity that drives the martial practitioners of the 5 empires to strive desperately for ascension. Sigh. Endlessly repeating these notions made Chu Feng feel somewhat nauseated. In the northernly kingdom, within the Jiangnan region, there exists a dense forest outside Dongli City. This forest is renowned as the most famous woodland surrounding Dongli City. It sprawls extensively, encircling the city in its embrace. The periphery of this forest is often patrolled by ferocious beasts, rendering it an area too perilous for ordinary citizens to approach. Even third-rate martial artists dare only to linger on the outskirts, too fearful to venture deeper. As a result, this forest has remained untouched for over a decade, becoming a rarely traversed locale near Dongli City. Yet, amidst the desolate depths of this seldom visited forest stands an unexpected thatched cottage. Inside, a young man lounges with one leg crossed over the other, perusing the few tomes that reside within the modest abode. Chu Feng closed the book with a sigh and stepped out of the cottage. Casting a glance around the verdant thicket, his dark eyes reflected a mix of complexity and confusion. A month prior, he had inexplicably crossed into this world, and his misfortune led him to this desolate forest. Within the thicket lurked numerous ferocious beasts, with tigers, leopards, jackals, and wolves prowling, often echoing their roars throughout the woods, especially at night. Merely peeking out reveals countless pairs of luminous eyes lurking in the shadows. Were it not for his swift escape, he would likely have been digested by now, becoming nourishment for the trees of the forest. Fortunately, fate has not entirely forsaken him during his flight. Chu Feng stumbled upon a thatched cottage nestled within the woods. This place, surrounded by towering trees, offers a remarkable degree of concealment. Living in this humble abode initially provided a sense of freedom and ease. After all, wild beasts rarely intruded, and he could sustain himself on the rabbits and wild chickens that roamed the forest. However, as Chu Feng's gaze swept over the relatively open area of the woods, he remained vigilant, surveying his surroundings. Although silence enveloped him, he understood that ferocious tigers and leopards lay hidden, waiting for their prey to let down its guard. Should he step into the fray and reveal even the slightest vulnerability, he could very well become the next victim of a brutal predator. Propping his chin in contemplation, Chu Feng's expression shifted to one of indecision, pacing back and forth in deep thought. Should I take the risk? Am I truly destined to remain alone in this remote forest until death? While this place offered safety, It lacked any semblance of companionship, even a single soul to converse with. For someone like him, a youth transported from a new era, this solitude was almost unbearable, utterly monotonous. Beyond the tedium, the matter of sustenance loomed large. After all, wild chickens and rabbits were not a daily guarantee. He could not count on fortune to smile upon him every day, that if he continued to wait idly for opportunities, he would surely perish from hunger. As he pondered, he remained unaware of a figure gradually approaching from the dense thicket behind him. The young man swallowed hard, his gaze alertly scanning the area. As he cautiously ventured deeper, he seemed to encourage himself with whispered affirmations. Books say that reclusive sages often dwell in tranquil, secluded mountains. In the abode of such sages, ferocious beasts dare not approach, nor do malevolent forces intrude. If only I could find a sage. Just as those words left his lips, the youth halted in his tracks. He peered ahead, his expression suddenly ignited with excitement, his eyes gleaming. Before him stood a solitary thatched cottage amidst the silent woods. His gaze then shifted downward, and he abruptly held his breath, unable to contain his exhilaration. I've found it. There, beneath the thatched roof, stood a young man clad in gray robes, gazing at the clouds with his hands clasped behind his back, oblivious to the world around him. Dressed simply, with straw sandals adorning his feet, he radiated an air of calm detachment, as if he were an ancient pine tree, standing aloof from worldly concerns. The youth hastily retrieved a weathered booklet from his waist, his trembling fingers flipping through its pages as his eyes darted between the text and the young man. A solitary house stands in the depths of the mountains, clad in humble attire and straw sandals. He dwells alone. Surely, this is a sage of the highest order, residing in the heart of the mountains, favoring solitude, transcending the mundane, yet possessing formidable strength. In a forest notorious for its fierce beasts, here, no predators dared to intrude. Every word in the book resonated with the figure before him. The tale had not deceived him. Indeed, there exist extraordinary beings beyond this world. The youth gazed at the silhouette of the young man, a fervent spark igniting in his eyes, banishing all hesitation in an instant. With a decisive toss, he discarded the book in his hand. He transformed his demeanor, shedding the previous panic as if he were oblivious to the perilous depths of the dense forest surrounding him, the very zone described as the most treacherous in the tome, that in his gaze, there remained but the figure of the young man before him. Without a trace of apprehension, the youth sprinted to the rear of the young man. Before the latter could turn, the youth knelt, his eyes gleaming with fervor as he exclaimed, I am the son of the Lord of Dongli City, Xiao Huahua. It is an honor to meet an extraordinary being. I humbly request that you take me as your disciple. Chapter 2. The Tenfold Return System. Activated. But where is the novice gift package? In the tranquil forest, silence enveloped the surroundings. Only the tall, slender trees swayed in the breeze, producing a gentle rustle. After a prolonged moment of indecision, Chu Feng, hearing the sound, turned to look, his expression momentarily blank before a glimmer of joy illuminated his face. Before him knelt a youth adorned with a golden crown, draped in a dark blue robe with wide sleeves, and clad in black shoes decorated with cloud patterns. The young man appeared delicate, with a hint of frailty upon his visage, suggesting he was naturally weak, yet his attire bespoke the elegance and privilege of a young master. As he beheld this youth, the tension in Chu Feng's face dissipated completely. His eyes radiated joy, even trembling with excitement. This was a person, a living being. Chu Feng felt a swell of emotion, almost moved to tears. Having traversed into this realm for a month, he had been severed from the human world for just as long. The young man before him was the sole living soul he had encountered since his arrival, akin to discovering an oasis after 7 days of thirst in the desert. How could he not rejoice? However, a peculiar expression flickered across Chu Feng's countenance. Why did this lad prostrate himself in reverence without any provocation? Did he perceive him as some sort of extraordinary sage? Chu Feng silently surveyed himself, his confusion deepening. Was there some mistake? He was merely an ordinary individual destined to perish alone in this remote wilderness, devoid of skills or possessions. Upon entering this enigmatic world, he had aspired to seek a mentor and learn martial arts. As myriad thoughts swirled his mind, suddenly a dispassionate, Electronic voice pierced through his reverie. Ding! Detection of a disciple seeking mentorship. Congratulations. Host, you have activated the system. Ding! The tenfold return system is at your service. Chu Feng stared wide-eyed, glancing around. The electronic voice seemed to resonate in his ears, while the youth on the ground remained oblivious to it. He quickly realized that the voice emanated from within his mind. A wave of ecstatic delight coursed through him, and a smile involuntarily crept upon his lips as he secretly rejoiced. Heavens, after such a long wait, my system has finally arrived. 1 whole month. An entire month. An entire month without any indication of activity. He had begun to fear he would be left without a system altogether. As Chu Feng pondered, a brilliant azure light curtain suddenly illuminated before him. Above the curtain, the words gradually became clearer. Tenfold return system. When the host imparts martial arts to others, the system will automatically track and record the progress. Upon the disciple's successful mastery, the host shall receive tenfold the achievements of the practitioner. Note, should the recipient of the teachings experience any advancement, the host will also receive tenfold of that progress, provided the disciple possesses significant fortune. As his gaze swept across the words on the light curtain, Chu Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Goodness gracious! With a tenfold return, if he could teach numerous disciples, would he not become invincible in the world? Moreover, the prospect of receiving tenfold advancement from his disciples' progress meant he could effortlessly rise to the status of a formidable martial artist. Before him, Xiao Huohuo remained kneeling, rigid as a statue. Yet Chu Feng paid him no heed, suppressing his exhilaration to calm his racing heart, and once again gazed at the azure light curtain, secretly contemplating. Surely the moment has arrived. It is time for the system to bestow the novice gift package. If the system were to casually grant him a top-tier martial art, he could impart that to his disciples. Once they learned it, would he not soar to great heights in an instant, becoming a world-class powerhouse, marrying a stunning empress, and reaching the pinnacle of life would be within his grasp. However, as time passed, the joy on Chu Feng's face slowly turned to stone until it vanished completely. After the time it takes for half a stick of incense to burn, the blue light curtain remained utterly unchanged. Staring blankly for that duration, he was bewildered. Where was the novice gift package? Why did this wretched system not offer him a novice gift? Without the gift, he possessed nothing to teach others. It must be noted that martial arts in this world are rare treasures. According to records, various families, clans, and sects regard martial arts as their lifeblood, never to be divulged. Such knowledge is not easily attained. Moreover, the techniques circulating in the market are mostly of inferior quality. Aside from those who cannot afford to learn martial arts, no one would even consider them. Such things naturally lack allure, let alone serve as subjects for teaching disciples. Who would be eager to learn? As an ordinary person, where would Chu Feng find martial arts? What could he offer in exchange? In a whirlwind of emotions, Chu Feng stood rooted to the spot, a mix of elation and despair. Unbeknownst to him, the youth before him stole a glance, then quickly averted his gaze. Time continued to pass. After half a stick of incense, Xiao Huahua glanced at Chu Feng once more, then immediately withdrew his gaze, frowning in deep contemplation. Could it be that the Great One is dissatisfied with me? Having knelt for so long, this otherworldly sage maintained his tranquil demeanor, resembling a wooden statue. Neither accepting nor rejecting, he simply stood in silence. This, in turn, made Xiao Huahua anxious. His head, bowed against the ground, trembled erratically as he mulled over. He has not dismissed me, yet he has not spoken to send me away. Suddenly, his eyes widened in realization. Could it be that I have offended the Great One in some way? Or perhaps the esteemed one believes my talent to be lacking and is hesitating to accept me as a disciple? Alternatively, as the tales suggest, is the master testing my character? As the phrase tales echoed in his mind, Xiao Huahua shuddered, his thoughts abruptly severed. He suddenly recalled the content of the book he had just discarded. He could not help but slap his forehead in frustration, muttering to himself, Xiao Huahua, how could you be so foolish? Doesn't the text state that one must express their intentions and present a gift when seeking a master? The tales further assert that the more profound the master's strength, the more they value such formalities. The master must surely be awaiting my offering. It seems I have acted rather presumptuously. Such an important matter as apprenticing cannot be devoid of these courtesies. Should I not take the initiative, would I expect the master to speak first? Having come to this realization, Xiao Huahua hurriedly leaned forward, his hands frantically searching his person. From his sleeves, collar, and waist, he anxiously rummaged through his belongings. He extracted every item of value he could find, laying them in the palm of his hand. With a determined bite of his lip, he presented them before Chu Feng, bowing nervously as he pleaded. Master, please accept your disciple. Disciple understands that these mundane items may not meet your esteemed standards. Yet, they represent my sincere intentions. I hope you can graciously accept them. Seeing the boy's sudden gesture, Chu Feng glanced at the offerings in his hands. There lay a 7-inch long blood ginseng and a pill, glimmering subtly under the dappled sunlight filtering through the leaves. Chapter 3. The 3-Year Pact? The Rejected Warrior. Chu Feng cast a glance at the item the young man held in his hands, a 7-inch long ginseng. Its entire body tinged with a crimson hue, and a pill of indeterminate quality, yet exuding a rich, intoxicating aura that was quite refreshing. A century-old blood ginseng, accompanied by a potent elixir. This lad certainly hails from a well-to-do family. Through the tomes in the thatched cottage, Chu Feng had gleaned some understanding of the living conditions of the common folk in this world. Typically, ordinary households could not afford such treasures. Only noble families or powerful clans might permit their young scions to carry such items. As Chu Feng's eyes roamed, a faint smile graced his lips. Yet he refrained from responding, mulling over the thought. Perhaps I could feign acceptance of a disciple-esque gift? It was not the blood ginseng or the pill that enticed him. His gaze settled on the young man, noting his attire and the items he presented. Clearly, he came from a family of considerable wealth. There might be formidable warriors within Xiao Huahua's household as well. Perhaps he could take this lad under his wing and devise a way for the warriors from his family to escort them out of this forest. No. That notion was swiftly dismissed as Chu Feng shook his head in disapproval. He scrutinized the young man, frowning slightly. While it was true that this boy's family was affluent, it also implied that they possessed a certain level of discernment. Should they easily perceive Chu Feng as nothing but an ignorant charlatan, would they not come after him with dire intentions? Shaking his head, Chu Feng let out a long sigh. This idea was promptly discarded. He must adhere to his principles and resist temptation. In this ruthless world, morality and law held little sway. One must tread carefully. A single misstep could cost him his life. Unbeknownst to Chu Feng, his demeanor was not lost on Xiao Huahua. The young man, still kneeling rigidly, was overtaken by a fleeting sense of panic and despair. His lips unconsciously pressed downwards, as his trembling eyes met the gaze of the enigmatic figure before him. A singular thought consumed him. Is over utterly over? The master has shaken his head. He is unwilling to accept me as a disciple. Indeed, the reclusive masters are not so easily swayed to take on students, as the tale suggests. Suddenly, a resolute glimmer ignited in Xiao Huahua's eyes. With a heart pounding with courage, he boldly declared, Senior, I know you look down upon me. However, I possess an urgent need to grow stronger. I implore you, accept me as your disciple. I beg you. With that, he bowed his head fervently, striking the ground with a series of resounding thuds. His forehead collided heavily with the earth, producing a dull echo. When the young man lifted his head once more, a crimson wound had formed on his brow, seeping fresh blood. Chu Feng was momentarily taken aback, his previous thoughts now cast aside. This lad, in such a state, surely has a tale to tell. Before he could utter a word, the youth before him spoke with a hint of melancholy. Senior, I am known as Xiao Huahua, the son of the lord of Dongli City. My father, even before my birth, arranged a marriage contract with the mysterious sect of Sangzhou. Since my childhood, I have lacked any martial talent. Despite my persistent efforts over the years, I have only managed to attain a mere third-rate level of ability. In contrast, my fiancé, the young master of the mysterious sect, is a mere 16 years of age, yet has already reached first-rate prowess, and is currently striving to break into the innate realm. The disparity in our strengths is insurmountable. She looks down upon me, and has even come to our Dongli City Lord mansion to annul our engagement. At this point, Xiao Huahua's body tensed abruptly, his palms digging into the earth as he unconsciously clenched his fists, his voice quivering slightly. My father places great importance on reputation. Being publicly rejected means I have become the greatest laughingstock of Dongli City, and our family has lost all face. In a desperate bid to salvage what little dignity remains, I tore up the marriage contract and willingly annulled the engagement, establishing a 3-year agreement with her. Xiao Hua lifted his gaze towards Chu Feng, his eyes resolute. I shall, within 3 years, surpass that woman and restore some semblance of honor to my family. Suddenly, he appeared deflated, lowering his head. Yet, I am foolish. 2.5 years have already passed since the agreement, with only 6 months remaining, and my cultivation has shown no progress. The youth collapsed to the ground, exerting all his strength to implore. If a master is willing to accept Huahua, the offerings I present are merely a fraction. I am prepared to dedicate everything to you. Esteemed master, though Xiao Huahua's narrative was steeped in sorrow, as if the annulment were fresh in his mind, Chu Feng seized the opportunity while the youth lay prostrate. Stifling a laugh, internally, he found it amusing. An annulment and a 3-year agreement? This mirrors the experiences of the protagonist from a certain renowned tale of my past life. While he had encountered countless annulment scenarios in various online novels, witnessing such an event unfold before him struck him as absurd. 2 children, not yet 17, exchanging a marriage contract in public, creating a spectacle, and establishing a 3-year pact. Though understandable in this world, it felt awkward to Chu Feng, a modern individual. However, amidst his embarrassment, he quickly regained his composure. He silently mused. An annulment and a 3-year agreement. Could this young lad truly be the one of great fortune as the system suggested? His gaze fixated on the boy, scrutinizing him intently. Should he choose to accept him and impart his secret techniques, he could reap tenfold rewards, swiftly transforming his own strength from nothing to greatness. In the future, acquiring disciples would undoubtedly become significantly easier. To be candid, Chu Feng found himself quite tempted. Gritting his teeth, he gazed at the youth before him as if beholding the epitome of beauty, a strong desire to reach out stirring within him. However, he soon deflated, letting out a sigh. The crux of the matter was that he possessed nothing. A skilled artisan cannot create a masterpiece without materials, with nothing at his disposal. He was rendered incapable of imparting any teachings. Although the allure of a tenfold return beckoned, he found himself powerless. Suddenly, he heard the esteemed figure before him shake his head in disappointment, causing Xiao Huahua's body to tense further before he relaxed, uttering a despondent, "Is it truly impossible?" As he spoke, Xiao Huahua swayed to his feet, his gaze dimmed, and with a self-deprecating smile directed at Chu Feng, he said, "Senior, I have overstepped my bounds. How could someone of your caliber possibly regard me? A mediocre individual who has toiled for years, yet remains merely a third-rate warrior." With his words hanging in the air, he turned and departed. Chapter 4. Be bold. Fabricate the method of cultivation. In the forest, a youth turned away in solitude. Chu Feng observed the boy's retreating figure, his brow furrowing deeper, his palms tightening incessantly. His gaze swept the surroundings once more. Having traversed into this world for over a month, Xiao Huahua was the sole individual he had encountered. If Xiao Huahua were to depart now, would he ever chance upon another unwitting wanderer in this dense forest? Did he still possess the opportunity to leave this woodland? Moreover, having crossed into a realm of martial arts, yet lacking even the chance to become a cultivator or a formidable being, was he destined to merely lament in the company of his system? He was unwilling to accept such a fate. As Chu Feng gazed at the boy who was growing increasingly distant, contemplating his desolate silhouette, a sudden resolve surged within him. Is not the art of cultivation merely a set of techniques? I refuse to believe otherwise. In my previous life, I perused nearly every text concerning martial arts, having read countless novels and examined numerous compilations of cultivation methods. Can I not conjure a unique one from thin air? The more he pondered, the brighter Chu Feng's eyes became, his confidence swelling within. With the breadth of my previous reading, I could easily articulate insights into realms beyond mere innate or acquired capabilities, even transcending the mastery of grandmasters. With clarity now reigning in his heart, Chu Feng hesitated no longer. He would act, observing the figure that had receded over 30 meters, nearly vanishing from sight. He feigned profundity, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, and cleared his throat. His voice took on a somber tone, echoing through the forest. With hands that grasped the sun and moon, plucking stars from the heavens, there exists no one in this world quite like me. I have remained in seclusion for many years, reluctant to meddle in worldly affairs, yet I find myself entwined in this unexpected fate. Xiao Huahua, who was contemplating his departure, suddenly shuddered at the sound, halting in his tracks and turning back in astonishment. He beheld the figure of the sage, whose expression remained unchanged. Yet after a moment of contemplation, he shook his head and declared, "Very well. If it is to be so, then I shall accept you." Upon hearing these words, the despondency that had clouded Xiao Huahua's countenance dissipated entirely. His once murky eyes now sparkled with brilliance, and his pace quickened as he hurried back to Chu Feng, kneeling before him with a thud, repeatedly bowing in reverence, exclaiming joyfully, "Disciple pays respects to master. Thank you for accepting me as your disciple." A smile broke across Xiao Huahua's face, his gaze fervent as he looked up at the young sage. Though the figure before him appeared youthful, his aura was stable and profound, exuding an air of mystery that belied the appearance of an ordinary person devoid of any cultivation. Yet, his demeanor was marked by a carefree, transcendent grace, as if he existed beyond the mundane concerns of the world. This only served to affirm Xiao Huahua's inner conviction. The sage before him was undeniably extraordinary, surpassing all he had ever encountered. It is said that only those who are easily content with themselves, like a half-filled bucket, seek to flaunt their prowess, yearning for the world to recognize their strength. True strength lies in the ability to act contrary to conventional wisdom, to return to simplicity and conceal one's aura, merging seamlessly into the vast, mundane world. The saying that great individuals often emerge from the streets embodies this very principle. As this thought crossed his mind, Xiao Huahua covertly assessed Chu Feng, his expression growing increasingly fervent. Even his breath betrayed a slight disarray. It was inconceivable that even the leader of the ethereal sect, a top-tier innate expert, could manage to suppress their aura to the extent of appearing as an ordinary person. It is often said that a great master produces exceptional disciples. If he could study under such a peerless figure, would he not be able to contend with that audacious young master of the ethereal sect in the competition 6 months hence? Although Chu Feng remained unaware of the boy's thoughts, he eventually broke the silence, speaking slowly, "Disciple, rise." With his eyes half closed, Chu Feng feigned profundity as Xiao Huahua stood up. "Since you have become my esteemed disciple, mutual understanding between us is essential." Xiao Huahua, invigorated, nodded eagerly. "Master, what queries do you have?" "I shall answer without reservation." Maintaining an inscrutable demeanor, Chu Feng nodded in apparent satisfaction. "In that case, I shall test your knowledge. What is the current state of martial artists in this world, and to what heights may they ascend?" Chu Feng narrowed his gaze upon the young man clad in fine garments, awaiting his response. His prior understanding of martial artists stemmed solely from the records within the wooden house. He was aware of various realms, but lacked insight into the extraordinary capabilities associated with each. He needed to ascertain what feats practitioners could achieve to craft suitable martial techniques. Otherwise, should he pen a grand treatise, only for the recipient to be ensnared by mere weeds, it would be a most embarrassing folly. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Huahua began to articulate his thoughts. The third-tier martial artist is not much different from an ordinary person, capable of scaling walls and flying from eaves. The acquired martial artist can project their aura outward, striking from a distance. As for innate martial artists, they can soar through the skies like deities, facing multitudes alone. As he spoke of this, Xiao Huahua's eyes shone with an even greater fervor, gazing skyward in admiration. As for the legendary Grandmaster realm, one can envelop themselves in a protective aura, impervious to blades and spears. With the strength of one, They can confront 1,000 troops, annihilating vast armies and altering the tides of battle, such as the mark of a true master. Listening to Xiao Huahua's words, Chu Feng nodded, appearing thoroughly satisfied, though internally he wrestled with uncertainty. According to my naive disciple, the martial prowess in this world is indeed formidable, far surpassing that of previous martial realms I have encountered. Which martial world shall I select as a template for my teachings? The world of Fengyan? Chu Feng shook his head, feeling its power insufficient. The world of Tianlong Babu? That seemed even more distant. The world of Doluo? His eyes brightened momentarily, yet soon dimmed again as he shook his head. The martial prowess of this world is somewhat perplexing. Its effectiveness may not surpass that of the martial cultivators from his own realm. Moreover, the cultivation techniques here often require specific conditions that may not be compatible with this world. Nevertheless, this has sparked some inspiration within him. His eyes gleamed with newfound determination. Indeed, if the martial world proves inadequate and the high martial realm falls short, then I shall venture directly into the realm of immortals. If the presence of vital energy exists, it is quite possible that spiritual energy also permeates this world. Once this lad masters the arts of immortality, would he not dominate this realm? Upon reflecting on this, he secretly reveled in the thought. In such a scenario, perhaps I could ascend to immortality and become an ancestor myself. After contemplating this, Chu Feng resolved to craft a new cultivation technique. After all, he would be conjuring it from memory, piecing together fragments from novels. It was akin to modern-day warriors honing their skills based on comic book narratives, a rather absurd endeavor. With a low success rate, why not dare to be bold? Chapter 5. The Path of Qi Cultivation, also known as immortal cultivation. Beneath the dense forest, Xiao Huahua gazed upward. The figure of his newly appointed master, for reasons unknown, suddenly lifted his gaze towards the heavens, a fleeting glimmer of melancholy passing through his eyes. Just as confusion enveloped him, he noticed his master returning to the present. Standing with hands clasped behind his back, the master spoke in a somber tone, his eyes resting upon Xiao Huahua, as if sighing in disappointment at his lack of ambition. It has been a long time since I last ventured into the world. Is it true that all that remains outside is merely the path of martial artists? Upon hearing these words filled with a hint of sorrow and observing the solitary figure before him, Xiao Huahua was struck with astonishment, his scalp tingling. His eyes, directed at his master, brimmed with shock and disbelief, as if he had encountered a revelation that shattered conventional wisdom. Shaking his head in doubt, he found himself stammering. Is it not true that, according to the records, the path has always been that of martial artists? Could it be that beyond martial practitioners, there exist other methods of cultivation? He stared with wide eyes, apprehensively awaiting the sage's response. Seeing the boy's reaction, Chu Feng felt a surge of amusement within. Excellent. This young lad has taken the bait. His words had already instilled a substantial degree of belief in the boy's heart. The identity of a reclusive sage would undeniably be solidified in the boy's eyes due to this revolutionary proclamation. Maintaining his indifferent demeanor, Chu Feng's expression remained detached. Yet the corners of his mouth subtly curled into a sardonic smile. The myriad laws of the world can be divided into the great path and the lesser path. The path of martial cultivation is ultimately but a lesser path. Even if one devotes their entire life to it, they will forever be constrained by its limitations, unable to truly ascend to the pinnacle of existence. As you mentioned, the limit of martial cultivation is merely the so-called Grandmaster realm. The might you all admire is nothing more than a single person vanquishing an army. That is all there is to it. That is all. These words reverberated like thunder, leaving Xiao Huahua in a state of disbelief for an extended period. The superlative figures he idolized, even the entire Dongli city and the people of the southern wilderness, were regarded by his master as merely that is all. At this thought, his breath quickened, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Gazing intently at the man before him, he pondered, if even the Grandmaster is merely that is all, then what realm does this master occupy? It was beyond his imagination. Clearing his throat, Chu Feng continued, this lesser path pales in comparison to the great path. Upon hearing this, Xiao Huahua could no longer contain his excitement. Master, what then is the great path, and what is the nature of its practitioners? Observing the increasingly animated Xiao Hua, Chu Feng smiled gently. The great path is none other than the path of qi cultivation. Should you enter the great path, the so-called grand masters will appear as mere children in your presence. Path of qi cultivation? Xiao Hua murmured these four characters softly, while simultaneously searching his mind for any knowledge regarding the path of qi cultivation. However, he recalled every book he had read and every experience he had encountered throughout his life, yet he found nothing of substance, failing to uncover any memory associated with the term refining qi. This unfamiliar vocabulary had intruded upon his consciousness for the very first time. He lowered his head and murmured to himself, could it be that the path of refining qi is a realm accessible only to the most extraordinary masters? The more he pondered this notion, the more he embraced it. Although he was merely a young lord of small city, he was undoubtedly several realms above the ordinary individuals capable of encountering formidable beings. The fact that he had never even heard of such a cultivation method in his environment suggested that it was likely a secret known only among the elite. As this thought crystallized in his mind, the path of refining qi grew increasingly enigmatic and profound. Now, as a martial artist who had yet to reach even the second tier, he found himself in contact with such concepts. How could he remain composed? Xiao Hua, brimming with excitement, inquired, dare I ask, Master, how terrifying is the path of refining qi? Observing Xiao Hua's enthusiasm, Chu Feng felt a surge of delight within him. He was determined to instill in this young man the belief that the path of refining qi was unattainable, a domain that even the world's most elite warriors struggled to access. In this manner, even if his teachings faltered, Xiao Hua would search for reasons within himself. At that moment, Xiao Hua would undoubtedly resent his own lack of talent, believing that such an exalted path was inherently difficult to cultivate. But he would never conceive of attributing it to Chu Feng. Thus, Chu Feng had secured a fallback plan. Once he had adequately cultivated Xiao Hua's reverence for the path of refining qi, he slowly began to elucidate. The path of refining qi is boundless. The initial realm is primarily focused on refining qi, known as the refining qi realm. As he spoke, Chu Feng gestured with 2 fingers. If one can break through to the refining qi realm, their lifespan will be significantly extended, allowing them to live an entire 2 cycles of the zodiac. Upon reaching the great perfection of refining qi, one could live for 3 cycles. As Xiao Hua gazed at Chu Feng's outstretched 3 fingers, he was left utterly astonished. He understood that martial practice could enhance one's physique, allowing martial artists to be less afflicted by ailments and often leading to greater longevity. However, he also knew that martial artists remained bound by the limitations of their mortal lifespan. Upon reaching a certain age, death was inevitable. The notion of extending one's life was something he had only heard was achievable at the Grandmaster level. Moreover, even the Grandmaster level seemed only capable of granting an additional 50 or 60 years of life, certainly not the exaggerated 1 or 2 cycles. The refining qi period mentioned by his master, once traversed, could lead to such a terrifying state. Unbeknownst to him, Xiao Hua's thirst for the path of refining qi had intensified fervently. Seizing the moment, Chu Feng continued, once you step into the refining qi realm, you will be able to manifest your spiritual energy outwardly. The might of that spiritual energy far surpasses what you would refer to as the internal power of postnatal warriors. Upon reaching the mid-stage of qi refinement, one gains the ability to soar through the skies on a sword, to wield arcane spells, and to manipulate the ethereal energies of the world, unleashing powers beyond imagination. At this juncture, Chu Feng paused for an extended moment, gazing at the eager and wide-eyed Xiao Hua, tantalizing his curiosity before continuing. Thus, the path of qi refinement is also revered as the cultivation of immortality. Xiao Hua was utterly astonished. His breath became erratic, and his mind felt as though it were momentarily suspended in disbelief as he muttered to himself. To merely enter the realm of qi refinement and surpass those who rely on innate martial prowess? In the mid-stage, one can even traverse the heavens and the earth. Just mastering the first stage of qi refinement allows one to live for 3 cycles of 60 years. In a state of shock, Xiao Huo silently pondered, as if grasping an elusive concept within his mind. Qi refinement. Cultivation of immortality. Suddenly, his eyes sparkled with newfound clarity, as if he had comprehended a profound truth. In astonishment, he exclaimed to Chu Feng, "Master, could it be that the path of qi refinement leads to the legendary realms of immortal beings?" Chapter 6, Master, could it be that you are an immortal? In the forest, the world fell silent at this moment. A gentle breeze caressed his face, yet it failed to ease the tension in Xiao Huohua's muscles. Instead, it made him shudder abruptly. He fixed his gaze intently on his master before him, even hearing the pounding of his own heart, his eyes ablaze with anticipation. If the so-called path of qi refinement could indeed lead to the legendary immortals, then he might be on the brink of encountering something extraordinary today. This path of qi refinement could very well drive the 5 great empires into a frenzy and ignite the entire southern wilderness. After all, it was an unprecedented, unheard of method that reached the heavens and the earth. Such a method could potentially shift the age-old dominance of the 5 empires in the southern wilderness. Finally, under the fervent gaze, the youth, who wore a gentle smile, nodded slightly. Of course. Cultivating immortality. If one cannot ultimately attain immortality, what is the point of cultivating it all? His words, though simple and blunt, struck like thunder, hitting Xiao Huohua squarely in the mind. Chu Feng's declaration caused Xiao Huohua to take a few steps back, his mouth agape. Disbelief etched across his face as he muttered to himself, shaking his head. Could it be that there are truly immortals in this world? If they exist, are they not born divine, but rather cultivated through effort? Suddenly, images of the deities enshrined in the temples of Dongli City flashed through his mind. Until now, he had believed these immortals to be mere fabrications of storytellers or the imaginations of ancestors. He had thought that their worship was merely a reflection of desires within their hearts and not directed toward any specific being. Yet now this notion seemed to be upended. Could it be that, apart from the ordinary martial cultivators on the ground, there existed a mysterious and powerful group? Might this group dwell high above, hidden among the clouds, or in remote mountains, overlooking all that transpires in the world? Could this group be the very cultivators of the Tao that his master spoke of? And now, did he have the opportunity to join them, to partake in the Tao and become one whom all revered and whose name was sung throughout the land? For a moment, Xiao Huohua felt dizzy, as if a veil of illusion that had surrounded him for 16 years had suddenly been pierced. A previously unseen reality unfolded before his eyes. He lifted his gaze once more to his master standing before him. The youth, merely 10 meters away, standing with hands clasped behind his back, suddenly felt unfamiliar. A faint, ethereal veil seemed to envelop him, rendering him enigmatic and distant, as if he were not of this world. This master, whom he had known for less than half a day, now felt akin to the exalted deities he had venerated for years. Could it be that his master was also an immortal? This thought surged from the depths of his heart, unstoppable like a tide. Xiao Huohua gazed anxiously at Chu Feng, cautiously inquiring, "Master, to what realm do you belong? Have you perhaps attained immortality?" Upon hearing these words, Chu Feng let out a light chuckle, turned his gaze towards the heavens, presenting Xiao Huohua with a silhouette before softly uttering, "Fire, fire," on the path of cultivation. One must remain grounded and not aspire to lofty heights. In this realm, my level of cultivation is all but forgotten. Even if I were to tell you, it would serve no purpose and may even disturb the tranquility of your heart in your quest for enlightenment. As for whether I have achieved immortality, Chu Feng suddenly pivoted, a mysterious smile gracing his lips, yet he offered no further words. Although Chu Feng ultimately remained silent, to Xiao Huohua's eyes, it felt as if he had revealed everything. This scene struck Xiao Huohua like a bolt from the blue, causing him to retreat several steps in electrified excitement. Indeed, only the most extraordinary masters and tales would speak half-truths, leaving the rest for the listener to comprehend. Xiao Huohua whispered to himself, "Surely, My master has become an immortal. Otherwise, how could he possess such knowledge or master the methods of cultivation? His conjectures solidified in that moment. There must be immortals in this world, and his master undoubtedly belonged to their ranks. Furthermore, it was highly likely that his master was one of the divine beings he had heard tales of, perhaps even one he had once knelt before in reverence. Little did he expect that by mustering the courage to enter this forest, he would encounter such an unparalleled master, one who existed even in legends. All the hardships of the past 16 years had been paving the way for this very moment. Xiao Huahua nodded fervently, gazing resolutely at Chu Feng, declaring, "Master, I wish to learn the great path of cultivation, to master the art of qi refinement." As he spoke, his front teeth trembled with excitement. His eyes, locked onto Chu Feng, brimmed with profound respect and fervor. According to his master, the path of qi refinement ultimately leads to the realm of immortals, even if one does not reach the final stage. Merely stepping onto this path would bestow an additional lifespan of 2 decades, though he was still uncertain of the strength he would gain. Living for 2 additional decades certainly promised capabilities beyond those of ordinary mortals. If he could learn this, then even with only half a year remaining, he could surely surpass the young master of the Misty Sect. However, the young man before him remained silent, merely observing him without response. Suddenly, Xiao Huahua recollected the contents recorded in the tales. Renowned masters placed immense value on propriety. Some would offer teachings without directly revealing their insights, instead leaving riddles or cryptic hints for their disciples to decipher. Legend spoke of a divine monkey who sought enlightenment from a celestial master, only to be struck thrice upon the head in public. The monkey immediately comprehended, awakening at the 3rd watch to seek the master and ultimately mastering the supreme immortal techniques. Even if his master's methods were not as legendary as those, they could not be vastly inferior. Thus, the required decorum certainly could not be too abrupt. Upon reflecting on this, Xiao Huahua solemnly approached Chu Feng, kneeling with 3 bows and 9 prostrations, exclaiming, "I beseech my esteemed master to impart the method of qi refinement to me. This will enable me to redeem my honor in the duel 6 months hence." Chu Feng, taken aback by Xiao Huahua's sudden act of kneeling for reasons unbeknownst to him, contemplated inwardly, "I had just been pondering how to formulate the qi refinement method. What has this fellow conjured in his imagination?" He then smiled gently, realizing, "This is quite favorable. Xiao Huahua has shown me utmost devotion and trust. He is likely to heed any instruction I provide. Thus, even in failure, he would not attribute any blame to me." After a moment of silence, Chu Feng lightly cleared his throat and said, "Since you sincerely seek the path to immortality, I shall impart to you the teachings of qi refinement." Hearing this, Xiao Huahua trembled with emotion, tears welling in his eyes, and completely prostrated himself on the ground, exclaiming, "Thank you, revered master." Chapter 7. The Art of Breathing and Meditation Within the Humble Dwelling. Xiao Huahua felt a wave of tension wash over him as he glanced nervously around. The room consisted solely of an aged wooden bed, a table, a few books, and a set of bowls and chopsticks, exuding an air of simplicity and monotony that conveyed a profound sense of transcendent solitude. In tales of old, such was the abode of the enlightened. Xiao Huahua, upon hearing Chu Feng's voice, the startled youth knelt swiftly, trembling as he proclaimed, "Disciple is present." Seated upon the bed, Chu Feng regarded Xiao Huahua with satisfaction and spoke in a measured tone, "Very well. I shall now impart to you the method of qi cultivation. Listen closely, for you must replicate my actions without falter. Rise." The youth, still on his knees, stood up promptly. Chu Feng continued, "Now, emulate your master and sit cross-legged on the ground." Xiao Huahua settled onto the floor, his gaze fixed upon Chu Feng as he adjusted his posture. Before he could fully compose himself, he heard Chu Feng's voice instructing him, "Feel the spiritual energy of the universe." Recognizing this energy is the first step in qi cultivation. Only by sensing the presence of this energy can one be deemed to possess the aptitude for cultivation. After these words, Xiao Huahua anxiously crossed his legs, steadied his heartbeat, and took deep breaths in an attempt to calm his racing thoughts. The weight of Chu Feng's statement pressed heavily upon him. To possess the ability to perceive the spiritual energy was essential. What if he could not sense it? Would all his previous efforts dissolve into nothing? As such thoughts swirled chaotically in his mind, a flicker of frustration ignited within him. Xiao Huahua shook his head vigorously, repeating to himself, "There is no need to worry, Xiao Huahua. Have faith in yourself. While I may lack talent in martial arts, perhaps I possess the gift of qi cultivation. Moreover, with a divine master like this, even if I lack aptitude, he will surely not disregard me. He will find a way to assist me." With this comforting notion, Xiao Huahua's heart gradually found peace. Meanwhile, the gentle guidance of Chu Feng continued to resonate in his ears. "I will first teach you the method of breathing and meditation. Only by mastering this technique can you begin to perceive the spiritual energy of the universe." Xiao Huahua became increasingly focused. This was it. He was stepping onto the path of qi cultivation, embarking on the first step towards altering his destiny. However, he waited in silence for quite some time. Yet Chu Feng had not resumed speaking. After a brief pause, Chu Feng reflected on how to convey the essence of qi cultivation, having given little thought to the intricacies of the initiation techniques. After some contemplation, his eyes lit up as he recalled a method from a celestial realm. With an air of mystery, Chu Feng slowly articulated, "The art of breathing and meditation is profoundly intricate. I shall now teach you a simple introductory method. First, envision yourself as an ancient tortoise. Imagine how this tortoise breathes." A tortoise? Suddenly, Xiao Huahua was reminded of the previous year when a certain influential faction had presented a venerable tortoise as a gift during his father's birthday celebration. Though his father held no affection for the old turtle, he found it amusing and often kept it company. Suddenly, the old turtle seemed to appear right beside him. Xiao Huahua gazed intently at the turtle, watching the subtle rise and fall of its belly, and unconsciously his own breathing began to slow. With each breath, his body grew increasingly tranquil. Each moment of inhalation left his mind feeling more refreshed, as if his entire being were relaxing. Xiao Huahua paused, sensing the peculiar changes within him, and joyfully thought, "Is this the previously unseen path of cultivation? Is this what is known as the essence of heaven and earth? I am ready. Let come." Observing the tightly shut eyes of Xiao Huahua, Chu Feng scratched his head in confusion. This lad seems to be in quite a state. Could it be that he has truly grasped something? He then continued to elucidate. The so-called spiritual energy is the primal essence of the universe, hidden within the sun and moon, and scattered among the tranquil mountains and rivers. To perceive this spiritual energy with your current level of cultivation, you must rely solely on the most elementary techniques of breath control, resonating with the frequencies of heaven and earth. When your breath touches this subtlety, you will be able to retain that energy within you. At this point, Chu Feng hastily added, "The process of sensing the spiritual energy of the universe is exceedingly simple. Since you have become my disciple, there should be no reason you cannot achieve this." Upon hearing this, the seated Xiao Huahua felt a warmth at the tip of his nose, and his eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. Despite his noble status and a life akin to that of a cherished star, he had never been believed in so profoundly due to the limitations of his cultivation aptitude. Even when he made the 3-year agreement, it served merely as a pretext for the city lord's residents and the people of Dongli City to save face. Everyone believed that in 6 months, he would still be crushed beneath that woman's heel, destined to live in disgrace for the rest of his life. Even his father, who had stood by him for 16 years, wished for him to temporarily distance himself from Dongli City as the date approached, fearing that he would be engulfed by the humiliation of defeat and would never lift his head again. Although this was for his own good, to Xiao Huahua, it felt like a lack of trust. Yet here was this master, whom he had known for less than half a day, showing such unwavering belief in him and imparting supreme teachings. This was the first time in his life that he had felt such profound trust. Xiao Huahua resolved within himself whether to defeat that woman in 6 months and prove I am not worthless, or to honor my master's trust. I must succeed. Suddenly, Xiao Huahua's eyes flew open wide as he gazed at Chu Feng. Seeing the exhilaration on his face, Chu Feng eagerly inquired, "Have you cultivated your spirit, my disciple?" "Master, I will surely cultivate my spiritual power. I promise I will devote myself entirely to my training." As Xiao Huahua gazed towards Chu Feng, who had his mouth half open, he inquired, "Master, what troubles you?" Chu Feng, with a stiff expression, continued, "My disciple, when you cultivate your spiritual energy, I will sense it. I firmly believe that you will indeed succeed in harnessing your spiritual power." Xiao Huahua, filled with excitement, nodded vigorously and assured, "Master, rest assured, I shall not falter." With a slight nod, Chu Feng looked at the diligent Xiao Huahua and gently smiled. "Just focus on your cultivation here." After saying this, Chu Feng slowly rose and stepped out the door. Once he stealthily made his way 7 paces away from the wooden cottage, he finally let out a sigh of relief. Turning back to glance at the thatched hut, Chu Feng shook his head and murmured, "I hope this lad truly comprehends something." He then fell into contemplation, muttering to himself, "This boy is so naive and easily deceived. If he fails to cultivate, I can always devise a plan to trick him. At worst, I can find a solution once we venture outside." Chapter 8. Xiao Huahua's Self-Reflection. This is the essence of a true master. Before the thatched cottage, Chu Feng glanced back, curling his lips. Look at that lad, so earnest in his practice. One wonders if he has truly grasped anything. He tilted his head towards the sky, lost in contemplation. It seemed reminiscent of the characters in the films of his previous life, engaged in similar training, did it not? Following the tropes of cinema, one merely needed to adhere to the prescribed methods presented in comics, and through sheer effort, one would inevitably glean some insight. If such principles applied in this world, then according to the novels of his past, perceiving the presence of spiritual energy should be a simple endeavor. Regardless of one's innate talent, 10 days would suffice. With this thought, Chu Feng felt a surge of confidence. The method he imparted, the path to enlightenment, was a culmination of the finest teachings from his former life's cultivation novels. After countless selections, he had chosen the most suitable techniques for Xiao Huahua's development. The rhetoric and steps involved were intricate. Even someone like Xiao Huahua, a novice enamored with the tales of martial arts, would find them perplexing. Indeed, even he, who had lived in a modern society, might be momentarily deceived by their complexity. Yet, as he pondered further, a furrow formed upon his brow. Surely, he should be able to sense the spiritual energy, should he not? If after 10 days, he remains oblivious to it, his gaze swept across the heavens and finally settled upon the thatched roof, a sense of foreboding creeping in. That would imply this world may indeed lack spiritual essence. If that were the case, I would have no choice but to flee. This place would be unfit for my continued presence. At present, Xiao Huahua was still under his guidance. But when the time came for him to awaken to the truth that he had been deceived, the dreams he had cherished would shatter like fragile bubbles, rendering the anticipated victory of their 3-year pact utterly unattainable. The accumulated energy was no trifling matter. For now, Xiao Huahua still addressed him as master. But should he find himself bereft of everything, it was entirely plausible that he would muster the full might of Dongli City to confront him in fury. With this unsettling thought, a flicker of anxiety crossed Chu Feng's features. Let's hope he truly comprehends something in the blink of an eye. 3 days had elapsed. Chu Feng cast a glance at the wooden cottage, noting the stillness within. With a sigh, he reclined upon a branch as thick as a thigh and closed his eyes in quietude. Before long, a crackling sound reached his ears. Opening his eyes, he beheld Xiao Huahua somewhat clumsily arranging the firewood before him. With a swift motion, he dropped a piece of timber, igniting it with flint. As the flames grew robust, he placed a ceramic pot atop the fire, and soon the water within began to boil. Xiao Huahua gazed at the bubbling surface, hesitated for a moment, then reluctantly added the blood ginseng and other precious herbs. In no time, crimson bubbles began to rise within the pot, and a fragrant aroma wafted through the forest. Before long, the voice of Chu Feng resonated from above. "Have you prepared the meal?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Huahua nodded vigorously. "Master, it will be ready shortly." As he spoke, he tended to the fire, his gaze never straying from the pot. Chu Feng gently nodded and remarked, I have grown somewhat weary of meat these past few days. Perhaps we might indulge in something more delicate. As he uttered these words, the corners of his mouth involuntarily twitched. Just a few nights prior, this young lad had slept soundly, even rising in the middle of the night to rummage through a rabbit's nest, only to present the catch at the doorstep of their humble abode the following morning, claiming to have enchanted the creatures into delivering themselves. Yet last night, for reasons unknown, the boy was full of vigor and could not find rest, leaving Chu Feng to abandon his plans. The image of a reclusive sage must be preserved, if Xiaohuahua were to witness him darting through the woods, all for the sake of capturing a couple of small rabbits. It would surely raise suspicions. After all, would a true immortal be outwitted by mere rabbits? Xiaohuahua, while fanning the flames, coughed and gazed longingly at the contents of the pot, nearly brought to tears. Master, you are truly remarkable. Although he understood that for his master, these blood ginsengs were nothing more than common weeds, he could not help but reflect on how few masters would share their gifts with their disciples. Contemplating this, he looked at Chu Feng with renewed respect. In the southern wilderness, even innate martial artists could not possibly disregard a century-old blood ginseng as his master did. Listening to Xiaohuahua's words, Chu Feng's heart ached, yet he maintained a nonchalant smile and replied, To me, blood ginseng and wild greens are merely edible leaves bestowed by nature. If they serve to satiate hunger, what does it matter whether they are ginseng or herbs? We simply eat. Xiaohuahua nodded earnestly. Indeed, Master S stature is beyond that of ordinary individuals. I shall strive to learn diligently, so as not to bring shame upon you. Suddenly, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Master, the meal is ready. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng gracefully descended from the tree and sauntered over to Xiaohuahua's side. The young disciple glanced around, observing that his master, whether climbing down from the tree, ladling soup, or dining, exhibited no airs of superiority whatsoever. In fact, his master appeared even more languid than he himself did. If he were merely an ordinary commoner, one might excuse the lack of decorum, but what kind of person was his master? A recluse dwelling in the depths of the mountains, a sage of renown. The actions and demeanor of such an esteemed figure could hardly be fathomed by someone of his mediocre prowess. This display by his master must be the essence of returning to simplicity. In this light, it seemed increasingly plausible that his master was indeed the legendary figure of divine nature. The more he pondered, the more resolute Xiaohuahua became in his convictions. After all, tales had long indicated that beings of the highest caliber preferred to blend into the masses, never revealing their true selves. It was the false sages who boasted of their supremacy, inviting trouble upon themselves. A true master, weary of the relentless conflicts in the world, seeks solace in the serene embrace of mountains, or perhaps amidst the mundane affairs of the mortal realm, untouched by worldly desires. Suddenly, Xiaohuahua sprang to his feet with fervor, startling Chu Feng. Before he could inquire, he witnessed Xiaohuahua bow earnestly and declare, Master, to be able to learn under your esteemed name is the fortune of a lifetime for me. I shall diligently practice and swiftly embark on the path of qi refinement. In 6 months, I will defeat that woman and ensure I do not bring shame to you. Chu Feng observed the boy's earnest demeanor, his lips twitching in amusement. This lad, for reasons unknown, had once again engaged in a bout of self-encouragement. It seemed he need not fear any doubts from him during this period. Chu Feng nodded and responded, Though your innate talent may be lacking, your willingness to confront your shortcomings and your commitment to diligent practice surpass many. Such an attitude is commendable, and I have not erred in my judgment of you. As he spoke, Chu Feng ladled a bowl of soup infused with ginseng and meat for Xiaohuahua. The latter accepted the bowl, tears streaming down his face as he consumed it. Thank you, Master, he expressed gratefully. Chu Feng chuckled softly. After all, preparing a simple bowl of ginseng soup for him warranted such gratitude. Truly, he was a gullible lad. Chapter 9. Just as I was about to flee, you claimed you had mastered it. A satisfying meal. Xiaohuahua clumsily tidied up the dishes scattered across the floor. Once he had finished, He fixed his gaze on Chu Feng for a moment, hesitating as if he had something to inquire, yet ultimately refrained from speaking. After closing the door to the outhouse, Xiao Huahua slapped his face vigorously, expressing his frustration. My master cannot possibly believe that I have yet to cultivate any spiritual energy. His choice not to assist me must stem from his unwavering faith in my potential to comprehend the intricacies on my own. How could I even entertain the thought of questioning him? After muttering to himself, a hint of despondency lingered on Xiao Huahua's youthful face. 3 days have passed, and there remains not a single sign of progress. Could it be that I lack the aptitude for martial arts? Or perhaps for cultivating spiritual energy? Suddenly, his expression transformed into one of resolve. No, if my master is willing to impart this profound method to me, it must mean I possess some inherent talent in this regard. Calming his inner turmoil, Xiao Huahua settled onto the creaking bed, closed his eyes, and began to practice the breathing technique as instructed by Chu Feng. Outside the thatched cottage, Chu Feng stood still for an extended period, his brow furrowed. He pondered. He gazed at me for quite some time. Could it be that he is beginning to doubt my ability to cultivate? This terrifying notion crossed his mind, only for him to vehemently shake his head in denial. No, he must be struggling to cultivate spiritual energy and wished to ask me, but hesitated. It had to be that way. Arriving at this conclusion, Chu Feng's brow remained tightly knit, as neither of the scenarios presented was favorable. Xiao Huahua still could not grasp any trace of spiritual power. In the past few days, in a bid to reassure himself, he had attempted the practice as well, only to find himself equally fruitless. This likely indicated that the method was fundamentally ineffective. He paced back and forth, each step accompanied by a sigh. The blazing sun, which had been suspended in the sky, gradually descended below the valley. As evening approached, the world dimmed, and the air turned chilly, a refreshing breeze wafting through the woods. Yet, within the confines of the house, the boy seated with closed eyes was drenched in sweat. Xiao Huahua remained furrowed in concentration, diligently following the breathing technique. He inhaled through his nose, allowing the breath to circulate throughout his body before releasing it, relaxing his muscles. Throughout this process, he continued to silently recite the cultivation method imparted by his master. With each cycle, it felt as though something was fleetingly traversing within him, only to vanish in an instant. Unbeknownst to him, Xiao Huahua's body began to radiate warmth. He paused momentarily. The potency of the blood ginseng is finally taking effect. It felt as though he were lying amid a furnace. With each breath, his skin grew increasingly heated, his muscles ached, and even his blood surged with fervent heat. Sweat, along with impurities, poured forth in torrents, soon saturating the entire bed. In this state, Xiao Huahua experienced an unprecedented clarity of mind and body. His senses sharpened significantly. Suddenly, a crimson glow illuminated the darkness behind his tightly shut eyelids. Xiao Huahua trembled all over, even his breathing becoming somewhat erratic. Is this what my master referred to as spiritual energy? Overcome with excitement, Xiao Huahua was on the verge of opening his eyes to explore, but he quickly steadied himself, silently reminding himself. Indeed, the master had stated that merely witnessing the spiritual energy was insufficient. True success lay in absorbing it into one's body. I have yet to even reach the threshold of initiation. With this thought, Xiao Huahua settled completely, continuing his breathing technique as the flow of energy coursed through him. The faint glimmer of dawn in this dark realm was gradually drawn into his being. Outside the thatched cottage, Chu Feng could no longer remain still, pacing restlessly and murmuring to himself, "This won't do. I cannot afford to wait for 10 days. 10 days is far too long. I must concoct an excuse, so that before Xiao Huahua loses trust in me, I can find several martial artists to escort me out. I need to escape first, then seek an opportunity to flee. Otherwise, if too much time passes and Xiao Huahua becomes utterly disillusioned, if he questions me about how to cultivate qi and I cannot provide a satisfactory answer, it would spell danger." Slapping his thigh, Chu Feng's expression hardened with newfound determination. Yes, that's the plan. However, just as this idea emerged, he found himself unable to continue strategizing. Suddenly, a blue light screen materialized before him, accompanied by a chilling electronic voice. Ding! Congratulations. Host disciple has absorbed spiritual energy into the body. Ding! Tenfold return successful. Host, Chu Feng, age, 20, cultivation, complete mastery of spiritual energy absorption. Staring at the subtitles, Chu Feng was momentarily stunned, clutching his head in disbelief. It worked. It truly worked. The absorption of spiritual energy has genuinely been accomplished. Even upon seeing the notification on the screen, he still found it hard to believe. He had fabricated the technique. Is this disciple truly that talented? In just 3 days, a concocted method has yielded results? His gaze then shifted back to the thatched cottage. Sure enough, amidst the darkness, a faint glow of dawn flickered within. Chu Feng clenched his fists in exhilaration, his shock transforming into pure elation. There truly is spiritual energy present. Does this mean that the cultivation of immortality is entirely feasible? Moreover, if I take this successfully tested technique outside, with the system's support, and absorb more individuals of great fortune, could I not ascend to immortality and dominate this realm? Suddenly, without any forewarning, a surge of pure energy erupted within him, radiating throughout his entire being. A wave of spiritual energy surged forth, causing his robes to billow as if a tempest had swept through. With this influx of energy, he felt as though his mind had been unshackled, his thoughts becoming remarkably clearer. Chu Feng promptly calmed himself, closing his eyes to harness the energy. The spiritual energy flowed through his limbs and bones. Even before he consciously initiated the technique he had invented, the energy seemed to be guided, permeating into his muscles and marrow. A gentle warmth seemed to merge with every cell, enveloping his body in an unimaginable comfort. The skeletal muscles crackled with vitality, and as a wave of exhilarating sensations washed over him, his body felt an unprecedented fullness. Every inch of him brimmed with strength. In the brief span of half a tea's brewing time, Chu Feng underwent a profound transformation. Behind his tightly shut eyes, which should have perceived nothing, it was as if a new world had been unveiled, with streaks of crimson radiance appearing before him. He instantly comprehended that this was the manifestation of spiritual energy. At last, after a prolonged infusion lasting the duration of half an incense stick, the energy began to stabilize. Chu Feng opened his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips as he gazed at his hands. A gentle glow of red light flickered to life. In this moment, as the spiritual force coursed through his body, 10 acupoints became saturated with spiritual energy, merging into a unified whole. With just one more step, he would enter the Qi refinement stage. Chapter 10. A Day of Cultivation. An ancient immortal? In the dimly lit forest, an air of chill pervaded the surroundings. Yet, the young man standing beneath the tree felt a surge of heat, as if he were a furnace, radiating an intense warmth into the stillness. Chu Feng's body trembled with excitement, released from the burdens of how to navigate his way out of the woods. The fear of being exposed by Xiao Hua regarding his false identity, and the anxiety of being besieged by predatory beasts. With spiritual energy flowing into him, all his previous concerns dissipated like mist. Now, his thoughts turned solely to the profound path of cultivation. Until today, these notions had been beyond his wildest dreams. Of course, he owed this breakthrough to his astute disciple, Xiao Hua. After savoring the moment, Chu Feng steadied his emotions, cleared his throat, and restored his composed demeanor before striding towards the thatched cottage. After all, despite the joy that surged within him, he could not afford to abandon the image of a wise immortal. Inside the room, Xiao Hua calmed the spiritual energy within, exhaling a breath of turbid air before finally opening his eyes. With a creak, the decrepit wooden door swung open. Xiao Hua turned to see Chu Feng entering with his usual tranquil demeanor. Upon catching sight of his master, Xiao Hua could not help but marvel. Truly, my master embodies the essence of a transcendent being. Just as I began to attain something, he sensed it immediately. To avoid disturbing my first experience of absorbing spiritual energy, he calculated the precise moment of my initial stabilization. After I regained my composure, he promptly came to check on me. How fortunate I am to have such a remarkable master. Unbeknownst to Xiao Huahua's musings, Chu Feng simply observed him for a moment before nodding gently. Indeed, stepping onto the threshold of cultivation and absorbing spiritual energy within 3 days is not extraordinary, yet it is certainly commendable. You possess the potential of a cultivator. At Chu Feng's assessment, Xiao Huahua's heart tightened, and he fervently nodded. Master, please rest assured. I am well aware of my modest talents. I will exert every effort to diligently cultivate, ensuring I do not disappoint your expectations. His eyes sparkled with determination, compared to his years of arduous training in martial arts with little progress. The intense reactions and fruitful results he had achieved in such a short time in cultivation left him thoroughly content. As long as he could gain something, the hardships of diligent practice were not a torment for him, but rather a delightful experience. Naturally, being able to absorb energy into his body within 3 days and receiving the commendation of having the potential of a cultivator from his master suggested that he was indeed on a promising path. After a brief pause, Xiao Huahua continued to inquire, May I ask, Master, what does a truly extraordinary talent in cultivation look like? I wish to understand the extent of my differences compared to those genuine prodigies. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng pondered for a moment before replying, For a true genius, the fundamental act of absorbing spiritual energy into the body would take no longer than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. In the midst of Xiao Huahua's dazed gaze, Chu Feng continued, Those who can truly be deemed as prodigies in the realm of cultivation generally possess an innate affinity for spiritual energy, and their progress in cultivation is invariably smooth. As Chu Feng spoke, he nearly succumbed to laughter, for these were mere fabrications of his own invention. What defines a genius? If you, Xiao Huahua, can grasp the rudiments of cultivation with a haphazardly written manual, then the world would be devoid of true geniuses. However, in order to admonish Xiao Huahua and to solidify his own image as an otherworldly sage, Chu Feng felt compelled to weave this tale of false prodigies. After all, it is only when one perceives themselves as inadequate, even unworthy of their current possessions, that they will cling steadfastly to their aspirations, devoid of any doubt. As anticipated, upon hearing this, Xiao Huahua's expression dimmed slightly, and the joy of his recent breakthrough was thoroughly overshadowed. Although he had anticipated this, it would be impossible not to feel disheartened. His brow furrowed, and in a moment of introspection, he lamented, I never imagined I would be so far behind true geniuses. I am still woefully insufficient. While it took me 3 days to achieve what ought to take but a single incense stick to accomplish, my qualifications must surely be a source of distress for my master. Had I not inquired, my master would have remained silent on this matter. I must dedicate myself to diligent practice. Only then can I honor my master's efforts. Unbeknownst to Chu Feng, he was unaware of the impact of his words. He continued, Ordinary individuals can only absorb spiritual energy into their bodies up to 5 times, resulting in the emergence of 5 strands of spiritual energy, which signifies a breakthrough to the qi refinement stage. This is the limit of what a typical cultivator can endure prior to this stage. Typically, Xiao Huahua immediately seized upon the sensitive information. Does this imply that there exist superior alternatives? Observing him, Chu Feng nodded. Indeed, 5 strands of spiritual energy represent the ceiling for ordinary cultivators. Yet this is not the boundary for prodigies. For cultivators, the absorption of spiritual energy is foundational. It constitutes the most critical layer of a towering edifice. The more robust the foundation, the greater the advantages for subsequent cultivation. Thus, typical prodigies will often wait until they have generated a 7th strand of spiritual energy before choosing to break through. In contrast, those ancient aberrations may compress spiritual energy to such an extent that their bodies can accommodate 9 strands, only breaking through once they have surpassed their limits. Remarkably, the time they require to amass these 9 strands of spiritual energy seldom exceeds a single day. This is what is known as 1 day of qi refinement. Upon absorbing this information, Xiao Huahua stood frozen in place, his pupils trembling. Ordinary individuals are limited to 5 strands, while prodigies can exceed this threshold by 2. And even those ancient aberrations can directly break through their limits with 9 strands. Moreover, achieving the Qi refinement stage in a single day, what a terrifying talent that is. Xiao Huahua gazed at Chu Feng, resolutely rising to his feet and gritting his teeth. Master, as your disciple, I, Xiao Huahua, shall spare no effort to transcend the ordinary 5 elemental energies. I am determined to accumulate at least 7 elemental energies to meet the standards of a genius before making my breakthrough, so as not to tarnish your reputation. As he spoke, he clenched his fists tightly. To preserve your honor and to pave the way for a brighter future, I shall persevere. Chu Feng smiled with satisfaction. Your desire to grow stronger is commendable. Hearing his master's words, Xiao Huahua felt a renewed sense of determination within. He silently vowed, I must accumulate 8 elemental energies before attempting to break through. However, he decided it would be wiser to keep this ambition to himself, for given his current talents. Such aspirations might seem like mere fantasies and could potentially displease his master. Chapter 11. A lifelong master, not inferior to others. Chu Feng stood before the bed, observing the expressions of Xiao Huahua, who was alternately gritting his teeth and displaying a myriad of emotions. It became evident to him that his previous provocations had indeed borne fruit. The lad was undoubtedly lost in his own thoughts. After a brief moment, Xiao, returning from his reverie, hesitated for a moment before boldly inquiring, Master, I wish to know how many strands of spiritual energy you absorbed into your body back in the day. As he spoke, a glimmer of anticipation shone in his youthful eyes. His master's abilities were profound and unfathomable. Surely, he could not be inferior to those renowned prodigies. Perhaps he had absorbed even 8 strands of spiritual energy, or even the legendary 9 strands, making him a super genius in the realm of Qi refining. Just as anticipated, Chu Feng had foreseen that this imaginative boy would not resist the urge to inquire about his past. All his prior storytelling had not been in vain. It was now bearing fruit. Maintaining an air of transcendence and enigma, he replied, As your master, I have never been lacking compared to others. As his words fell, a terrifying aura immediately emanated from him. 10 radiant beams of light swirled within the room, forming a halo-like spectacle, reminiscent of a full moon or a blazing sun. Saturating the space with brilliance, the dimly lit hut, which had only been sustained by flickering flames, instantly became brighter than daylight. Xiao Huahua was taken aback, his eyes wide with astonishment as he gazed around. He beheld the ethereal glow dancing and drifting, a miraculous sight before him. He could not help but murmur. In ancient times, even the most exceptional beings only achieved 9 strands of spiritual energy to break through the limits of Qi refining. Yet my master has reached 10, a state of perfection. A life spent never being inferior to others, he surpasses all. His master was indeed far beyond his initial imaginings. Undoubtedly a superpower that had not emerged for millennia. After several rotations, the radiant light returned to Chu Feng's body, retracting into him. Xiao Huahua naturally understood, feeling a surge of deep emotion as he reflected. My master must have deliberately used this method so that I could intuitively grasp the benefits of achieving the perfect state of spirit absorption. His intentions are truly heartfelt, and I must not disappoint his expectations. Filled with excitement, he exclaimed, My master has surpassed the limits of spirit absorption. Then, my master must have entered the Qi refining stage. A smile danced at the corners of Chu Feng's lips during my cultivation. 10 strands of spiritual energy automatically merged into my body, and in an instant, I transcended into the realm of Qi refining. Upon hearing this, Xiao Huahua felt a shiver run down his spine, his throat parched. He could only gaze silently at the young man before him, inhaling sharply, an instant of Qi refining master. At this moment, the depth of Xiao Huahua's astonishment could hardly be contained. Each time he believed he had envisioned his master's greatness sufficiently, whether as a transcendent being or a deity revered in temples. He now realized that his imagination had fallen short. His master was far more formidable than he had ever conceived. Upon witnessing the astonished expression of Xiao Huahua, who appeared almost petrified. Chu Feng felt a surge of joy within. Splendid. This foolish disciple has fallen for the ruse once again. However, to speak candidly, his words were not entirely fabricated. Indeed, the spiritual energy had entered his body under the system's manipulation. In a fleeting moment, he had reached the stage of absorbing spiritual energy, attaining the level of 10 strands. Yet, he had not broken through to the chi refining stage. A blend of truth and deception can easily befuddle anyone who hears it. After a considerable duration, Xiaohuahua, seated on the bed, finally emerged from his state of shock. At this moment, he fully comprehended the task that lay ahead of him, to exert every effort in cultivation and uphold his master's honor. He promptly rose, clasped his fists, and resolutely declared, "Master, I shall commence my training at once, without the slightest hint of laxity, and I will not betray your devoted guidance." Having said this, Xiaohuahua immediately sat cross-legged. Lowering his head, his lips moved slightly, likely reciting the heart's mantra, as a faint crimson glow emanated from his palms and nostrils. Chu Feng nodded in satisfaction, then glanced at the bed, now dampened by sweat, his expression darkening. It seemed that this bed was no longer suitable for rest. However, he was fortunate to possess 10 strands of spiritual energy within him. With a protective shield of energy, the cold night winds posed no threat, allowing him to sleep comfortably on the branches as if on a bed. Before long, 2 months had elapsed. Chu Feng lounged in a wooden chair padded with a tiger skin coat, leisurely basking in the sun. The warm rays filtered through the dense foliage, casting a pleasant glow upon him. During these 2 months, Xiaohuahua had made significant progress. He had been given the excuse of honing his physical form and stabilizing his spiritual energy, leading him to hunt ferocious beasts, prepare meals, and assist in managing all the trivialities of daily life. Meanwhile, Chu Feng merely had to wait for his meals to be served, enjoying the sun's warmth each day. Content and relaxed, Chu Feng sighed. Having a diligent disciple is truly delightful. Within the thatched cottage, Xiaohuahua remained calm and focused, his brows tightly knitted. The radiant hues in the air gradually infused into his being as he practiced his breathing techniques. Yet, the spiritual energy did not linger long within him. Before it could coalesce into a solid form, it scattered once more through his skin. It seemed his body had reached its limit. A glance inward would reveal 8 strands of spiritual energy intertwining within his limbs, coursing along the surface of his body. Though not perfected, they glimmered with vitality. As the energy dissipated, Xiaohuahua opened his eyes and paused momentarily. In these days, although I have appeared to engage in various menial tasks under my master's guidance, my physical form has indeed been tempered. It seems I have grown more attuned to the spiritual energy. It is precisely for this reason that I have managed to reach the level of 8 strands. He gazed at his hands, a flicker of dissatisfaction crossing his face. Is this truly the limit? Am I, Xiaohuahua, only capable of breaking through to the chi refining stage with the aid of my master? He clenched his fists tightly. If it were in the past, such extraordinary talent, surpassing that of an ordinary genius and aligning with his inner expectations from 2 months ago, would have undoubtedly brought him immense satisfaction. Yet now, as a disciple of a master who is never inferior to others, under the continuous guidance of his mentor day and night, he found this achievement woefully insufficient. Renewed with determination, he bowed his head and silently recited the heart method imparted by his master, drawing forth the surrounding spiritual energy once more. As the energy entered his body, his brows furrowed even tighter, and his breath became increasingly tumultuous. The radiant light converged within him, coalescing into a singular mass. The original 8 streams of spiritual energy now appeared particularly congested. This pressure made his face flush crimson, and it felt as though his body was swelling. Xiaohuahua gritted his teeth, his hands turning purple from the strain, yet he recited the incantation without a single word faltering. The radiance within him, under the interplay of the heart method and his breath, condensed into a solid stream of spiritual energy amid the extreme pressure in his body. With a sigh of relief, Xiaohuahua felt his entire being relax. The stream of energy within him no longer dissipated. Instead, it remained intact. At last, the ninth stream of spiritual energy had been attained. Chapter 12. The Disciple with Extraordinary Insight. Fourth stage of Qi refinement. Within the humble abode, Xiao Huahua sensed the spiritual energy coursing through his body. 9 streams of energy circulated within him, nourishing his entire being. This feeling of abundance filled him with immense joy. He had successfully absorbed the 9th stream of spiritual energy. Clenching his fists, he felt exhilarated. Although he had not yet reached the Master S realm of 10 streams, under his guidance, he had broken through to the 9th level of Qi. He was no less than an exceptional talent. He had not disgraced his master. Beep. Congratulations, host. Disciple Xiao Huahua has broken through to the 9 streams of Qi. Beep. Tenfold return in progress. Beep. Congratulations, host. Current realm. 4th stage of Qi refinement. As the cold electronic voice echoed, a blue light screen suddenly appeared before him. Lying on the tiger skin chair, Chu Feng straightened his posture. At that moment, a surge of spiritual energy erupted from an unknown source within him. A terrifying aura enveloped his body in a radiant crimson glow, causing even the wooden chair beneath him to sway. It seemed that his body was gradually acclimating to this influx, within the span of a mere half-tea time. The energy subsided. Once the spiritual energy had calmed, Chu Feng snapped back to reality, astonished. That little rascal, Xiao Huahua, had broken through again. He promptly closed his eyes, deeply attuning himself to the flow within. At this moment, the precision and quantity of spiritual energy within him exceeded that of his previous 3rd stage of Qi refinement by tenfold. He had truly entered the 4th stage of Qi refinement. The 4th stage, as he had encountered in numerous novels from his past life, was a significant watershed moment, a vital marker of entering the mid-phase of Qi refinement. In many tales, those at the 4th stage could soar through the skies on swords, wield simple spells, and truly embody the ethereal grace of cultivation. With this in mind, Chu Feng directed his gaze towards a withered branch on the ground. A hint of red light flickered at his fingertips as he softly commanded, "Rise." A gentle breeze stirred, and the branch floated gracefully as he envisioned. This was the power of externalizing spiritual energy. Intrigued, Chu Feng experimented several times before finally ceasing. He could effortlessly lift objects as small as twigs and as hefty as 30-pound stones. Even his own corporeal form could briefly hover under his control, sustained by spiritual energy. However, it was regrettable that he did not possess a flying sword and was uncertain if he could achieve the elegant art of sword flight at this moment. After all, who among avid readers has not fantasized about soaring through the skies with a sword, traversing the world? Beyond these musings, breaking through to the 4th stage unveiled numerous advantages. Under the refinement of such potent energy, Chu Feng's physique had grown considerably more resilient. Even his skin appeared smoother, exuding a celestial sheen. In this manner, he bore an increasingly striking resemblance to the transcendental beings described in literature. Settling back into his chair, Chu Feng languidly basked in the sunlight. Even with his current cultivation at the 4th stage of body refinement, he had no intention of engaging in further training. Every trace of spiritual energy within him is the result of his foolish disciple's cultivation, returned tenfold by the system. Chu Feng sighed. It seems that Xiao Huahua is far more formidable than I had anticipated. Over a month ago, when Xiao Huahua broke through to the 5th level of spiritual energy absorption, he entered the realm of Qi refinement. Following a series of breakthroughs, his relentless pursuit of higher levels of energy absorption had resulted in a prolonged period of stagnation. This left Chu Feng both anxious and reluctant to speak. After all, it was he who had once persuaded Xiao Huahua that the more pathways one opened for spiritual energy absorption, the more powerful one would become, an act akin to shooting oneself in the foot. However, it now appeared that Xiao Huahua had successfully broken through to the 9th level of spiritual energy. His talent surpassed even Chu Feng's expectations. As the wooden door creaked open, Xiao Huahua emerged, stretching languidly, his joints cracking as he did so. A wave of comfort coursed through him. and he felt an unprecedented surge of powerful energy enveloping his entire being. This power was undeniably more formidable than that of a third-rate martial artist, and he had yet to truly step into the realm of chi refinement. If he were to genuinely embark on the path of cultivation, one could scarcely imagine how terrifying he would become. His gaze hardened as he squinted against the glaring sunlight. Just wait. In 3 months, I shall cleanse myself of all humiliation. His eyes then fell upon Chu Feng, who lay resting on a tiger-skin cloak, his nostrils flaring slightly. Cultivation, had he not encountered his master, he would still be struggling within the martial arts realm, facing his betrothed with no glimmer of hope. Previously, he had entered this forbidden forest with the intention of not returning alive. Rather than endure humiliation in the grand competition, it seemed preferable to vanish here, preserving the dignity of Dongli City. Now, all of his cultivation prowess and hopes were gifts from his master. Not only did his master impart superior teachings, aware of his mediocre talent, but also constantly sought various methods to enhance his strength, laying a solid foundation for him. It could be said that his master had completely transformed him, akin to a second set of parents. He felt incredibly fortunate to have encountered such a remarkable mentor. Xiao Huahua reflected, "My master has treated me so well. I must express my gratitude appropriately." The meager token of appreciation he had previously carried was utterly inadequate. Although he understood that what he could offer would be deemed insignificant in his master's eyes, the debt of gratitude outweighed mountains. Even if his master looked down upon it, he would strive to present the finest gift as a token of his appreciation. Now that he had absorbed 9 levels of spiritual energy, it was the perfect opportunity to return home and prepare a substantial gift for his master. Yes, his master had once mentioned that cultivation requires a balance of work and rest. With this in mind, Xiao Huahua approached and bowed respectfully. "Master." Chu Feng glanced at him. "Indeed, well done, reaching the 9th level of spiritual energy absorption. Given your physical condition, achieving this is already the utmost limit. You have performed admirably thus far. The next step involves contemplating the transition into the chi refinement stage. While it is true that an abundance of spiritual energy is beneficial for the assimilation of spiritual essence, there exists a limit to such pursuits." Xiao Huahua took nearly a month to achieve a breakthrough to 9 strands of spiritual energy, indicating that he has reached his threshold. Continuing to cultivate beyond this point may yield no positive results and could even provoke adverse effects. Hearing Chu Feng's words, Xiao Huahua nodded earnestly and said, "I shall heed the esteemed master's guidance." Observing Chu Feng's acknowledgement, he continued, "Master, having been away from home for over 2 months, I am concerned that my parents may be worried. I wish to return home for a visit. Master, might you accompany me so that I may better serve you?" Chapter 13. Xiao Huahua pondered, "My master has lived for so long. He must be lonely. I should find him some suitable companions." As he spoke these words, he hesitated, for his master had always shunned the clamor of the outside world, choosing to dwell in seclusion for many years. It remained uncertain whether his master would be willing to return with him. At that moment, Chu Feng rose from his chair, surveying the surroundings with a sigh. "Very well," he conceded. "It has been quite some time since I last beheld the scenery beyond these confines. Let us venture forth, if only to refresh my spirit." Had it been in the past, Chu Feng would have surely declined to leave, for all that he had was but a fabrication of his own, devoid of any real strength. Yet now, having reached the 4th level of chi refinement, he possessed a modicum of self-defense, allowing him to explore the possibility of encountering other prodigies. Furthermore, he had grown weary of the simple, rustic lifestyle. Xiao Huahua was overwhelmed with excitement. "Thank you, master." The two began to tidy up in the forest before stepping into the vast expanse of trees before them. 3 days later, the two stood upon a spacious avenue. Gazing ahead, before them loomed an ancient city gate, flanked by walls that stretched for miles, the blue bricks marred with numerous spiderweb-like cracks, layered with rammed earth, evidencing years of erosion. The gate swung wide open, revealing a glimpse of the scenery within Dongli City. A broad street lay ahead, lined with towering wooden buildings, and shops that sprawled endlessly, bustling with activity. Chu Feng looked around in awe. At last, I have arrived in a city inhabited by humankind. Each brick and tile radiated a comforting vitality, soothing his spirit. Humans are social creatures, and Chu Feng was not truly a hermit during his months in the remote mountains. Had it not been for Xiao Huahua's companionship, he might have lost his sanity. The dense forest harbored many ferocious beasts. A common person would likely perish if they ventured into it. However, with Xiao Huahua, who had absorbed 9 strands of spiritual energy, easily dispatching the feral creatures, how much more could he accomplish being at the 4th level of Qi refinement? After nearly 3 months of traversing through that cursed place, he had finally stepped out. All credit was due to Xiao Huahua, this foolish disciple. Had it not been for his innate talent and his ability to concoct a fabricated technique that allowed him to cultivate spiritual energy, they would likely have remained trapped for an indeterminate time. Noticing the contented gaze of Chu Feng, Xiao Huahua was overwhelmed with joy, his palms sweating from excitement. And he inwardly mused, "Does Master find satisfaction in me, in my homeland?" He nearly danced with glee, enthusiastically introducing everything before them. "Master, this is Dongli City. The culinary delights here are renowned throughout the land, with countless mouth-watering dishes that make the residents of neighboring cities drool. By the way, if Master fancies anything, feel free to take it. There is no need for politeness. Even if you desire the wife or daughter of a certain household, Huahua will procure them for you." Listening to the words of Xiao Huahua, Chu Feng felt somewhat speechless. This honest yet foolish disciple was once a bully. Gently tapping Xiao Huahua's forehead, the latter immediately fell silent. Chu Feng then spoke slowly, a beauty at the age of 18, her figure like tender pastry, wielding a sword at her waist to vanquish the mundane. Although no heads may roll in sight, secretly, one can hear the marrow of the noble withering away. Indulging in beauty is indeed a grave taboo in the pursuit of cultivation. Such beauty, in the face of immortality, is of little consequence. One day, when you too comprehend the path to longevity, having witnessed the countless vicissitudes of life, and seen how many enchanting maidens have turned to dust, you will come to realize that these are mere obstacles hindering your ascent to immortality. At that time, you will understand that the path of the immortal is the only true road worthy of your pursuit. Xiao Huahua, stirred with excitement, stood in a daze, his eyes fixed upon Chu Feng's youthful visage, filled with astonishment. "Although my master appears young, the wisdom he imparts is something even those grandmasters who have lived for centuries cannot fathom. Just how long has my master lived? Could it be longer than the millennia-old Dongli City? Truly, he is a living deity." At the same time, a pang of sadness struck him. Having lived such a long life, he must have spent it in solitude. Though it is for the pursuit of the immortal path, it must be quite lonely indeed. Once we enter the city, I must find some sisters to properly attend to my master. Observing the foolish grin on Xiao Huahua's face, Chu Feng understood that the lad was lost in thought again. He wondered what thoughts could provoke such a lewd smile. Determined, Xiao Huahua snapped back to reality and led Chu Feng through the city gates. Inside, 2 black-armored soldiers manning the gates recognized Xiao Huahua, young city lord. Xiao Huahua nodded and, alongside Chu Feng, entered the heart of Dongli City. Chu Feng cast a glance at the 2 guards. Though they called him young city lord, their expressions betrayed disdain. It seemed even his own subordinates looked down upon him. As they ventured further, the townsfolk began to take notice. Since breaking through to the 4th level of Qi refinement, Chu Feng's hearing had sharpened considerably. He could clearly discern the whispers from all directions. "Isn't that our young city lord? Since childhood, his constitution has been weak, relying on the resources of the city lord's residence. After nearly 17 years of martial training, he remains a third-rate warrior. 2 years ago, he was rejected in marriage, bringing great shame upon himself. Not only that, but he also made some ridiculous 3-year promise, only to embarrass himself again. I've heard he has been wandering around, seeking masters to learn from, yet despite the city lord's connections with numerous esteemed sects, he chose to pursue some so-called reclusive experts. I suspect he has been led astray by tales. And standing behind him is precisely what he deems his so-called reclusive expert. I presume, at a glance, one could discern that he is a deceiver. As the 3-year deadline approaches, it will not be long before this arrogant youth finds himself in a predicament once more. The young master of the Piao Miao sect possesses extraordinary talent, a rare gem encountered once in a century. With the backing of such a prestigious sect, it is rumored that he has ascended to the pinnacle of first-rate prowess. Listening to the murmurs from all directions, Chu Feng cast another glance at the youth. He noticed the boy with his head bowed, fists clenched, his expression somewhat grim. Yet, the youth neither protested nor defended himself. He simply continued to walk forward, accustomed to the scrutiny. However, a slight smile crept upon Chu Feng's lips. The scene before him bore an uncanny resemblance to the tribulations faced by a certain protagonist upon their entrance. This disciple is increasingly embodying the archetype of the destined child of fortune. If his fate truly mirrors that of the aforementioned, one cannot help but wonder if Xiao Huahua is accompanied by an extraordinary girl, stunning in appearance, who is solely devoted to him. Chapter 14. Xiao Zhan, my foolish son. Has he been deceived by peers pretending to be sages? Xiao Manor, located at the heart of Dongli City, stands as the most grandiose residence within the metropolis. At the entrance, 2 guards clad in crimson stand vigilant. Before them, on the broad avenue, a middle-aged man strides with an imposing presence. He appears to be in his late 40s, possessing a square face that exudes authority without anger, deterring any who might approach. His robust physique is accentuated by bulging muscles beneath his dark attire, pulsating rhythmically with each breath. He walks with arms crossed, occasionally casting glances to either side, letting out a sigh now and then. For the past month, this man has maintained this demeanor, waiting for someone. However, unlike previous days, today he is accompanied by over a dozen senior family members, all of whom wear frowns as they gaze into the distance, their expressions tinged with displeasure. 2 guards engaged in hushed conversation remarked, "The young clan leader is indeed mischievous. In the past, he would only be away for a month. Yet this time he has been gone for a full 2 months, causing the clan leader to wait at the door daily throughout this month." Although the young clan leader has previously sought out sages, he never strayed far from the watchful eyes of the Xiao family. Now, with the 3-year agreement approaching, one might have thought he vanished to evade it, yet he dares to return. The young clan leader is worthless. His demise would be inconsequential. But it is the clan leader who truly suffers. Though these whispers did not reach Xiao Zhan's ears, the dozen or so individuals on the steps of the Xiao residence heard them clearly. Instead of reprimanding the speakers, they wore expressions of mockery. Among the crowd, a 17-year-old youth, robust in build and possessing a handsome visage, couldn't help but smirk upon hearing the remarks, quietly muttering to himself, "Xiao Huahua, that good-for-nothing, if I recall correctly, left with only the cultivation of a third-rate martial artist." Rumor has it that the enchanting daughter of the Miao Miao sect has already reached the pinnacle of first-rate mastery and has acquired countless martial skills. How could Xiao Huahua possibly contend with her? His return now is merely an invitation to humiliation. At that moment, a delicate-skinned 17-year-old girl beside the youth gazed thoughtfully toward the end of the road and mused that young sect master is a beauty renowned throughout Dongli City. The suitors vying for her affection can be counted from one end of the city to the other. Surely, Xiao Huahua has returned, captivated by her charm, hoping to find some leeway regarding the marriage contract. Yet, such a rare talent, appearing once in a century, could never be with someone like him. As the crowd continued their lowly discourse, 2 figures emerged at the right end of the avenue. Upon recognizing them, Xiao Zhan's heart soared with joy, while the others furrowed their brows in concern. Among the 2 figures, one was indeed the young clan leader of the Xiao family, Xiao Huahua. Xiao Zhan rushed forward, exclaiming, "My son, you have finally returned." Upon witnessing Xiao Zhan's appearance, Xiao Huahua felt a warmth creeping to his nose and swiftly rushed over, exclaiming, "Father!" The father and son embraced tightly. The senior members of the Xiao family behind them remained unresponsive, for such scenes had transpired multiple times over the past 3 years, rendering them accustomed to it. After a prolonged embrace, Xiao Zhan finally released Xiao Huahua, grasping his shoulders with a worried gaze that scanned him anxiously. "Hua, did you sustain any injuries during your journey? If you are hurt, You must tell your father. Chu Feng observed the middle-aged man before him, whose square face and piercing gaze suggested a formidable presence. Although he appeared to be in his 40s and was evidently a skilled martial artist, strands of gray peppered his temples, indicating the concerns he had endured for Xiao Huahua over the years. Relieved upon confirming that Xiao Huahua was unharmed, Xiao Zhan's attention shifted to the young man who had accompanied his son home. His sharp, spirited eyes scrutinized Chu Feng for a considerable time, and his brow furrowed in contemplation. Internally, he mused, could this be yet another so-called expert that Huahua has befriended outside? Another charlatan? The young man before him was simply clad in plain fabric, exuding an air of casual elegance. Yet he appeared to be merely 21 or 2 years old, hardly convincing as a master deceiver. Could it be that his child had been foolish enough to be duped by someone of his own age? Meanwhile, Xiao Huahua, having momentarily quelled his joy, steadied himself as he noticed the curious gazes from the crowd passing by and the scrutinizing looks directed at his master from those at the entrance. A sudden realization struck him. How could I have forgotten? His master, an esteemed figure of otherworldly caliber, was akin to a celestial being. Given his master's reclusive nature, rarely encountering others, what if the master became displeased with the attention? Furrowing his brow, he grasped Xiao Zhan's arm and urged, "Father, let's discuss this in private." Although Xiao Zhan was curious about Chu Feng's identity, he had always indulged his son and thus acquiesced to Xiao Huahua's request. Turning to the senior members of the Xiao family, he commanded, "Return to the estate." With his authoritative tone, the group proceeded into the Xiao residence. Ascending the 7-tiered white marble steps, Chu Feng followed Xiao Huahua and the others into the grand hall of the Xiao family. 2 robust vermilion pillars flanked either side, while a 9-foot-long ink-wash painting of a cityscape adorned the walls. In the center, a redwood armchair stood, flanked by 8 fragrant blackwood chairs. 10 swords of varying lengths were displayed on the walls of the hall, and a blue crane incense burner slowly released purple smoke that spiraled within the space. The hall's arrangement, though simple, exuded an air of grandeur. Chu Feng casually selected a chair to sit upon, while Xiao Huahua took a seat beside him. Upon witnessing this scene, Xiao Zhan's brow furrowed even deeper as he took his seat at the head of the table. Aside from the 3 of them, the senior members of the Xiao family had been dismissed at Xiao Huahua's behest, leaving only the 3 esteemed elders present. With the hall now occupied solely by this small circle, Xiao Huahua, unabashedly brimming with pride, turned to introduce his master to Xiao Zhan, saying, "Father, this esteemed individual is my revered mentor. He is a celestial being, and I have exerted considerable effort to invite him to our home as a guest." Observing Xiao Huahua's exuberance, Xiao Zhan and the 3 elders exchanged troubled glances, their concern evident. Xiao Zhan couldn't help but fixate on Chu Feng, his lips twitching slightly in irritation. A hint of disdain flickered in his eyes as he turned to Xiao Huahua and sighed, "Huahua, enough. Your actions are becoming increasingly absurd." Chapter 15. I have long forgotten what lowly existence is innate. Within the grand hall of the Xiao family, an air of silence enveloped the gathering. Xiao Zhan continued to fixate his gaze upon Chu Feng, the displeasure in his expression growing increasingly evident. In the past, Xiao Huahua often sought guidance from various charlatans. Yet those impostors at least maintained a semblance of decorum, daring only to swindle Xiao Huahua for some petty coins without ever approaching the Xiao family directly. Thus, Xiao Zhan typically turned a blind eye to such trivial matters, provided that no harm befell Huahua. However, today, this youth, appearing scarcely older than Huahua, dared to approach their clan without even a hint of martial prowess or dignified attire. Was it possible that the Xiao family had become incapable of wielding a blade? Noticing Xiao Zhan's rising ire, Xiao Huahua sprang to her feet, eager to explain. Yet, before she could utter a word, the venerable elder Xiao Shan, seated to Xiao Zhan's left, interjected with a disdainful snort, cutting her off. Xiao Shan, with his hair as white as snow and in the twilight of his years, retained a surprisingly vigorous demeanor. His murky old eyes, sharp as a hawk's, bore down on Chu Feng, his brows furrowing with contempt. "In Dongli City, Our Shao family reigns as the sovereign, bolstered by 4 formidable postnatal warriors. No other clan can hope to match our stature. The young lord of the Shao family holds a prestigious position, and it is not a privilege to be bestowed upon just anyone. At the very least, Huohua's master must possess strength that rivals our own venerable elders. Wouldn't you agree? Pray tell, what is your cultivation level, esteemed sir? Xiao Shan's words dripped with hostility, unmistakable to all present. In response, Chu Feng remained silent, choosing to sit quietly. Beside him, Xiao Huohua stood tall, her voice resolute as she defended her master. Elder, my master's prowess transcends the earthly realm, beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. A hint of pride flickered in her eyes as she crossed her arms. It is not that I look down upon you, but you and my master are simply incomparable. As her words echoed through the hall, Xiao Zhan and the other elders exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions a mix of astonishment and irritation. How could Xiao Huohua be so fiercely protective of her master? She was openly siding with an outsider in their presence, declaring a lack of comparability. Elder Xiao Shan was a postnatal practitioner, a rarity even in the entirety of Dongli City. Could it be that this youth brought back by Huohua was of the innate realm? Such a notion was utterly implausible. Even in the vast expanse of Jiangnan Dao, finding anyone of innate strength was a daunting task, let alone one so youthful. Moreover, they were well versed in the identities and affiliations of known innate practitioners, and none matched the young man before them. With these thoughts crystallizing in their minds, the gazes of Xiao Zhan and the 3 elders sharpened. This youth was either a charlatan or an exceptionally cunning fraud. While Xiao Huohua had been deceived in the past, she had, at least, retained some semblance of reason, never believing in such outlandish claims. This young man must have fed Xiao Huohua some sort of enchanting potion to deceive him to such an extent. How dare he lay hands on his child? Xiao Zhan, filled with fury, slammed his palm onto the table, rising abruptly. The sound reverberated through the entire hall, causing a tremor. Everyone could sense his wrath. Xiao Huohua hurriedly approached Xiao Zhan, about to speak, but was promptly halted by the latter. With a glare, Xiao Zhan scoffed, "I'm the lord of Dongli City. I have some familiarity with the innate experts from various cities along the Jiangnan Road, yet I am unaware of your esteemed name. Could it be that you are a formidable figure from beyond Jiangnan?" Chu Feng remained unresponsive, calmly sipping the steaming tea on the table, seemingly indifferent to the situation. The more aloof he appeared, the more irate Xiao Zhan became. Before he could erupt again, Xiao Huohua interjected disdainfully, "What innate expert? He isn't even worthy to carry my master's shoes." At these words, Xiao Zhan and the others became even more convinced that this foolish child had indeed been enchanted. Believing such absurdities, his gaze towards Chu Feng grew increasingly hostile. This man was undoubtedly a charlatan, not worthy to carry the shoes of an innate expert. Could he possibly be a grandmaster? How could that be? The realm of a grandmaster was exceedingly profound. One could hardly find a single individual of that caliber throughout the entire Jiangnan, let alone a few across the whole of Lihua Nation. Xiao Zhan looked at Xiao Huohua, his teeth clenched. It seemed he had been too indulgent with this child, neglecting his upbringing, which had led to this current state. The 3 elders of the Xiao family shook their heads in disappointment, lamenting the youth's gullibility. How could he trust anyone? Now entranced by this fraud, who lacked even the pretense of cultivation? Just as Xiao Zhan and the others were on the verge of an outburst, a soft sound broke the tension, a teacup gently landing on the table. Chu Feng lifted his robes, standing and surveying Xiao Zhan and the others, hands clasped behind his back. Under their furious stares, he spoke with a serene voice. "With the sun and moon in hand, plucking the stars, there exists no one like me in this world. Realm? I have long since forgotten the so-called realms." He looked upwards, a glimmer of nostalgia in his eyes. "I have also forgotten how the world refers to me by these realms." His gaze fell upon the assembly. As they beheld his eyes, they discerned a smirk of disdain etched upon his face. He sighed softly, "Innate? Truly a level that feels foreign to me. I still remember when I first embarked on the path of cultivation. Though I had countless enmities, I never clashed with beings of the innate realm, those mere insects." As his words resonated, the hall fell into an eerie silence. A single drop of tea fell from the table to the floor, producing a crisp and melodious sound. The three elders and Xiao Zhan were rendered speechless, their expressions frozen, yet their lips quivered slightly, as if whispering, having embarked on the path of cultivation. I have never encountered such insects of the innate realm. The weight of his statement struck like thunder, leaving the crowd in a state of stunned disbelief. Before the young man before them, his demeanor and actions exuded an air of extraordinary charisma. Upon witnessing the astonished expressions of his father and the three elders, Xiao Huahua could not help but feel a surge of joy, inwardly exclaiming, "Surely my father and the grand elder have been compelled by Master's formidable presence." However, Xiao Zhan and the others quickly grasped the gravity of the situation, their disbelief palpable. The implication of the young man's words suggested that he had only just embarked on his journey of cultivation, yet already regarded innate beings as mere ants. How could this be possible? Xiao Zhan, momentarily taken aback, swiftly regained his composure and scoffed. Are you implying that you began your cultivation at the master realm? Or perhaps you have transcended even that, reaching a state beyond the Grand Master? Such a prodigy would be unparalleled throughout the entire southern wilderness, would it not? Chapter 16. If you cultivate immortality, you will see me as a mayfly sees the vast sky. Within the grand hall, Xiao Zhan and his three companions remained fixated on Chu Feng. With a disdainful smirk, Xiao Zhan shook his head and remarked, "You, deceiver, possess a certain flair for intimidation. Even I was nearly taken in by your ruse. It is no wonder that Hua Hu would fall for your trickery." At that moment, the elder Xiao Shan, leaning on his cane, also rose, his gaze icy as he declared, "Young man, in the annals of Li Huan Nation's history, the most formidable prodigy could only ascend to the third tier in a single day. Such records have stood unbroken for a century." With a hint of reverence in his expression, Xiao Shan raised his withered hands in salute, adding, "That prodigious genius who achieved the third tier in a day is now the youngest general of our Li Huan nation, a legendary grandmaster unparalleled in the world, a source of pride for us. Are you suggesting that you are more gifted than that general?" At this juncture, another elder of more rotund stature rose to rebuke. The charlatans of today are increasingly ostentatious. Even a storyteller would not dare to fabricate such tales. You presume to deceive the Xiao family, claiming to ascend to the rank of master in a single day? Do you fancy yourself a deity? In an instant, the four individuals in the hall stood, united in their indignation toward Chu Feng. The atmosphere in the hall became palpably tense. Only Xiao Huahua, filled with astonishment, gazed at Chu Feng's silhouette, now brimming with even greater respect. "Truly, my master, my conjectures were not unfounded. Not only has my master mastered the 10 streams of spiritual energy, but he has also achieved the realm of qi cultivation in a single day, perhaps even more than that." As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Xiao Huahua clenched his fists once more. "I have managed to cultivate 9 streams of spiritual energy, all thanks to my master's guidance. Without my master, I am nothing. In comparison to such a genuine prodigy, I am woefully inadequate. What right have I to feel pride?" Then, amidst the astonished gazes of Xiao Zhan and the three elders, Xiao Huahua seemed entirely unperturbed by their earlier reprimands, earnestly addressing Chu Feng with utmost respect. "Master, if one cannot describe your existence with realms, what sort of being are you? Have you perhaps transcended the limits of cultivation?" As he inquired, he drew in breath, his eyes shining ever more brightly, as if he had grasped some profound understanding. Ignoring the peculiar looks from the others, he continued, "The cultivation methods you impart are capable of leading one to immortality. If there exists a power surpassing that of immortals, what vision might that unfold?" Perhaps unable to endure the scene any longer, the third elder, Xiao Yi, who had remained silent, snorted derisively and rose to question with disdain, "To embark on the path of cultivation, does that automatically confer the title of master? And one cannot even describe it with realms? Such a being would surely be inferior to the revered Bodhidharma, who was renowned 8 centuries ago. Are you claiming to be a figure more formidable than Bodhidharma himself?" As he spoke, he abruptly shifted his tone, coldly mocking indeed. It is a rare fortune for my Shao family to have your esteemed presence today. Observing his father and the three esteemed elders directing harsh words towards his master, Xiao Huahua felt his face flush with anxiety. He feared that his father's and the elders' remarks might provoke his master's displeasure. He hastily interjected, "Father, my master is not what you think. He is unlike those previous charlatans. He is truly a celestial being." At that moment, Xiao Zhan lost the patience he had previously displayed and admonished Xiao Huahua, "Huahua, you should sit down. You are but a child, naive and uncomprehending. Such audacity to deceive the Xiao family must be dealt with by your father." The three elders pressed on. "Indeed, young patriarch, this matter does not concern you. This fraud is exceedingly bold. Once we unmask him, you will understand everything." Ignoring Xiao Huahua's explanations, they advanced upon Chu Feng. The oppressive aura of the four postnatal warriors surged, shattering the cups upon the table. The pressure exerted by these warriors was beyond what ordinary individuals could withstand. Typically, even mediocre third-rate warriors would find themselves paralyzed under such force, let alone an ordinary person devoid of any cultivation. Xiao Zhan and the others stepped forward, their fierce gazes fixed upon Chu Feng, their formidable presence bearing down on the youth. They expected him to be frightened and flee the Xiao residence. Yet to their astonishment, he appeared utterly unaffected, maintaining an air of tranquility. Chu Feng seemed oblivious to their intimidation, standing calmly with his hands clasped behind him, softly stating, "If you do not cultivate, you are like a frog at the bottom of a well, gazing at the moon above. If you cultivate, you are akin to a mayfly seeking the vast sky." As his serene words fell, a powerful aura emanated from him, revealing his cultivation at the fourth level of qi refinement. A faint rosy glow surged forth, lifting the youth's dark hair and robe like a wave. The terrifying pressure immediately flooded the hall like a tidal wave, enveloping every corner. In that moment, the four were swept back several steps by the force of the aura. Under such overwhelming pressure, Xiao Zhan and the others trembled, their eyes wide with disbelief as they regarded the man before them. Suddenly, the long swords adorning the hall began to hum ominously. Turning their gazes, they beheld the 10 swords hanging within the hall resonating with a clang, breaking free from their mouths. These swords, seemingly independent of any hand, ascended into the air, buoyed by the formidable aura. Simultaneously, members of the Xiao family throughout the residence, be it in the back rooms, the rear mountains, or the courtyards, were seized with terror as they felt their own swords at their waists tremble violently. Leaning against a grand tree, Xiao Mei, enjoying the cool breeze against her face, had her eyes gently closed in repose. Suddenly, they snapped open, her gaze drawn to her waist, where her sword began to resonate with an unsettling vibration. The tremor was but a fleeting moment, and amidst Xiao Mei's exclamation, the long sword glimmered with a chilling light as it broke free, soaring towards the heavens. Gazing upward, one would be astounded to witness thousands of flying swords emerging in unison, densely packed as they raced toward the Xiao family hall. Xiao Mei's beautiful eyes quivered in alarm as she murmured, "What is happening?" Within the Xiao family hall, in merely 20 breaths of time, the four onlookers remained perplexed, their gazes fixed upon the young man before them. Suddenly, they felt the sky darken and turned their eyes towards the entrance of the hall. Instantly, their expressions froze, and they stammered in disbelief, What on earth is this?" Before them, the multitude of flying swords blanketed the entire expanse above the Xiao family hall, gliding gracefully before finally settling behind the young man. In that moment, a myriad of swords filled the sky, exuding an oppressive aura as profound as an abyss. The young man's eyes sparkled with a divine light, yet his demeanor remained as tranquil as still water, observing them with an air of indifference. Chapter 17, The Elders of the Xiao Family Trembled. Is this merely the cultivation level of Chu Feng after a single day of practice? At the Xiao residence, countless disciples lifted their gazes towards the heavens. The sky was densely populated with shadows, and the overwhelming pressure permeating every corner of the estate rendered them breathless. All the disciples stood frozen in place, as if ensnared by a spell, unable to utter a single breath, staring in awe. Thousands of flying swords hovered above their heads, cascading like a torrential flood, all rushing towards the grand hall. In this moment, expressions of despair, fear, and astonishment flickered across the faces of the Shao family members. Among them, one solitary thought united them. Xiao Chuan's eyes reflected the multitude of flying swords. A cold sweat trickled down his forehead as he trembled and murmured, "It's over. The Shao family has provoked someone beyond our reach." In the grand hall of the Shao family, four individuals stood rigidly, paralyzed by fear, gazing at the myriad of flying swords that obscured the sunlight. They became drenched in sweat, their throats dry as they struggled to swallow, disbelief etched on their faces. Xiao Zhan stared wide-eyed, his chest heaving erratically, instinctively taking a step back as he stammered. How can such terrifying power exist in this world? Postnatal? Innate? No, this aura far exceeds the innate realm. His gaze returned to the young man before him, and he inhaled sharply. Could it be that he truly is a master practitioner? The weight of this realization struck them like thunder, resonating within their chests. This conclusion was almost too incredulous to fathom. Yet, the stark reality laid bare before their eyes. Xiao Hua gazed in adoration at the soaring swords, her eyes sparkling. Is this what it means to reach the Qi refinement realm? One day, Xiao Hua shall achieve this level. Lost in her thoughts, Xiao Hua's excitement was palpable, her smile stretching from ear to ear. The entire assembly was similarly unsettled, their shock evident. Only one remained unfazed. Chu Feng remained as tranquil as a still lake. He surveyed the crowd, noting their stunned and somewhat rigid expressions, and a faint smile played upon his lips. Simultaneously, the tension in his muscles gradually dissipated, his heart relieved. I've managed to impress them. However, Chu Feng did not prolong this spectacle. With a mere thought, the radiant light that enveloped the grand hall, and, indeed, the entire Shao estate, vanished, retracting into his being. With a resounding crash, the thousands of flying swords fell to the ground like rain. The sharp clatter of metal against stone echoed through the hall, akin to a fierce battle between legions, sending shivers down their spines. This cacophony jolted everyone back to reality. Xiao Zhan snapped back to attention, suddenly aware of a chill brushing against his forehead. As he wiped it away, he realized that cold sweat had thoroughly soaked his garments. At that moment, he immediately bowed deeply, exclaiming, I, a mere mortal, failed to recognize the presence of a master. Please forgive my transgressions. The remaining 3 elders simultaneously reacted, kneeling before Chu Feng and pleading for forgiveness. The 4 of them were visibly tense, their fear matching the earlier intimidation they had felt. Xiao Zhan and the 3 elders understood well the dire consequences of incurring the wrath of a master. The very existence of the Shao family seemed at stake. In response to their supplications, Chu Feng maintained his tranquil demeanor, as if nothing had transpired. He sat down, took a delicate sip of tea, and slightly nodded, remarking, You are merely ignorant. What crime is that? Moreover, I have come today for my disciple. If this matter escalates unpleasantly, it would defeat my purpose. Upon hearing this, the 4 elders finally relaxed, breathing heavily. Meanwhile, excitement flickered in Xiao Zhan's eyes. Such a figure, unparalleled in the Jiangnan region, turned out to be none other than the revered master of Xiao Hua. The elders could hardly conceal their joy, turning their gazes toward Xiao Hua. They had not anticipated that the usually mischievous Xiao Hua had indeed brought back a formidable master, and one of the highest caliber at that. Xiao Zhan, disregarding his image, enthusiastically patted Xiao Hua on the shoulder, causing him to wince slightly from the force. With a hint of regret, he said, Hua, it is a pity that you encountered the immortal teacher a bit too late. With only 3 months left in the 3-year agreement, even a master cannot help you break through to the first-class realm in such a short time. He then chuckled lightly, adding, however, even if you lose the 3-year bet, it matters not. With a master guiding you, your future achievements may well rival those of the minor sect leader of the Misty Sect. At the very least, you will become a postnatal martial artist, capable of bearing the responsibilities of the Shao family. The 3 elders sighed in unison, proclaiming, the young clan leader is truly fortunate. With a master-esque guidance, what is there to fear about achieving greatness in the future? Amidst the praises and sighs, Xiao Huahua brushed off Xiao Zhan's hand. With a mysterious smile, he addressed his father. Father, why do you assume that I will inevitably lose to that woman in 3 months? And what makes you think my master is merely an ordinary master? The elders exchanged puzzled glances. What had the master previously said? Suddenly, a phrase flashed through their minds. They recalled that the master had once remarked, when I first embarked on my path of cultivation, I too had countless enemies. Yet I never clashed with those at the innate realm, who are akin to ants. Xiao Zhan's body tensed again. His brow furrowed as he looked at Xiao Huahua. The latter, understanding that his father had remembered the master's words, chuckled and said, Indeed. Father, what you witnessed earlier was not my master's full strength, but merely the results achieved in a single day during his initial stages of cultivation. How do you think such momentum compares to that of your long-cherished innate realm? A flicker of astonishment crossed Xiao Zhan's face as he hastily turned to glance at Chu Feng. He found the young man serenely sipping his tea, offering no explanation whatsoever. Yet, this seemingly simple scene, with not a single word uttered by Chu Feng, compelled Xiao Zhan to retreat a few more steps, shaking his head in disbelief. Could it be that all that Xiao Huahua had claimed was indeed true? The overwhelming power, vast and unfathomable as the ocean, surpassing innate abilities, was merely the strength of someone at the very onset of their cultivation journey? How could this be possible? Not only Xiao Zhan, but the 3 esteemed elders standing behind him also bore expressions of incredulity and disbelief. However, the ominous aura emanating from Chu Feng, which evoked a profound sense of pressure, eventually restored Xiao Zhan's composure. He lowered his head in contemplation. With the prowess of a master, there was no need for deception. Could it be that celestial beings truly exist in this world? Chapter 18. The Limits of Immortal Cultivation. The Pinnacle of Martial Arts. Within the grand hall of the Xiao family, Xiao Zhan remained in a daze, his head bowed as he mulled over every word spoken by Chu Feng. If you do not cultivate, you see me as a frog in a well gazing at the moon above. If you cultivate, you perceive me as a mayfly gazing at the vast sky. He suddenly lifted his head, shaking it in a complex manner, letting out a deep sigh. To have such talent as a master in a day truly sends shivers down one's spine. This sigh echoed from the lips of the 3 elders as well. Little did they expect that the destination they had sought their entire lives was still beyond their reach, a mere starting point for another. Truly, comparing oneself to others could be disheartening. Chu Feng remained seated upon a wooden chair, gently sipping his tea. His peripheral vision caught sight of those who marveled at him, a sense of delight swelling within. Yet he could not help but exhale deeply. Only now did he feel completely at ease. Thankfully, I remained composed, waiting until Xiao Huahua broke through to the 9th level of the spirit integration stage and received the system's feedback of the 4th level of qi refinement before stepping out of the forest and into the Xiao family. Had I been powerless or lacking in cultivation, today's facade would have been impossible to maintain. Instead, I might have been mistaken for a fraud and driven out of the Xiao family with a single blow. Reflecting on this, he could not help but feel a sense of admiration. Truly, the techniques of immortal cultivation surpass martial arts by a significant margin. The 4th level of qi refinement, in my past life, would have barely been a minor achievement in any cultivation novel. Yet in this world, where martial artists barely reach the threshold of high martial arts, it is akin to a bomb, a nuclear bomb. The 3 postnatal powerhouses of Dongli City would tremble in fear upon encountering it, treating him with utmost reverence. However, the strength of martial artists in this world is not to be underestimated, representing a considerable martial realm. If one were to be transported to a world of lower martial arts, the limits of immortal cultivation would already be an insurmountable pinnacle for them. At this moment, sensing the atmosphere had calmed, Xiao Zhan approached Chu Feng with respect, his demeanor earnest as he offered another apology. Previously, it was our ignorance that led us to doubt your esteemed self. With renewed spirit, he continued, Please do not misconstrue our earlier actions. They stem from a reason. Huahua is too naive, having been deceived multiple times, even losing his undergarments on occasion. As a father, I could not help but test the waters, inadvertently offending you. As the leader of his clan, Xiao Zhan bowed in apology, a smile upon his face, demonstrating utmost sincerity. While the first apology was born from fear, this second was a genuine attempt to ease tensions and foster closeness, for it is said that one should not strike a smiling face. His sincere acknowledgement of his misstep allowed for a complete resolution of the matter. At this juncture, Chu Feng waved his hand dismissively, adopting a more relaxed tone. It is but a trivial matter, no harm done. After all, you acted for the sake of my foolish disciple. Upon hearing this, the three elders finally felt a sense of relief wash over them. With his head still lowered, Xiao Zhan's face radiated immense excitement, and a sense of inner delight enveloped him. Today's events are indeed a blessing for me, Xiao Zhan. Not only have I witnessed the prowess of a legendary master, one who may surpass even the grandmasters, but my child has also become a disciple. His eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope as he mused. With such a formidable figure, capable of shaking the very foundations of the southern wilderness, supporting us, there is indeed a chance that Hua might triumph in the 3-year pact, allowing the Xiao family to hold our heads high. After a moment of exhilaration, Xiao Zhan stood up, his demeanor turning solemn as he addressed the esteemed figure. Esteemed master, your acceptance of Hua as your disciple, along with your generous forgiveness of our previous offense, deserves acknowledgement. If we fail to express our gratitude, the world may think ill of the Xiao family for our lack of decorum. As Xiao Zhan spoke, the 3 elders, equally stirred, responded in unison. The clan leader speaks wisely. As the foremost family of Dongli City, the Xiao family represents not only our lineage but the dignity of the entire city. This matter must not be overlooked. Before Chu Feng could respond, the 4 of them approached him in succession, offering their respects. Xiao Zhan held out a piece of jade, presenting it to Chu Feng. Esteemed master, this is a fine piece of heavenly jade from the Tian Shan Mountains, known for its ability to nourish the body and calm a mind. I humbly request that you accept it. The Grand Elder squeezed in beside Xiao Zhan, presenting a pure white jade vial. Esteemed master, this contains the tiger tendon and snake gallbladder pill, crafted by the Longhu sect, which is effective in fortifying bones and nourishing qi and blood. I realize you may not require it, but perhaps you could keep it for your disciple as future use. Before the Grand Elder could finish, the 2nd and 3rd elders crowded in as well. Chu Feng glanced at them, a resigned smile gracing his lips. Since these are but tokens of goodwill from Hua's elders, I shall graciously accept them. With that, he tucked the 4 treasures into his sleeve. The 4 elders exhaled in relief, joy illuminating their faces. The fact that the esteemed master accepted their gifts likely meant they had earned his forgiveness. And with the master being Hua's mentor, the Xiao family now held a connection to a superlative expert of grandmaster caliber, an immense honor. It is rare, even among the other prominent families of Dongli City, let alone the royal family of the Li Hua kingdom, to have such an opportunity. Furthermore, should any trouble arise for the Xiao family in the future, the master, in consideration of Hua, would likely not turn a blind eye to their plight. After indulging in these thoughts, the Grand Elder regained his composure and turned to Hua with curiosity. By the way, Hua, having taken the esteemed master as your teacher, what is your current strength? Do you believe you can surpass the elusive young master of the Miao sect in 3 months? Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhan and the other 2 turned their gaze towards Hua, their eyes shimmering with anticipation. However, under the watchful gaze of the 4, Xiao Hua's expression was tinged with dejection as he lowered his head in sorrow. Father, esteemed elders, my talent pales in comparison to that of my master. Under his guidance, after 3 months of cultivation, I have only managed to absorb 9 strands of spiritual energy. In the realm of cultivation, I have yet to even cross the threshold. Witnessing Xiao Hua's despondency, Xiao Zhan and the others felt a chill in their hearts, and their smiles faded away. Indeed, Xiao Hua's talent was rather lacking. After over a decade of training, he had only reached the level of a 3rd-rate warrior. Even for a formidable master, there seemed to be little that could be done in just a few months. Xiao Zhan sighed, casting a sympathetic glance at Xiao Hua. Absorbing only 9 strands of spiritual energy in 3 months was rather disheartening. Suddenly, Xiao Zhan's pupils widened in shock as realization dawned upon him. He gasped, "You have absorbed 9 strands of spiritual energy? Well, what does this mean? What do you mean by cultivation?" Chapter 19. The Martial Path? How dare it challenge my pursuit of immortality through cultivation? In the grand hall of the Xiao family, for members of Xiao Zhan encircled Xiao Hua, their gazes fixed upon him with unwavering intensity. Under normal circumstances, they would have dismissed his words as mere nonsense learned from some fictional tale, not worthy of their attention. Yet, the current scenario was markedly different. Xiao Hua had returned with a master whose prowess surpassed even that of the grandmasters, a figure of undeniable significance in the entire Lihua kingdom. Thus, the words spoken by Xiao Hua could no longer be easily brushed aside. The previous statement seemed to have struck a chord, resonating within the hearts of the four. The elder also turned his attention towards Xiao Hua, leaning on his cane, his brow furrowed in confusion as he inquired. "The patriarch has asked, Hua, what are those 9 streams of spiritual energy and the concept of cultivation you speak of? In all my years traversing the Jiangnan region, I have never encountered such terms." The elder then glanced at Chu Feng, pondering aloud. Could it be some unique cultivation technique from a senior, a special nomenclature for the realms of martial practitioners? Not only the elder, but the remaining 3 members of Xiao Zhan shared similar sentiments. They had never heard of concepts such as integrating spirit into the body or the practice of cultivation. They had, however, come across some ancient martial sects that refer to realms by alternate titles. Thus, the possibility seemed plausible. Chu Feng chose to remain silent, observing the unfolding drama. He understood his disciple's nature. Given the opportunity, Xiao Hua would seize the chance to display his flair. As expected, with the focus of the four firmly on him, Xiao Hua haughtily proclaimed, "Elder, this is certainly not some alternate title for a martial practitioner's realm." With a hint of disdain in his tone, he scoffed at the very notion of martial practitioners daring to interfere with the pursuit of cultivation. "Cultivation is the path of longevity imparted to me by my master, a true avenue towards becoming an immortal." The atmosphere in the Xiao family hall seemed to hush at his declaration. The 4 members of Xiao Zhan stood momentarily stunned, their faces a mixture of disbelief and confusion. After a prolonged silence, Xiao Zhan appeared momentarily frozen, murmuring in bewilderment. "The path of longevity, how can this be?" Longevity. As he spoke, he shook his head gently. It was well known that the stronger a martial practitioner became, the longer their lifespan could be. However, after centuries of exploration, the world had come to realize that it was not mere strength that bestowed longevity, but rather that a more formidable martial capability rendered the body less susceptible to ailments, thus allowing practitioners to outlive ordinary individuals. Yet, this longevity had its limits. Though these limitations varied from person to person, none could exceed the pinnacle of 150 years. Even the mightiest grandmaster, capable of single-handedly annihilating armies, was no exception. When the time of reckoning arrived, all must return to dust, with no exceptions whatsoever. This limit of lifespan was a universal truth that applied to all. Even the 5 great royal families that govern this realm are not exempt from this truth. Historical records abound with accounts of various kingdoms inviting alchemists to concoct elixirs of immortality, yet none have succeeded. Now, this fiery master dares to teach the path of eternal life? Were it not for his first-hand experience of the other's remarkable abilities, he would have instantly dismissed him as a charlatan. However, due to the incomprehensible prowess of Master Hua, Xiao Zhan gradually began to entertain notions he once ridiculed. He remained in a daze, murmuring to himself, "The path to immortality, the cultivation of the immortal." It felt as though some ingrained beliefs had been shattered, akin to piercing through a mist to uncover a hidden truth. Even his breathing became somewhat erratic. Immortal? Is it truly attainable through cultivation? To become an immortal, does it equate to eternal life? In a moment of reverie, he glanced once more at the young man seated before him, leisurely sipping tea. He suddenly realized that the young man's skin possessed an indescribable quality, unlike that of an ordinary person. It wasn't the smoothness of a woman, yet it exuded a purity untouched by the mundane world, as if it had been refined in some manner, emanating a subtle aura of transcendence. Was it possible that Master Huahua's mentor was not merely a grandmaster of martial arts, but rather a celestial master? The thought struck him with startling clarity. At that moment, Xiao Huahua's voice once again anchored him to reality. Father and the elders just inquired about the meaning of the 9 paths of spiritual energy. Huahua could only explain that integrating spiritual energy into one's body is the foundational stage of embarking on the path of cultivation. The 9 paths of spiritual energy represent a pinnacle of this foundational stage. As for more intricate details, I fear that neither father nor the esteemed elders would comprehend. A smile tugged at the corners of the youth's lips as his eyes sparkled, turning to the 3rd elder with eager anticipation. The 3rd elder, under Huahua's gaze, felt an inexplicable sense of nervousness. Before he could voice his inquiry, Huahua continued, "Since words fail to convey, I propose we engage in a contest, and that shall clarify everything." A contest? Xiao Zhan exchanged incredulous glances with the 3 elders. The 3rd elder, wide-eyed in disbelief, looked around and exclaimed, "Hua, you wish to compete? But where are the other members of the Xiao family?" Under the scrutiny of those present, Hua merely shook his head with a light laugh. "Although I have yet to embark on the true path of cultivation, the 9 paths of spiritual energy within me assure me otherwise." He fixed his gaze on the 3rd elder, radiating an air of confidence. "At present, I believe I could exchange a few blows with the 3rd elder." The 3rd elder, caught under Huahua's intense stare, found himself momentarily bewildered. He raised his slightly plump finger, pointing incredulously at himself. "Me? Huahua, you can't be serious." Xiao Zhan and the others were equally stunned, expressing their astonishment. Indeed, Huahua, the 3rd elder has yet to truly step into the realm of postnatal cultivation, yet he has lingered at its threshold for many years. Among the elite warriors of the Eastern Departure City, you are indeed regarded as one of the most formidable. Just 3 months ago, you were merely at the 3rd tier level. Even with 3 months of training under your esteemed master, it is unlikely that you could rival Elder 3, correct? The remaining 2 elders nodded in agreement. The Grand Elder remarked, "Huahua, having practiced martial arts since your youth, you should understand that the journey of a martial artist is one of gradual progression. Much like how you have lingered at the 3rd tier level for years, unable to breach the boundary into the 2nd tier. It is impossible to awaken one day and leap from the 3rd to the 1st tier as if one could suddenly become corpulent in a single bite. Do not jest with Elder 3. As the Grand Elder spoke, the others concurred. Yet Huahua maintained a smile on her face, replying, "Elder, you yourself have stated that martial cultivation cannot be rushed. That is martial practice, a lesser path. It is not the grand path of my cultivation." Chapter 20 Xiao Huahua. Elder San, rest assured, I shall not cause you any harm. Both Xiao Zhan and the Grand Elder were profoundly perplexed. The latter, somewhat dazed, inquired, "Is the path to longevity truly so wondrous?" Although he posed the question, it was evident to all that a hint of skepticism lingered in the depths of the Grand Elder's eyes. Clearly, Xiao Zhan and several elders dismissed his words entirely. After all, the notion of an immortal path was far too extraordinary. They had never even heard of such a thing. Moreover, the idea of ascending within a mere 3 months from a 3rd-rate martial artist to a formidable contender at the pinnacle of 1st-rate, a half-step into the realm of innate power, seemed utterly fanciful, were it not for the presence of his mentor. The older members of the clan would likely consider him to be speaking nonsense. In light of this skepticism, Xiao Huahua took a deep breath, calming his mind, and paid no heed to the doubts reflected in the eyes of the Grand Elder and his father. He earnestly proposed to the 3rd elder, Elder San, "Let's engage in a contest. My father and the elders will then discern the veracity of my words." Xiao Zhan exchanged glances with several elders, all of whom recognized the unwavering determination in Xiao Huahua's eyes. This young man was indeed serious. He genuinely believed he possessed the ability to compete with the 3rd elder. However, the 3rd elder appeared somewhat apprehensive at this moment. His thick brows furrowed, and the usually serene expression on his face was replaced with a measure of gravity. "Young master, A contest between martial artists is not a trifling matter. Once the engagement commences, it is difficult to temper one's strength. Should any harm occur, it could lead to unfortunate consequences. The third elder's words were delivered with considerable tact, his demeanor reflecting a palpable sense of concern. While there is a notion of restraint in contests between combatants of similar ranks, this principle applies only when the disparity in their realms is minimal. Truth be told, since he had advanced to the level of first-rate martial artist, he had not sparred with anyone below that rank. The first-rate martial artist is not akin to the reclusive masters depicted in tales, who can effortlessly control their strength. After all, their physical prowess has reached an extraordinary level. Each punch and kick carries immense force, akin to the relentless waves of a river, difficult to halt. Only upon transcending into the realm of innate power can one fully harness their martial prowess with complete precision. His candid remarks were intended to instill a sense of trepidation in Xiao Huahua, prompting him to reconsider. Yet, the latter merely nodded in understanding, his demeanor thoughtful. "Elder San, you need not worry. I shall not harm you." Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present initially stiffened, only to transform into a peculiar, bittersweet smile. It is indeed unwise to allow this young man to indulge in too many fantastical tales. He genuinely seems to believe in his own capabilities. At this juncture, having realized that they could not dissuade Xiaohua, the onlookers turned their gaze toward Chu Feng, their anxiety palpable. "Master, what about Hua?" Meanwhile, Chu Feng, still savoring his tea, looked on with amusement, setting his cup down with a light chuckle. "Let him have his trial. With my presence, there shall be no issues." Chu Feng, too, was eager to ascertain the current prowess of Xiao Hua and to what extent it stood among the martial artists. With Chu Feng's reassurance, the others felt considerably more at ease. However, Xiao Zhan still furrowed his brow and cautioned, "Hua, exercise utmost caution. Should you sense any irregularity, call for help immediately. Understood?" A punch from a half-step postnatal master is no trifling matter. Before the hall, an elder and a youth squared off. The third elder, fixated on the young man before him, hesitated for a moment before launching forward with a fierce punch. His footwork was elusive, yet he advanced with purpose, the sleeves of his robe flapping violently as he struck. The sound of his sleeves echoed like a torrential downpour, creating a cacophony that sent shivers down the spine. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Zhan's expression shifted. Before him, the third elder was executing the Xiao family's most fundamental martial art, the swift fire fist. This technique emphasized swiftness and was replete with unpredictable variations, making it exceedingly difficult to defend against. While the power of the technique may appear modest, primarily employed to test an opponent, in the hands of a half-step postnatal master, it was undeniably formidable. Even second-rate disciples within the clan would find themselves thoroughly suppressed, unable to afford a moment's carelessness. In the blink of an eye, the third elder was upon Xiao Huahua, unleashing a barrage of punches akin to a torrential rain of pear blossoms. Surprisingly, the youth did not evade. Instead, a confident smile graced his visage as a faint crimson glow enveloped his body. In that instant, Xiao Huahua moved with the grace of an eel, deftly maneuvering through the onslaught of punches, not retreating a single step. It appeared as though he could anticipate the trajectory of the incoming strikes, his head and body shifting with minuscule adjustments, each sidestep and tilt narrowly avoiding the fierce punches. Not a single blow from the tempestuous fists managed to connect with Xiao Huahua. This spectacle elicited gasps from the onlookers, and Xiao Zhan, momentarily stunned, remarked, "When did Huahua's reflexes become so remarkably sharp?" At this, Xiao Zhan and the other two elders cast sidelong glances at Chu Feng, suspecting that he must have imparted some supreme technique of movement to Xiao Hua, enabling such agile and unpredictable motions. Meanwhile, Chu Feng, observing the duel, remained unfazed. During their time in the dense forest, Xiao Hua had often faced off against tigers, leopards, and wolves, even occasionally bringing back wild chickens and mountain hares for him, honing his reflexes to be as quick as a startled rabbit. Such agility stemmed not from any particular technique, but rather from the enhancement provided by spiritual energy, significantly boosting his physical responsiveness. Even so, it sufficed to counter this so-called half-step postnatal martial artist. As anticipated, the two combatants paused. After a series of swift-fire fists, Xiao Huahua remained composed, hardly breaking a sweat, while the third elder was left panting heavily. A smile of delight spread across Xiao Zhan's face. Indeed, the guidance of a master is unparalleled. Though only his speed of movement has improved, it has already surpassed that of the ordinary. Perhaps if he were given a bit more time. Suddenly, Xiao Zhan came to a halt. Before him, Xiao Huahua's lips curled into a subtle smile. Third elder, since you have concluded your turn, it is now my time to take action. As his words fell, the crowd turned in astonishment toward Xiao Huahua. They beheld the unrestrained aura emanating from him, as the 9 strands of spiritual energy within him surged fiercely, reaching their zenith. His form was swifter than that of the third elder. In a flash of crimson light, accompanied by a gusting wind, he appeared before the third elder. The wind, that sudden punch, unleashed a deafening sound of sonic boom. With that strike, it seemed to possess the might of 10,000 pounds. Chapter 21. With mere 3 months of cultivation, can one defeat a top-tier martial artist? Before the grand hall of the Shao family, a powerful fist surged forth. The third elder, taken aback, hastily raised both hands in defense. Bang! A muffled sound echoed as he staggered back 5 paces. Before he could regain his balance, another fierce gust approached. He lifted his gaze abruptly and saw Xiao Huahua drawing near, seemingly out of nowhere. A fiery red fist struck without any discernible technique. Yet, this scene rendered the third elder's scalp prickling with dread. Straining to muster his energy, he desperately attempted to evade the relentless barrage. Standing upon the white marble steps, Xiao Zhan and the others watched in disbelief, their mouths agape. Is this really Huahua? This is truly astonishing. Before them, the youth pursued with agility, his speed and ferocity surpassing that of the third elder. The latter could only dodge and panic, and even his counterattacks were effortlessly neutralized. The third elder was utterly overpowered. Such an incredible spectacle was almost beyond belief. As Xiao Huahua unleashed his strikes, onlookers discerned the profound confidence emanating from him, a testament to his formidable prowess. Though his movements appeared chaotic and lacked sophisticated martial techniques, they were grounded in sheer strength, compelling the third elder into a state of utter helplessness. Amidst the astonished murmurs, Xiao Huahua suddenly leaped, delivering a powerful punch downward. The elder, sensing the imminent threat, immediately braced himself to withstand the impact. Crack! Their fists met. The third elder's feet firmly anchored to the ground, yet he left an extensive trail of several meters in the muddy earth before coming to a halt, illustrating the might of that blow. Following that strike, Xiao Huahua gracefully descended, tempering his energy to a gentle close. Only then did the third elder's body relax, fatigue washing over him, his blood surging tumultuously. He gazed at Xiao Huahua as if he were a stranger, gasping in astonishment. Young master, you are truly remarkable. To the untrained eye, it may have appeared as though he was being unilaterally dominated by Xiao Huahua. However, only through the experience of combat could he comprehend the reality. Each of Xiao Huahua's seemingly unstructured attacks, driven by raw power and speed, harbored a terrifying force that reverberated through his bones, rendering him increasingly fatigued. Once Xiao Huahua had regulated his internal energy, he exhaled and declared, "Father, esteemed elders, this is the strength I have acquired by absorbing 9 strands of spiritual energy." The 3 elders stood momentarily like wooden statues, their eyes subsequently sparkling with exhilaration as they erupted into hearty laughter. "Ha ha ha! Splendid, splendid indeed!" Xiao Zhan exclaimed repeatedly, invigorated and feeling rejuvenated in an instant. He stepped forward to scrutinize Xiao Huahua closely, the delight and tremor in his eyes unwavering. "Excellent. Truly worthy of being my son, surpassing even the grandmasters." Meanwhile, the elders watching nearby wore dark expressions, pondering how Xiao Zhan had become increasingly audacious. What does that have to do with you? Clearly, it is the prowess of the master that is commendable. Nevertheless, the 3 elders would not disregard the face of Xiao Zhan, and they all stepped forward to express their congratulations. The clan leader is indeed correct. I have long perceived that Hua Hua is no ordinary talent. Her previous obscurity was merely due to a lack of a worthy mentor. The elder added with a hint of satisfaction. That young master of the Piao Miao sect simply lacks vision. Given the current circumstances, is undoubtedly our Shao family's young clan leader who will emerge victorious. The four were overjoyed, immediately turning their gazes towards Chu Feng. They understood well that without Chu Feng, there would be no Hua Hua as she is today. Chu Feng is the true flame that has allowed Hua Hua to be reborn from the ashes. Xiao Zhan's eyes glistened with moisture as he solemnly bowed. Xiao Zhan, I am profoundly grateful to the master for saving Hua Hua's life. Although Xiao Zhan had previously struggled to articulate his feelings, he had witnessed Hua Hua's despondency and despair since the pact was established 3 years ago. Such emotions could not be soothed in the face of a man's dignity being utterly shattered. This humiliation had left Hua Hua as tightly strung as a bowstring, one that could snap at any moment. Hence, Xiao Zhan had indulged Hua Hua, allowing her to seek out so-called extraordinary mentors. Little did he expect that amidst this seemingly hopeless plight, Hua Hua would indeed find that singular path. She had discovered this master who transforms decay into the miraculous. The three elders also bowed in unison. Thank you, master. Chu Feng maintained a demeanor of calm indifference, unperturbed. No need for thanks. Hua Hua is my disciple, and I shall naturally guide her well, ensuring she faces no undue hardship. Upon learning of Chu Feng's identity and strength, Xiao Zhan and the others welcomed him to reside within the Xiao family, and Chu Feng graciously accepted. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. Within a chamber of the Xiao residence, a young man sat cross-legged on the bed. As he breathed steadily, a clear, rosy glow radiated from his body, swirling around him. Upon closer inspection, one could discern 10 distinct streams of aura flowing from his limbs to his torso. Indeed, after returning to the Xiao family, Hua Hua had once again become resolute. Gritting her teeth, she aimed to break through to the realm of 10 streams of spirit energy before advancing in her cultivation. Chu Feng offered only a few words of guidance before allowing her to proceed on her own. Whether it was the resolution she found upon returning home or the beneficial aura of the protagonist's territory, Hua Hua truly managed to break through to the level of 10 streams of spirit energy within a month. After dedicating a month to fully integrate these 10 streams, she now repeatedly challenged the first layer of qi refinement. Finally, as sweat beaded upon her skin, the 10 streams of spirit energy surged forth, coalescing behind her like a perfect sun and moon. When the energies harmonized flawlessly, a blinding radiance erupted from the aura. Suddenly, Hua Hua's eyes flew open. Within his body, an influx of spiritual energy surged through the meridians like a deluge, swiftly coalescing into a singular, more refined essence. This essence filled Xiao Hua's nostrils and mouth, rendering him completely at ease, as if he had entered a realm of profound enlightenment. A smile graced his lips as he joyfully observed his physical state. The indescribable sensation of comfort, the faint luminous glow emanating from his skin, and the sudden surge of power signified his entry into the first layer of qi refinement. He had finally crossed the initial threshold of immortal cultivation. Xiao Hua clenched his fists in excitement, his gaze deep and resolute. Master, I have succeeded. Although he was undoubtedly slower than his master and those so-called prodigies of cultivation, he had nonetheless stepped into the first layer of qi refinement with tenfold spiritual energy. In this manner, he had not tarnished the name of his esteemed master. Chapter 22. The Disciples' Breakthrough. Returning to the peak of qi refinement. Within the Xia family estate, a row of over 10 grand trees stood tall. A young man reclined lazily upon the cool grass, his eyes half closed, resembling a laborer resting after a long day's work. A group of disciples from the Xia family, adorned with swords at their waists, passed by. They cast curious glances, their faces betraying intrigue. Voices floated from a distance. This individual has been with the Xia family for over 2 months. Why have the elders instructed us to attend to him so diligently? Is he truly a master brought back by young Master Xiaohua? In the past, Such outsiders were usually expelled upon arrival. Could it be that this one possesses genuine abilities? Could it be that the recent display of the Xia family's might was orchestrated by him? Is he truly an extraordinary being? As the disciples moved further away, their whispers, though hushed, held no intention of concealment. Chu Feng, crossing his legs, did not even spare them a glance. He was entirely indifferent to their opinions, rather than concern himself with the perceptions of others. He reveled in the beauty of his surroundings and the comfort of the moment. A gentle breeze caressed his face, and the warm sun filtered through the tree canopy, casting a serene glow upon him. In the distance, the bustling sounds of chatter echoed, yet he focused on the vibrant green leaves swaying above, smiling contentedly. Ah, this is truly delightful. Having traversed this world for over 5 months, it was only during these past 2 months at the Xia family that he felt he was truly living. As Chu Feng slightly squinted, preparing to succumb to slumber, a sudden, chilling electronic voice pierced the tranquility. Beep, congratulations to the host. Your disciple Xia Hua has broken through to the first layer of qi refinement. Beep. The system is initiating a 10-fold return. In an instant, a surge of potent spiritual energy erupted within him, causing his body to tremble. The surrounding trees responded to the influx of energy, their branches swaying violently in the otherwise calm afternoon. A terrifying vortex of energy gathered in that space. After the passage of a brief moment, the amassed spiritual aura gradually subsided. Feeling the tumultuous power within him, Chu Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Xia Hua has broken through. He immediately straightened himself, and the blue holographic screen before him shifted to display his personal interface. Host, Chu Feng, cultivation level, peak of qi refinement. As his gaze swept across the cultivation section, his joy was nearly uncontainable. At that moment, he sensed the spiritual energy of the world growing denser around him. From the earth, flowers, and trees, tendrils of energy intertwined with his very being. His control over the spiritual essence of the universe had ascended to an entirely new level. Although the system merely indicated a 10-fold return from his disciple, the rewards extended beyond mere strength. The capabilities bestowed upon him by this newfound realm were now wielded with the proficiency of an experienced practitioner. Chu Feng took a deep breath, his face beaming with joy. Hua, you truly are an exceptional disciple. I did not misjudge you. He gazed up at the sky, his pupils glimmering brightly under the sun's rays. Taking Hua as his apprentice was indeed a delightful affair. In the 5 months since arriving in this world, he had not devoted a moment to cultivation, yet he ascended from nothing to extraordinary heights, directly achieving the great perfection of the qi refining realm. Even when considering the tales of cultivation from his previous life, such rapid advancement is nothing short of astonishing. At last, he could rest assured that no one would unmask him. In other words, he had become a true and formidable practitioner, no longer living in the fear of being exposed as a fraud. Previously, even his mere attainment of the 4th layer of body refinement had sent the Shao clan into a frenzy, venerating him as a masterful figure. Although that was merely the result of unleashing all his spiritual energy, not a reflection of his true combat strength, it nevertheless spoke volumes. Having reached that pinnacle in the qi refining realm, one could only imagine how vastly superior he had become after breaking through to the realm of perfection. What level of martial prowess did he now embody? And in terms of actual combat, what heights could he attain? Considering his combat capabilities, Chu Feng found himself in a moment of doubt. To this point, he had seemingly not learned a single technique. His foolish disciple appeared equally untrained in martial arts. Even during the previous encounter with the Shao clan's 3rd elder, his victory had relied solely on his speed and strength, augmented by the 9 streams of spiritual energy. Contemplating this, Chu Feng felt restless. Now that he had established a foundational realm, how could he possibly harness his formidable power without some effective martial techniques? Suddenly, spiritual energy lifted him, causing him to hover in the air. The energy swept across the ground, stirring the grass beneath him. As the intensity of the aura escalated, the wind grew fierce, and the weeds below became increasingly agitated. Within moments, Chu Feng's body shuddered violently and vanished from his original position. In the distance, a group of Shao clan disciples practicing their swordplay under the blazing sun stood frozen in place. With a loud thud, one disciple dropped his sword, stunned by the spectacle. They exchanged bewildered glances, each questioning, did he just disappear in a thin air? Regret etched onto their faces. They turned pale, struggling to comprehend the situation. Hua Hua had brought back a genuine, extraordinary master. They were fortunate to have encountered him. Forgetting their training, they scattered in all directions, calling out, "Immortal Master, where are you?" Yet, no matter how fervently they shouted, there was no response to be heard. In the rear courtyard of Shao residence stood a modest courtyard, encompassing 5 small houses. In the quaint courtyard, positioned to the far left upon entering through the grand gate, stood 8 wooden stumps in a neat arrangement. A young boy stood before these stumps, gazing at them with an unfocused stare. He took a determined step forward and, with a sudden surge of energy, unleashed a powerful punch. Crack! With the force of his strike, 2 stumps, each as thick as a human head, disintegrated into a cloud of dust. A look of delight illuminated Shao Huahua's face, for the prowess of his Qi refinement realm was indeed beyond their expectations. Compared to any first-rate martial artist, he was vastly superior. Without a moment's hesitation, he advanced, his feet moving swiftly as his fists followed suit, striking with ferocity. Crack! 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 With each blow to the stumps, they shattered into fragments, scattering about. By the time he completed his onslaught, all 8 stumps lay in ruin, yet Shao Huahua remained unperturbed, his breath steady and his demeanor calm. Chapter 23. The Supreme Arts of the Martial Ancestor. The heavenly restraint of the great wilderness. Within the courtyard, as Shao Hua gazed at the shattered wooden stakes beside him, he clenched his fists, a lingering sense of unfulfillment etched upon his face. Had he managed to leave a deeper mark on the stakes earlier, it would have thrilled him for an entire day. Yet now, having effortlessly destroyed 8 stakes, he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Shao Hua pondered deeply. After breaking through to the Qi refinement realm, my strength has surged tremendously, far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. If I were to face the third elder again, I am certain I could defeat him within 10 moves. His eyes glinted with confidence. If I possessed martial techniques, I could surely triumph over the third elder in less than 3 moves. Shao Huahua was acutely aware that in combat, he relied solely on his realm and sheer brute strength. Although his prowess was already remarkable, each strike left him with a sense of frustration, as he felt he had yet to unleash his full potential. Indeed, a martial artist requires techniques to perfectly manifest their inherent power. Could it be that as a Qi refinement practitioner, he could also adapt some martial techniques to enhance the execution of his abilities? The more he contemplated this, the more exhilarated he became. Having broken through to the Qi refinement realm, I should discuss this with my master to see if... Suddenly, an abrupt sound resonated behind Shao Huahua. He jolted, turning around to find his master standing there, his eyes lighting up with surprise. "Master!" he exclaimed, bowing deeply. Despite his lowered gaze, a flicker of astonishment crossed his mind. My master truly possesses keen perception. Every time I break through, whether in the mountains or at the estate, regardless of the distance, he is always able to sense it clearly. Surely, only my master in this world could achieve such a feat. Casting a glance at him, then at the nearby stakes, Chu Feng casually approached Shao Huahua's side. "Huahua," he began, "previously I observed that you were merely at the stage of integrating spiritual energy, requiring diligent practice without distractions. The multitude of techniques and secrets are not suitable for you to cultivate at this time." Turning to the eagerly expectant Shao Hua, Chu Feng smiled gently. "Now that you have broken through to the first layer of Qi refinement, it is time you acquire a technique or 2. Upon hearing this, Shao Huahua could no longer contain his excitement and dashed in front of Chu Feng. "Master, your foresight is truly remarkable. Just as I had this thought, you appeared." Despite his inner surprise at such a coincidence, Chu Feng maintained a calm demeanor, as if every event lay within his grasp, nodding slightly. In contrast to Chu Feng's composure, Shao Huahua was nearly bouncing with joy resembling an innocent child encountering the wonders of the world for the first time. He circled around Chu Feng, eagerly inquiring, "Master, are you going to teach me how to summon soldiers with beans? Or perhaps the thunder technique, the palm thunder? Or will you teach me how to invoke divine beings?" Observing the lively and animated Xiao Hua, Chu Feng gave a light tap on his head, eliciting a pained expression. With a hint of exasperation, Chu Feng remarked, "You have only just embarked on your journey, merely at the first layer of qi refinement. While I possess various celestial techniques, even if I were to impart them to you, you would be unable to grasp them. One must not aspire for the unattainable." Xiao Hua sighed, feeling a sense of injustice. I had hoped to immediately perform those extraordinary techniques as depicted in the tales. Chu Feng, noticing the disappointment in Xiao Hua's demeanor, smiled gently. "However, I do possess a certain celestial technique that is not inferior to the palm, thunder, or summoning spirits you mentioned, and it is indeed quite formidable. Moreover, this technique does not discriminate by cultivation level. Even at your current first layer of qi refinement, you could learn a thing or two. Will you study this technique?" Xiao Hua lifted his head, the dim light in his eyes rekindled with excitement. "Such a technique exists? I will learn it." As he spoke, the aura around Chu Feng began to swell. With the circulation of his spiritual energy, the very stones in the courtyard began to stir restlessly, floating into the air. Xiao Hua watched intently as Chu Feng raised a finger towards the heavens, proclaiming, "Today, I shall teach you a move, the great wilderness capturing heaven finger. The deeper your comprehension of this move, the more powerful it becomes. There have been proud prodigies who started practicing this technique from the first layer of qi refinement, ultimately wielding it to the extent that even celestial beings dared not confront them." At these words, Xiao Hua's excitement surged to new heights, his breath quickening. "Even celestial beings must retreat? Just the name great wilderness capturing heaven finger sounds incredibly formidable." Chu Feng continued to elucidate. "The great wilderness capturing heaven finger is comprised of 5 distinct moves. The first finger captures the world, the second shatters mountains and rivers, the third extinguishes life, the fourth breaks the firmament, and the fifth stirs the cosmos." A hint of nostalgia flickered in Chu Feng's eyes as he reminisced. "Once, I witnessed a proud prodigy wielding these 5 fingers, defeating countless enemies, and, with a single move, overturning the myriad laws of heaven and earth, restoring order to a chaotic realm. The world referred to him as the martial ancestor." Xiao Hua appeared momentarily frozen, his eyes sparkling with wonder. The martial ancestor, to be revered by the world for a single move. This technique must indeed be terrifying. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, and he curiously inquired, "Master, why have I never heard of this martial ancestor before?" With a calm demeanor, Chu Feng explained, "The realms of martial cultivation and celestial practices are entirely distinct. You have always dwelled within the world of martial arts, and your experiences have not ventured into the realm of celestial cultivation. It is perfectly understandable that you have not encountered the name of the martial ancestor." As he spoke, a smile crept into Chu Feng's heart. Teaching techniques from the martial ancestor, akin to the son of fate modeled after the Flame Emperor, surely constituted a form of intrigue. However, one cannot help but ponder whether there exists in this world a fortunate child reminiscent of the legendary martial ancestor. Should such an encounter occur, I would undoubtedly impart to him the art of flame-dispersing, wave-devouring ruler. Clearing his chaotic thoughts, Chu Feng solemnly stated, "Though this technique is formidable, with your current cultivation and comprehension, even mastering a mere finger would be quite challenging. Perhaps it would be wiser to learn just half a finger." As he spoke, Chu Feng gazed skyward, channeling his aura to its zenith. To his astonishment, his fingertips emitted a surge of potent spiritual energy that penetrated the clouds above. In mere moments, the skies darkened, heavy with ominous clouds. Under the astonished gaze of Xiao Hua, a terrifying force of spiritual power began to coalesce, seemingly forming something of great dread above the tumultuous clouds. Suddenly, the clouds roiled, and from their depths emerged a colossal finger, as large as a courtyard, surging forth from the heavens and pointing ominously downward. Chapter 24. The half-finger collapse of Dongli City, alive with the bustling sounds of its streets, suddenly fell into a hushed silence. The throngs of people paused, their gazes drawn upwards. The once clear sky darkened ominously as clouds gathered, casting a shadow over the city. In this moment of bewilderment, a piercing scream erupted from the crowd. "Look! What is that?" All eyes turned toward the source of the exclamation, where a colossal finger broke through the clouds, pointing menacingly downward. The aura of destruction emanating from this gigantic digit rendered the inhabitants of Dongli City breathless with terror. The scene was so surreal and frightening that pandemonium ensued among the citizens. Their cries echoed through the streets, reminiscent of an apocalyptic disaster. In a frantic rush, the people scattered, seeking refuge within nearby shops. Within mere moments, the once vibrant thoroughfare transformed into a desolate landscape, leaving only a few scattered figures behind. These individuals, adorned in opulent garments, radiated an air of nobility, immediately identifiable as members of affluent families. At the forefront stood a corpulent elder with a round visage, the patriarch of the Cheng family. Accompanying him was a man of formidable presence, clad in dark attire, whose piercing gaze marked him as the head of the Lu family. In Dongli City, aside from the ruling Xiao family, the most influential clans were the Lu and Cheng families, collectively known as the three great families of Dongli City. However, in recent years, the Xiao family had grown dominant, exerting considerable pressure on both the Lu and Cheng clans through their commercial and familial prowess. Consequently, the two families banded together, uniting against the Xiao family. This alliance led to a delicate balance of power among the three families, with mutual restraint defining their interactions. Within this context, the animosity harbored by the Lu and Cheng families toward the Xiao clan steadily intensified. They were ever vigilant, ready to exploit any sign of weakness to challenge the Xiao family. As Chengnan and Lu Qing gazed at the enormous finger in the sky, their expressions shifted to one of alarm. Chengnan solemnly remarked, "Such an aura and such might, it could not possibly belong to a mere master-level expert." Lu Qing nodded in agreement, though a smirk crept upon his lips as his gaze dropped. That terrifying attack is clearly aimed at the Xiao family. They have likely provoked someone far beyond their reckoning. In response, Chengnan chuckled lightly. It seems the Xiao family cannot endure for much longer, having drawn the ire of such a formidable force not once, but twice. The two exchanged knowing smiles, recalling how 2 months prior, an unsettling energy had enveloped the Xiao family, exerting pressure not only within their walls but also affecting passers-by outside. The ever-watchful Cheng and Lu families seized the opportunity, quickly infiltrating the Xiao family's inner circle through their offspring. Upon realizing that no one knew the origin of such a formidable presence, the members of the Xiao family speculated that it was highly likely they had provoked a superlative master who had issued a warning. The family and the Lu family, having received this news, seized the opportunity to capitalize on the Xiao family's misfortune. They immediately dispatched individuals to seize control of the Xiao family's market and to contend for their goods within Dongli City. This sudden maneuver caught the Xiao family off guard, allowing their rivals to reap considerable benefits. Clearly, the Xiao family had once again incited the ire of this formidable being. Judging by the overwhelming force emanating from the sky, it seemed that today would herald the Xiao family's calamitous end. The heads of the two families, while reveling in their triumph, harbored various thoughts. Given the current situation, the Xiao family was destined to fall. The terrifying power in the heavens was beyond even that of a master. What did the concept of a master mean in Dongli City? Not only was there not a master to be found in Dongli City, but even in the entire Jiangnan region, such figures were exceedingly rare. The mere hint of malice from such a powerful being towards the Xiao family was enough to incite countless strong individuals to act in hopes of currying favor. With this thought in mind, the patriarch of the family promptly ordered, "Since the Xiao family has drawn the attention of such a powerful entity, we need not exercise caution any longer. Let's expedite our original plans." In the grand hall of the Xiao family, Xiao Zhan and several others hurried outside, gazing skyward. Awestruck by the terrifying might of the colossal finger in the sky, they found themselves rendered speechless. Such an otherworldly phenomenon was unprecedented in the annals of Dongli City's history. Xiao Zhan's expression grew grave. The wielder of this power surpasses innate strength. Even a master might not be capable of producing such a commotion. One can only wonder whether the appearance of such a formidable being in Dongli City is a blessing or a curse. At his words, the three elders gasped in surprise. However, the eldest elder suddenly paused, swiftly coming to a realization. Patriarch, could this miraculous spectacle be the doing of Hua's master? The remaining three pondered this notion, their eyes widening in astonishment. Xiao Zhan clapped his hands in delight, exclaiming, "Indeed, how could I have forgotten Hua's master?" A smile lingered on his face, though he still felt a chill at the sight of the enormous finger above. After a prolonged silence, he remarked, "This level of might is far more terrifying than what was displayed by Hua's master 2 months ago. It seems that what Hua's master said was indeed true. The so-called mastery of the realm is merely a fraction of his initial training. His capabilities far exceed our imagination." The second elder, both elated and astonished, muttered to himself, "Even though I had suspected this, only now can I truly believe that such a terrifying individual exists in this world." The members of the Xiao family erupted into laughter, echoing in unison. Hua is indeed our family's lucky star, having brought back such an extraordinary master." In stark contrast to the jubilant trio, the third elder remained silent, lost in thought. He gazed at the sky for quite some time, and suddenly, with a peculiar expression, remarked, "Chief, could it be that the finger in the sky is not a wise being imparting martial arts to fire?" Chapter 25. The first level of Qi refinement. A half finger shakes the heavens and nearly destroys a city. In the grand hall of the Xiao family, the three individuals gaze at the colossal finger in the sky, momentarily taken aback. Xiao Zhan lowered his head in contemplation for a moment before speaking. It appears that the immortal master is typically low-key, rarely revealing his prowess. As he spoke, his brow arched with increasing delight. This intervention, I presume, is for Hua. Indeed, it might very well be an attempt to teach her. The remaining elders looked towards the sky, their shock intertwined with envy, as they sighed in unison. Hua has found a remarkable mentor. In the courtyard, as Chu Feng pointed downward, the immense finger in the sky unleashed a surge of clouds, descending with force. Beneath the weight of the abundant spiritual energy, everyone felt a palpable pressure. Xiao Hua fixated on the spectacle, her excitement reaching a fever pitch. The overwhelming might was indeed reminiscent of the legendary techniques employed by the martial ancestor. To think that merely a half finger could attain such magnitude, if fully mastered, would it not tear the heavens asunder? However, before the pressure could reach its zenith, the colossal finger suddenly transformed into a swirling vortex and dissipated. Xiao Hua was momentarily stunned, turning to Chu Feng, "Master." She observed Chu Feng's calm smile. "This is the half finger that shakes the heavens, executed with my cultivation at the first level of Qi refinement." Xiao Hua stood frozen, somewhat dazed, contemplating her own hands. To unleash such power at the first level of Qi refinement? Is it truly possible to reach such heights? Currently possessing the same cultivation level, she wondered if she could achieve what her master had demonstrated. Resolutely, she clenched her fists, her expression filled with determination. "Since master has shown this to me, it indicates that I too can attain that level. I will certainly succeed." Observing her tightly clenched fists, Chu Feng inwardly smiled. This young one was undoubtedly lost in her own thoughts. He sighed softly, reflecting, "It is fortunate that I gathered it in time. Otherwise, I might have been exposed." The so-called Great Wilderness, prisoning Heaven Finger was merely a name he had heard and a concept he had read in novels. He certainly did not possess such mastery. What he had conjured was merely an illusion crafted from pure spiritual energy, lacking any genuine potency. Had he delayed even slightly, he would have likely been unmasked. Nonetheless, he believed that presenting this illusion to Xiao Hua, along with some insights from the novels, would suffice. This was something she would have to discover for herself over time. After all, if Xiao Huahua could refine her skills based on his improvised teachings, perhaps she could indeed master the great wilderness prisoning heaven finger. With this thought, Chu Feng cleared his throat and stated, Xiao Huahua, pay close attention. Startled, Xiao Huahua immediately straightened her posture, fully attentive. Chu Feng began to elaborate. The great wilderness prisoning heaven finger is renowned for its formidable strength. Each move, while immensely powerful, necessitates a connection with the heavens and an understanding of the guiding forces of spiritual energy. When the ethereal energies of heaven and earth resonate with you, they will naturally converge as you wield them. As Chu Feng spoke, his words dwindled, leading him to recount some events and achievements of the martial ancestor using the great wilderness prison heaven finger. Xiao Huahua listened with an eagerness that surpassed mere storytelling. It was not that Chu Feng lacked the desire to fabricate a narrative. Rather, the original text provided no account of the cultivation process. As the saying goes, a skilled cook cannot make a meal without rice. Given the absence of material, it was already quite remarkable that he could draw upon experiences from other novels to conjure a few segments of cultivation methods. The remainder depended solely on Xiao Huahua's own comprehension. However, having woven so many tales, surely there would be no exposure of the ruse. Chu Feng cast a discreet glance and immediately relaxed. He observed Xiao Huahua's eyes sparkling with excitement, his fists clenched, inwardly affirming, the narrative does not deceive me. Indeed, the more advanced the martial arts, the less they adhere to conventional documentation. Yet, the secrets concealed within stories and songs pale in comparison to the great wilderness prison heaven finger. This martial art must be hidden within the narrative. My master intends for me to grasp the essence of the great wilderness prison heaven finger through the content of the story. It must be so. Chu Feng mused joyfully. This imaginative child is quite easy to please, always willing to speculate about challenges. Very well, this is advantageous. It minimizes the chances of exposure. With that thought, Chu Feng encouraged Xiao Huahua to diligently practice and then departed to bask in the sunlight. Xiao Huahua remained seated on the ground, reflecting on Chu Feng's words, meticulously pondering how to connect with the forces of heaven and earth. This contemplation lasted for an hour. In the serene courtyard, several footsteps approached. Xiao Huahua turned to see Xiao Zhan accompanied by 3 esteemed elders. Upon seeing his father, Xiao Huahua quickly rose to greet him. Father, esteemed elders. However, Xiao Zhan paid little heed to the formalities, his expression instead brimming with excitement as he exclaimed, Huahua, the immortal master sought you just now. Previously, while on the road, Xiao Zhan had heard from the disciples of the Xiao family that Chu Feng was heading toward the courtyard where Xiao Huahua was, and fearing to interrupt their cultivation, he had delayed his visit until now. Xiao Huahua responded with enthusiasm. Father, my master just taught me martial arts. At this, both Xiao Zhan and the 3 elders became even more exhilarated, yet the former continued to inquire anxiously. Huahua, was that finger that appeared in the sky? Xiao Huahua nodded vigorously. Father, that was the martial art my master taught me. You must have witnessed it. Its majesty and power are earth-shattering. As he spoke, Xiao Huahua animatedly demonstrated the movements. Xiao Zhan and the others stood momentarily dumbfounded. It was indeed real, although they had long suspected it. Hearing the answer directly from Xiao Huahua left them utterly astonished. Indeed, the unparalleled might of a superlative master surpasses that of mere grandmasters. As even a martial artist like Huahua, who has yet to attain the innate realm, can unleash such formidable power, one cannot help but ponder how terrifying his full-bodied stance would truly be. Xiao Zhan felt a shiver run down his spine, yet he soon found himself reflecting. Huahua, how fortunate you are to have the opportunity to learn from an immortal master. It is a blessing accrued over 8 lifetimes. It is rare indeed to find anyone in the entirety of the southern wilderness who possesses such fortune. You must heed your master's words and avoid displeasing him. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, Xiao Huahua vigorously nodded. Father, rest assured, I shall obediently follow my master's guidance. After speaking, Xiao Huahua noticed a hint of melancholy cross Xiao Zhan's face, as if there were words unuttered lingering on his lips. Xiao Huahua inquired, "Father, what troubles you? Please speak plainly. Why do you seem so hesitant?" Chapter 26. Cultivating the Great Wilderness Prison Sky Finger. I am indeed a disciple of my master. In a secluded area of the courtyard, seeing that Xiao Zhan was struggling to speak, the Grand Elder stepped forward, furrowing his brow as he addressed Xiao Hua, young patriarch. The Xiao family has recently encountered some difficulties. The AO City family, which has long been at odds with us, has grown increasingly arrogant of late. Not only do they oppress the Xiao family at every turn, but they have also sent people to seize one of our markets right under our noses. Upon hearing this, Xiao Huahua immediately responded with fervor. Then let us deal with them. When did the AO City family and the Lu family ever dare to provoke the Xiao family? The Grand Elder sighed deeply. Young patriarch in the past. These two families would never have had such audacity. However, the AO City family has recently allied themselves with a mid-stage innate guest elder, a renowned swordsman known in several surrounding cities. This mid-stage innate strength surpasses ours, making them dismissive of our presence, acting with impunity. At this point, the Grand Elder paused and tentatively suggested, "Thus, we were considering whether we could invite the Immortal Master to intimidate them." Upon hearing this, Xiao Huahua did not respond verbally, but merely smiled. Just when Xiao Zhan and the others believed there was no room for negotiation, Xiao Huahua disdainfully remarked, "A mid-stage innate. There is no need for my master to intervene. I have just broken through to the first layer of chi refinement, and my strength is significantly enhanced compared to before. Moreover, my master has just taught me a divine skill. Once I master it, I will personally seek retribution and reclaim our market for the family." Witnessing Xiao Huahua's unwavering confidence, Xiao Zhan and the others were left in utter astonishment, exchanging glances filled with disbelief. The first layer of chi refinement. Did this mean Xiao Huahua had officially embarked on the path of cultivation? However, what shocked them even more was Xiao Huahua's self-assurance. From his tone, it seemed that he believed he could rival a mid-stage innate expert right after beginning his cultivation journey. Understanding the incredulity etched on their faces, Xiao Huahua proudly declared, "Cultivation is the path to immortality. Even at the threshold, it is not something mere martial practitioners can compare with." However, he slightly furrowed his brow, contemplating, "Considering I am a disciple of my master, if my first attempt does not overwhelm a martial artist, would that not tarnish my master's reputation? To be prudent, I shall first master the celestial techniques at hand." As he recalled the awe-inspiring half-finger shaking the heavens demonstrated by his master, Xiao Huahua felt a surge of excitement. That move possessed an overwhelming might that surely caught the attention of the entire Dongli city. If he could learn it and then demonstrate it before the entire city, making the AO City family taste their own medicine, would that not instantly cleanse the tidal of waste that had plagued him for so many years? As Xiao Huahua entertained such thoughts, Xiao Zhan and the others remained in a state of turmoil, seemingly unable to fully accept the reality of the situation. In a mere span of 4 months, could it be that Xiao Huahua has transformed from the wastrel of the Xiao family into its very pillar of support? This transformation is astonishingly swift. Xiao Zhan, steadying his exhilarated spirit, said, "Huahua, diligently cultivate your skills. Do not disappoint the master's expectations. If you lack anything, or if the master requires something, do not hesitate to inform me. I shall certainly oblige." After imparting a few more instructions, cautioning him not to displease the master, Xiao Zhan hummed a cheerful tune and departed. Once Xiao Zhan and the others had left, Xiao Huahua settled himself once more into a meditative posture. Embarking on his breathing exercises, he discovered that the technique bestowed upon him by his master was a veritable treasure. It not only allowed him to perceive the surrounding spiritual energy, but also, in the state of meditation, illuminated his mind, rendering his thoughts clearer than ever before. As he entered this meditative state, he found that recalling his master's words and grasping their profound meanings became significantly more transparent. In the following days, Xiao Huahua's existence became exceedingly monotonous. Aside from bathing and dining, he devoted all his time to cultivation, meticulously dividing his practice. Half of his time was allocated to traditional training, absorbing the spiritual energy from the heavens and earth, while the other half was spent attempting to sense the energies of the universe and comprehend the great desolation prison sky finger. Progress in his cultivation, however, slowed considerably after he broke through to the chi refinement stage. In the center of the courtyard, drenched in sweat, Xiao Huahua focused intently on gathering the surrounding spiritual energy. The energy around him was seized and drawn into his body, manifesting at his fingertips. A colossal finger-like phantom gradually emerged around him, though this apparition dissipated rather quickly. As the energy faded, Xiao Huahua released a deep breath, expelling the stagnant air from his lungs. He gazed at the faint glow coalescing at the tip of his index finger, which then vanished, and with a hint of frustration, he muttered, "Is it still not sufficient? Surely my comprehension is lacking. I must not have been sufficiently focused at the outset. It must be so." Despite some progress with the Great Desolation Prison Sky finger, he was still unable to execute it, which left him feeling somewhat disheartened. Nevertheless, he practiced countless times and failed just as many, always seeking reasons within himself, never doubting the efficacy of the technique. After all, how could his master ever be mistaken? Calming his mind completely, Xiao Huahua resumed his breathing exercises, contemplating the recent cultivation process. Was there a mistake in the condensation of qi, or did something go awry while summoning the spiritual energy? As he pondered the experiences of the martial ancestor recounted by Chu Feng, he continued to absorb the spiritual energy of the universe while adjusting the flow of energy within his body. His focused demeanor, however, was entirely witnessed by a middle-aged man outside the courtyard. In recent days, Xiaozhan has frequently visited this place to observe Xiao Huahua's training. Due to the words spoken by Xiao Huahua, Xiaozhan has entirely disregarded the movements of the AO city family and the Lu family during this time. He is acutely aware that if they cannot resolve the issue of the mid-stage guest elder, all their efforts would be utterly futile. Gazing at the figure of the young man, his eyes narrowed. "Oh, Changnan, just you wait. When my son emerges from his seclusion, it shall be the day of your AO city family's downfall." Meanwhile, not far from the Xiao family, there stands a mansion of nearly identical grandeur. The opulence of this residence is rivaled only by that of the Xiao family. Within the grand hall of this mansion, two middle-aged men sit, laughing heartily as they indulge in wine. Beside them sits a young man clad in black robes. The jovial duo comprises A.O. Changnan, the esteemed elder of the A.O. family, and Lu Qing, the head of the Lu family. Their laughter has echoed continuously for the past half hour. A.O. Changnan, feeling unprecedentedly at ease, remarked, "Brother Lu, it seems the Xiao family is afraid of us." Chapter 27. The Great Wilderness Prison Sky, Finger Unveiled. Returned. The complete Great Wilderness Prison Sky Finger. In the grand hall of the A.O. family in A.O. City, Lu Qing expressed his satisfaction. Our substantial suppression has completely engulfed the three markets of the Xiao family. In times past, Xiao Zhan would have rallied his men to confront us fiercely. Yet now, he remains withdrawn within the Xiao residence, silent as a grave. It seems the Xiao family is doomed. The elder with the white mustache from the south of A.O. City chuckled. It appears our conjecture was accurate. The Xiao family has indeed provoked a formidable adversary beyond the realm of masters. Now, they likely find even self-preservation exceedingly challenging. How could they possibly concern themselves with the affairs of the markets? In my view, he continued, we can now advance our encroachment upon the Xiao family with even greater audacity. Lu Qing nodded in agreement, then turned towards the young man in the black robe. Raising a cup of tea in respect, with Brother Lu present, even if the Xiao family wished to retaliate, they would lack the strength to do so. The previously silent middle-aged man did not take offense, lifting his cup to sip as well. After finishing his drink, Lu Cheng scoffed. Those initial stage martial artists dare to cause trouble? I certainly would not allow them to leave unscathed. Indeed, as for the promised compensation, the elder from A.O. City maintained his smile. Rest assured, Brother Lu, the A.O. family and the Lu family will certainly honor our commitments. Once the Shao family is rendered a mere shadow of its former self, we will gladly present you with 1,000 taels of gold and a chi-boosting elixir. Though he spoke with such assurance, Ao Changnan felt a cold snort within. This young man truly had the audacity to demand such a price. 1,000 taels of gold was manageable, yet that elixir was of immeasurable value, with only 3 remaining in the Ao family's possession. Nonetheless, if they could devour the Shao family, all would be worth the effort. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had swiftly elapsed. During this time, the external situation of the Shao family had descended into chaos. Many of the markets were seized by the Ao and Lu families. Within Dongli City, both the common folk and the affluent merchants were acutely aware that a shift was imminent. The once unassailable Shao family was on the brink of being supplanted by the Ao family. Consequently, numerous gentry and factions began to curry favor with the Ao family, creating an atmosphere akin to a falling wall, attracting the push of many. In stark contrast to the turmoil outside the Shao residence, the atmosphere within was notably tranquil. Xiao Zhan and the upper echelons of the Shao family understood that enduring some losses at present was inconsequential. It also provided an opportunity to cleanse the opportunists from their ranks. They believed that once Xiao Huahua emerged, all matters would be resolved. In the back courtyard, as twilight deepened and silence enveloped the surroundings, only Xiao Huahua sat alone in the courtyard. In the dim light of the night, one could faintly discern the crimson aura swirling around the young boy, just as this aura was on the verge of reaching its zenith, ready to be released. A subtle sound of puff permeated the air, expanding around him. Xiao Huahua's tense body relaxed as he was drenched in sweat, gasping, "Damn it, what is going on? I'm always just a step away. Where exactly did I go wrong?" Over the past 10 days, his mastery of the great wilderness prisoner's finger had advanced remarkably. Initially, he could merely connect with the celestial energies, which manifested as ethereal shadows around him. Gradually, he managed to solidify this energy and channel it outside through his mental techniques. Progress was constant, yet he had been stuck at this final step for 3 whole days. In those 3 days, he had failed over 1,000 times. Nevertheless, Xiao Huahua remained focused, calming his mind through several rounds of breathing exercises, finally achieving complete tranquility. He muttered to himself, "Xiao Huahua, you are merely 1 step away." That last step is often the hardest, yet it is also the one most prone to negligence. Once he surpasses this hurdle, success will be his. He settled into contemplation instead of rushing into action, pondering the words of his master. He spent a full hour in reflection. The bright moon hung directly overhead, and the night breeze turned noticeably cooler. His thoughts, however, reached an unprecedented clarity. After reciting the teachings of Chu Feng over 100 times, a slight smile graced his lips. This celestial technique hinges on the understanding of the connection with heaven and earth. Understanding. In his mind, he vividly recalled the breathtaking and soul-stirring experiences narrated by the martial ancestor, as if scenes were unfolding before him. The power of the great wilderness prisoner's finger became strikingly clear at that moment. His eyes sparkled as if he grasped something profound, and he promptly closed them again. Simultaneously, his inner energy began to circulate once more. Following the familiar pattern of energy flow, a red glow erupted from within, enveloping his exterior. Within mere breaths, this radiance condensed into the shape of a fingertip. At this moment, the tip of Xiao Huahua's index finger shimmered faintly, pulsating like a flame. As this faint glow intensified to its peak brightness, it did not dissipate. Instead, under Xiao Huahua's determined grit, it gradually emanated from his fingertip. Suddenly, he thrust his finger skyward. The wind, a solid beam of crimson light, surged from the Xiao family's courtyard, racing toward the heavens. In an instant, a terrifying gust swept through the sky, causing the surrounding trees to sway violently. In midair, the crimson glow coalesced, finally taking the form of a half-extended index finger. The might of this manifestation was astounding. At its emergence, thousands of lights within the Xiao residence ignited simultaneously. The members of the Xiao family, feeling the immense pressure hovering overhead, hurriedly rushed outside, gazing up at the sky. There, they beheld a colossal finger considerably smaller than the one seen a fortnight prior. Panic and fear etched the faces of the Shao disciples and mid-level members. However, four individuals stood apart, their excitement palpable as they beheld the giant finger in the sky. Xiao Zhan, along with the three esteemed elders, hastily returned to their respective chambers, quickly donning their garments before rushing towards the courtyard of Xiao Huahua. Shifting the focus back to the abode of Xiao Huahua, his eyes sparkled with fervor as he gazed at the colossal finger he had conjured, suspended in midair. Taking a deep breath to calm his racing heart, he suddenly waved his fingertip with fervent intensity, exclaiming, "Half finger, shake the heavens and the earth." As his words echoed, Xiao Huahua effortlessly commanded the immense spiritual energy he had unleashed, directing it downwards. The atmosphere of the courtyard seemed ensnared by an ominous presence, rendering even the surrounding winds powerless to escape. All that remained was the inevitable descent of that colossal finger. Boom! Upon contact with the ground, the earth erupted like a geyser, sending soil flying as if it were water. Dust and debris enveloped the entire courtyard, only settling after a considerable while. Xiao Huahua gazed ahead, his expression turning momentarily vacant. Before him lay a tremendous pit, measuring 5 meters in radius and 3 meters in depth, an astonishing sight to behold. Chapter 28, Fire, the Mastery of Divine Skills. It is time to cast away the name of waste. In the backyard of the Xiao family, Xiao Huahua gazed at the enormous pit before him, panting heavily as he paced back and forth. It felt as though every ounce of strength had been drained from him in an instant, causing him to collapse onto the ground. His dazed eyes soon brimmed with ecstatic joy. "I have finally succeeded. I have truly manifested the power to shake the heavens with but half a finger." His gaze remained tumultuous, unable to settle. It was unfathomable that this incredible technique was indeed executed by him. Xiao Huahua, staring at the vast pit, he trembled with disbelief, unable to accept the transformation he had undergone in just over 4 short months. It was as if he had been reborn, though his complexion appeared somewhat pale. He breathed slowly, realizing that he felt nearly depleted, akin to a desiccated husk. A wave of dizziness washed over him, prompting him to practice his breathing techniques to recover his inner energy. Before long, his body began to stabilize. At that moment, he heard hurried footsteps approaching. Opening his eyes, he turned towards the courtyard's entrance. 4 middle-aged men, disheveled and visibly agitated, hurriedly approached him. Xiao Huahua was taken aback. "Father, what brings you here?" The 4 men halted before him, gasping for breath as they gazed down at the immense pit at his feet. Xiao Zhan swiftly grasped the situation, excitement evident in his voice. "Huahua, have you mastered your celestial technique?" Still feeling somewhat weak, Xiao Huahua nodded slightly, his expression betraying a hint of dissatisfaction. "The celestial technique my master taught me has been somewhat mastered, though not entirely. I was supposed to wield the power of 5 fingers, yet I could only manifest half a finger strength. Moreover, the potency I achieved pales in comparison to that of my masters." Upon hearing this, the 3 elders exchanged glances, their scalps prickling with apprehension at the sight of the pit. The force generated was already beyond that of an ordinary acquired martial artist's full strength, and yet he remained unsatisfied. Xiao Zhan, overwhelmed with joy, embraced Xiao Huahua. "Truly, you are the child of Xiao Zhan." However, this embrace caused Xiao Huahua's breath to falter slightly. The eldest elder scrutinized him closely and remarked, "It is evident that the young clan leader has just expended all his energy in performing the celestial technique. He is presently weakened." Realizing this, Xiao Zhan quickly retrieved a plump, crimson pill from his waist and presented it to Xiao Huahua. The 3 elders' brows raised in surprise at the sight of the pill. It was a premium-grade elixir, a rarity even within the Xiao estate. Without a hint of hesitation, Xiao Zhan urged, "This is a recovery pill. It can restore an acquired martial artist's vitality within 10 breaths. Consume it quickly." Accepting the pill, Xiao Huahua promptly swallowed it. A warm current, soothing and relaxing his muscles, coursed throughout his entire being. Indeed, the fatigue that enveloped him dissipated almost instantaneously. However, The recovery of his spiritual energy was barely a fraction of what had been proclaimed. Nevertheless, this was sufficient. Once his body regained its vigor, the spiritual energy would swiftly replenish through the natural resources of the world. Observing the gradual return of color to Xiao Huahua's face, Xiao Zhan chuckled with satisfaction, remarking, "In recent days, the Ao and Lu families have been excessively overbearing. My Xiao family has been forced to endure. Now that my son has achieved mastery in his martial arts, it is time for my family to cease our retreat. We must show those two old fools a taste of their own medicine." Upon hearing this, the three elders were equally stirred, exclaiming, "The clan leader speaks the truth. The Xiao family has indeed been unusually quiet lately. Once we are prepared tomorrow, we must let them know who truly reigns over Dongli City." Xiao Huahua rose from the ground, waving his hand decisively. "There is no need to wait until tomorrow. With my newfound mastery, my vigor is at its peak. We can confront the Ao family now." The elders were momentarily stunned, glancing at Xiao Huahua, who had seemingly shed his previous weakness. They had thought that the spiritual energy he cultivated was vastly superior to mere internal force, requiring quite some time to recover, even with a recovery pill. To their astonishment, it appeared to be a matter of mere moments. The wonders of spiritual energy were indeed extraordinary. Within the room, a young man, who had been sleeping soundly, suddenly opened his eyes wide. Chu Feng rubbed his eyes and looked ahead, where a blue light screen emerged. "Ding! Congratulations to the host. Xiao Huahua has mastered half the power of the great wilderness, capturing Heaven Finger. Ding! Tenfold return in progress." As the system's voice faded, Chu Feng felt his body tense, sensing the spiritual energy within him flowing in an unusual manner, several acupoints unlocking in the process. Suddenly, an intense pain surged through his mind, as if his brain were being hammered mercilessly, causing excruciating agony. Fortunately, this pain subsided swiftly. Lying on the bed, drenched in sweat, Chu Feng gasped for air, yet his eyes sparkled with excitement. Truly, the great wilderness capturing Heaven Finger is remarkable. The martial technique favored by the martial ancestor is indeed extraordinary. The system had forcefully implanted knowledge regarding the great wilderness capturing Heaven Finger into his mind. Now, he was capable of executing the technique in its entirety. The genuine form of the great wilderness capturing Heaven Finger, as comprehended by Xiao Huahua, possessed formidable power. The overwhelming strength and his keen perception of the martial art were strikingly clear to him. Should he unleash the great wilderness capturing Heaven Finger with all his might, half of the Xiao residents would likely be reduced to rubble. Compared to the feeble manifestation he had previously conjured with spiritual energy, this was exponentially more potent. Once the lingering pain subsided, Chu Feng regained his composure and joyfully remarked, "That lad Xiao Huahua has truly mastered the great wilderness capturing Heaven Finger. He is indeed a child of fortune." In just over 10 days, he had astonishingly managed to cultivate skills based solely on his improvised interpretations of the original text. Such talent is nothing short of terrifying. After a brief moment of respite, noticing the excessive sweat accumulating on his body, Chu Feng stepped forward to open the window for ventilation, seeking a touch of coolness. However, upon opening the window, he paused. In his line of sight, a shadow darted out of the Xiao residence, racing westward. Sensing the aura of the shadow, he discerned the fluctuations of spiritual energy. Chu Feng quickly realized it was Xiao Huahua. Where could she be heading at this late hour? Surely not off to a rendezvous? With a swift roll of his eyes, he leapt through the window to follow her. He needed to keep a vigilant watch over this precious apprentice of his, ensuring she did not encounter any mishaps. If anything were to go awry, who would be responsible for her rapid progress? Chapter 29. The Xiao Family. Xiao Huahua, the Ao City family. In the open space before the grand hall, a lavish banquet was laid out. Torches crackled, sending sparks flying, while the rich aroma of meat and wine wafted through the air. A group of graceful and charming dancers twirled elegantly, captivating the audience. In front of these dancers, a cluster of middle-aged men engaged in jovial conversation, raising their glasses in camaraderie. Among them were the esteemed members of the Ao and Lu families. At the center of the gathering stood a middle-aged man clad in black, surrounded by several elderly gentlemen whose words seemed to resonate deeply with him, eliciting hearty laughter. Ao Changnan approached Lu Cheng respectfully, raising his glass. "Brother Lu, allow me to toast you. With your esteemed name, even as we devour the Shao family." They would not dare to retaliate. The prosperity of the Ao family today is largely thanks to you. After sharing a drink with Lu Cheng, a broad grin spread across Ao Chengnan's face, nearly reaching his ears. In the decades spent in Dongli City, he had never experienced a day as gratifying as this. Lu Qing joined them, holding his own cup. Now our Ao and Lu families have nearly absorbed half of the Shao family's market. All businesses related to the Shao family have been driven back. With the Shao family constantly harassed, their remaining enterprises will gradually falter. Those timid Shao clan members do not dare to retaliate. At this rate, it will not be long before the Ao family replaces the Shao family as the new rulers of Dongli City. Moreover, our Lu family will rise to become the second most powerful clan in the region. I raise my glass to you, Brother Lu. With that, Lu Qing also drank. Lu Cheng, however, scoffed dismissively. In my opinion, your ambitions are still somewhat lacking. They are merely a city lord. Expand as you wish. With me, Lu Cheng, present, they would never dare to act recklessly. The senior members of the Ao and Lu families, hearing this, laughed even louder, showering him with praise. What Lord Lu says is true. With the 4 early-stage martial artists of the Shao family, they wouldn't dare to act up in front of you. As long as you are seated with us in the Ao family, even if the Shao family possessed tenfold courage, they would not dare to misbehave, but would instead comply. Listening to their flattery, Lu Cheng felt a swell of pride. Suddenly, a row of torches crashed to the ground with a loud bang. 2 figures were seen lying on the ground, groaning in pain. It turned out to be the guards of the Ao family. Ao Chengnan's smile vanished, his fury igniting. Who dares to attack my Ao family? The crowd gasped in shock and turned to look at the fallen torches, which had ignited the carpet beneath them, causing flames to flare up and illuminate the entire courtyard. Before the torches, a figure stepped forward, their face gradually becoming discernible in the flickering firelight. Under the watchful gaze of the assembly, a young man sauntered towards them, speaking in a casual tone. "Hello, everyone. Why are you all gathered here at such a late hour, indulging in grand dreams of spring and autumn?" Ao Changnan directed a bewildered gaze toward the youth before him, his expression a mixture of suspicion and incredulity. "Xiao Huahua, how could you, a mere wastrel, have made it here?" His eyes scanned Xiao Huahua from left to right. The 2 guards he had dispatched were of second-rate martial prowess, while the entire populace of Dongli City was well aware that Xiao Huahua had remained stagnant at the third-rate martial level for many years. It was inconceivable that he could have bested those 2 guardians. Contemplating this, a smirk crept upon his lips. The Shao family has finally lost its patience. Ao Changnan called out coldly toward the rear of Xiao Huahua. "Xiao Zhan, since you are here, there is no need for you to hide." After a prolonged silence, the surroundings remained unresponsive, causing Ao Chengnan's brow to furrow in irritation. Just as he was about to speak again, Xiao Huahua shrugged and declared, "There is no one else here tonight, just me." Upon hearing this, Ao Changnan initially appeared taken aback, then erupted into laughter. "Just you? Young master, who in Dongli City is unaware of your unparalleled talent. Xiao Huahua, a decade of martial training, yet you remain a third-rate wastrel. Do you truly believe you could stealthily infiltrate my Ao family? Surely you must have read one too many tales and have yet to awaken from your delusions." As Ao Chengnan's words echoed, the members of the Ao family behind him joined in raucous laughter, aware of Xiao Huahua's penchant for romantic tales and lofty dreams. They found amusement in his predicament. Undeterred by their mockery, Xiao Huahua waved his hand dismissively. "I am hardly a prodigious genius, at best. I could be considered an ordinary genius, slightly superior to the likes of you." The laughter intensified from the back of the banquet. The senior members of both families were doubled over in mirth at the boy's earnest demeanor. Even Ao Changnan found it amusing, taunting. "Enough of this, Xiao Zhan. You should come out quickly. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee that your foolish son won't encounter some unfortunate mishap." Noting the skepticism etched on the faces around him. Xiao Huahua chose not to elaborate further. Instead, he stepped forward, and a terrifying aura erupted from him, a crimson wave that swept forth like a primordial beast, causing the ambient light to flicker and silence to descend. The gathered crowd was rendered speechless, their attention captivated by this formidable presence. The youthful voice resonated throughout the banquet. "To deal with you, rabble, there is no need for my father to intervene." Xiao Huahua's gaze transcended the crowd, landing on a young man among them, as he inquired, "Are you the so-called swordsman of mid-stage acquired realm? Is this the audacity of the Ao family? I offer you an opportunity. Relinquish all that you have taken from the Xiao family and come to our estate to apologize. Should you comply, I might consider sparing you. Otherwise," in the dimness, Xiao Huahua's eyes glimmered with an unsettling intensity. Every high-ranking individual he gazed upon felt as though they were being scrutinized by a colossal primordial beast, their scalps prickling with unease. The members of the Ao city family and the Liu family swallowed hard, disbelief etched upon their faces as they beheld the youth before them. This Xiaohua, had he not always been regarded as a mere wastrel? How had he suddenly transformed into such a formidable presence? Ao Chengnan glared at Xiaohua, his countenance more ghastly than that of a pig's liver. This young man had been concealing his prowess. He was, in fact, a postnatal warrior? A postnatal warrior under 20 years of age. Surely no one from Dongli City had ever emerged with such a distinction. This level of talent was indeed terrifying. Drawing a deep breath, Ao Chengnan sneered. A 16-year-old postnatal warrior. The Xiaohua family truly knows how to hide their gems. Behind him, Lu Qing, who had remained silent until now, took a step forward, his voice cold as ice. This individual must not be allowed to remain. Chapter 30. The Postnatal Warrior? Why does it shatter upon contact? In the grand hall of the Ao city family, Lu Qing slowly approached Ao Chengnan with a cold gaze. He regarded Xiao Huahua and remarked with a mocking smile, "Your talents are indeed formidable. The Xiao family has concealed you well. So much so that the entire Dongli city believes you to be a worthless individual. If you were to remain hidden for a few more years, perhaps neither of our families would stand a chance against you. Dongli City would surely become the Xiao family's backyard." However, Lu Qing's tone shifted, his sneer becoming more pronounced. "It was a grave mistake for the Xiao family to allow you to come here alone. Since you are here today, do not expect to leave. At once," Ao Chengnan coldly commanded, "Make your move. Ensure that Xiao Huahua remains here forever." As his words fell, two shadows suddenly darted from behind Ao Chengnan. Their movements were so swift that they were nearly imperceptible to the naked eye as they lunged toward Xiao Huahua. His eyes widened in shock, and he quickly distanced himself. Wind. Two glimmers of cold light crossed paths, aiming directly for Xiao Huahua. A layer of crimson aura enveloped him as he deftly evaded one strike. In that fleeting moment, he recognized the two assailants. He had previously encountered them at an upper-class banquet in Dongli City, having been brought there by Xiao Zhan. Both were elders of the Ao Cheng family, possessing a modest reputation within Dongli City. They were both at the threshold of postnatal realms, and Xiao Zhan had mentioned that although their realms were slightly inferior, they had mastered the advanced techniques of the high-level Huang class, known as the Ghostly Blade. This technique enabled its wielder to achieve a speed akin to that of a specter in an instant. With such velocity, the two had successfully executed numerous assassination missions with minimal failures. Boom! Xiao Huahua sprang into action, hastily distancing himself from the two. Yet, as they executed their techniques, their speed matched his own. One blade missed its target, only for the other to follow swiftly in pursuit. However, at that moment, while Xiao Huahua focused on the two before him, he sensed a chilling presence approaching from behind. With a surge of spiritual energy, he braced himself. The formidable energy vortex he conjured repelled the two incoming threats. Whoosh! Two distinct arrowheads struck the ground. It turned out that these two had stealthily positioned themselves behind Xiao Huahua, poised to strike during the elder's assault. The assassination tactics of the Ao Cheng family were indeed seamless, swiftly cornering Xiao Huahua and leaving him with no avenues of escape. Regaining his composure, Xiao Huahua exhibited no signs of panic. With a faint whistle, a layer of spiritual energy enveloped his form. Seizing the moment when the two AO elders' blades fell short and their movements momentarily halted, he suddenly advanced, delivering a powerful punch. Boom! The air seemed to ripple as if disturbed by a wave, resonating throughout the hall. Two shadowy figures crashed violently onto the banquet table, toppling everything above them. With a resounding thud, the onlookers were stunned to see two elders, bloodied and collapsed, swiftly losing consciousness. Gasps of shock rippled through the crowd as they beheld the fallen elders. These were the elite assassins of the AO Chang family, renowned for their swift and lethal tactics. How could they not withstand a single strike from Xiaohua? Such prowess transcended that of ordinary martial artists at the initial stages of their development. Xiaohua's strength was at least that of the mid-stage of the acquired realm. As the spectators remained in a daze, a sudden crack echoed from the front. Two archers, concealed among the trees, were effortlessly struck down by Xiaohua with pebbles, collapsing to the ground, clutching their wounds and groaning in agony. In less than 20 breaths, Xiaohua had effortlessly dispatched the four encircling members of the AO Cheng family. He nonchalantly flicked his hand and remarked with a smirk, "You even summoned archers. It seems you fear I might escape? Worry not. I have come today solely to impart a lesson. I shall not leave until I have rendered each of you incapable of self-care." With a raised eyebrow, Xiaohua addressed the dark-faced crowd before him. "Come at me together. This will give me a chance to test my skills." Before the AO Cheng family members could respond, Xiaohua's foot struck the ground with ferocity, propelling his figure forward in an instant. A flash of red light streaked through the air. AO Cheng then suddenly turned around, only to find the youth had already appeared behind him, standing before the second elder of the AO Cheng family. Second elder AO Changqi, though merely at the initial stage of the acquired realm, was a seasoned warrior who had long since entered this stage. His mastery of inner strength and combat experience surpassed that of ordinary martial artists. Seeing Xiaohua approach, AO Changqi gritted his teeth and bellowed, "You seek death, boy." He summoned all his inner strength, and at the moment Xiaohua descended, he did not have time to execute any martial techniques, instead swinging his fist with ferocity. The force generated a gust of wind that rustled the surrounding grass and trees. Xiaohua steadied himself and struck out with a punch of his own. Their fists collided, creating a powerful shockwave that kicked up a cloud of dust. AO Changqi's vitality surged, and he staggered back several steps, his complexion flushed. Before he could regain his balance, a flash of red light reappeared, and another fist thundered toward him. In rapid succession, they exchanged blows. AO Changqi utilized his boxing techniques to hurriedly counter the incoming attacks. However, he was horrified to discover that the youth before him fought with a wild, instinctual ferocity, evading his strikes entirely. The speed of his punches increased, leaving AO Changqi bewildered. Boom! Xiaohua unleashed another punch. This powerful blow penetrated through AO Changqi's defensive arms, striking him squarely in the chest. A spurt of blood erupted, splattering onto the ground as AO Changqi was sent flying, landing several meters away amidst the crowd. With a surge of anger etched upon his face, he attempted to rise, but succumbed once more to unconsciousness. At this moment, AO Chengnan and Lu Qingkai could no longer remain passive. They exchanged glances, each perceiving the gravity reflected in the other's eyes. AO Chengqi's prowess, even among the early stage of postnatal practitioners in Dongli City, was formidable. Aside from the three eminent masters of the three major families, he was regarded as the strongest in Dongli City. And yet, this formidable individual had been vanquished in merely a dozen moves by Xiaohua. AO Chengnan and his companion, their eyes clouded with disbelief, fixated intently on the nonchalant Xiaohua. Could it truly be that this young man, not only possessing strength that had reached the early postnatal stage, but also boasting combat experience surpassing that of AO Chengqi, was cultivated in such a modest place as Dongli City? Chapter 31. A postnatal warrior? Why so weak? In the AO City family, Lu Qing and Ao Cheng then remained unable to shake off the earlier spectacle. Within the realm of Dongli City, a junior of Xiao Huahua's age achieving the pinnacle of the second tier was already a remarkable feat, deserving of reverence and substantial familial support. Yet, the young lad before them had transcended the boundaries of youthful genius, effortlessly defeating Ao Chengqi, who was merely at the initial stage of postnatal strength. The disparity between them was unfathomable. After vanquishing Ao Chengqi, Xiao Huahua maintained a nonchalant demeanor, surveying the crowd with a playful smirk. I hardly exerted myself, and this fellow was sent flying. You, Ao City family, being the second prominent clan in Dongli City, resort to such petty tactics. Just to be clear, I have no funds to compensate you. At that moment, the two elder members of the Ao City family, who had been sent sprawling moments earlier, regained consciousness. Upon hearing Xiao Huahua's taunts, their anger surged, turning their faces crimson, and they promptly coughed up blood, fainting once more. This brutal display left the onlookers aghast. Among the assembly of Ao City's higher-ups, those who previously regarded Xiao Huahua as insignificant now appeared as if they had encountered a specter. Merely a glance from Xiao Huahua sent chills down their spines. Terrified that he might target them next, they hastily retreated into the Grand Hall. Most of them were merely second-tier warriors, remaining on the scene only to burden Ao Changnan and his associates further. At this juncture, apart from Xiao Huahua, only 3 individuals remained standing. Lu Cheng, known as the Swordmaster, had been watching with arms crossed since Xiao Huahua's entrance. Observing Xiao Huahua's actions, he displayed an air of disdain, as if witnessing a child perform rudimentary tricks. He frowned and remarked, "The members of the Ao City family are truly inept, unable to subdue even this reckless little brat." A smirk crept onto his face as he thought, all the better. I can claim some benefits from the Ao City family later. Meanwhile, Ao Chengnan, seemingly at his wit's end, pointed at Xiao Huahua and bellowed, "You insolent brat! Though your talent is formidable, it ultimately remains mere talent. The strength you've honed through your gifts is still insufficient for you to act recklessly within my Ao City family." He glanced at his companions beside him, saying, Master Lu, let's strike together. We shall capture this boy." Without a moment's hesitation, Ao Chengnan and Lu Qing lunged toward Xiao Huahua. Their ferocious aura was astonishing. Ao Sheng no executed ubiquidad fortvork, his fists cutting through the air with a fierce momentum, embodying the essence of his signature technique, the Tiger Fist. This martial art, renowned for its ferocity, propelled Ao Chengnan to become one of the strongest figures in Dongli City, second only to Xiao Zhan. As the assailant approached, it seemed as if a ferocious tiger accompanied him, howling beneath the night sky, instilling fear in the hearts of many. Simultaneously, a sound of wind slicing through the air echoed. Lu Qing's hands formed into claws, striking toward Xiao Huahua with an attack. The technique he wielded was the renowned advanced claw technique from Dongli City, the Falcon's Claw. In its execution, it was as swift as a mighty eagle, the speed rendering it nearly impossible to evade. Beneath Lu Qing's claws lay the souls of numerous elite warriors claimed over the years. The two moved in perfect synchrony, converging on Xiao Huahua. In response, Xiao Huahua summoned the energy within him, a rosy glow emanating from his skin. His speed surged, surpassing even that of tigers and leopards. He sidestepped a punch and struck down the claw attack with his palm. In a brief moment, he deflected the strikes several times. The Falcon's Claw, thrown off balance, missed its target, causing the wind from its claws to strike the ground, leaving 3 deep gashes, each a foot in length. Remarkably, Xiao Huahua managed to fend off both attackers with ease. Observing this scene from behind, Lu Cheng lifted the hem of his dark cloak and muttered to himself, "What a bunch of useless fools." Underneath the cloak lay a physique honed to perfection, devoid of any excess flesh. He drew forth a long sword from behind, swung in a wide arc, and leaped toward Xiao Huahua with ferocity. His movements were far more agile than those of Lu Qing and the other from Ao City. The aura he exuded was razor-sharp. The angle of his sword was exceptionally cunning, aimed directly at Xiao Huahua's eyes. Startled, Xiao Huahua evaded. Yet Lu Qing's assault did not waver. Thrusts, Jabs, flicks, slashes, and cuts came raining down, each strike targeting Xiao Huahua's vital points with unwavering precision. Fist, sword, claw. The trio of attacks descended upon Xiao Huahua simultaneously, initially causing him to falter, yet he adeptly evaded their advances, akin to a slippery eel navigating through a trap. The air was filled with the sound of wind slicing through. As Xiao Huahua engaged with the three opponents, he gradually steadied himself, his arms appearing to unleash a multitude of strikes in rapid succession, creating fleeting afterimages in an instant. Frustrated by their inability to land a blow, Lu Cheng channeled his inner strength. The sword tip sliced through the air, radiating a striking aura. After repelling the two attackers, Xiao Huahua raised his palm, infused with energy, and struck directly at the sword's gleaming blade. A cold smirk crept upon Lu Cheng's lips. This technique, the Moon Catastrophe sword technique, was an advanced skill of the Xian tier. When wielded with his full might, the sword's edge became extraordinarily sharp. Not only would a mere touch result in injury, but a direct blow, such as the one Xiao Huahua attempted, would surely cost him his hand. Suddenly, Lu Cheng felt a terrifying tremor resonating through the sword, sending shockwaves that pained his palm and nearly caused him to lose his grip. Xiao Huahua retaliated with a powerful punch, landing before the two from AO City. The force of the blow sent them staggering back. Upon inspection, it became evident that the areas on their arms where Xiao Huahua had struck were already bruised and turning a deep shade of purple. The three of them simultaneously felt a twinge of retreat. A sense of panic washed over A.O. Chengnan as he exclaimed, "This damn brat! How can he be so formidable?" It felt as though his hands were shackled by iron weights, leaving him with an uncomfortable sensation each time they clashed. The trio cast dark, brooding glances at Xiao Huahua, who bore no visible weapons. It seemed he had mastered some extraordinary technique. Moreover, despite the absence of any discernible martial arts moves in Xiao Huahua's strikes, his reactions were more exaggerated than those of a tiger or a leopard, and the sheer force he exuded was terrifying. He resembled a beast born for slaughter, with an instinct for combat fully awakened. Even when the three of them joined forces, they could not subdue him. Instead, as the battle progressed, they felt increasingly overwhelmed. To simultaneously contend with two early-stage innate martial artists and one mid-stage powerhouse, while remaining undefeated. Just how extraordinary was Xiao Huahua's strength? Chapter 32. What transpired in recent days? Merely my master imparting wisdom to this dull disciple. In the great hall of the AO City, A.O. Chengnan and two others fixed their brooding gazes upon Xiao Huahua. The strength of this young man had far exceeded their expectations. Even Lu Cheng, a martial artist of mid-stage postnatal prowess whom they had summoned, gripped his sword tightly, his expression a tumult of surprise and doubt. Inwardly, he lamented, "Had I known, I would never have been so foolish as to acquiesce to that old ghost, A.O. Chengnan. What manner of genius is this lad? At merely 16, he has already attained such heights." Lu Cheng exhaled in frustration. After years of wandering the martial world, he understood one crucial truth. It is best to provoke anyone but the exceptionally gifted martial talents. If one finds themselves at odds with such a prodigy, they must eliminate them swiftly. Otherwise, peace of mind becomes a distant memory. The mere thought of a formidable martial genius lurking in the shadows, honing their skills and biding time for vengeance, is a fear that haunts the mind incessantly. Lu Cheng had previously dealt with many talents, having dispatched them without remorse. Yet this one was different. A talent not yet fully realized had the capacity to subdue both him and the two initial stage postnatal warriors with ease. Give him more time. The consequences would be dire. However, they found themselves in a predicament with no avenue of retreat. Truly, they were in a perilous situation. A.O. Chengnan shared Lu Cheng's sentiments. The usually amiable elder now fixed a steely gaze upon Xiao Huahua, his voice dripping with malice. "Had you brought Xiao Zhan today, I might have had no recourse against you. Alas, your arrogance has sealed your fate." Suddenly, he raised his voice, turning to the numerous high-ranking members of the A.O. family behind him. "All first-rate martial artists of the A.O. family, heed my command. In the name of the Grand Elder of A.O. City, I order you to draw your blades and join the fray. Should I discover any cowardice, the penalty will be death, displayed for all to see." At his words, the high-ranking members who had been spectating from within the hall hesitated for a moment before drawing their weapons and stepping behind Ao Chengnan. To Xiao Huahua's astonishment, their numbers exceeded 10. Lu Qing, feeling a slight relief, scoffed, "Boy, though your strength is formidable, even a late-stage postnatal warrior cannot withstand so many elite fighters willing to gamble their lives. Today, you shall remain here forever." Shadows encircled Xiao Huahua, sealing off his escape. The previously mocking expression on his face shifted to one of gravity. He had not anticipated that a moment's hesitation in pursuing the three would lead to such a precarious situation. Before he could ponder further, a sudden glint, as swift as lightning, surged toward him. Fortunately, the tremor of spiritual energy in the air alerted him to the impending danger. He suddenly turned to the side, evading the sword as he retreated. The figure of Xiao Huahua lingered in the air, and in an instant, over 10 beams of cold light shot forth simultaneously. Suspended in the air, a surge of alarm gripped Xiao Huahua's heart. He exerted his fingers with force, and his spiritual energy surged forth like a massive boulder, deflecting the arrows. Just as he landed, a shadow materialized behind him like a specter, accompanied by a sinister chuckle. "Kid, perish." A dagger sliced through the air towards him. Xiao Huahua gasped, swiftly striking with a palm to send Ao Chengnan flying. In a flash, he maneuvered adeptly among the crowd. However, the three formidable martial artists, including the elite warriors of the Ao family, offered him no respite. Waves of attacks came relentlessly from all directions, leaving no openings. Under such an intense and concentrated assault, Xiao Huahua found himself overwhelmed, revealing a critical flaw. At that moment, 8 beams of cold light assailed him from various angles. Just as he seemed unable to evade, Xiao Huahua abruptly halted, gritted his teeth, steeled his resolve, and unleashed his spiritual energy with great force. Boom! Over a dozen elite masters of the Ao family were sent flying by the shockwave generated, tumbling back over 20 meters. Even the 3 great masters were taken aback, retreating several steps. However, the elite warriors quickly regained their footing, and the 3 great masters steadied their breaths, casting sinister glances at Xiao Huahua. Pierced by 8 arrows like a porcupine, the release of his spiritual energy left him utterly fatigued. Observing Xiao Huahua's weakening breath, Ao Chengnan smirked, "Kid, I told you. You will die here. Tomorrow, let Xiao Zhan come to collect your corpse." He bellowed, "Seize the moment, take his life. All of you attack him. The one who brings me his head shall be rewarded with 1,000 taels of gold." As his words fell, the elite warriors surged forward like a wave, swords raised against Xiao Huahua. The movements of the 3 great masters showed no sign of hesitation, fists, claws, and swords cutting through the air. Xiao Huahua glanced around, and within his weary eyes, a glimmer of light suddenly shone forth. Facing the oncoming tide of attackers, he remained unhurried, first taking a deep breath. He then closed his eyes, the corners of his mouth twitching as he silently recited his mental formula, channeling his entire spiritual energy towards his fingertips. Seeing this, Ao Chengnan revealed a sinister smile. Lu Cheng finally exhaled, relieved that the kid had seemingly given up on waiting for death. Yet, before the lethal strikes could descend, the smiles on everyone's faces froze in place. Xiao Huahua abruptly raised his head, pointing a finger towards the sky. A crimson light emanated from the tip of his index finger, ascending into the heavens. Suddenly, a transformation occurred in midair. A terrifying gale converged, coalescing into the shape of a colossal finger in the blink of an eye. This unexpected spectacle captured the attention of Ao Chengnan and his companions, causing their movements to slow considerably. Ao Chengnan came to a halt, his eyes widening as he gazed at the colossal finger in the sky, his chest rising and falling erratically. In disbelief and terror, he inquired, "What connection do you have with that finger that appeared in Dongli City a few days ago?" In the heavens above, the finger, conjured by Xiao Huahua, bore an uncanny resemblance to the one that had previously manifested in the skies over Dongli City. albeit on a smaller scale. Nonetheless, its very existence was profoundly unsettling. Upon hearing A.O. Qingnan's horrified question, Xiao Huahua displayed a smile, responding with a tone of pride. That is my master, imparting celestial techniques to this dull disciple. At these words, the crowd was struck as if by lightning, their faces turning pale. Yet, Xiao Huahua's actions did not waver. With a sudden motion, her finger pointed downward, her youthful voice resonating throughout the grand hall. Great wilderness prison heaven finger. Half a finger, shaking the heavens and the earth. Chapter 33. Martial Arts? This is celestial technique. A wave of ethereal energy cascaded down. The 20 elite masters, standing at the center of the half-extended finger, swiftly reacted, attempting to flee to the sides. Yet, within the space beneath that finger, an invisible barrier seemed to confine them, rendering them immobile. Helplessly, they gazed up at the sky. In the eyes of one long-faced, elite warrior, the half-finger rapidly magnified. Simultaneously, a suffocating pressure descended. The senior members of the AO City clan immediately sprang into action, raising their long swords above their heads, channeling their energy in resistance. The long-faced warrior bellowed, "Use all your strength to stop him." The remaining disciples echoed his fury, summoning every ounce of their inner vitality. However, despite their reddened faces and exerted might, the finger in the sky encountered no resistance and continued its descent effortlessly. Boom! As the phantom finger struck, the ground shattered, sending plumes of yellow dust soaring. It was as if 100 flames erupted simultaneously at the heart of the elite disciples. A cloud of dust rose, accompanied by chilling cries, as over a dozen shadowy figures dispersed in all directions. The onlookers gasped and retreated in fear, their eyes wide with horror. Among the crowd, some timid souls cried out in terror. In their line of sight, the once proud elite masters of Dongli City had been reduced to charred remnants, resembling blackened coal, exuding a thick, acrid smoke. As the billowing smoke finally cleared, the onlookers beheld the courtyard's horrific visage. Upon seeing the vast pit, some disciples with fragile composure immediately retched. Others screamed in anguish, while some wept openly. What remained was no courtyard, but rather a gaping pit, 5 meters in radius and 3 to 4 meters deep. Within that hollow, vague forms of soft flesh, mingled with the earth, were discernible, the lifeless bodies of the elite masters who had stood at the center. They looked towards the youthful figure of Xiao Huahua, a mix of astonishment, fear, rage, and hatred swirling within them. They could scarcely fathom that this was the very waste. Xiao Huahua, whom they had once ridiculed and scorned. This was the same boy who had endured humiliation and a broken engagement, now capable of such feats at merely 16 years of age. Though the 3 innate warriors of AO City had not succumbed to the crushing finger, they appeared tattered and wounded, their breaths ragged, resembling the brink of death. The elder of the AO clan spat out a mouthful of blood. His murky eyes locked onto Xiao Huahua, emotions of resentment, sorrow, and terror intertwining within him. As he sighed deeply, "We, the AO family, concede defeat. I implore you, spare the remaining members of the AO clan." As he spoke, he seemed to age decades in an instant, his hair turning completely white as he knelt on the ground, bowing his head in supplication. As A.O. Chengnan spoke, the remaining 2 immediately responded with palpable fear. "We have offended you, Great One. Please grant us your forgiveness." Lu Cheng and Lu Qing were overwhelmed by terror, their chests constricted to the point where breathing became laborious. Stripped of any resistance, they were left with a singular thought: to survive by any means at the hands of Xiao Huahua. Xiao Huahua, his breath somewhat feeble, cast a fleeting glance at them. He had employed the great wilderness captive heaven finger, a technique that had entirely depleting his internal energy, leaving him utterly drained. Should this group choose to attack him now, even a moderately skilled third-rate warrior could easily take his life. Yet, these individuals were paralyzed by fear, either from him or, more accurately, from his master. With that thought in mind, Xiao Huahua coldly scoffed, "You have encroached upon the Xiao family's marketplace and ruthlessly suppressed our influence. Do you think a mere apology suffices?" Were it not for the celestial arts taught by my master, I would likely meet my end here today. He smirked maliciously. How about I stab each of you once, and then offer my apologies afterward? What do you think? At his words, the members of the Ao family prostrated themselves in trembling fear. Ao Changnan hastily explained, I dare not. I would never. My Ao family is willing to pay the price of 7 market districts, and I will personally come to offer my sincere apologies, pleading for your forgiveness. Lu Qing, equally terrified, quickly added, my Lu family is also prepared to offer 70% of our market, begging for young master Xiao's mercy. As they lay on the ground, recalling the earlier events, they trembled uncontrollably. Ao Changnan knelt, filled with regret. Had he known that Xiao Huahua was the disciple of the master who had once unleashed the celestial giant finger, he would have thought twice before daring to act against the Xiao family. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Cheng gritted his teeth and declared, I, the swordsman Lu Cheng, am willing to become a servant of the Xiao family, to toil for them. I implore you, young master, grant me mercy. Unlike the Ao and Lu families, he lacked substantial family backing. After much contemplation, he realized that becoming a servant of the Xiao family was his only viable path. Meanwhile, on the rooftop, Chu Feng observed the unfolding drama with a sigh of relief. He clapped his hands, muttering to himself, my foolish disciple, though somewhat naive, still possesses a spark of courage deep within. He bears a hint of the essence of the flame emperor from the original tale. The following morning, before the Xiao family gate, the 2 gatekeepers were taken aback as they opened the door, their faces paling in terror as they rushed inside, exclaiming, Patriarch, we have a grave situation. The hurriedly arriving Xiao Zhan and others approached with urgency, yet the 2 gatekeepers struggled to articulate their fear, stammering for ages before finally managing to utter Ao Qingnan's name. Xiao Zhan, accompanied by several esteemed elders and members of the Xiao family, strode out of the residence, wielding their weapons with fierce determination. Upon witnessing the scene before them, they stood frozen in disbelief. At that moment, the 2 gatekeepers finally managed to articulate the situation. Master of the house, the head of the Ao city clan, and the head of the Lu family have come to pledge their allegiance. A glance revealed Ao Changnan and Lu Qing, both renowned as the 3 greatest masters of Dongli City alongside Xiao Zhan, kneeling on the ground, burdened with thorns. Behind them gathered numerous disciples from the Ao city and Lu families, all assuming the same submissive posture. With a complex expression, Ao Changnan sighed deeply, Xiao Zhan, your Xiao family is truly fortunate. Amidst the astonishment of the Xiao family, a youthful voice broke the silence. Father, they came to apologize at my behest. Hearing Xiao Huahua's words, the crowd couldn't help but swallow hard. Chapter 34. The ethereal sect descends. The rejected youth. Within the halls of the Xiao residence, an atmosphere of jubilation permeated the air. Following the capitulation of the Ao city family and the Lu clan, the Xiao family's influence within the easternly city visibly expanded. All the markets lost by the Xiao family were regained, and even more were acquired. With the Ao city family and the Lu clan kneeling in submission, Easternly City had unequivocally become a domain of the Xiao family, marking the zenith of their power in nearly a decade. Throughout the Xiao household, the name Xiao Huahua was fervently echoed. To them, all that the Xiao family had achieved was attributed to Xiao Huahua's efforts. However, only the senior members, including Xiao Zhan, understood that the true architect behind this transformation was not Xiao Huahua herself, but her elusive mentor, Chu Feng. During this period, Xiao Huahua refrained from intervening in family matters and devoted herself to her cultivation. Each day, the young members of the Xiao family passing by her courtyard would witness her surrounded by a radiant aura, immersed in her practice. Yet not a single soul, even Xiao Zhan, dared to disturb her training, for they all understood that the most significant day for Xiao Huahua was quietly approaching. In the blink of an eye, nearly half a month had elapsed. At the entrance of the Xiao residence, Xiao Zhan and the others respectfully bid farewell to Xiao Huahua and Chu Feng as they departed. A smile adorned Xiao Zhan's face, but as he gazed upon the youthful visage of Xiao Huahua, his expression turned slightly grave. Huahua, just do your best in this grand competition. Although you have the guidance of your immortal master and have made remarkable progress, time remains too short. The young master of the ethereal sect has been nurtured since childhood with potent elixirs and abundant resources. With your master by your side, your future shines far brighter than hers. Do not act recklessly. In response, Xiao Huahua smiled with ease. Father, you need not worry. Her eyes sparkled with determination. This time, I will surely prevail. With my master supporting me, failure is not an option. The elder beside her added, Patriarch, you worry too much about Huahua. With an immortal master present, how could the ethereal sect pose a threat? Xiao Zhan glanced at Chu Feng, the slight furrow in his brow easing at that moment. What the elder says holds true. I've been overly concerned. Earlier, he had harbored worries that if Xiao Huahua were to triumph over the young master of the ethereal sect, it might cause embarrassment for the sect, potentially placing her in a difficult position. After all, in such competitions, defeat brings great shame to either side. However, with Chu Feng's presence, all would be well. Trailing behind Xiao Zhan were Ao Chengnan, Lu Qing, and Lu Cheng, following closely like devoted disciples. Upon hearing the Xiao family's mention of Xiao Huahua's master, the three turned their gazes toward the youth standing beside her. Yet, this young man exuded an air of nonchalance, devoid of any semblance of a formidable expert. His every action seemed to reflect that of an ordinary person. Yet, it was precisely this seemingly unremarkable youth who instilled profound awe within them. Ao Chengnan murmured, could it be that this is the one who performed that legendary finger gesture not long ago? Upon hearing the mention of the finger, the three individuals instinctively trembled, their gazes shifting from scrutiny to sheer terror, as if they had encountered a malevolent specter. The members of the Xiao family present turned their attention to Xiao Huahua, their expressions a complex tapestry of emotions. 3 years prior, at the time of their pact, everyone had regarded him as a pitiable, worthless individual striving to reclaim honor. For 3 years, no one had held any hope for him. The entire Dongli city mocked him, and even his father had contemplated sending him away to evade the impending agreement. Yet now, as the deadline approached, Xiao Huahua's strength had undergone a monumental transformation. With his solitary prowess, he had toppled the formidable Ao Chang family and the Lu family, the two apex families of Dongli City, leaving no room for doubt regarding his capabilities. Moreover, the gazes of the onlookers turned to Chu Feng, their eyes brimming with admiration. With such a master at the helm, the outcome of the 3-year agreement seemed inevitable. Surely, Xiao Huahua would emerge victorious. The heads of both the Ao and Lu families were resolute in their determination to steadfastly cling to the Xiao family's influence. 5 days later, amidst a mist-laden mountain range, a grand sect stood proudly. Xiao Huahua stood before the sect, gazing up at the plaque hanging from the scarlet gates. Misty sect. He clenched his fists tightly, inhaling deeply. A torrent of thoughts surged through his mind, memories flashing before him. Once a wastrel, he had made no progress over 2.5 years. As the 3-year agreement loomed, it seemed he would be humiliated by a woman, his pride trampled. Yet, during his foray into the forbidden forest, he fortuitously encountered a master of celestial stature, thereby altering his fate. In this battle, even if not for himself, he must strive to bring honor to his master. Beside him, Chu Feng observed the myriad expressions flickering across Xiao Hua's face: complexity, melancholy, and finally a spark of determination as he glanced at his master. With a resigned sigh, he mused, what is this foolish disciple conjuring in his mind now? But then a gentle smile graced his lips, acknowledging, yet, it is fortunate that he possesses such imagination. Any ordinary person would have discerned the absurdity of those celestial techniques and given up. Only Xiao Huahua could maintain his composure and commit to diligent practice. Otherwise, the celestial arts would remain unattainable. Taking a deep breath, the two steadied their resolve and approached the sect. Suddenly, 2 disciples descended from the gate, blocking their path. Clad in flowing white robes of the misty sect, the disciples brandished long swords, their gazes sharp as they demanded, who goes there? This is the sacred ground of the misty sect. Idlers are not permitted. Xiao Huahua regarded the gatekeepers with pride, declaring, Xiao family, Xiao Huahua. Upon hearing this, the disciples exchanged bewildered glances. The two individuals exchanged a glance, both perceiving the confusion reflected in each other's eyes. One of the disciples, perplexed, remarked, Xiao Huahua, no de election whatsoever. Upon uttering these words, their expressions immediately darkened. Who is this rustic villager? Depart at once. Upon hearing this, Xiao Huahua felt a wave of despair wash over him. He had come with such fervor to fulfill the appointment, only to find himself barred at the threshold. Could it be that the woman from the ethereal realm had entirely disregarded this matter? Contemplating this, he cleared his throat and spoke with resolve. 3 years ago, I, Xiao Huahua, entered into a wager with your esteemed sect's young master, Su Linger, within the confines of the Xiao residence. I have come today to honor our agreement. Chapter 35. The Fiery Xiao Family. Arriving for the 3-year appointment. Before the grand entrance of the Misty Sect, 2 disciples clad in white were instantly stirred upon hearing the name of Su Linger. Their eyes sparkled with delight, as if they had encountered a celestial maiden. The admiration in their gazes was palpable, almost causing them to drool in their infatuation. Chu Feng cast a casual glance at the two, recognizing the extraordinary popularity Su Linger enjoyed within the sect. It appeared that before Xiao Huahua took the stage in the upcoming competition, he would inevitably face a barrage of disdainful glances. As the 2 gatekeeping disciples regained their composure, one on the left exchanged a mocking glance with the other and scoffed. You are the waste from 3 years ago, the pitiful soul who made a 3-year pact with the young sect master? The disciples unabashedly scrutinized Xiao Huahua, their laughter erupting as they observed his still youthful physique. 3 years have passed, and yet his cultivation remains stagnant, still a third-rate martial artist. We thought he wouldn't dare show up, but lo and behold, he has the audacity to challenge our young sect master as a mere third-rate warrior. Struggling to suppress their laughter, the disciple on the left remarked with a strange tone, Should I admire your shamelessness or your fearless spirit? The other disciple, attempting to adopt a more serious demeanor, sneered derisively, What audacity do you possess? Our young sect master is a once-in-a-century genius of the sect. Having already transcended the postnatal realm, she has mastered the Wind Sword Sutra, a technique reserved solely for the elders of our Misty Sect. In the world outside, even ordinary postnatal warriors would be no match for her. Do you truly believe a third-rate martial artist like yourself can ascend the mountain standing, only to descend lying down? After this taunt, the disciple could no longer contain his laughter. In their eyes, Xiao Huahua remained the same inconsequential third-rate martial artist. It was well known that upon reaching the second-rate martial artist realm, one's skin would undergo a transformation, becoming as pristine as that of an infant. Particularly within the eyes of the great sects, such distinctions were immediately recognizable. After indulging in their laughter, the 2 finally calmed down and addressed Xiao Huahua. Since you insist on bringing humiliation upon yourself, go ahead. Otherwise, we would miss out on some entertainment. With that, they stepped aside, and, as the crimson doors swung open, a scene reminiscent of a celestial palace unfolded before the eyes of Xiao Huahua and Chu Feng. Yet, at that moment, Xiao Huahua was too preoccupied to admire the sights. Clenching his fists tightly, he gritted his teeth but ultimately exhaled deeply, shaking his head in resignation. He was no longer the waste of yesteryear. He was now a disciple of the divine, embarking on the path of cultivating the essence for eternal life. What is the point of quarreling with these ignorant ants? Observing Xiao Huahua's transition from anger to serenity, Chu Feng silently nodded in approval. This young man did not choose to explain himself in the face of others' humiliation, unfazed by praise or scorn at the tender age of 16. He had shed the impetuosity of youth, yet still possessed a fierce spirit as he ascended the mountain for his appointment. It seems that over the years, the scrutiny he faced has tempered his character to some degree. Such talent is destined for the path of immortality. I ought to return directly to the pinnacle of the immortal realm. Without further ado, under the disdainful gazes of the 2 gatekeeping disciples, Chu Feng and Xiao Huahua entered the sect together. At the first martial arena of the ethereal sect, a young girl sat cross-legged on the platform, clad in a flowing garment of soft white. Her slender figure and well-defined features radiated an indescribable aura of spiritual energy. Above her, approximately 3,000 meters away, hovered a mist-shrouded celestial platform. On this platform sat a middle-aged man, accompanied by several elders. This middle-aged man, with long hair and beard, dressed in simple cloth shoes, and possessing a kind demeanor, was the current leader of the ethereal sect, Mist Mountain. The elders beside him were the highest authorities within the sect. The figures on this celestial platform represented the pinnacle of power within a 100-mile radius. Mist Mountain and the elders gazed down at Su Linger with expressions of satisfaction, nodding in agreement during their conversation. This disciple filled them with pride. Surrounding the celestial platform were several smaller platforms, where leaders of nearby factions sat. Many formidable figures also looked down at Su Linger, their faces filled with envy. The leader of the Moon Sword sect sighed as he observed the girl, stating, 17 years old, in the early stages of postnatal cultivation, having mastered the ethereal sect's Wind Sword Classic. Such a prodigy is truly enviable. With Su Linger around, the ethereal sect will likely overshadow us for another century. As they continued their discussion, the leaders of various factions expressed their admiration. Why is it that only the ethereal sect produces such geniuses? Above the several celestial platforms, long corridors connected them, lined with numerous disciples. The disciples of the ethereal sect looked at Su Linger, their eyes brimming with adoration. Each time Su Linger appeared in a public space within the sect, it was met with such excitement. The leader of the Moon Sword sect surveyed the surroundings and conversed with the other faction leaders, saying, today's grand affair is all in anticipation of the 3-year agreement. But I wonder, who do you think will emerge victorious in this battle? Does Xiao Huahua still hold any hope? Beside him, the robust leader of the Mountain Gate sect chuckled softly, saying, I heard he was merely a third-rate martial artist 2 years ago. Given the passage of 2 years, no matter how wildly he has grown, he could never compete with a postnatal warrior. He probably wouldn't even dare to show up. It seems we have made this trip for nothing. The assembly of leaders chuckled and sighed in unison. Gazing at the figure of Su Linger below, a myriad of complex emotions welled within. Each of them found themselves involuntarily pondering whether, in the face of such a prodigy, they would dare to attend the meeting. Just as the leaders of various factions lamented the futility of their journey that day, a sudden, heavy sound of footsteps echoed from the foot of the mountain, drawing the attention of all present. On the celestial platform, along the corridor, the master of the ethereal sect, the leaders of the clans, and a multitude of disciples turned their gaze towards the source of the sound. As they sought the origin of the noise, they beheld a slender figure approaching. It was a youth, his face reflecting both youthful innocence and a certain resolute determination, striding forward alongside an unremarkable young man. Su Linger opened her eyes and fixed her gaze upon the boy. Xiao Huahua ascended the martial arts stage with purpose, surveying the curious stares surrounding him, his eyes gleaming. Xiao Huahua of the Xiao family, here to honor the 3-year pact. Chapter 36. Have you been searching for an extraordinary master all these years? Is it the person behind you? In the ethereal sect, upon the celestial platform, amidst the 5 major celestial platforms and numerous corridors, countless eyes were fixed upon the young man standing on the martial stage. Curiosity, disdain, and derisive murmurs echoed from all directions. Is this Xiao Huahua? Judging by his appearance, he possesses a commendable demeanor and seems quite confident. Yet, he is merely a fade, a silver-coated wax figure. Just look at his skin. It is evident he remains a third-rate martial artist. Indeed, who here could not easily defeat him? Such a person dares to embarrass himself at the ethereal sect. It seems the sect's reputation has waned over the years. Associating with him is akin to a stain on the young lord's reputation. Numerous voices began to debate, filling the air with their cacophony. Yet, the young man stood amidst it all, unperturbed, as if he regarded their words as mere refuse on the roadside, showing no concern whatsoever. Behind him, the leaders of the 5 major sects, listening to the clamor, gazed down at the young man's calm demeanor, somewhat astonished. The head of the Moon Sword sect stroked his long beard and chuckled, saying, regardless of the circumstances, it takes considerable courage to ascend to the ethereal sect with such a third-rate status. Several other leaders nodded in agreement, unfazed by honor or disgrace, yet not lacking in spirit. This young man, in terms of temperament, is indeed a promising talent. At this point, soft sighs resonated among the leaders. The head of the Moonsword sect sighed. It is a pity. Talent is not something a minor force like the Shao family can compensate for. Otherwise, with Xiao Huahua's mindset, his future achievements would surely be remarkable. As leaders of their respective factions, having encountered countless outstanding disciples, they understood well. In this world, while talent is undoubtedly significant, it is the temperament that is even rarer. How many exceptionally talented individuals have faded into obscurity due to their impetuousness, and how many, with merely adequate talent, have become formidable masters through sheer determination and dedication? It can be said that, at times, the mindset for cultivation holds greater importance than raw talent. After all, many who consider themselves geniuses often falter, falling behind even the average person. However, Xiao Huahua's talent does seem rather lacking. After over a decade of martial training, he is yet to break through to the second-rate martial artist level. Not even an immortal could rescue him from his fate. The gaze of the Moonsword sect's leader settled upon Xiao Huahua, and with a soft sigh, he remarked, "It appears that today holds no suspense. Regardless of the immense disparity in martial skills they have acquired, even merely considering their realms, how could a third-rate martial artist hope to triumph over a postnatal martial artist?" Meanwhile, Su Ling'er, who had been sitting silently, opened her eyes and gazed at Xiao Hua. In her gem-like, glistening eyes, a myriad of emotions flickered: guilt, disdain, astonishment, ultimately culminating in a soft sigh. She rose gracefully and landed softly before Xiao Huahua. "I never expected you to actually come," she remarked. Xiao Huahua gazed at the captivating figure before him, memories of her disdainful demeanor from 3 years prior flashing through his mind. It was this very woman who, in a moment of arrogance, had publicly renounced their engagement, bringing shame upon the Xiao family. Now, after 3 years, fate had brought them face to face once more. Regaining his composure, Xiao Huahua spoke with a frosty tone. "In this southern wilderness, a woman who comes to break off an engagement. Do you have any idea how much humiliation this has brought upon the Xiao family? 3 years ago, you disgraced us, and I had no choice but to agree to a 3-year pact. If I did not come, would that not invite ridicule upon the Xiao family from the world?" At his words, Su Ling'er's expression grew complex. She took a deep breath, maintaining her resolute demeanor. "I, Su Ling'er, will decide my own marriage. I will never wed a man I have never met before." Her tone softened slightly. 3 years ago, my actions were indeed thoughtless, placing the Xiao family and you in such an awkward position. However, if given the chance to choose again, my decision would remain unchanged. Pausing, she added, "For this matter, I can offer you my sincere apologies. As for the alchemical arts and martial skills of the Miao sect, as long as they do not involve inheritance, I am." Before she could finish, a cold laugh interrupted from ahead. "An apology. What use is an apology when dignity is trampled beneath someone else's feet?" Xiao Huo declared, anger flashing in his eyes, his resolve unwavering. "If we're discussing reparations, then this battle shall serve as the finest recompense." Su Ling'er sighed softly in response. Suddenly, a figure descended from the distant celestial platform, capturing the attention of all. It was none other than the current leader of the Miao sect, Wu Shan. Standing at the center of the young pair, Wu Shan addressed Su Ling'er with an impassive expression. "Ling'er, if he wishes to fight, then let it be so." Turning to Xiao Huahua, he continued, "Over the years, I have heard whispers. You have wandered in search of some worldly expert, yet after 3 years, you remain merely a third-rate martial artist. Those so-called experts are nothing but charlatans." With a cold glance at Chu Feng, he added, "In this battle, crush his delusions of making a comeback. Let him understand that stories are merely stories, allowing him to settle down and live a life of an ordinary person. That would be a kindness to him." As his words echoed, the onlookers, including disciples and leaders of various factions, fell silent in astonishment. A peculiar expression spread across countless faces. Moments later, laughter erupted among the disciples of the 2 corridors, and even the leaders of the factions below shared a light chuckle. The voices of the disciples behind them rose in a cacophonous din, a mix of amusement and disbelief. This Xiao Huahua truly knows not what he speaks. Is it truly feasible to seek out transcendent individuals everywhere? Are there truly so many unparalleled masters? The highest of the exalted in Jiangnan Dao resides upon that celestial platform, does he not? The sect leader of Shanmin surveyed his surroundings, gently shaking his head with a smile. We, the leaders of the various major sects, are all of innate cultivation. Moreover, the elders present are all at least mid-stage in acquired cultivation. His squinting eyes opened as he gazed upon the celestial platform, then shifted to the misty figure on the martial stage. The leader of the Piamiao sect possesses peak innate cultivation. Apart from him, the Piamiao sect boasts 6 other innate masters. If the Piamiao sect cannot be deemed the foremost power in Jiangnan Dao, then its leader can hardly be considered a transcendent master. I find myself curious about what this young man perceives as a true transcendent being. Could it possibly be that unremarkable youth by his side? Chapter 37. Xiao Huahua, my master. He is indeed the finest mentor in the world. At the martial arts platform of the mysterious cloud sect, Xiao Huahua surveyed his surroundings. The mocking laughter echoed in his ears, causing him to clench his fists tightly. Were all these merely illusions? Were the reclusive masters mere fabrications? A cold sneer formed within him, yet he managed to steady his mind, gradually loosening his grip. In this moment, he yearned to shout at the top of his lungs, to declare to everyone that reclusive masters truly exist. His master was none other than the legendary recluse. However, to voice such sentiments now would only lead others to deem him a dreamer, a source of amusement. After all, even his most beloved father could not accept the truth that his master was a reclusive expert. What more could be expected from these short-sighted individuals? Xiao Huahua's gaze was fixed intently on Su Ling. Once he triumphed over the so-called heavenly beauty before him, he would prove his master's worth. His master was indeed that reclusive expert. Under his guidance, there were no failures. Even he, through a mere 5 months of training, could surpass the elite of the outside world. Sensing the fierce determination in Xiao Huahua's sharp gaze, Su Linger let out a resigned sigh, drawing forth the long sword she had at her waist. I never imagined I had left such a profound shadow on you, she remarked. After this battle, I shall introduce you to an elder of the pinnacle of the postnatal realm as a form of compensation. Her words carried a tone of condescension, as if she were pitying him. Around them, the murmurs of the disciples began to rise. The young sect master is truly benevolent. She speaks kindly to such a waste, and even seeks a mentor for him. To have any association with a woman like the young sect master is indeed a stroke of luck for that boy. Beautiful, kind-hearted, and powerful, the young sect master is truly a rare, celestial being. With a graceful motion of his sleeve, Xiao Huahua replied indifferently, "There is no need for your concern. I have already chosen my master, the finest mentor in the world." As he spoke, his expression turned earnest as he gazed at Chu Feng, seemingly puzzled. Su Linger followed Xiao Huahua's line of sight, landing her gaze on the young man standing by the edge of the martial arts platform for seismic disaster prevention. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, chest held high, exuding an air of confidence, yet devoid of any discernible aura, appearing entirely like an ordinary person. The elders who frequently descended the mountain had often said that those con artists from below resembled this sort. Su Linger frowned slightly and kindly cautioned, "Do not be deceived by those charlatans. The elder I am introducing to you may not rival your master, but in the outside world, he would be considered a formidable sovereign, a master within our entire state. With such an elder's assistance, along with my compensation, you might just break through to the first-class realm in the future." After a moment's contemplation, she added, "I understand there may be a twinge of discontent in your heart, or perhaps you feel ashamed by my generosity. However, such a precious opportunity to seek a mentor is not easily attained, even with great effort. If one were to forsake such a chance for the sake of trivial pride, that would indeed be a miscalculation on my part." Listening to Su Linger's words, Xiao Huahua seemed to have heard a rather amusing joke, dismissively retorting top tier, The number of elite warriors who have perished at my hands exceeds the count of my 2 palms. And the so-called rare postnatal warriors you speak of have knelt before me 3 times. Upon hearing this, the surroundings fell into a sudden silence, quickly followed by raucous laughter that echoed around. It seemed Xiao Huahua had truly lost his sanity from reading too many tales, choosing to seek guidance from charlatan instead of revering a peak postnatal warrior. He boasted of having slain over 10 elite warriors, causing postnatal fighters to collapse before him. Such grandiosity is hardly fitting. He must think himself a young sect master. Yet even a young sect master only recently broke through to the postnatal realm, and the elite warriors who fell to her were not numerous at all. He was certainly exaggerating. With mere third-rate prowess, he was utterly laughable. On the martial stage, various sect leaders shook their heads in disbelief. The Moonsword sect master coldly remarked, "I initially thought this junior had a commendable disposition, but it turns out he is merely a dreamer, spouting absurdities and deceiving himself." Meanwhile, the Mountain Gate sect master chuckled. He deserves a good beating from Su Linger to truly grasp this humiliation and learn a lesson. The sect leaders, who once felt pity for him, now altered their views on Xiao Huahua. They held a deep disdain for those who merely spoke without action, lost in their own delusions. On the martial platform, Su Linger was utterly speechless, her eyes filled with earnest determination. "Since you are so hopelessly deluded, I shall refrain from further words. Allow me to bring you back to reality." With that, Su Linger sheathed her sword behind her back, raising a hand to strike at the youth. Her slender figure moved with remarkable grace, her speed akin to that of a compressed distance as she swiftly approached Xiao Huahua. Her palm, imbued with fierce energy, aimed directly at the boy's chest. Though the strike appeared gentle and lacked significant force, the accompanying gale was potent enough to shatter stone. Any third-rate warrior struck by such a blow would likely be bedridden for 10 days or more. Yet, Xiao Huahua regarded it with indifference, seemingly caught off guard. Only when the palm was about to connect with his chest did he casually counter, effortlessly deflecting the attack. Su Linger, pushing against his hand, found herself utterly restrained. Unable to advance an inch, her expression one of shock as she looked at him. "I am a postnatal warrior, though that blow was not delivered with full force. It is a strike that even an ordinary elite warrior cannot withstand. How could you possibly?" But the youth before her offered no words. He merely let out a cold laugh and retaliated with a sudden punch, striking with a seemingly unremarkable fist that rapidly magnified in Su Linger's view, leaving her scrambling to defend herself. Immediately, a terrifying force descended upon Su Linger's arm. After absorbing this blow, she staggered backward for more than 10 steps before finally stabilizing her stance, clutching her chest as her vital energy surged tumultuously. Remarkably, with just one punch, she had been propelled a full 10 meters away. Su Linger gazed at the young man before her with wide, astonished eyes, as if she were encountering a stranger. She rolled up her pristine white sleeve, revealing her delicate arm. To her shock, a dark purple bruise marred her otherwise fair skin. Su Linger took a deep breath. Disbelief etched across her features, and with trembling eyes, she looked at Xiao Huahua, exclaiming, "How is this even possible? To achieve such power, one must at least be a practitioner of the acquired realm." Chapter 38. The Revelation of Xiao Huahua's Strength. In just 6 months, from a third-rate to a postnatal warrior, at the martial arts arena of the Misty Sect, a young girl suddenly retreated over 10 meters, landing beside the platform. Meanwhile, the boy who should have fallen remained remarkably at ease. A profound silence enveloped the crowd. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers were utterly dumbfounded. Countless disciples and elders stood frozen, their minds grappling with disbelief. What was happening? Did I see that correctly? The young master was actually pushed back. Wasn't it said that Xiao Huahua was merely a third-rate waste? How could this be? The crowd exchanged incredulous glances, unable to fathom the spectacle before them. The boy who had repelled the young master and casually pursued him was, astonishingly, the very individual they had consistently ridiculed, the self-important waste Xiao Huahua. On the small celestial platform, the leaders of various sects were equally stunned, seemingly unable to comprehend the unfolding events. The leader of the Moon Sword sect swallowed hard, his eyes fixated on the scene. Xiao Huahua's punches were imbued with a fierce vigor, striking with unparalleled ferocity. This hardly resembled that of a mere third-rate martial artist. Moreover, he had clearly outmatched Su Ling'er, suggesting that his prowess had indeed reached the early stages of postnatal cultivation. How blind I have been! This young man has concealed his strength far too well. The leader of the Moon Sword sect surveyed the area, realizing that not a single person here had discerned Xiao Huahua's true capabilities. Not even the peak innate master of the Misty sect. Beside him, the master of the Mountain Gate sect sighed deeply, remarking, at just 16 years of age, having cultivated a strength rivaling that of the top prodigy Su Ling'er within a modest family. His level of restraint is remarkable. Even after enduring ridicule from countless individuals, he has remained silent and discreet. This young man is truly terrifying. The two exchanged glances, each recognizing the shock reflected in the other's eyes. To cultivate such strength within a small family requires an unimaginable level of talent. Su Ling'er was already formidable, a once-in-a-century genius, having only reached her current status with the backing of the Misty sect. Clearly, however, Xiao Huahua appeared to surpass her. In a family with scarce resources, achieving postnatal warrior status by relying solely on personal cultivation at the age of 16 is extraordinary. If they were in his position, such talent would have been evident long before Su Ling'er came to annul their engagement 3 years ago. Could he have concealed it until now? And Xiao Huahua only realized his cultivation potential after their 3-year agreement. Such a notion had never crossed their minds. After all, the transformation from third-rate to postnatal in just 2 years is utterly fantastical. On the martial arts arena, Su Ling'er gazed at Xiao Huahua in disbelief, exclaiming, "How can your strength be so formidable?" She vividly recalled the boy who had stood before her 3 years ago, the one who had endured humiliation and displayed no capacity for resistance, merely a third-rate waste. How could it be that in such a brief span of 3 years, he had ascended to this level, his aura nearly rivaling her own? Is this even possible? 3 years prior, her prowess surpassed that of Xiao Huahua, just a step away from transcending into the realm of first-rate warriors. Over the span of 3 years, nurtured by the abundant resources of the esteemed Piao sect, including countless elixirs, profound techniques, and expert mentors, she had finally progressed beyond the first-rate warrior level and entered the realm of acquired mastery. Yet, Xiao Huahua, a mere young leader from a modest family, had astonishingly managed to catch up. Is it truly possible for such occurrences to transpire in this world? Upon hearing this, Xiao Huahua cast a sidelong glance at Su Ling, fully aware of the thoughts swirling in her mind. With an air of haughty confidence, he proclaimed, "You are but a frog at the bottom of the well." Since becoming a disciple under his master, Xiao Huahua had undergone a transformation, no longer the same as before. His gaze swept over the crowd, revealing a scornful smirk. "You all remain oblivious to the transcendent nature of my master." As his words resonated, a terrifying aura surged forth once more. Without allowing anyone a moment to react, Xiao Huahua summoned a surge of spiritual energy in his palm, propelled himself off his toes, shattering the white stone tiles beneath him, and lunged fiercely towards Su Ling. Although startled, she did not falter, swiftly closing the distance with her agile maneuvers. Xiao Huahua showed no mercy. His fist, imbued with a radiant light, crashed towards Su Ling'er's face. Sensing the impending danger, she deftly evaded the strike. As Xiao Huahua's punch missed, he seamlessly transitioned into a clawing motion aimed at Su Ling'er. The speed of his transformation left her with scarcely any time to react, forcing her to raise her arms in defense. With a resounding crack, his claw struck her arm, causing her legs to feel heavy and her arm to tingle, nearing the brink of numbness. Realizing the predicament, Su Ling'er gritted her silver teeth, channeling her inner strength to deflect Xiao Huahua's attack, and retaliated with a flurry of sweeping kicks. However, these successive strikes were effortlessly countered by Xiao Huahua. Before the watchful eyes of the onlookers, the two engaged in a series of exchanges, with Xiao Huahua consistently maintaining the upper hand. The spectators, gripped by astonishment, gasped in disbelief. How could Xiao Huahua be so formidable, consistently overpowering Su Ling'er. The master of the Moon Sword sect remarked in astonishment. It appears their realms are comparable. No, Xiao Huahua possesses a slight edge. He was managing to overpower this prodigy of the Piao sect with wild, unrefined punches devoid of any martial arts techniques. Meanwhile, the master of the Mountain Gate sect, his eyes fixed on the duel, exclaimed, Su Ling'er demonstrates a profound understanding of the foundational martial arts of the Piao sect. Her cloud crane technique and cloud-piercing fist flow seamlessly, embodying perfection. In contrast, Xiao Huahua appeared to be wielding brute strength, striking like a novice. The master of the Moon Sword sect chuckled lightly. What a spectacle we have ahead. At present, it seems Xiao Huahua is dominating the fight. Yet, Su Ling'er has only utilized her basic skills. Her true capabilities remain unexploited. As this realization dawned upon the crowd, it became evident that while Xiao Huahua currently appeared to hold a slight advantage in strength, the battle was far from over. However, once Su Ling'er unsheathes her sword and employs the ethereal techniques of the Misty sect, such as the Wind Sword Sutra and the Misty Sword Art, the tides of battle will undoubtedly shift in an instant. Martial arts embody the essence of a prodigy overcoming formidable odds. At that moment, Xiao Huahua will be utterly devoid of any means to resist. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Misty sect, lining the corridor, find their expressions darkening with disbelief. They could hardly fathom that the so-called waste they had previously mocked was now overpowering their young sect master. This realization was too much for them to bear. They shouted in unison, Young sect master, give it your all. Show this fellow your true prowess. Yet, despite the fervent calls from above, Xiao Huahua's movements remained relentless, pressing Su Ling'er back with an unyielding force, leaving her with no avenue for retreat. Chapter 39. Is this your confidence? Pathetically weak. Below, atop the grand platform, the assembly of elders initially stood in shock at the unfolding scene, only to subsequently furrow their brows in concern. That young man possesses a remarkable depth. We have underestimated him. Upon hearing the anxious murmurs of the elders, Wushan remained composed, responding serenely. While that boy may have some hidden talents, he is still far from being able to surpass Ling'er. She is the young master, trained personally by me and the other innate elders, and has mastered the sect's divine techniques, the Wind Sword Classic. Furthermore, she has perfected the sect's ultimate skill, the ethereal swordplay. This is merely a test. When she unleashes her full abilities, she will effortlessly defeat Xiao Huahua. Wushan's words eased the tensions of the elders. This battle, with so many powerful leaders in attendance, represented the dignity of their Piao sect, and a loss was utterly unacceptable. However, Wushan paid little heed to these worries, for in his heart, he believed Ling'er could never falter. His gaze then shifted to Xiao Huahua, contemplating deeply, before it fell upon a young man observing from the side of the martial arts stage. He softly murmured, Master, is it that young man? His eyes swept over Chu Feng, and he couldn't help but frown. The young man appeared utterly ordinary, devoid of any signs of inner strength, and his physique bore no marks of martial training. He looked entirely like someone who had never practiced martial arts. Such a scenario had crossed Wushan's mind before. He had underestimated Xiao Huahua, disregarding him entirely, which led to his failure to perceive the underlying anomalies. Yet, under his scrutinizing gaze, the young man's strength remained elusive, leaving only two possibilities. Either he surpassed Wushan's capabilities, or he was indeed an ordinary person. Wushan chuckled softly, swiftly dismissing the absurd notion that the young man could possess greater strength than himself. How could that be? I have reached the pinnacle of the innate realm. To surpass me would mean being akin to a grandmaster. And what of grandmasters? There are scarcely a handful in all of Zhangzhou. Moreover, I am acquainted with those esteemed grandmasters. How could an unfamiliar one suddenly emerge, especially one so youthful in appearance? With these thoughts, Wushan arrived at a reasonable conclusion. It must be that Xiao Huahua has concealed his strength since childhood. Otherwise, it would be impossible to ascend from mediocrity to the innate realm in just a year. Even the prodigies who are now grandmasters could not achieve such a feat. Having unraveled the mystery, Wushan turned his attention back to the duel unfolding on the martial arts stage. Boom! As their fists clashed, Su Ling'er seemed to struggle momentarily, staggering back several steps before gradually regaining her balance. With a complex expression, she gazed at Xiao Huahua. After exchanging several blows, she had comprehensively grasped his true strength. Though both were in the innate realm, his cultivation appeared to surpass hers. Su Ling'er's expression turned grave. I cannot believe you have concealed your abilities so profoundly. It seems I have misjudged the situation. Upon hearing this, Xiao Huahua disdainfully remarked, Is this the strength and talent you take pride in? It appears quite unimpressive. Su Ling'er, incensed by his words, retorted with a frosty demeanor, I must admit that my actions in the past were indeed lacking in consideration, causing unnecessary grievances to both the Xiao family and yourself. Thus, from the beginning until now, I have held back and exercised patience, all in an effort to spare you some dignity. However, your current aggressive demeanor leaves me no choice but to unleash my full potential to safeguard the reputation of my Piao Miao sect. Should you sustain injuries, do not blame me. As her words fell, the young woman stepped firmly onto the ground, and the long sword suspended at her waist unsheathed itself, swirling gracefully in the air before landing in her palm. The cold blade glimmered ominously under the sunlight, emanating an unsettling chill that could almost be felt from merely gazing upon it. The sect leaders on the small, celestial platform expressed their astonishment, exclaiming, This is the legendary sword crafted by Su Mingjian, the foremost master of swordsmithing in Sangzhou. Only 5 such divine swords exist throughout the entire region. The Piao Miao sect leader truly spared no expense for his esteemed disciple. Below, the elders collectively breathed a sigh of relief, with the elder, bald and bearded, leading the charge, proclaiming, at last, she has drawn her sword. That Xiao family brat's time is up. The elders erupted into laughter in unison. On the martial platform, Su Ling'er wielded her sword, channeling her inner energy into the blade, her entire aura transforming into a sharp edge. With a swift motion, she advanced, declaring, Wind sword technique. Wind sword fall. As her delicate voice resonated, her figure seemed to dance like a gentle breeze, suddenly becoming incredibly agile, surpassing her previous speed. It was more than thrice as fast. In an instant, 3 silhouettes appeared simultaneously before Xiao Huahua, charging with swords drawn. Xiao Huahua's eyes widened in surprise as he sensed the fluctuations of spiritual energy within the space. 2 of the illusory figures were promptly dispelled. As the chilling light approached, Xiao Huahua gathered spiritual energy in his palm and struck towards the long sword. A resounding thud echoed as the blade trembled violently, sending Su Ling'er's form retreating to a distance. Xiao Huahua scoffed, Using a sword and techniques, you're still no match for me. Nevertheless, the young woman paid him no heed, gritting her silver teeth and continuing her relentless assault. Time and again, she faced defeat, yet she charged forward with unwavering resolve. Each strike from Su Ling'er was thwarted by Xiao Huahua, causing the onlooking disciples above to furrow their brows in concern. However, the elders below wore faint smiles, as if they were convinced of Xiao Huahua's impending victory. Chu Feng observed the scene above, his gaze fixed on Su Ling'er's movements, and it seemed he grasped something profound. Shaking his head with a smile, it appears she is merely accumulating her martial skills. I wonder if Xiao Huahua will notice. On the martial stage, the young man's crimson palm shattered another illusory figure, forcing the young woman to stagger backward. Xiao Huahua, seemingly growing impatient, remarked, "If this is all you have to offer, then I shall bring this tedious farce to an end." Upon hearing this, Su Ling'er, standing before him, tightly gripped the hilt of her sword and replied with a smile, "You are right. It is time to conclude all of this." With a resounding boom, her aura surged once more. Each path she had taken towards Xiao Huahua now shimmered with a faint blue halo. As she raised her sword, these halos converged, forming a colossal sword 3 meters in length, which stood majestically behind her. Along the corridor, exclamations of astonishment could be heard. That is the ethereal sword technique. Has senior sister Ling'er truly mastered it? The elders on the celestial platform looked on, their faces adorned with smiles. It is over. in the depths of her obsidian eyes. The giant's sword had solidified, and Xiao Huahua shook his head. Is this your confidence? Pathetically weak. Chapter 40. The Realm of Postnatal? No, this is the art of cultivation. Upon the martial platform, Su Ling stood resolutely, a towering 3-meter-long silhouette of a great sword looming behind her. With a fierce exhale, her gaze became piercing. To compel me to unleash this technique, there exists no second among the youth of Sangzhou. You are indeed worthy of pride. François technique. Shadow of the blade, kill. As her words echoed, the young maiden formed a seal with her hands, causing the long sword before her to hum with an icy brilliance. The colossal sword shadow behind her surged forth with a tempestuous force, unleashing a cataclysmic wave. The stone slabs of the martial platform could no longer withstand such pressure, shattering violently along the path of the great sword's passage. Xiao Huahua grinned widely. Is this where your confidence lies? Then allow me to demonstrate true celestial arts. As he spoke, a spectral glow began to coalesce at his fingertips. The crimson radiance in his grasp danced like flames, enveloping him in a subtle aura of brilliance. Suddenly, the air was rent with the sound of rolling thunder. The onlookers raised their eyes in astonishment as dark clouds gathered overhead, a tempest brewing in the sky. Amidst the flashes of lightning, an overwhelming terror seemed poised to emerge. The disciples, leaders of various factions, and the higher-ups of the Piao sect all furrowed their brows, captivated by the unfolding scene. On the martial platform, the youth's voice remained clear and resonant. This is the celestial art imparted to me by my master. Observe closely and see if your so-called postnatal pinnacle can withstand it. Is my master truly the charlatan you claim him to be? At that moment, the great sword shadow had already approached like a whirlwind, mere meters from Xiaohua. From within the ominous clouds, a massive finger gradually emerged. Xiaohua bellowed, great wilderness prisoning heaven finger, half a finger, shaking the heavens and earth. As his cry reverberated, the spectators were struck with a chill, their minds frozen as they beheld the colossal finger in the sky. On the small celestial platform, the leaders of various sects shared a unified expression of disbelief, their eyes wide and breaths held as they gazed upward. The Moonsword sect's leader swallowed hard, muttering to himself, such might, such commotion. Is this something a postnatal warrior can accomplish? Beside him, an elder from the Mountain Gate sect spoke with a dry throat. This is the summoning of the power of heaven and earth. Yet, does not the mastery of such arts require at least the realm of a grandmaster? Xiao Huahua, a mere postnatal warrior, how could this be? Even Wushan wore a grim expression, fixated on the half-extended giant finger in the sky. Exhaling heavily, how could this be? Under this attack, who in Sangzhou could possibly rival him? Linger, this time you are surely defeated. In that moment, the great sword shadow, infused with a terrifying and unrestrained power, came to a halt before Xiao Huahua, as if locked in place. Boom! The enormous finger in the sky finally descended. In the next moment, the clash of swords resonated, and the massive sword's phantom suddenly shattered into dust. Beneath the colossal finger that hovered ominously, Su Ling stood motionless, clutching her long sword. Abruptly, a flush of crimson surged across her face, and she violently expelled a mouthful of blood. Senior sister, young master. The sky echoed with cries at that instant. Yet, Su Ling remained pale, her brows trembling as she gazed at the young man before her. Clenching her silver teeth, she leaned on her sword, her face etched with disbelief, mingling with a hint of panic. The ethereal sword technique is a high-level martial art of the Xian rank, the foremost sword technique of the ethereal sect. How could it be so easily crushed? Her eyes fixated on the terrifying half-finger before her, as if stung by sharp pain. Her expression intensified. Impossible. How could you possibly master such martial arts? The more she spoke, the more agitated she became, shaking her head fervently. This cannot be. I cannot lose. I will not lose. She was the foremost genius of the ethereal sect, the pride of Sangzhou. Moreover, 3 years ago, it was she who called off the engagement, suppressing Xiao Huahua decisively. Now, how could she possibly be defeated by Xiao Huahua? To lose the face of the ethereal sect, to lose her dignity? Su Ling'er gritted her silver teeth, channeling all her internal energy into her long sword, and with a fierce thrust, she lunged forward. Waves of sword shadows shot towards Xiao Huahua. Observing the scene before her, Xiao Huahua revealed a hint of disdain in her eyes. Do not measure my master, Xiao Huahua, with your ignorant and narrow perspective. Before encountering my master, I was merely a third-rate warrior, ridiculed by all. But since meeting my master 6 months ago, in such a short span, I have forged this divine power. Several sword shadows surged forward like a tempest, and Xiao Huahua flicked her fingertips, releasing a radiant light. The colossal finger that hung in the air crashed down, a terrifying explosion resonating on the martial stage. The reverberation caused disciples hundreds of meters away to feel a wave of dizziness. White bricks and mud shattered into fragments, cascading like fine rain from the sky. After several breaths, the swirling dust finally settled, allowing the crowd's vision to clear. They beheld a gaping chasm, 5 or 6 meters in radius and 3 meters deep. On the martial stage, an eerie silence enveloped the area as everyone held their breath, captivated by the sight. Under the countless gazes, Xiao Huahua displayed a proud expression. Her voice heavy. The power of my master is akin to that of the celestial beings. Su Ling'er, staring at the enormous pit measuring 6 meters in radius before her, suddenly felt her strength wane, collapsing to the ground, her gaze vacant. Behind her, numerous finger marks marred the floor. Xiao Huahua had spared her life. The crowd erupted in astonishment, a cacophony of incredulous and hushed voices reverberating through the corridor. The so-called waste of legend has triumphed. The young sect master has unexpectedly fallen to the hands of this seemingly worthless individual. A mere son of a city lord has managed to surpass the esteemed young master of the Piao Miao sect. Suddenly, amidst these murmurs, a voice emerged, one that spoke of swallowing disbelief. He claimed that 6 months prior, he was but a third-rate martial artist. As this unexpected proclamation echoed, an eerie silence enveloped the crowd, leaving them momentarily speechless. Countless disciples and high-ranking members of various factions wore expressions of shock, rendered utterly voiceless in that instant. The master of the Yujian sect swallowed hard, his gaze fixed in astonishment upon Xiao Huahua, exclaiming, in just 6 months, after taking a master, directly advancing to the acquired realm, and has learned such divine martial arts. He took a deep breath, yet remained incredulous, eyes wide with disbelief, stating, 6 months. This is impossible. If true, then what manner of terrifying existence must your master be? Chapter 41. Grandmaster? Not worthy to carry my master's shoes. Upon a lofty platform of the celestial sect, the elders of the sect exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting a profound astonishment that eclipsed their earlier discontent over the defeat in the grand competition. The second elder, with a bald head and a long beard, was incredulous. Half a year ago, Xiao Huahua was merely a third-rate practitioner. Within such a brief span, he has mastered this level of martial arts. Surely, even a grandmaster could not achieve such an extraordinary feat. Another elder, seated to his right, furrowed his brow and murmured, could it be that Xiao Huahua fabricated this? The elders fell into a contemplative silence, for there was no apparent reason for Xiao Huahua to concoct such an elaborate tale. Moreover, reflecting on Xiao Huahua's previous reputation as a useless individual, they began to question themselves. If it were they in his place, could they truly endure the humiliation of being rejected in marriage? Even if one possessed such remarkable fortitude, what would compel them to endure it? Typically, prodigies conceal their talents to evade enemies. However, as far as they knew, the Xiao family dominated a small town without any animosity directed towards outsiders. With neither foes outside the city nor rivals within, there seemed little justification for hiding Xiao Huahua's gifts. Given his exceptional talent, which allowed him to independently reach the acquired realm at the tender age of 16, he would surely attract disciples, cultivate resources, and garner the favor of powerful factions. Surely, the Xiao family could comprehend such matters. After much deliberation, the elders reached a startling conclusion. it was highly probable that Xiao Huahua had indeed been a third-rate waste just 6 months prior. Otherwise, the situation would remain inexplicable. In that brief period, under the guidance of his master, Xiao Huahua had ascended from the third-rate to the acquired realm, his skills now pointing towards the innate realm. Such achievements were, quite frankly, astonishing. As they marveled, the elders regained their composure, recalling that Xiao Huahua had previously mentioned that his master was. Their collective awareness shifted toward the young man, standing nonchalantly at the forefront of the arena, seemingly indifferent to everything around him. The multitude of gazes turned to expressions of sheer shock, hearts racing as they collectively inhaled sharply. Remarkably, there was not a shred of cultivation visible upon the young man. What sort of being was this? On the arena, a look of unyielding frustration had long been etched upon Su Linger's delicate features. Yet as she cast her gaze upon the young figure one final time, that frustration dissipated, transforming into a hint of bitterness. Regaining her composure, she lowered her gaze and admitted, "I have lost." Then, glancing at the astonishingly deep pit before her and the imprints left behind, she questioned with bewilderment, "Why did that colossal finger not strike me?" Her eyes, filled with complexity, turned to Xiao Hua. "You should have despised me for what I did 3 years ago, forcing you and the Xiao family into such a predicament." After gazing at Su Linger for a moment, Xiao Huahua relaxed his posture, retracting his imposing aura. "I have come here solely to fulfill our 3-year pact and to restore the reputation of the Xiao family. Furthermore, although my master may not care for such matters, I wish to vindicate his name as well." He glanced at Su Linger, his tone becoming somewhat more casual. "Once, I harbored resentment towards you for the predicament you placed the Xiao family and me in. Yet now, we are no longer inhabitants of the same world." With that, Xiao Huahua walked past her, not casting another glance. Su Linger shuddered, her gaze becoming vacant as she softly murmured, "We are no longer of the same world." 3 years prior, within the grand hall of the Xiao family, she had defiantly pointed her sword at that furious, mortified young man, seemingly uttering these very words. Now, that same young man, whom she once looked down upon, had returned her sentiments in full measure. Su Linger's complexion paled. As the esteemed daughter of the Miao sect, revered since childhood, she had always surpassed her peers, trampling upon those once considered prodigies. Never had she been subjected to such a reversal of fortune. In an instant, she found herself overwhelmed, feeling the weight of the scrutinizing gazes that had once been filled with expectation, now piercing her very being. As her eyes fell upon the sword beside her, a figure gently approached her side. Wu Shan sighed and supported Su Linger, saying, "Linger, there is no need for despair. Your talent has been acknowledged throughout Sangzhou over the years. You did not falter due to a lack of ability." He chuckled softly, a hint of self-mockery in his tone. "Rather, it is my master who has surpassed you." Upon hearing this, the girl raised her head in astonishment, her eyes brimming with disbelief. "How can that be possible? Master, you are at the pinnacle of innate power, a half-step grandmaster. There are few, if any, in all of Sangzhou who possess greater strength than you. Countless individuals have sought to become your disciple. How could this possibly be your fault? If blame must be assigned, then..." Before she could finish, Wu Shan shook his head, cutting her off. He then rose to observe the young man below the martial arts stage. The youth still maintained an air of detached amusement. Wu Shan respectfully bowed and addressed him. "Esteemed senior, if my intuition serves me right, you must be a grandmaster. Am I correct? I wonder, what brings such a grandmaster to our humble sect?" As his words echoed, a wave of shock swept over everyone present, many tensing up in disbelief. A grandmaster? The significance of those 3 words was abundantly clear to all. In the southern wastes, a grandmaster stood at the pinnacle of existence, representing the absolute peak of that realm. Even within their vast Zhao kingdom, one would be hard-pressed to find more than a handful. Regardless of the individual, they're often backed by myriad powerful factions, including even the royal family, which holds absolute sway over the dynasty. Such figures must be catered to and revered, for they are akin to a lone army, capable of altering the tides of battle, an almost invincible presence. Many martial artists may never have the chance to encounter such a person in their lifetime? How could one possibly appear in Sangzhou today? The crowd gazed at Chu Feng, whose demeanor remained unperturbed, their expressions tinged with fervor. In this world, where power is held in absolute reverence, encountering such a pinnacle of existence is exhilarating. Merely catching a glimpse of their visage can incite madness. It appeared that Xiao Huahua had noticed the crowd finally paying attention to Chu Feng, and a smile graced his face. Although his master was indifferent to worldly fame and fortune, he felt a sense of pride in vindicating his master's name. Yet it seemed that the name had not yet been fully justified. Xiao Huahua cleared his throat, drawing the crowd's attention, and disdainfully declared, "Grandmaster? What is a grandmaster? Not even worthy to carry my master's shoes. My master is truly a celestial being." Chapter 42. Master Huahua, beyond the grandmaster, surpassing the pinnacle of martial arts. A grandmaster? Not even worthy to carry my master's shoes. Xiao Huahua's resounding voice silenced the surrounding clamor. The crowd gazed in astonishment at the unwavering demeanor of the youthful figure, exchanging glances that reflected their shared shock. For a moment, they found themselves at a loss for words. After a prolonged silence, the leader of the Moon Sword sect, standing on the small platform, furrowed his brows in disbelief, stating, "A grandmaster is the pinnacle of the southern wilderness realm. The grandmaster is revered even by the emperors of the 5 great dynasties, who treat them as honored guests. It can be said that a grandmaster is the very sky for martial artists in the southern wilderness. Yet, this sky is deemed unworthy to carry Xiao Huahua's master's shoes." The assembly shook their heads, realizing the slight discontent in the Moon Sword sect leader's tone, who had shown early support for Xiao Huahua. While acknowledging his formidable talent, they could not overlook his arrogance in insulting a figure they all revered. The leader of the Mountain Gate sect, with a stern countenance, scoffed coldly. How can this be possible? Throughout the history of the southern wilderness, no true power has ever surpassed that of a grandmaster. Such celestial beings are mere figments of storytellers' imaginations or tales recorded in legends. They have never truly existed. Despite Xiao Huahua's terrifying aptitude and his master's exceptional teachings, I cannot accept that there exists a power beyond that of grandmaster. The crowd nodded in agreement, ignoring the murmurs of the assembly. Chu Feng turned his gaze toward Xiao Huahua on the martial platform, nodding in satisfaction and secretly reflecting, "Indeed, I have not chosen the wrong disciple. Xiao Huahua possesses the ability to envision my thoughts flawlessly, requiring not a single additional word from me. His comprehension allows him to refine my hastily scribbled celestial techniques into something profound. Moreover, he trusts me implicitly, always the first to stand in my defense against any who dare to speak ill of me. Were it not for these qualities, I might have spent my life hidden in the depths of the mountains. After all, in this world, who else could possess such unwavering faith in him as Xiao Huahua, treating his whimsical teachings as treasures? Who else could distill genuine understanding from such haphazard writings? It is fair to say that without Xiao Huahua, I, Chu Feng, would merely possess a system without any opportunity for manifestation. Had I encountered another individual upon my arrival, the outcome would have been different. Thus, it can be said that Chu Feng and Xiao Huahua mutually uplift one another, embarking on a journey together. Observing Xiao Huahua, Chu Feng raised his hand to calm him. "Huahua, my disciple, I do not require anyone to carry my shoes." He then approached the figure from the Miao sect, and, under their watchful gaze, clasped his hands behind his back and declared, "However, my disciple is not entirely wrong. I am indeed no grandmaster. Throughout the passage of time, I have reached the pinnacle of my cultivation. It is beyond description." The moment these confident words were uttered, the crowd was left in astonishment, profoundly impacted by Chu Feng's transcendent aura. On the celestial platform, several elders exchanged glances, lowering their heads in contemplation and engaging in hushed discussions. It seems that in nearly a century, there has been no word of anyone reaching the pinnacle of the Grandmaster realm. Indeed, it has been over 600 years since a renowned figure attained such heights. The legendary Bodhidharma. The speaker cast a disdainful glance at Chu Feng, as if to suggest, could he be claiming to be Bodhidharma? A wave of derisive laughter rippled through the crowd, their lips curling in skepticism. Below, a few elders of the Misty sect also chuckled coldly. Xiao Huahua's defeat of the young master is undeniable, showcasing formidable talent and strength. This master may indeed possess some ability, but his boasting seems excessively grandiose. As these words fell, the disciples in the corridor echoed in agreement. The elder speaks truth. That fellow is utterly arrogant. True masters are characterized by their humility, recognizing their own limitations. Those who boast so brazenly must surely be impostors. In my view, they might not be distinguished masters and disciples, but rather fortunate individuals who stumbled upon rare treasures. Such charlatans are akin to the storytellers and swindlers of the foot of the mountain, relishing in belittling grandmasters. The more they spoke, the greater their contempt grew. Warriors revere the powerful. Xiao Huahua and his master's disdain for the supreme realm of the southern wilderness left no room for admiration. Even Xiao Huahua's earlier impressive display was forcibly downplayed. After all, who would wish to acknowledge a brash fool who, despite a modicum of achievement, dares to ridicule grandmasters? The Misty sect, including the spectators from external sects, immediately harbored no goodwill towards Xiao Huahua and his master. Suddenly, an unexpected round of applause, seemingly emanating from nowhere, captured everyone's attention. The sound was neither loud nor soft, yet it resonated with a profound inner strength, echoing through the heavens and the earth. The expressions of the disciples in the corridor shifted, brows furrowing in response. Remarkably, this singular, crisp clap stirred a restlessness in their veins. Numerous gazes turned skyward, along with Chu Feng and the Misty sect's leader, who both looked up at the heavens. Following their line of sight, everyone beheld several dark figures approaching from the clouds. Upon noticing them, expressions changed dramatically. 5 formidable presences descended from the void, stirring the atmosphere with a thunderous roar, akin to celestial dragons breaking through the skies. The intensity of their aura was so overwhelming that the clouds parted instinctively, casting an illusion that the very heavens had dimmed. Observing these 5 individuals, the leaders of the attending factions rose in astonishment. Even the previously composed elders of the Misty sect could not maintain their calm, gazing heavily at the newcomers. If their earlier speculation about Xiao Huahua's master had left them in shock, this moment was unparalleled. The aura emanating from these 5 individuals instilled a profound sense of dread within them. Astonishingly, each of these 5 surpassed even the esteemed master of the ethereal sect. Following closely behind them were a multitude of shadowy figures, their numbers dense and their movements defying gravity. Amongst them, the foremost individual donned a dark robe, his hair and beard streaked with gray, while his cheeks bore an unusual plumpness reminiscent of a child. His gaze was piercing, fixating upon Chu Feng, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Marvelous, truly marvelous. This tale surpasses even the finest narratives spun within tea houses. Ha! This journey has indeed proven quite worthwhile. Chapter 43. The Arrival of the 5 Grandmasters. The shocking conspiracy of the Black Abyss sect. In a celestial dome, 79 figures hovered in the air. The voice of the foremost among them was neither too loud nor too soft, yet it resonated with such profound inner strength that it rippled through the space like water, evenly reaching all corners. As they listened to these words, the expressions of the gathered crowd shifted dramatically, not due to mockery directed at Chu Feng, but rather because of the overwhelming inner force that instilled terror in their hearts, a fear that low-tier martial artists felt when confronted with high-tier masters. Everyone was taken aback, their eyes fixated on the figures in the sky, their expressions fluctuating between hope and dread. The leader of the Moon Sword sect maintained his gaze on the dozens of individuals above, taking a deep breath as he murmured, 74 innate masters? The aura emanating from these individuals was all too familiar to him. They were indeed at the same innate level as himself. It is known that innate powerhouses can establish a dominant force within a sect, and the sheer number of them, dozens, was enough to send shivers down anyone's spine. However, the Moonsword sect leader's attention did not linger on the shadows for long. It soon shifted to the 5 individuals positioned before them. Compared to the multitude of innate masters, the presence of these 5 brought forth an even more profound sense of fear and despair. With a grave countenance, the Moonsword sect leader's brows twitched as he muttered, "It cannot be mistaken. These 5 are grandmasters." The 5 grandmasters? Even though he had harbored suspicions in his heart, hearing the Moonsword sect leader utter the words aloud caused the crowd to collectively gasp, their scalps tingling. The 5 grandmasters, dozens of innate masters. What a terrifying assembly this was. Such a force, even within an imperial dynasty, would hold significant sway. The leader of the Mountain Gate sect spoke with a quivering voice. When did such a formidable force emerge in Sangzhou? The other sect leaders beside him shook their heads in disbelief. One female sect leader furrowed her brow and remarked, "In my 60 years of living in Sangzhou, traversing its every corner, I have never heard of such a force. It must not originate from Sangzhou." The Mountain Gate sect leader responded, "It cannot be a local force. Sangzhou lacks the foundation to cultivate such a formidable cadre." The more they spoke, the more somber their expressions became. "It is an external force that has come knocking at our door." The leaders of various factions on the small celestial platform exchanged glances, each detecting a hint of retreat in the other's eyes. These individuals, arriving with such fervor and grandiosity at the Misty Cloud sect, were likely their enemies. The crowd subtly shifted, ready to flee at the first opportunity, as the affairs of the Misty Cloud sect bore no relevance to them, and they had no desire to endure an unforeseen calamity that they could not bear. This was no jest. The weight of such a force was formidable. At that moment, the elders of the Misty Cloud sect exchanged glances with Wushan. Steeling themselves, they resolutely stepped forward, leaping into the air to stand defiantly against the overwhelming aura before them, gazing at it from a distance. Wushan respectfully clasped his hands and in a solemn tone inquired, "Esteemed guest, from which faction do you hail? Your arrival at our Meow Meow sect, accompanied by such a formidable display, raises questions regarding your purpose." Pausing momentarily, he bowed his head and continued, "Should there be any offense on our part, we humbly request your esteemed guidance, as we are willing to offer our apologies." Upon hearing these words, the disciples hidden in the corridors turned pale. Their expressions drained of color. As the foremost sect in Sangzhou, the Meow Meow sect had always been regarded with reverence. Other factions treated their sect leader with utmost courtesy. Never had they witnessed their leader in such a demeaning posture. Yet, despite Wushan's humble demeanor, the elder at the forefront showed no intention of relenting. A smirk graced the old man's lips as he replied, "There is nothing of great concern. I merely found myself bored and thought to extinguish this premier sect of Sangzhou. Pray, does this response meet your satisfaction?" With that, the elder chuckled, and the dozens of innate warriors behind him erupted into laughter. They regarded the leader of the Meow Meow sect as if he were a mere spectacle. Wushan, one of the 8 elders of the sect, felt despair wash over him. His face shifted between shades of blue and purple, yet he dared not reveal any dissatisfaction, merely bowing his head in submission. They understood that under such a terrifying power, a single misstep could lead to utter annihilation. Wushan remained silent, his head bowed, his thoughts a tangled web. 5 grandmasters and dozens of innate warriors. When had they incurred such a formidable force? Could it truly be, as the other party suggested, that they simply bore a grudge against the Meow Meow sect? How could the sect survive this impending calamity? Just as the atmosphere thickened with a deathly silence, Chu Feng cast a glance at them, stretching lazily as if fatigued, and remarked, "My disciple's 3-year agreement has concluded. I shall take my leave with him now. It is only fair to afford you some private space to address your affairs." The figures on the celestial platform darkened at his words, clearly unsettled. Yet the pretense of civility remained. But could they truly depart? As expected, the elderly figure with hair as white as snow surveyed the surroundings and chuckled. "Leave? Now that I have arrived, all present shall remain." Such opportunities to gather the upper echelons of Sangzhou's premier forces are rare. Once I send you to the abyss, my black underworld sect will find it considerably easier to conquer Sangzhou. As his words fell, hundreds of black-robed warriors emerged from the shadows, encircling everyone. In the sky, the dozens of innate warriors who had followed the 5 grandmasters transformed into streaks of black, descending upon the hall's periphery to ensnare all present. The leaders on the celestial platform were struck by shock, rising to their feet. The master of the Moon's Sword sect trembled as he exclaimed, "The Black Underworld sect? Are they not the most formidable insurgent faction within the Great Zhao dynasty?" The leader of the Mountain Gate sect expressed his anxiety, stating, "I have heard that they had previously remained within the realms of Qing, Yun, and Tian. What has prompted their sudden appearance here? The activities of the Black Abyss sect in these three regions lie still a full state away from our Sangzhou." Yet, recalling the words exchanged, an overwhelming sense of dread enveloped the assembly. The eyes of the various sect leaders shone with astonishment. These traitors are indeed scheming to eliminate a portion of Sangzhou's elite forces before launching an assault on Sangzhou itself? Is it conceivable that the Black Abyss sect's forces, previously stationed in Qing, Yun, and Tian, could traverse such distance? Or has there been an unforeseen upheaval in the entire state? Merely a few words conveyed an astonishing depth of information, sending a chilling sensation surging from the soles of their feet to the crown of their heads. Chapter 44. The unfathomable master. The leaders of various sects gazed solemnly at the encircling black-clad martial artists, their expressions dark as they surveyed the formidable innate masters before finally directing their attention to the heavens. Within their tensed pupils lay an undercurrent of profound dread. The Black Nether sect's audacity was indeed staggering. Not only did the oppressive aura render the 5 grandmasters breathless, but the onslaught from the dozens of innate fighters was something they could scarcely withstand, aside from a few hidden masters. The disciples of the Miao Miao sect, along with the numerous esteemed leaders present, constituted a significant portion of Sangzhou's elite combatants. Turning around, the leader of the Moon Sword sect cast a worried glance at several middle-aged men adorned in luxurious garments. Should the Black Nether sect truly obliterate them, the conquest of Sangzhou would likely be a trivial endeavor. In addition to the high-ranking members of Sangzhou's sects, many representatives from secular forces had also gathered, eager to pay their respects to the Miao Miao sect, the foremost power in Sangzhou. The generals commanding the troops of Sangzhou and the provincial governor were also present. At that moment, an elderly man with a youthful countenance in the celestial expanse fixated his gaze upon Chu Feng and provocatively remarked, "Isn't this one supposed to be beyond description? Why the haste to depart? I am quite eager to witness a power that transcends the grandmasters." His mocking words were met with raucous laughter from the innate masters behind him. Yet, such taunts displeased the young man on the martial platform. Xiao Huahua frowned and shouted at the elder in the sky, "What are you to presume to see my master in action?" His audacious declaration caused the previously somber crowd to turn their attention to Xiao Huahua, their lips twitching in disbelief. Was this youth truly ignorant of the dangers? Or had his so-called master imbued him with some form of delusion? That was a grandmaster. Even though Xiao Huahua had recently triumphed over Su Ling, it was merely a youthful skirmish. Countless individuals present surpassed Su Ling in prowess, including her master, the Miao Miao sect's leader, Wu Shan, who was merely at the pinnacle of the innate realm. As the elder in the celestial realm absorbed the insult, he found himself momentarily taken aback. Before he could respond, a sudden commotion diverted his attention. On the martial platform, a brawny, innate warrior seized the moment while the crowd was momentarily distracted, drawing a massive blade from his waist and unleashing a gleaming arc of light. The blade struck down, felling several surrounding black-clad warriors. However, the leader of the Mountain Gate sect had no intention of pursuing them. Instead, he soared into the sky. Yet in the next instant, 2 black shadows shot forth, colliding with his trajectory. With a resounding thud, the massive figure tumbled from the air, crashing to the ground. The 2 black-clad innate warriors seized the opportunity, advancing with swords drawn, intent on continuing their assault upon the leader of the Mountain Gate sect. At the moment the leader of the Mountain Gate sect made his move, the high-ranking figures of the other factions sprang forth like arrows released from a bow, dashing in all directions. However, the emissaries of the Black Underworld sect were more numerous, ensuring that they intercepted every escape attempt from every direction. The clash of blades and the flickering of sword lights danced below, as the space alternated between light and shadow. An elderly man with white hair and a youthful visage remained poised, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the scene before him with a triumphant smile. Thinking of fleeing? I have declared that none of you seated here shall escape. He cast a glance at the young man, Xiaohua, below, adding, as for you, young lad, I shall deal with you properly in due time. With that, he turned his gaze towards the towering temple behind him. Through the layers of pavilions and corridors, he focused on a hidden chamber behind a stone door. Mo Wanli's voice echoed softly. Are you two not planning to emerge? If you do not show yourselves soon, your mysterious cloud sect shall be reduced to ruins. As his words lingered in the air, a distant, melancholic sigh suddenly resonated. The leader of the Moon Sword sect, having repelled a formidable opponent, turned abruptly to see two elderly figures clad in white, their hair as white as snow, floating in the sky. Though their aura was somewhat weaker than that of the Black Underworld sect's leader, they were of the same caliber. The Moonsword sect leader's brow furrowed deeper as he recognized the two figures before him, the Grand Elder and the former leader of the mysterious Cloud sect. These two were among the few esteemed masters in Songzhou. At last, they had chosen to reveal themselves. However, upon their appearance, the expressions of the crowd remained stoic, devoid of any alleviation of their fears. Even the disciples controlled by the black-clad warriors in the corridor looked upon the two figures with despair in their eyes. The clamor of voices arose among the crowd. Why are there only two? 2 against 5. And it seems our two from the mysterious Cloud sect are lacking in momentum compared to the others. The overwhelming might of the masters was evident, manifesting as an aura of inner strength enveloping their forms. The 5 members of the Black Underworld sect radiated an ominous energy, causing the clouds within 1,000 meters to shy away. In contrast, the 2 masters of the mysterious Cloud sect appeared considerably weaker. Not only were they outnumbered, but their quality also fell short in comparison. Was this truly the end for our mysterious Cloud sect? Despair washed over the crowd as they lowered their heads, devoid of the courage to look on. Masters, innate and even acquired martial artists, excluding those who had reached the acquired stage. The combat prowess of the Black Underworld sect surpassed theirs by a substantial margin. The floating figures of the old leader and the Grand Elder of the mysterious Cloud sect surveyed the scene with murky eyes, both shaking their heads in resignation, sighing heavily. The old leader, with a grave tone, spoke, Shaner, the situation is dire. Soon, I and Brother Lon will risk our lives to hold off those 5 masters. With your peak innate cultivation, the others will not be able to stop you. You must take the elite members of our sect and break through with all your might, leaving a spark of hope for the mysterious Cloud sect. Upon hearing this, Wu Shan's eyes reddened, and he nodded solemnly, as you command, Master. With that, he ceased to speak further and immediately turned, extending his great hand. As his 5 palms spread wide, a tempest imbued with mist surged forth, abruptly seizing the 5 esteemed elders of the sect, along with Su Linger, as if they were bound by invisible cords. Wu Shan's figure then soared towards the outskirts of the sect. Wishing to flee? Have you consulted your grandfather? In the midst of the 5 silhouettes of the black shadows, an elderly figure with disheveled hair, who had been observing the situation below, let out a sinister chuckle and swiftly moved to intercept Wu Shan. In an instant, a colossal phantom, spanning 100 meters, hurtled through the sky, aimed at the airborne elder. The resolute voice of Yun Xiao reverberated across the heavens to impede their escape. You must first tread over my corpse. Chapter 45. The third layer of Qi refinement. A lone battle against 2 innate masters. In the celestial expanse above, a colossal sword projection, spanning 100 meters, suddenly descended upon the frail old man, just as Yin Xiao presumed that this individual would undoubtedly suffer grave injuries. The old man unexpectedly smiled. With the support of his inner strength, his body swelled like a balloon, abruptly expanding. The giant sword projection was astonishingly halted, disintegrating into dust upon encountering the formidable energy expelled by the man with his hair tied back. Before Yin Xiao and his companion could react, several shadowy fists surged forth from behind. Boom! Wu Shan unleashed a streak of sword light, causing the few innate fighters blocking his path to retreat abruptly. Just as Wushan intended to flee, several more innate warriors obstructed him once again. At the moment of his predicament, a terrifying roar erupted from behind. Wushan trembled, turning to see the anguished cries of Su Ling, or piercing through the air, ancestor. Before them, the esteemed elder and the old master of the Piao sect crashed violently onto the martial arena, leaving an enormous crater in their wake. A fifth of the arena had collapsed. As the dust settled within the 8 or 9 meter deep pit, the two aged figures, clad in white garments, were drenched in blood, their breaths shallow and labored. Witnessing the dire state of their ancestors, the onlookers trembled, their gazes shifting to the four masters engaged in combat above. The four masters bore various sword wounds, mere superficial cuts that did not inflict significant damage. Wushan stood frozen, while the 5 elders sank despondently to the ground, their faces reflecting sorrow and despair that permeated the atmosphere. Su Ling's eyes shimmered with tears. In a daze, she shook her head, murmuring, "It's over. Everything is over." The mightiest 2 masters of their sect had fallen so easily to their opponents. The Piao sect had lost all semblance of hope. To the side, under the relentless assault of 3 innate warriors, the leader of the Moon Sword sect received a palm strike to his chest, spitting out a mouthful of blood that left a long trail on the ground. He shuddered, unable to believe the sight of the 2 figures in the pit, gritting his teeth and murmuring, to be defeated so swiftly. Like the leader of the Moon Sword sect, many of the resisting warriors were repelled, their efforts futile and filled with despair. As they surveyed the multitude of figures in the sky, the resolve to resist faded from everyone's hearts. They all comprehended that the situation had irrevocably tilted in favor of the Black Nether sect. The air was thick with cries and sighs echoing throughout the martial arena. The celestial platform and the long corridors, yet none dared to continue their resistance. Just when despair gripped everyone, a sudden voice pierced through the gloom. Exhausted, they lifted their gazes toward the center of the martial arena to behold Xiao Hua standing defiantly before the 2 innate warriors blocking his path. "Hey, if you don't step aside, I might just have to take action." The innate warriors barring Xiao Hua's way glanced him up and down, disdainful laughter escaping their lips. "Take action? Even if you do, what difference will it make? Little brat, if you manage to injure even a single finger of mine, I might consider you impressive." Ha ha ha. The 2 individuals laughed unabashedly. Upon hearing these words, the crowd was taken aback, their brows furrowing in concern. Xiao Hua truly seemed oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Surrounded by the formidable forces of the dark underworld sect, he audaciously dared to boast. Su Ling gazed at Xiao Hua, her clear eyes reflecting a hint of worry. "Xiao Hua, do not provoke them further. You will perish." Yet, under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, Xiao Hua remained steadfast, staring at the 2 innate warriors. A flicker of anger crossed his youthful face. "I merely intended to fulfill the 3-year agreement and depart. Since you insist on obstructing my master's path, then face your demise." With that, Xiao Hua raised his fists, vibrant red, spiritual energy shimmering around them, and struck out. The sharp-featured innate warrior merely glanced at him, surprise flickering in his eyes. But he carelessly raised a hand to block, attempting to grasp the incoming punch. Boom! The force of the blow was terrifying, causing the innate warrior's eyes to widen in shock. He had no time to react and was forced to retreat several steps, finally halting as he slammed against the ground. "How is this possible?" he exclaimed, staring at his hand, his expression dark and utterly humiliated. After receiving the boy strike, his hand turned crimson and continued to tremble. Though he had only attempted a casual block, he was an innate warrior. In this small place, he was a formidable martial artist capable of establishing his own sect. Yet now, he was repelled by a mere postnatal youth who had yet to fully mature. Beside him, the long-faced innate warrior burst into laughter. "Su Yan, you truly bring shame to innate warriors, being bested by a mere novice. Do not dare to claim my acquaintance in the future. What a disgrace." Faced with this ridicule, Su Yan's face shifted from pale to flushed with rage, his fury surging as he glared at Xiao Hua, gritting his teeth. "You little brat. Very well. I was considering granting you a quick end, given the earlier spectacle. But now, I shall ensure your dismemberment. As his words fell, Su Yin transformed into a swift shadow, dashing through the air, his voice echoing as he descended. 7 Injuries Fist. The innate warrior beside him raised an eyebrow, a smirk gracing his lips. The intermediate-level martial technique, 7 Injuries Fist, was Su Yan's signature move, capable of shattering an opponent's bones with a single strike. Countless peak postnatal experts had met their doom at the hands of this technique. It seemed that the young man was about to face dire misfortune. As Su Yan unleashed a fierce gust of wind, Xiao Huahua, undeterred, enveloped himself in spiritual energy, appearing as if engulfed in flames, and charged forward. With a swish, as if sensing the peculiar nature of his opponent's technique through the vibrations of spiritual energy, Xiao Huahua skillfully evaded the oncoming fierce punch. Like an eel, he deftly sidestepped the assault and struck with one hand against the warrior's arm, delivering a palm strike toward his chest. The innate warrior's response was swift, immediately transforming his hand to block the attack. Slap, slap, slap. In an instant, fists and feet clashed, the sound of wind breaking echoed in succession. The two engaged in a series of exchanges, evenly matched in their prowess. As a palm struck down, Su Yin retreated a step, glaring at Xiao Huahua with an exceedingly grim expression. Damn brat. During their skirmish, he had failed to gain any advantage over the youth before him. Although his punches were immensely forceful, the lad slipped away like a slippery eel, invariably evading his most powerful blows. Subsequently, he would entangle Su Yin, making each strike feel akin to hitting cotton, frustratingly ineffective. Moreover, the strange aura emanating from the boy, though not particularly potent, stirred Su Yin's blood with an inexplicable sensation. Observing this, a nearby innate expert burst into laughter. Su Yin, I initially thought you were underestimating him, but it seems you are utterly inept, unable to best this young upstart. Su Yin cast a glance at him, noticing the youth charging forward once more. Without further ado, he engaged again, while another innate expert sneered. If that is the case, allow me to lend you a hand. Chapter 46, Breakthrough. The fourth layer of Qi cultivation. Wind. As Xiao Huahua engaged in combat with Su Yin, another innate warrior observing the match shook his head and scoffed before joining the fray. The fierce punches and gentle palms intertwined in a relentless assault, forcing Xiao Huahua to grit his teeth and evade. No longer able to move with the same ease he had previously exhibited, his movements shifted from countering attacks to desperate dodges, leaving him without any means to retaliate as he was gradually pushed back. With a resounding smack, a soft palm struck Xiao Huahua's arm, sending him staggering backward. Regaining his footing, he tasted blood in his throat and coughed violently. The innate warrior leaped forward, continuing his relentless onslaught, while Su Yin pressed on with the 7 Injuries Fist. Shameless, bullying the weak with numbers. Xiao Huahua cursed, yet he could only brace himself and face them head-on. On the martial arts platform, Wu Shan and the others stood in stunned silence, their expressions a mix of disbelief and astonishment. He inhaled sharply, furrowing his brow as he sighed. Xiao Huahua actually holds his ground against innate opponents? He stands alone against 2 innate warriors, yet has not been defeated. Such talent. Given time, however, Wu Shan did not continue, merely letting out a profound sigh. The surrounding elders understood his meaning, casting wary glances at their surroundings. Innate warriors encircled them, while 5 masters loomed overhead like towering mountains, pressing down upon them with an oppressive weight. In such dire circumstances, even the greatest talent seemed futile. The corpses of geniuses and those of failures would share the same fate. Nearby, Su Ling watched the fierce exchange, her lips curling into a bitter smile. I never expected that Xiao Huahua Hanti even exerted his full strength in the previous battle. Her gaze held a hint of complexity, while she reveled in her recent advancement to the postnatal stage, capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with postnatal elders. Xiao Huahua was already on par with innate powerhouses of sect leader caliber. Had the gap between them grown so vast? Boom, boom, boom. In the midst of their clash, the dual assaults of the 2 innate warriors left Xiao Huahua with no room to retreat, culminating in a brutal punch landing squarely on his chest. A streak of blood fell, staining the ground below. Xiao Hua staggered to the side, clutching his chest, his breath ragged as he glared at the two formidable foes before him. Yet, the two innate warriors did not pursue him further. Instead, they regarded him with a sense of amusement. Su Yin let out a sigh of relief and chuckled softly. "Kid, I must admit you possess remarkable talent. Had it not been for today, you might have become a formidable figure in your own right. But alas, having fallen victim to my 7 injuries fist, you have no path to survival left. Slowly tormenting you is the most delightful endeavor in this world." Xiao Huahua fixed his gaze on the approaching duo, feeling the turbulent energy of the 7 injuries fist coursing through him, threatening to unravel his very being. Within him, his spiritual energy instinctively coalesced into a protective membrane, shielding his heart and lungs. However, with the clash of the 7 injuries fist's true energy, his complexion flushed crimson, and the spiritual energy within him became agitated. Xiao Huahua stole a glance at the side, where Chu Feng merely observed in silence. Xiao Huahua inwardly lamented, "It is over. My master must believe in me," which is why he refrained from intervening. Yet here I am, defeated. My master will surely be disappointed. At this thought, Xiao Huahua's heart tightened, and he bit his lip fiercely, his eyes ablaze with a fierce determination, internally shouting, "Xiao Huahua, you cannot let your master down." He frantically circulated the spiritual energy within his body, while the incantations of the celestial arts previously spoken by Chu Feng echoed in his mind. The essence of refining qi lies primarily in the connection between the body and the heavens and earth. One must absorb the quintessence of a universe into oneself to become more attuned, to feel and absorb the spiritual energy of the world. The echoes of memory began to murmur at the edge of Xiao Huahua's lips. Suddenly, the pores of his body flared wide with each breath, greedily drawing in the spiritual energy from the surroundings. And his previously weary gaze transformed into one of sharp intensity. A fierce aura reverberated across his surface. The two innate warriors, witnessing this, were taken aback. Su Yin gasping in shock, his expression darkening. "This fellow is on the verge of a breakthrough. Let us attack together and take him down." The other innate warrior felt a shiver run down his spine, nodding vigorously. To comprehend and break through amidst battle is a rare opportunity. If this lad survives, the Black Ming sect may never know peace again. Without hesitation, the two summoned their inner strength, positioning themselves to charge forward. The figures of the two innate martial artists drew closer, while Xiao Huahua remained motionless. Seeing this, Su Linger's eyes flashed with a hint of terror. "Be careful." Boom! Just as the fists and feet of the two innate warriors were about to strike Xiao, the spiritual energy within him finally coalesced sufficiently. A blinding red light erupted from his body, and a terrifying aura surged forth, creating a tempest that repelled the two attacking innate warriors. As Su Yin and his companion halted, they suddenly looked up. In the convergence of countless gazes, as the dust settled, the figure of the young man stood at the center of the martial arts platform, exuding an awe-inspiring presence, his spiritual energy rolling like waves. Surrounding his body, a peculiar radiance shimmered visibly. Chu Feng gazed forward, a smile gracing his lips. This lad has once again achieved a breakthrough, ascending to the 4th level of qi refinement. Sensing the power of that radiant energy, all present felt a jolt within, their expressions growing grave. Whether it was Elder Piao, Su Linger and others of the postnatal stage, or Su Yin and Wu Shan among the innate, they all sensed a tremor in their inner strength, as if in awe of that extraordinary force. Amidst the collective astonishment, the gazes directed at Xiao Huahua bore a hint of disbelief. How infuriating this young man! Facing Xiao Huahua, under the influence of inner strength, a primal fear arose within them, akin to subjects standing before a sovereign, an innate sense of subjugation. In the sky, the 5 masters also slightly darkened their expressions. Casting their eyes towards this scene, the 5 individuals exchanged glances, each perceiving a profound shock reflected in the eyes of the others. all wearing expressions of disbelief. Mo Wanli exhaled a deep, turbulent breath, a spark of interest igniting in his gaze as he regarded Xiao Huohua with an air of nonchalance. "This lad possesses an unusual aura," he remarked. Below them, the young man radiated an energy so potent that even the internal powers of the five were met with an overwhelming sense of restraint. As masters, their cultivated techniques were among the finest available. Even the legendary grandmasters, with their vast and refined internal energies, could not instill in them a spontaneous feeling of dread or a complete sense of suppression. Yet, the youth before them was merely a postnatal martial artist. How could he possibly achieve such a feat? The master inhaled sharply, his voice trembling as he pondered. What level of sophistication must this young man's internal cultivation technique possess? Chapter 47. Xiao Huohua slays 2 innate warriors. Within the mysterious sect, countless gazes converged upon the martial arts arena, fixating on the youthful figure standing at its center. Like wolves surrounding a lamb, their eyes brimmed with insatiable greed. In the misty mountains, Su Linger, equally astonished, gazed at Xiao Huohua with a look of profound shock, whispering, "What secrets does this Xiao Huohua truly harbor? How many hidden cards does he possess?" In her clear eyes, she beheld the young man confronting 2 innate warriors, his fists clenched and ready to strike. The air around him crackled with dense, spiritual energy, and his techniques had become exponentially more ferocious than before, each punch resonating with explosive force. Su Yin and his companion, momentarily taken aback, gritted their teeth and retaliated with their 7 injuries fist and mountain-splitting palm, coordinating their attacks with the same precision as before, targeting the youth's vital points. However, unlike before, the young man did not retreat or evade. Instead, he embraced offense as his defense. As the battle progressed, the 2 innate warriors found themselves increasingly alarmed. Initially, they had managed to suppress the youth, but now even defending against his onslaught proved to be an arduous task. The ferocity of his punches instilled dread, compelling them to evade with urgency. A flash of anger crossed Su Yan's face as he resolved to stop dodging, raising his fist to collide forcefully with the young man. "Enough already, kid." Bang! Xiao Huohua's fist met Su Yan's 7 injuries fist head-on, the terrifying force shredding the latter's sleeve and sending him hurtling backward, akin to a kite severed from its string, landing several meters away. Meanwhile, the other innate warrior, caught off guard, found his mountain-splitting palm forced back by the sheer intensity of Xiao Huohua's punch. The long-faced innate warrior clutched his chest in shock, casting a dark glare at Xiao Huohua. Amidst the surroundings, myriad gasps of astonishment echoed. Yet, Xiao Huohua did not relent. Instead, he stomped the ground with fervor, channeling a terrifying aura as spiritual energy surged within him, vividly manifesting as radiant scarlet light swirling around his form, ultimately condensing at his fingertips. He then pointed his index finger skyward, unleashing a beam of light that pierced the heavens. Instantly, ominous clouds gathered, and thunder rumbled fiercely. His thunderous voice reverberated throughout the mysterious sect, great wilderness prison sky finger. Half a finger, shaking heaven and earth. From the darkened clouds emerged a colossal crimson finger, solid and imposing. The long-faced, innate warrior, having just regained his footing, and Su Yin, now filled with trepidation, exchanged glances, the latter's voice quivering with disbelief. "Cursed brat," before the watchful eyes of many disciples from the dark underworld sect. The 2 early-stage, innate warriors had been utterly defeated by a mere boy who had yet to fully mature. Such humiliation felt more agonizing than a slow execution. Now, they even sensed a profound fear of death emanating from the very technique unleashed by this youth, instinctively recoiling in terror. This reaction was a bitter pill for them to swallow. The 2 individuals gritted their teeth, drawing back their fists and palms, channeling their inner energy to its utmost limit. Bellowing in unison, 7 injuries fist, 7th stance, shattered tendons, and broken bones. Mountain-toppling palm, heaven and sea stabilization. In an instant, as if nearly drained of all vitality, Countless shadows of fists coalesced into a colossal fist of nearly 10 meters in size, accompanied by the formidable palm, hurtling towards the youth. In midair, a terrifying crimson giant finger collided with the shadows of fists and the brilliance of palms, creating a wave of energy that clashed in a fierce standoff. In the eyes of Xiao Huahua, shimmering with spirit energy, a flicker of disdain emerged as he suddenly pressed his finger down. "Break for me." As the words fell, the half finger in the sky erupted with a red glow once more, crushing the fists and palms with an unstoppable force, plummeting downwards. Su Yin and his companion watched in horror as the half finger descended, feeling the overwhelming aura it emanated, their eyes wide with fear. Attempting to evade to the sides, they found themselves inexplicably bound by an unseen force, powerless to do anything but witness the impending calamity. Suddenly, a shriek of terror echoed, reverberating through the air. Dust and debris erupted from the ground, soil flying up to a height of 100 meters, raining down from above. The resonating tremors filled everyone's ears. As they turned their gaze towards the epicenter of the explosion, they beheld a massive pit, 10 meters in radius and 8 or 9 meters deep, manifesting before them. Searching the pit with their eyes, they found no trace of humanity. Only two mangled bodies, entangled in the earth, their crimson blood mingling grotesquely with the soil. Witnessing this scene, all were engulfed in profound shock, the world around them falling silent as they struggled to comprehend the reality. Wu Shan, standing nearby, gaped in disbelief. Devoid of the composure expected of a sect leader, appearing much like a novice martial artist encountering the world for the first time. His face a tableau of astonishment and incredulity. The elder with the long beard trembled, his white whiskers quivering. Could it be that Xiao Huahua has just broken through to the innate stage? Not even 18. An innate at under 18. Wu Shan, regaining his composure, fixed his gaze upon the youth. An innate under 18, effortlessly slaying two innate opponents upon breakthrough. What unparalleled talent is this? How many years has it been since the Zhao has seen such a prodigy? On the ground, Su Linger fixated on Xiao Huahua's figure, her mind echoing with his earlier words. You and I are no longer from the same world. A bitter smile escaped her lips, as if she softly murmured, indeed, we're no longer from the same world. She looked up at the dispersing dark clouds, recalling the scenes from 3 years prior within the Xiao residence, remembering the youth's desolate figure and resolute gaze. In her eyes, turbulent waves surged. How blind I was in the past. This genius fiancé, a rare gem in this world, was mistakenly treated as a worthless being, subjected to my unwarranted humiliation. Oh heavens, is this your punishment for my arrogance? Above the celestial canopy, Mo wanly cast a glance at Xiao Hua, bursting into laughter. Exchanging glances with the two masters beside him, the trio descended gracefully, landing directly before Xiao Hua. As they arrived, the terrifying aura emanating from them rendered the crowd on the martial arts platform breathless. Even the flow of internal energy felt momentarily obstructed. Xiao Hua fixed his sharp gaze upon them, his brow furrowing with unprecedented gravity. At such a close distance, he could vividly sense the overwhelming presence of these three individuals. They were, without a doubt, at least 10 times stronger than the two he had just slain. They belonged to an entirely different realm. Even he, at this moment, felt an inexplicable surge of trepidation. Chapter 48. Do you treat me, your Foundation establishment master, as absent? Such insult to my disciple. On the martial stage, Mo wanly looked down at Xiao Huahua with an air of superiority and suddenly erupted in laughter. How delightful. I never anticipated that this journey would yield such unexpected gains. His gaze fixated on the crimson aura radiating from Xiao Huahua's body, filled with avarice. Such potent energy that even causes my internal force to tremble in submission. Not even the techniques of a grandmaster can achieve this. Under the scrutiny of many eyes, Mo wanly chuckled softly and continued, I, too, possess an appreciation for talent. Join my ranks and enter the Black Underworld sect, offering your techniques to me. I can grant you a chance at survival. The crowd frowned, their eyes fixed on Xiao Huahua. A chance at survival. to join the Black Underworld sect. How would Xiao Huahua choose? Yet, to their astonishment, Xiao Huahua scoffed disdainfully and retorted, "Join your ranks? I, Xiao Huahua, already have a master. Compared to my master, you are but an insignificant insect. Furthermore, what are the techniques of a grandmaster? They are unworthy of comparison to spiritual energy. I'm a cultivator." As her words echoed, the crowd was left dumbfounded. What was she speaking of? Such unfamiliar terms. None had ever heard them before. Even Mo Wanli, momentarily disregarding the disrespect in Xiao Hua's words, focused intently and inquired, "Cultivation? What is that? And what is spiritual energy? Are we not all training our internal force?" This question reverberated in the hearts of the onlookers. Immortals are those revered in temples, a tradition ingrained in the bloodline of the southern wilderness since time immemorial. Regardless of whether one is a third-rate warrior or a grandmaster, none dare to show disrespect or fail to pay homage to the exalted deities. Beside them, a master from the Chu Feng sect snorted disdainfully. To claim cultivation as a form of immortality is sheer arrogance. Could it be that you believe you can transcend to become an immortal? Feeling the spiritual energy emanating from Xiao Huahua, Mo wanly chuckled. "I have traversed the southern wilderness for decades and have encountered several grandmasters. Given the purity of your internal force, it is indeed not comparable to the techniques of a grandmaster. While your claim of cultivation may seem presumptuous, it is backed by the merit of your abilities. Achieving such prowess at your age, under 18 years old, with your current techniques, may well lead you to surpass grandmasters in the future, unrivaled in the world." As Mo Wanli spoke, not only did several masters furrow their brows, but even Wu Shan and others were taken aback. They had not anticipated such high praise for Xiao Huahua, even from an adversary, a future without peer among grandmasters. The crowd gazed at Xiao Huahua in astonishment, realizing they were witnessing the emergence of an extraordinary talent, perhaps a once-in-a-century genius of the southern wilderness. Alas, as expected, Mo Wanli's tone grew cold, his gaze fixed on Xiao Huahua. "However, at present, you have only just broken through to the innate stage. Regardless of the prowess of one's techniques, it ultimately hinges upon the individual." As the words resonated in the air, Mo Wanli exuded an aura of terrifying might that howled forth like a tempest. The wind, that nearly tangible internal energy, surged forth like an immense mountain, casting a shadow over Xiao Huahua's form. The floor shattered beneath the weight, plummeting suddenly as the loose soil beneath the bricks was compacted by this overwhelming force. Those within 100 meters, including the members of Misty Mountain, felt an abrupt descent, gasping for breath. Gritting his teeth, he gazed ahead. At the epicenter of this oppressive power, Xiao Huahua's spine bent under the pressure, his body trembling violently, on the verge of collapsing to the ground. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Mo Wanli's aged eyes as he chuckled softly. "Ah, it seems you possess a modicum of resilience." With that, a glint of ethereal light flashed in his eyes, and the aura around him surged forth like turbulent waves once more. "Ah!" Xiao Huahua let out a pained cry as his spine bowed even further under the weight, nearly bowing to the ground. Suddenly, a wave of energy erupted from Xiao Huahua's body, enveloping him like flickering flames amidst a sea of trembling gazes. Tautening his figure, his skin flushed crimson either from spiritual energy or blood, he gritted his teeth and declared, "Even if I die, I shall never kneel to someone like you." Boom! Xiao Huahua straightened his back with sudden ferocity, his crimson spiritual energy piercing through the dense black malevolent force. Witnessing this, even Mo Wanli couldn't help but commend remarkable spirit. "But alas, your strength is still somewhat lacking. What I desire." Before he could finish his sentence, the youth before him suddenly roared, launching forward with fists imbued with spiritual energy. A streak of crimson radiance surged forth, aimed directly at the elder's abdomen. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, their brows furrowing. Was Xiao Huahua truly this formidable? To boldly strike at a master with merely a recent breakthrough into the innate realm? Even if his combat prowess was impressive, such an endeavor seemed utterly implausible. The chasm between the innate and the master realms could not simply be bridged by sheer martial prowess. Was he courting death? As anticipated, the rapidly advancing youth appeared to Mo wanly like a sluggish snail. The roaring flame of his punch was effortlessly seized by a skeletal yet powerful hand. Reminiscent of an eagle's claw, Mo wanly regarded the boy with a hint of mockery. Startled, the latter looked up, his skin nearly suffused with a blood-red hue. Gritting his teeth and glaring fiercely, his disheveled black hair fluttering wildly, he raised a finger ensnared in the elder's grasp and bellowed, "Great wilderness prison sky, finger." But before the boy could consolidate his spiritual energy, a glint of ruthlessness crossed Mo Wanley's eyes. "You are still too green to challenge a master." With a crack, accompanied by a shrill scream, the withered yet powerful hand struck down upon Xiao Huahua's arm, causing his gathered spiritual energy to dissipate in an instant. Xiao Huahua was sent flying backward, pain etched across his face. However, amidst the pallid visage, a flicker of mirth unexpectedly sparkled, and a frail yet resolute voice proclaimed, "My celestial arts are not solely reliant on the inner spiritual energy." Upon hearing these words, Mo Wanley abruptly lifted his gaze. In the air, a massive crimson finger descended from the thick, dark clouds. It seemed imbued with a peculiar force, momentarily immobilizing his body, thereby granting the youth a chance to escape. Confronted by the thunderous descent of the colossal digit, Mo Wanley waved his hand with fervor, unleashing a multitude of dark rays. The giant finger lingered in the sky for an instant before shattering with a resounding crash. Having already retreated 30 meters, Xiao Huahua spewed forth another stream of blood. Mo Wanley regarded him, gently rising, his voice resonating like thunder. "I am no ordinary master. You should reconsider your trifling tricks. It is time for this to end." Simultaneously, a massive black hand, half again the size of the giant finger, surged forth behind him, slowly descending toward Xiao Huahua. The spectators gazed upon Xiao Huahua with faces drained of color. The terrifying pressure emanating from the dark palm rendered everyone present nearly breathless. The aura within that black hand felt akin to the judge's pen of the King of Hell, instilling a profound sense of despair in the onlookers. They had already witnessed the fall of an extraordinary genius before their very eyes. Just as the crowd believed the outcome was sealed, a soft sigh echoed. A cool, clear voice compelled everyone to look up. The young man, clad in a deep black robe, who had been standing at the edge of the martial stage, stepped forward. His eyes sparkled with a blazing brilliance. Waves of invisible, fearsome spiritual energy unfurled like a vortex at an astonishing pace. His voice reverberated in the ears of all present. "To bully the weak so brazenly, do you think this seat does not exist?" Chapter 49. Chu Feng takes action. The might of foundation establishment, surpassing the great masters. Upon the martial arts platform, as the words fell, a resplendent aura enveloped Chu Feng, his dark robe billowing in the air. The invisible yet fierce spiritual energy coalesced into a long river, crashing against the massive black hand before him. In an instant, the colossal palm shattered without any means of resistance, disintegrating into a myriad of luminous specks that vanished into the ether. Mo Wanley's expression was one of profound astonishment, his eyes wide as if witnessing the miraculous. He spoke to himself, his voice tinged with a shadow of grimness. "I am a formidable master in the late stages. Even if I do not employ any techniques, merely condensing my internal energy would suffice to overwhelm a novice master." His murky old eyes remained fixated on Chu Feng, filled with foreboding. How could this youth, without lifting a finger, utterly obliterate him with mere pressure of momentum? What immense power was this? Yet, undeterred by Mo Wanley's gaze, Chu Feng continued his advance, his demeanor serene as his robe trembled more violently with each step. With every footfall, his aura intensified, becoming increasingly terrifying. When he paused and surveyed the crowd, a thunderous roar erupted as his spiritual energy surged forth unreservedly. The onlookers, filled with dread, glanced around in panic. The once tranquil world was now beset by swirling sands and tempestuous winds. Enormous tornadoes danced behind the youth, wreaking havoc upon the earth. A ghostly light flickered in Chu Feng's eyes as he surveyed those before him, akin to a deity surveying the mortal realm from on high. The aura emanating from his foundation, establishment prowess, surged like a tidal wave, enveloping every inch of the land, with no capacity to resist. Those from the martial arts platform to the celestial stage, from the small, celestial platform to the long corridor, and across the vast mountains, all surrendered under the weight of this overwhelming presence, kneeling in submission. Fearful glances fell upon Chu Feng, and disbelief coursed through their minds. How could there exist such a formidable being in this world? As his aura expanded across the mountains and plains, no one dared to defy him. Every person bowed their heads in reverence, as if even the written tales could not capture such a phenomenon. Chu Feng's bright gaze fell upon the five masters standing before him. "Behold my arrival. Why do you not kneel?" In the wake of these 8 brief words, the faces of the five masters paled, sweat beading on their foreheads, their lips quivering without a trace of color, unable to utter a single word. Their chests heaved, struggling for breath. Mo Wanli suddenly gasped, his pupils constricting to pinpricks in sheer shock. Not even the great masters had ever exerted such a terrifying pressure upon him. Before him stood a youth, more terrifying than any grandmaster he had ever encountered. To the side, Wu Shan knelt upon the ground, observing the 5 grandmasters frozen in place before Chu Feng, resembling frightened chicks. Suddenly, his eyes widened further as the words spoken by Xiao Huahua echoed in his mind. "The grandmasters do not even possess the qualifications to carry my master's shoes. Over the passage of time, I have reached the pinnacle of my cultivation, a state beyond description." These simple words resonated in Wu Shan's mind, striking him like a thunderclap. His gaze was fixed intently upon Chu Feng, his breath becoming erratic as he pondered. Could it be that Xiao Huahua's master truly transcends the grandmasters? Is it possible that even the realm cannot encapsulate such an existence? For a moment, Wu Shan's mind went blank. What manner of terrifying being is this? A superlative power so formidable that even the tales dare not depict it. Yet here it stands before them. Wu Shan could feel his heart racing violently. A flicker of hope illuminated his expression. Stealing a glance at the members of the black underworld sect surrounding the mysterious cloud sect, he murmured, "Perhaps this formidable entity is the only one who can resolve our plight." With this thought, Wu Shan ceased his hesitation, gritting his teeth as he bowed deeply to Chu Feng. "I humbly apologize for my prior inadequacies in hospitality and earnestly beseech you, esteemed elder, to assist the mysterious cloud sect in overcoming this calamity. You would be removing a significant threat to the great Zhao. The members of the mysterious cloud sect would forever be grateful." As Wu Shan's words fell, those who had knelt in submission due to the pressure regained their senses. Bowing in unison, their voices surged like a flood, resounding across every inch of the mysterious cloud sect's grand hall. "We implore you, esteemed elder, to aid the mysterious cloud sect in this crisis. We would be eternally grateful." Su Ling'er struggled to lift her gaze towards Chu Feng. Her mind clouded as if lost in a dream. How could it be that the youth she once looked down upon had taken a master capable of commanding the reverence of a significant portion of the martial elite in Sangzhou? Her clear eyes flickered towards Xiao Huahua, and she could not help but muse, "Xiao Huahua, is this the reason for your eyes? This reclusive sage, dismissed by others as mere folly, has indeed been found by you." Mo Wanli glanced around, his throat dry and strained, swallowing hard as he spoke through gritted teeth. "Esteemed elder, within our black underworld sect, there exists a grandmaster as well. Should you choose to depart, we shall forget this entirely and cease our entanglements. However, if you were to take action against us," his voice faltered, imbued with an air of uncertainty. As he continued, "Our grandmaster would never let this matter rest." Upon hearing this, Chu Feng's eyes flickered as he gazed at the perspiring elder, and with a tone of indifference, he remarked, "In my lifetime, why should I concern myself with others? A grandmaster is merely a trifling insect." As he spoke, the spiritual energy surrounding Chu Feng coalesced with an abrupt intensity in the moment his gaze sharpened, transforming into a colossal wave in an instant. The torrent, shimmering with crimson brilliance, surged forth like the waters of the Milky Way. Such a terrifying deluge crashed violently against Mo Wanley's body, leaving him utterly defenseless. The elder, clad in black robes, was violently propelled away, tracing a parabolic arc through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Upon landing, Mo Wanley's body trembled violently, and a stream of bright red blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Chapter 50. Behold, my disciple. This is the pinnacle of Qi cultivation, the formidable power that can imprison the heavens with a mere finger. An ethereal sect, the onlookers were left in a state of stupor. Those who dared not approach Chu Feng were visibly shaken, their eyes reflecting a profound astonishment. Throughout my life, I have acted without concern for others. A Grand Master is but a trifling insect. These words were uttered without any harshness or explosive tone, delivered in a remarkably calm manner, as if recounting an inconsequential matter. Yet, such utterances resonated within the minds of the crowd like thunderclaps, reverberating with intensity. If these words had been spoken by an ordinary person, they might have been dismissed as the ramblings of a madman. However, when emanating from Chu Feng, whose aura suppressed all around him, they stirred a sense of dread that lingered in the hearts of all present. To regard Grand Masters as mere insects, what audacity! Countless gazes, filled with reverence, were directed toward the figure of the young man on the martial arts stage. Could it be that Master Xiao Huahua truly transcended the realm of Grand Masters, ascending to a higher plane? Was the legendary realm of the celestial not merely a myth? 6 centuries ago, the revered Bodhidharma had also achieved a stature akin to that of Master Xiao Hua. Thoughts intertwined within the minds of all, including several masters like Mo Wanley. Clutching his chest, Mo Wanley staggered to his feet, having been nearly overwhelmed by the seemingly light aura that had nearly caused his meridians to tremble and his organs to rupture. Fortunately, his extensive experience had prompted him to fortify his body with internal energy beforehand. Otherwise, a mere brush with the youth's aura could have spelled his demise. Though still tinged with fear, he understood that if he failed to persuade the young man today, none of them would leave unscathed. With a steely resolve, Mo Wanley continued, "Senior, you must contemplate this carefully. The benefits these insects can offer you, our Black Underworld sect can provide in abundance, and even more. We command territories across the 3 continents, far surpassing these insignificant beings." Aligning with our Black Underworld sect before he could finish, the young man's figure gracefully ascended, as if stepping upon an invisible staircase in the air, allowing him to stand suspended before the gazes of all. Chu Feng gazed at the distant sky, his indifferent voice resonating through the heavens. "Eliminating threats to the great Zhao does not pique my interest. As for your so-called generous rewards, I am equally disinterested." Upon hearing these words, the multitude of martial artists from Sangzhou turned pale, their eyes sinking into utter despair. In stark contrast, the members of the Black Underworld sect, their bodies tense and brows furrowed, began to relax, filled with unexpected joy. However, before the faint smile on Mo Wanley's lips could fully blossom, his expression suddenly froze. "Yet, you covet my disciple and my techniques. This displeases me greatly." As the final words fell, the sky above crackled with thunder, beneath the tumultuous silver lightning. Chu Feng turned to gaze downward, resting his eyes upon Xiao Hua. "Disciple, have you not always been curious about the true might of the complete technique, half-finger shaking the heavens, as well as the realm of great perfection in Qi refinement? Today, I shall demonstrate for you the entirety of this formidable technique from the pinnacle of Qi refinement." His indifferent voice reverberated through the cosmos. A wave of unease surged within the hearts of the members of the Black Underworld sect upon hearing these words. What was happening? Suddenly, tremors echoed across the peaks of the Misty sect. The ground began to quiver slightly, and the sand and mud seemed to be affected, shaking more violently with each passing moment. A fierce gale swept through the bodies of those below. With terror in their eyes, the crowd looked skyward. The heavens had become ominously thick with dark clouds. These heavy clouds swirled like a whirlpool upon the surface of water, swirling amidst the flashes of thunder. Beneath this dark canopy, a tempest of energy erupted. Trees swayed violently, structures crumbled, and countless grains of sand rose like a flowing stream. The winds intensified, and the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. Suddenly, a flash of brilliance ignited in Chu Feng's eyes as he raised his hand towards the sky. The rampant thunder and the atmosphere of destruction cascaded down from above. Under such a weighty presence, even the 5 Grand Masters appeared utterly insignificant. Mo wanly gazed in awe at the celestial spectacle, his body trembling, legs giving way beneath him. With a resounding thud, the 5 Grand Masters fell to their knees. Tears glimmered in Mo Wanli's eyes as his head bobbed fervently, repeatedly bowing and pleading, "Senior, we were wrong. We shall depart immediately. Please spare us. We are willing to do anything if you would just grant us mercy." Each plea accompanied a heavy bow, blood trickling down his forehead, yet he continued this desperate act. However, Chu Feng paid no heed to their supplications. His eyes, gleaming with divine light, regarded the 5 Grand Masters below with indifference as he spoke. The great wilderness capturing heaven finger. With a single finger, I shall imprison the heavens and the earth. As his voice echoed, a colossal finger emerged from the swirling, dense clouds. In that fleeting moment, it felt as if countless mountains were crashing down upon the location of the 5 Grand Masters, pinning them firmly to the ground. The overwhelming terror caused the very space around them to stretch like threads before their eyes. The 5 Grand Masters could sense an immensely powerful force constraining their escape. Beads of sweat adorned their pale faces as they exchanged glances, recognizing the despair and determination reflected in one another's eyes. Fueled by fear and fury, they summoned every ounce of their internal power and rose defiantly, declaring, "We shall fight to the end." Each of the 5 assumed a stance, preparing to unleash their ultimate techniques. With his internal energy completely depleted, he suddenly unleashed 5 colossal hands imbued with the essence of mountains and rivers. One of these enormous hands soared towards the heavens, while above, the cataclysmic finger of destruction began its descent. A thunderous collision echoed as the 2 forces met in midair. In that fleeting moment, the mighty hand, like a feeble insect attempting to halt a chariot, faltered and succumbed within less than a heartbeat, disintegrating into mere ashes akin to paper. Immediately, the 5 esteemed masters, their eyes wide with disbelief and terror, beheld the rapidly descending finger of obliteration, its velocity increasing as it drew ever closer, filling their entire line of sight. With a resounding crash, the finger struck, unleashing a tempest of dust and debris, causing the palace to collapse and the entire ethereal mountain to tremble violently, reminiscent of an apocalyptic calamity. After an extended silence, as the dust began to settle, the spectators regained clarity of the scene before them. The majority of the martial arts arena, where the 5 masters stood, had vanished without a trace. Instead, a massive pit, several dozen meters in diameter, lay exposed before their eyes. The earth was scorched black, and within that abyss, the 5 masters and more than 10 innate experts had been reduced to nothing more than powder, irrevocably dead. Chapter 51. Cultivating Immortality. A path to enlightenment distinct from martial arts. At the sight of more than half of the martial arts arena vanishing before their eyes, the crowd was engulfed in astonishment and shock. All gazes were fixed upon the immense chasm, recalling the singular finger that resembled a pillar of heaven, their bodies trembling in fear. Wushan, momentarily stunned, inhaled deeply and spoke slowly. Is this truly the might of this technique? Although the half-finger technique previously exhibited by Xiao Huahua was formidable enough to subdue 2 innate masters, its scale remained within the realm of imagination, as even master warriors could achieve such feats. However, it now appeared to be merely a fragment of the potential that this technique held. The crowd was left in a state of disarray at the sight of Xiao Huahua's master executing the technique. Celestial arts? Truly deserving of the name. They murmured in disbelief. One finger crushed 5 grandmasters, though they had never witnessed a grandmaster in action. Surely the disparity between a master and a grandmaster could not result in a single strike that could not be countered by 5. especially considering that Mo Wanli was a late-stage master, teetering on the edge of becoming a grandmaster. All eyes were drawn to the figure of the young man in the sky, causing them to tremble uncontrollably. Beside them, Elder Piao Miao supported the old sect leader, Yin Xiao, who sighed deeply and remarked, "This is a celestial being. Even if he is not a superlative power that surpasses the Grandmaster realm, he is certainly among the elite of Grandmasters. It is likely that within the entire southern wilderness, no one could rival his strength." Upon hearing the elder's words, the crowd again trembled as they gazed at the figure above. Could it truly be that no one in the southern wilderness was more powerful than he? Even Yin Xiao, who had traveled extensively and witnessed much, held such an opinion. Whispers circulated from all directions. Could this individual indeed transcend the Grandmaster realm? Are you foolish? Would such a powerful being need to deceive you? What benefit would there be in lying? Realizing this, the crowd collectively inhaled sharply. Truly, Master Huohua was terrifying. One finger pierced through the heavens and earth, creating a massive chasm in the martial arts arena that stirred their blood and left them lingering on the memory of that moment. However, none dared to covet such power. After all, the prowess displayed by Xiao Huohua's master was undeniably formidable. Gazing at the enormous chasm, they couldn't help but recall the words spoken by Master Huohua regarding the state of achieving great perfection in Qi refinement. Qi refinement? What realm did great perfection in Qi refinement signify? Wushan respectfully inquired, "Master, did the Mighty One just now imply that great perfection in Qi refinement is a realm beyond that of the Grandmaster?" At this, Yin Xiao pushed aside the support of a few individuals, regaining some vitality. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, he replied, "I too have not heard of this. Above the Grandmaster, should there not be the legendary celestial being? Could it be that the specific realm of celestial beings, in the eyes of the mighty, is subdivided into Qi refinement?" Listening to the awestruck gasps from all directions, Xiao Huohua gazed at the massive pit on the martial arts platform, memories flooding his mind of a scene resembling a heavenly pillar piercing through the earth, causing his entire being to tremble. He glanced at his own fingers, murmuring to himself, "Is this the true might of the great wilderness prison heaven finger? My half finger can only shake the world within the realm of martial practitioners. It is the finger of my master that embodies the true form of celestial arts." Moreover, he lifted his gaze to the silhouette of the young man against the sky, entwined in thunder, resembling a divine being. Is this the power of the great perfection in Qi refinement? In the realm of cultivation, it merely represents the pinnacle of the initial level. Yet, the strength he can wield surpasses that of a grandmaster. How terrifying must the levels beyond Qi refinement be? Xiao Huohua felt his breath becoming erratic. Although he had long believed his master's assertion that the great perfection in Qi refinement was incomparable even to the pinnacle of martial practitioners, he still lacked a concrete concept, struggling to envision it. Now, the scenes he had imagined in his mind were vividly materializing before his eyes. Firmly, he looked at the figure of Chu Feng in the sky, resolute in his thoughts. "Master, what kind of scenery awaits in the realm beyond Qi refinement? With so many levels in martial arts, surely cultivation must have at least 3 or 4 realms. Furthermore, as my master previously stated, the path of cultivation has no end." He surveyed the martial practitioners present, a smile gracing his features, murmuring, "In comparison to the grand path of cultivation, the path of martial arts truly pales in insignificance. Cultivation is the genuine method to transcend, the path I shall tread in the future." With a leap, Xiao Huohua bounded to the edge of the colossal pit. He scooped a handful of earth from below the pit and held in his palm. The residual spiritual energy contained within the soil, imperceptible to others, left him in a daze for quite some time. The spiritual energy within the soil far surpassed the precision and purity of his own. If his spiritual energy could be likened to the thinness of air, then the energy wielded by his master resembled the richness of the sea. However, it should be noted that only his master, having achieved the great perfection in Qi refinement, could unleash such power. After all, his master was not truly at that level. He merely compressed his realm to this extent. Dispersing the soil from his hand, Xiao Huahua rose, his gaze resolute. My half-finger can only contend with innate-level experts. On the path of cultivation, I have merely just begun. I must not take pride in my abilities. I must strive for my master. I cannot be a disciple who tarnishes my master's name. Looking up at the youthful figure in the sky, his eyes burned with intensity. Below, the innate and postnatal martial practitioners of the Black Ming sect stared at the divine silhouette above, their eyes widening in horror as they beheld the flesh and mud within the giant pit. Run! The echoes of terrified screams reverberated among the disciples of Black Ming. Countless shadows of black bats fled towards the mountains beyond. All the disciples of the Black Underworld sect understood that with the loss of the 5 grandmasters, remaining would only lead to a dead end. Observing the scene below, Chu Feng's cold voice reverberated through the heavens. Huahua, today, my master shall teach you once more. The path of cultivation is fraught with immense difficulty and brutality. One must possess unwavering resolve. Since they have chosen to become our enemies, we must not grant them the opportunity to survive. With these words, Chu Feng gently raised his wrist. As he beckoned, countless specks of light coalesced in the vast sky. In an instant, these icy glimmers transformed into the semblance of celestial swords. The menacing sword energy, exuding a chilling radiance, enveloped the heavens like a shroud. Chu Feng leaned slightly forward, and at that moment, the suspended sword energy cascaded like rain, erupting forth. The sword energy swept across the firmament, extending for miles, striking each shadow with precision. A chorus of anguished cries erupted, echoing throughout the land. In a single move, dozens of innate experts fell, leaving only Chu Feng, who stood proudly with one hand behind his back, his robes billowing in the tempest of the heavens. Chapter 52. Is this merely the instruction of a disciple? What terrifying prowess must Chu Feng truly possess? At the Pai Omio sect, a multitude of black-clad corpses lay sprawled across the ground. Xiao Huahua cast her gaze downward and noticed a chilling long sword atop one of the bodies, which suddenly transformed into countless specks of light, vanishing without a trace. The ability to obliterate dozens of innate beings with a mere wave of the hand was beyond the capabilities of any ordinary warrior. After calming her racing heart, Xiao Huahua nodded and affirmed, "Yes, master. I shall diligently train and ensure I do not bring disgrace to your expectations." Above them, Chu Feng nodded in satisfaction. For Xiao Huahua, he needed only to impart a few words. The rest, this disciple would comprehend on her own. It truly made things convenient for him. Observing the sea of corpses below and the massive pit they had created, even Chu Feng felt a twinge of surprise. Unbeknownst to him, he had evolved from a mere charlatan into such a formidable force. With a light chuckle, he mused, "Now that I possess this cultivation, it is indeed much easier to put on a show. Even if I lack other techniques, the sheer magnitude of my spiritual energy creates such an impressive spectacle." Countless fervent gazes were directed towards the elevated figure of the young man, filled with awe and disbelief. Although this youth had only struck twice, each action was monumental and unfathomable, far exceeding the exaggerations found in tales. Mist Mountain sighed and shook his head, reflecting, "Since ascending to the position of the Pai Omi O sect master, I consider myself a formidable expert. Yet, in comparison to this individual, I am as insignificant as an ant." Recalling his earlier misjudgment, Mist Mountain felt utterly humiliated. He had once deemed Chu Feng merely an ordinary person, believing that Xiao Huahua's reverence was the result of deception, that he had merely tricked such a rare talent. Now, he recognized that he was the one who had been blind, for Chu Feng's power was far more terrifying than that of an average grandmaster. This thought emerged in the minds of countless onlookers. The thousands of disciples of the Pai Omi O sect, along with the leaders of various factions on the immortal platform, gazed at Xiao Huahua with envy. It became clear that everything Xiao Huahua had claimed was true. Just half a year ago, she had been considered a waste, a third-rate warrior. What extraordinary fortune it was that after years of being deemed useless, she had found a master of such caliber and soared to unimaginable heights. In just 6 months of apprenticeship, Xiao Huahua had transformed from a third-rate warrior into one capable of defeating two innate beings simultaneously, even slaying them. Her current strength likely surpassed even the formidable Mist Mountain and the other seasoned innate experts. It would not be long before she surpassed everyone present. A wave of intense admiration surged towards Chu Feng. Similar sentiments echoed in the hearts of all disciples. If someone like Xiao Huahua, once considered a failure, could reach such heights in just half a year, what might they achieve under the tutelage of such a great master? The future appeared bright indeed. At this moment, everyone present hastily emerged from their astonishment. In the corridor, the celestial platform, and upon the martial arena, regardless of their status. The crowd uniformly bowed deeply towards the figure in the sky, expressing their utmost respect. "Thank you, revered master, for your salvation." Upon hearing this, Chu Feng gradually descended from the heavens to the side of Xiao Huahua. The leaders of various factions on the celestial platform hurriedly gathered at this location, smiles gracing their faces. "Respected immortal, I am the sect leader of the Changdao sect, one of the most widely spread and influential sects in Sangzhou. We are well informed. Should you require anything, the Changdao sect will gladly offer our assistance. Respected immortal, I am the sect leader of the Moonsword sect, and I am profoundly grateful for your great kindness. If there is anything you need, the Moonsword sect is at your service. Respected immortal, I am the sect leader of the Mountain Gate sect." The leaders of various sects nearly exhausted all efforts to squeeze before Chu Feng. In the distance, witnessing this small group at the pinnacle of martial arts in Sangzhou, striving with all their might to impress Master Xiao Huahua, Su Linger appeared somewhat dazed. After this encounter, both Xiao Huahua and her master would undoubtedly become renowned throughout Dazhao. Surrounded at the center, Chu Feng, having grown accustomed to such adulation in the Xiao family, waved his hand dismissively. "There is no need for such reverence. I merely aim to demonstrate a technique for my disciple, and these individuals are somewhat oblivious. It has nothing to do with you all." Upon hearing this, the crowd trembled again, glancing eagerly at the side of Xiao Huahua, their envy intensifying. What kind of immortal master is this? With but a word, he directly showcased the techniques of 5 grandmasters, dozens of innate experts, and countless acquired practitioners. No wonder Xiao Huahua had become so formidable in such a short time. Witnessing such supreme skills must have become tiresome for him. As everyone regained their composure, they shook their heads in unison. "Even if the Black Underworld sect is blind to provoke you, revered master, it is an undeniable fact that you have saved our lives. If we do not repay your kindness, we would surely lose face in this world." The speaker was the leader of the Moonsword sect, and the other faction leaders echoed his sentiment. Meanwhile, Chu Feng slowly turned, casually waving his hand. "In that case, you shall assist me in looking after the Xiao family." With that, he made no further delay. With a wave of his hand, a silk-like spiritual force enveloped Xiao Huahua. Carrying her, Chu Feng shot forth, soaring across the sky. His speed surpassed that of the grandmasters by countless times. In the blink of an eye, he vanished into the firmament. Gazing at the empty heavens, Wu Shan and others sighed in awe. Xiao Huahua is indeed fortunate. Who would have thought that the reclusive immortal, once only found in legends and tales, truly exists? As he spoke, Wu Shan looked up at the sky, slowly exhaling. Dazhao is about to undergo a transformation. However, the higher-ups of the various factions nearby were more attuned to the sensitive phrases. Reclusive immortal. The crowd was filled with shock and excitement. Previously, did not the esteemed leader of the Misty sect proclaim that Xiao Huahua had spent these years among reclusive masters? It is astonishing to discover that he has indeed been located. Might it be possible that, apart from the revered Xiao Huahua, there exist other hidden sages in this world? In the past, they regarded the notion of such reclusive masters with derision, dismissing it as mere tales to amuse children. Yet today, having witnessed the reality, they transformed into figures more fervent and exhilarated than children themselves. Reflecting upon this, the leader of the Moonsword sect promptly clasped his hands in salute and declared, "Brother Wu, I have suddenly recalled pressing matters to attend to within my sect and must take my leave." Without awaiting a response from Wu Shan, he soared into the distance. Following suit, The other sect leaders also bowed and departed, each contemplating the arrangements to send their young disciples in search of these elusive masters. Chapter 53. The winds of change shake Sangzhou. The quest for the reclusive master intensifies. Within a certain tavern in Sangzhou, the aroma of delectable dishes wafted through the air. A group of young men, their countenances alight with excitement, engaged in animated conversation. As one drew closer, their voices became discernible. "Have you all heard about the battle at the Misty Sect?" exclaimed one. Another youth, clad in fine garments, erupted into laughter. "For the past few days, all of Dazhao has been abuzz with the news. Who could possibly be unaware?" Yet, a shadow of concern crossed his face as he continued. "That being said, Dazhao encompasses 9 provinces in total, with 3 already under the control of the Black Nether sect. Their ambitions towards Sangzhou could herald chaos across the land." The first speaker, a young man who had been gently fanning himself, snapped his fan shut and interjected, "My dear one, let us not dwell on such disheartening matters. No matter how audacious the Black Nether sect may be, they've been thoroughly dealt with by that reclusive master. Rather, I find it astonishing how Xiao Huahua transformed from mere third-rate warrior into someone capable of defeating 2 innate beings in just 6 months. It's almost beyond belief." The tale of Sangzhou's foremost prodigy, Su Ling'er, and her 3-year pact with Xiao Huahua had become common knowledge. No one could have anticipated that a youth who was once deemed a third-rate failure would rise so dramatically, becoming a contender against the innate elites in such a brief span. Furthermore, he had taken a superlative expert, one who surpassed the grandmasters, as his mentor. This news ignited fervor throughout Sangzhou, with citizens discussing it fervently. A casual visit to any tavern or tea house revealed similar conversations. Upon hearing these words, disdain flickered across the face of the young man in fine attire. "In my opinion, Xiao Huahua was always a genius, merely waiting for the chance to soar after encountering a grandmaster-level powerhouse. However, such exaggerations are surely fabrications spun by storytellers." The others regarded him with bemusement, shaking their heads in amusement. In recent days, the populace of Sangzhou mirrored the sentiments of the youth, some skeptical, others astonished, and a few caught in a state of disbelief. Yet, they all shared a consensus. Xiao Huahua existed, and so did the master, albeit the reality might not be as grandiose as rumored. Amidst the fervent discussions, the young man, consumed by their excitement, failed to notice a short-haired youth standing nearby. Listening intently to their discourse, his expression abruptly froze, his face flushed, and his eyes widened in astonishment. A familiar image of an old beggar he often observed on the streets surfaced in his mind. Could that beggar actually be the hidden reclusive master? With this thought, he no longer lingered, hastily departing the tavern and making his way towards the market, intent on procuring fine wine and delicacies to present as offerings to his prospective mentor. In stark contrast to the skeptical townsfolk, the influential families of Sangzhou, well aware of the unfolding events, were urging their own young descendants to venture into the depths of the mountains and forests in search of the elusive master. In a moment, the entire assembly of martial artists in Sangzhou was swept up in a fervent quest for otherworldly masters. In Dongli City, within the grand hall of the Ao family, a loud crash resonated as the cup in Ao Qingnan's hand fell to the ground, spilling wine everywhere. Trembling all over, he stared incredulously at the messenger before him and asked, "What did you say?" The frightened servant, bowing low, replied, "Every word I speak is the truth." Upon hearing this, Ao Qingnan's expression turned dazed, as he recalled the young man he had seen at the Xiao family's doorstep when Xiao Huahua departed. Xiao Huahua's master was astonishingly a superpower beyond the grandmaster level. Ao Qingnan struggled to swallow, for to them, the realm of grandmaster was an unfathomable, celestial existence, the pinnacle of their aspirations. How could Xiao Huahua's master surpass even that lofty height by 2 tiers? And what of Xiao Huahua herself? How much time had passed since she had caused a stir at their Ao family? Back then, she had struggled against the 3 of them, each at different stages of their cultivation. Now, she could effortlessly defeat 2 innate-level opponents? Reflecting on the earlier days when they had encroached upon the Shao family's market to seize their resources sent a shiver down Ao Chingnan's spine. He clutched his chest and sighed. Fortunately, we quickly conceded back then, otherwise we might have been utterly annihilated by now. Not to mention Xiao Huahua's master. Even if Xiao Huahua stood before them now, few in the entire Jiangnan region could rival her prowess. Recalling his own sincere attitude of surrender and the trust the Shao family had shown their Ao family during this period, Ao Chengnan finally breathed a sigh of relief. In the grand hall of the Shao family, Xiao Zhan and the three elders were gathered. The atmosphere had been heavy with silence for what felt like an eternity until Xiao Zhan finally broke the stillness, saying, "You have all heard about Huahua's recent exploits, I presume?" His words were laced with disbelief, the tremor in his voice betraying his astonishment. The three elders abruptly rose to their feet, their expressions animated. The eldest elder, his face flushed, exclaimed, "How could we not know? The entire Cangzhou is abuzz with this news. Huahua has truly excelled. I have always said that this child possesses extraordinary talent and would undoubtedly become a formidable force in the future. Yet, I never anticipated that this day would arrive so swiftly." His laughter echoed, filled with unrestrained joy. The second and third elders exchanged peculiar glances at the eldest elder's exuberance, likely forgetting how, years ago, when Xiao Zhan sought to allocate family resources for Xiao Huahua's training, he had vehemently opposed it. However, recalling the news they had received that morning, the third elder remarked, "It has barely been a moment since, and Huahua has already defeated 2 innate level beings. The innate realm is populated by the most elite masters in Jiangnan. I cannot believe Xiao Huahua has reached such heights." The second elder chuckled softly, adding, "It is said that when Huahua vanquished those 2 innate foes, the girl from the Miao Miao sect, who was engaged to be married, was watching from the sidelines. At that moment, she must have been filled with regret, her insides turning green with remorse." As they spoke, the 4 of them reveled in their amusement. Suddenly, a young disciple of the clan dashed in, his face flushed as he reported, "Clan leader, the lord of Sanyu's city has come to visit. The foremost general of Cangzhou has also arrived at the estate, along with the governor of Cangzhou and the Moonsword sect." The disciple continued to rattle off dozens of names in rapid succession, finally pausing, nearly breathless, to add, "They have all come to the estate to present their gifts and pay their respects. Clan leader, you must go out and see them." Chapter 54. The Celestial Master Xiantian, Chu Feng. The martial ancestor, Xiao Huahua. The reborn daughter of destiny. In the Silver Moon Dynasty, just beyond the dense forest, the sunlight poured down, illuminating the picturesque scenery, where wild rabbits and ferocious beasts occasionally traversed the underbrush. At the very edge of this verdant expanse, a meandering stream flowed gracefully. Along the middle reaches of the waterway, a slender girl with cascading black hair lay upon the bank. She furrowed her brow tightly, seemingly ensnared in a nightmarish dream. Within the depths of the forest, a ferocious tiger emerged, its jaws agape, slowly advancing towards the tranquil girl. Suddenly, the tiger leaped, pouncing upon her with fierce intent. In that critical moment, the girl's eyes flew open. As if driven by instinct, she unleashed a powerful punch. "You shall perish." With her fierce declaration, the tiger's massive body soared through the air like a projectile. A heart-wrenching roar echoed as it crashed to the ground, rising cautiously to glance at the girl before retreating into the shadows of the forest. The girl gradually sat up, her clear, stream-like eyes surveying her surroundings. The tension in her brow eased, transforming into a gaze of bewilderment. "Where am I? Should I not have perished beneath the assault of 3 formidable Dan-holding experts? Why am I still alive?" She looked down at her hands, youthful and fair. A sudden jolt coursed through her. "Wait, my cultivation level has diminished to mere first-rate?" In her astonishment, the sound of the flowing stream drew her attention. Turning her head, Lu Qingwu beheld her reflection in the water, momentarily dazed, her hands caressing her face in disbelief. "Wait, have I been reborn?" Immediately, she scanned her surroundings. The trees, the stream, the narrow path seemed endless. A sense of both strangeness and familiarity washed over her, as long-buried memories began to resurface. Have I been reborn to the moment when I was just fleeing from the Silver Moon Royal City? She cast her gaze downward at her attire. The pink, youthful palace maid's garment bore signs of wear, with several tears revealing bruises of varying hues. A wave of shock mixed with a profound joy surged through her as she gazed at her hands. I have truly returned. The present moment should coincide with the time when that woman, Xue Mei, seized control of the court and purged the officials. Memories flooded her mind with remarkable clarity. Her relentless pursuit of the truth regarding her father's death had drawn Xue Mei's ire, leading to her desperate disguise and escape from the Silver Moon Royal City. Lu Qingwu's beautiful gaze turned towards the end of the stream. If all went as anticipated, she would soon receive the inheritance of a celestial-level expert from beyond the South Wilderness in the Howling Moon Valley. According to the original timeline, following her acquisition of this legacy, she would embark on a path of vengeance, ultimately returning to the dynasty to cleanse the court. After traversing countless mountains and crossing the borders of the Southern Wilderness realm, she arrived at the legendary, albeit seemingly non-existent, true martial world, ultimately becoming a formidable alchemist. However, shortly thereafter, she was besieged by enemies and met her demise. As she gathered her thoughts, Lu Qingwu clenched her small hands tightly, murmuring softly, "The inheritance of the celestial beings is merely a celestial technique and some information. I have retained all of this." The so-called Xiaya Valley, in her previous life, was a place where her fortunes reversed, but now it seemed unnecessary to revisit it. Her gaze hardened, focused intently. At this juncture, I must first restore my cultivation and swiftly eliminate that woman, Xue Mei. The mere mention of Xue Mei caused Lu Qingwu's eyes to flicker. Wait, Xue Mei. Southern Wilderness. Suddenly, it seemed she recalled something, her breath quickening, her eyes shimmering with excitement. If I remember correctly, the illustrious martial ancestor, Xiaohua, along with his master, the Xiantian immortal, Chu Feng, both hailed from the Southern Wilderness. In her previous life, she was but a trivial presence in the true martial world. The realization that such a renowned figure originated from the same place as her was indelibly etched in her memory. Taking a deep breath, her recollections sharpened, though her voice trembled uncontrollably. Moreover, as far as I know, the Xiantian immortal has a penchant for taking disciples. Before my demise, he had already accepted 5 prominent disciples, each a paragon standing at the pinnacle of the continent, upholding the order of the entire realm. If I could find the Xiantian immortal at this moment, could it be possible to become his disciple? The mere thought sent waves of exhilaration through Lu Qingwu, even with her reborn composure. It was said that Chu Feng was a being more terrifying than even the alchemical saints, revered by the world as an immortal. Furthermore, it was rumored that Chu Feng imparted his teachings generously to his disciples, nurturing them into supreme beings of the world. In her previous life, the name of Chu Feng resonated across the universe, drawing the attention of noble heirs from various dynasties, formidable sect leaders, and even ancestral figures, all humbling themselves to seek his tutelage. On his permanent residence atop Xian Mountain, countless martial artists would prostrate themselves year-round, yearning for a single word of guidance from him. Now, having been reborn in the Southern Wilderness, back at the time when Chu Feng had yet to leave, she would not let such an opportunity slip away. Lu Qingwu rose and gazed at her reflection in the water, tidying her appearance, her eyes sparkling as she spoke to herself. If I can successfully become his disciple, then my rebirth will not have been in vain. Should I achieve this, I shall exact vengeance on those treacherous scoundrels who caused my death in my previous life. Though in her past, the forces of her enemies could easily crush her, as long as she could become a disciple of Chu Feng, all would be rendered inconsequential. In legend, the once ineffectual martial ancestor, Xiaohua, was but a mere wastrel in his youth. At the tender age of 17, he lingered in mediocrity, subjected to the scorn of others, his aspirations unfulfilled. It was only upon encountering Chu Feng that he began to unveil his potential, gradually ascending to the pinnacle of the world, ultimately becoming the revered martial ancestor admired by all. With this thought, Lu Qingwu rose to her feet. her gaze sweeping across her surroundings. The end of the stream flowed towards the direction of Xia Valley. She then turned to look at the other end of the stream, her expression brightening as she spoke. It is said that the martial ancestor hails from the great Zhao. Given the current time, he should still be within its borders, and the immortal master Chu Feng ought to be by his side. Downstream lies the very location of the great Zhao. Without hesitation, she set forth, hastening towards the downstream path. Chapter 55. Seventh Layer of Qi Refinement. Return to mid-foundation establishment. Time swiftly passed, and 3 months had elapsed. In a remote mountainous region of Qingzhou, a young man sat cross-legged, his eyes tightly closed. The aura surrounding him surged like an unending river, resonating throughout his being, causing the very earth beneath him to tremble restlessly in response to this formidable energy. As spiritual energy circulated through numerous cycles, it re-entered his body, becoming increasingly tumultuous after countless repetitions. The boy's brow furrowed deeper with each moment. Suddenly, Xiao Huahua opened his eyes with a start. The energy enveloping him erupted violently, resembling a fearsome tempest, sweeping outward in all directions. The ground was disturbed, and even the nearby rocks shattered under the force. After exhaling a heavy breath, Xiao Huahua steadied his internal energy and surveyed his surroundings. Sensing the power within him, a smile broke across his face as he clenched his fist. Is this the might of late Qi refinement? Gazing at his arms, he was awestruck by the dense spiritual energy resonating within him, which was over tenfold more substantial than at the 6th layer of Qi refinement. Since returning from the Piao sect, he had recognized the necessity of tranquility in cultivation, resolutely shunning all external distractions. At the behest of his mentor, Chu Feng had brought him to one of the 3 continents occupied by the Black Demon sect, where he dedicated himself to solitary practice amidst the vast mountains. 3 months had passed, and he had swiftly ascended from the 4th to the 7th layer of Qi refinement. Suddenly, on a gnarled tree branch, Chu Feng awoke, his eyes snapping open at the sight of a shimmering blue screen materializing before him, prompting an involuntary smile. Beep! Congratulations to the host. Disciple Xiao Huahua has broken through to the 7th layer of Qi refinement. Beep! The system has returned tenfold cultivation. As the energy infused automatically concluded, the screen transitioned to another interface. Host, Chu Feng, cultivation, mid-foundation establishment, martial arts, great wilderness prison heaven finger, closing the system. A look of satisfaction graced Chu Feng's face. He sighed with relief, reflecting, it was not in vain that I tirelessly sought out abundant sources of spiritual energy for Xiao Huahua over the past 3 months. 3 months prior, Xiao Huahua had been bested by a master, his hand effortlessly twisted, leaving even his trump cards ineffective against the opponent. After returning to the Xiao family to recuperate, the boy, deeply affected by the defeat, immersed himself in relentless training. Out of desperation, Chu Feng had brought him to this bounteous location, where, through fortunate circumstances, they had condensed the spiritual energy into crystalline stones, reminiscent of the spirit stones found in prior life cultivation novels, which he aptly named spirit stones. Thus, the combination of these factors enabled Xiao Huahua to swiftly break through to the late stage of Qi refinement. At that moment, the sound of hooves thundered from the left, drawing nearer with urgency. Listening intently, his heightened senses, sharpened by his recent advancement, allowed Chu Feng to discern a conversation amid the cacophony. Hurry, this is the place. For over a month now, this place has been continuously illuminated by a radiant glow, surely indicating the presence of some treasure. We must hasten to uncover these treasures and present them to General Di Gong, who has conquered Sangzhou. Thus, we shall all rise in rank and fortune. As the words fell, a procession of over 100 figures revealed themselves along a narrow path at the foot of the mountain. Chu Feng cast a discerning glance and quickly discerned their identities. The group clad in black armor exuded an intimidating aura. Among them were hundreds of ordinary soldiers and dozens of martial artists, with a leader of apparent prowess striding ahead, possessing acquired strength. Before long, the leader noticed Chu Feng perched in the tree and Xiao Huahua at the mountain's base. Qin Huai's rugged, dark visage tightened, and his brows furrowed. Has someone else gotten to the treasure first? A flicker of ferocity ignited in his gaze. This was their territory. Qin Huai barked at the two. Have you seen any signs of radiant light? Speak honestly or else. Suddenly, a shadow clad in black appeared before him in a blur. Xiao Huahua's hand clamped around his throat like an iron vice. What did you just say? Caught in such a grip, Qin Huai dared not move. His face reddened, struggling to breathe, fear surging within him. This speed, I've encountered a master. The subordinates nearby trembled, too frightened to act, one stammering, "My lord, please remain calm. I am a member of the Black Underworld sect. Let us speak civilly." Before he could finish, a forceful grip silenced him, the youth's piercing gaze fixed upon him. "I asked what you just said. Speak clearly. No more trifles." Qin Huai, without a moment's hesitation, gasped for breath and managed to utter, "I discovered this place glowing with light, indicating there may be treasures." Upon hearing this, Xiao Huahua frowned and released his hold. "That is not the statement I seek." Gasping for air, Qin Huai pondered for a moment, then hesitantly responded, "General Di Gong." Conquering Cangzhou? At his words, Xiao Huahua shook his head vigorously. "The Black Underworld sect has moved against Cangzhou? How can this be? Did you not suffer heavy losses and expose your plans? How could you still act?" Having been separated from his master for over 3 months, he realized that without his guidance, Cangzhou would stand no chance against the Black Underworld sect. As for the Xiao family, meanwhile, Qin Huai continued to respond truthfully. "It is General Di Gong leading the charge. He is a superlative master of the Grandmaster realm." Seemingly fearful of further aggression from Xiao Huahua, Qin Huai quickly added, "General Di Gong and his forces have been on the march for a month. Reports from the front indicate that our Black Underworld sect has already reached the city of Cangzhou." Without another word, Xiao Huahua cast Qin Huai aside. At that moment, Chu Feng landed beside him. Xiao Huahua knelt on one knee, urgency in his voice. "Master, I implore you to grant me leave for a time to return and see how the Xiao family fares. Once it is confirmed that the Xiao family is safe, I shall return at the earliest opportunity to serve my master." Upon hearing this, Chu Feng scrutinized Xiao Huahua with a discerning gaze and nodded thoughtfully, saying, "Though being at the 7th layer of qi refinement may only signify the beginning in the world of cultivation, it is certainly sufficient to deal with a trifling organization like the Black Nether cult. However, I also intend to depart from here once you break through to the 7th layer, and I shall accompany you back." As his words echoed in the air, Chu Feng waved his sleeve, summoning a flying vessel that materialized in the sky, transforming into a colossal entity spanning 30 zhang in size. Grasping Xiao Huahua by the shoulder, he leaped onto the deck of the ark. Gazing at the magnificent craft suspended in midair, Qin Huai and his 100-odd subordinates were utterly astounded. What sort of sorcery is this? The name Xiao family from Cangzhou stirred something within him. His pupils dilated in realization, and he suddenly gasped in alarm. Could they be the unparalleled masters who recently annihilated the elite of my Black Nether cult? Chapter 56. The Manifestation of the Cultivator's Powers. The Celestial Vessel. Outside Cangzhou City, an army of 100,000, fierce as wolves and tigers, besieged the city walls. An elderly man, over 80 years of age, radiating an aura of malevolence, sat upon a noble steed, gazing disdainfully at the fortifications. On the city wall, a tall and slender middle-aged man, dressed as a frail scholar, anxiously surveyed his surroundings. Cangzhou City had been completely encircled by the dark and oppressive army, rendering it a solitary fortress. With concern, he turned to a man clad in a red general's uniform to his left and inquired, "Have we received any response to our plea for aid sent to the court?" The general replied with a bitter smile, "My lord, the Black Underworld sect has not limited their assault to Cangzhou alone. They have prepared thoroughly, targeting 2 states this time, in addition to the 3 states previously. Even the court's forces are exhausted and cannot spare any troops to assist us." Upon hearing this, the prefect rebuked angrily, "Are we to leave Cangzhou defenseless while sending troops to Xianzhou to confront the Black Underworld sect? We are but a small state city with only 50,000 soldiers. How can we withstand the 100,000 of the black underworld sect? With that, the prefect turned his gaze to the army below, his face paling to an alarming degree. Moreover, this time, it is the Earth Duke General personally leading the charge. He is a being of the Grandmaster realm. At the mention of the term Grandmaster, a shudder rippled through all present. In the southern wilderness, these three syllables represented the pinnacle of martial prowess, an unparalleled realm. Unlike ordinary masters, a super stronger in the Grandmaster realm could manipulate the essence of the world, truly capable of turning the tide of battle single-handedly. Beside the prefect stood a middle-aged man clad in white. He was Wushan, the leader of Zhangzhou's foremost sect, the Misty Sect. Wushan sighed deeply. If only that immortal master were here. He then turned to inquire, Master Xiao, did Xiao Huahua or that esteemed elder mention where they had gone? Xiao Zhan revealed a bitter expression and slowly shook his head. Well, Xiao Huahua merely left a letter stating she was going out to cultivate with her master for a period. Beyond that, I am not privy to any details, nor did they specify when they would return. Xiao Zhan observed the distinguished assembly around him, comprised of the prefect, generals, and sect leaders, feeling as though he were ensnared in a dream. Such exalted figures had gathered at his side during this time. Gazing at the pitch-black sky, he sighed inwardly. Ever since the 3-year pact concluded, Huahua has shone brilliantly. Under the influence of Huahua and the immortal master, the Xiao family has also garnered the attention of Zhangzhou's top-tier powers. In just 3 months, we have transformed from a minor force in Dongli City into a formidable power within the state. However, during this period, despite the Xiao family's inability to keep pace with the burgeoning strength, no faction dared to insult them due to the reputations of Xiao Huahua and Chu Feng. Whether it was he or the members of the Xiao family, they've been living in a dreamlike state, waking with smiles during this time. After so many years, the Xiao family had finally risen to prominence, riding the wave of fortune. However, a month ago, the dark forces of the Black Abyss sect invaded with unstoppable momentum, seizing numerous cities in Zhangzhou and advancing directly towards its main city. The Xiao family, which seemed to have just risen, appeared on the brink of decline. An elderly man, exuding a terrifying aura, furrowed his brow and spoke. The Earth Lord is truly a formidable master of the Grandmaster realm. Even Xiao Huahua's mentor may not withstand the overwhelming might of the Black Abyss sect. Rather than placing hope in others, it would be wiser to. The crowd turned their gaze towards the bald elder who had spoken. This individual was none other than the ancestral master of the Moon Sword sect and one of the 5 Grandmasters of Zhangzhou. Mist Mountain slowly shook his head in rebuttal. Grandmaster of the Moon Sword, you were not present at that time and cannot know the truth. The strength of that individual can only be fully appreciated by those who have witnessed it firsthand. He is undoubtedly above the Grandmaster level. Upon hearing this, the Grandmaster of the Moon Sword sighed and remarked, Your realms are too lowly. You are far removed from the Grandmaster level and cannot fathom the true nature of such a master. Before he could finish, the disciples of the Black Abyss sect had already arranged themselves in a precise formation below. The Earth Lord, standing at the forefront, stepped into the air and landed on the city wall, gazing down upon the crowd with an imposing presence. With just a glance, the overwhelming pressure of his grand master prowess emanated forth. A terrifying aura swept through the area, causing the bricks atop the city wall to shatter. The 5 Grand Masters of Zhangzhou, witnessing this, quickly positioned themselves in front of the crowd, desperately channeling their inner strength to collectively withstand the formidable force. The Earth Lord looked towards the elders atop the wall, whose faces had turned crimson from his pressure, and disdainfully remarked, Was it not said that Zhangzhou has produced a martial arts legend? One who has slain 5 of my grandmasters and dozens of innate experts? Why does such a high-ranking individual not make an appearance now? Are they merely a facade? His arrogant and contemptuous laughter rendered the faces of those below a ghastly shade of blue and purple. Suddenly, Mist Mountain stepped forward and advised, I strongly recommend that you refrain from rash actions. Among us stands a father of Xiao Huahua. If he is harmed, upon Xiao Huahua's return, the consequences for your sect. Mist Mountain's eyes scanned the crowd below, and he chuckled lightly. I fear that all of you in the Black Abyss sect shall find your graves here. Upon witnessing such audacity from the insects below, The Earth Lord, instead of becoming enraged, found amusement in the situation. The father of Xiaohuahua, the wrath of the so-called immortal master you speak of? The Earth Lord laughed heartily. What pitiful ants you are. Limited in your perspective, you have never witnessed the vastness of the starry sky. Daring to compare fireflies to the bright moon. I have traversed the great Zhao for over 30 years and have never encountered anyone so audacious before me. If that is the case, let your so-called immortal master come to find me. With that, he raised his wrist towards the heavens. A chaotic black energy swiftly coalesced in his palm. Without any elaborate technique, he hurled a fist towards the city wall. As the colossal punch surged forward, accompanied by a fierce wind, the 5 grandmasters instantly changed their expressions, hurriedly adopting their stances and unleashing their own signature techniques. In an instant, the roar of tigers reverberated, and the crescent slashes converged into multiple phantoms, colliding with the colossal fist. Boom! It was as if countless thunderbolts simultaneously illuminated the firmament. Following a blinding flash of white light, the 5 grandmasters atop the city walls staggered back, spitting blood. In the heavens, the Earth Lord cast a fleeting glance at several individuals, a scornful smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "To withstand a single strike from this general is commendable. However, I shall undoubtedly seize Sangzhou City today. No one can thwart my intent." "Oh, is that so?" At that moment, a cold voice echoed from afar, drawing the attention of the crowd. Beneath the tranquil sky, a tempestuous wave suddenly surged forth. In the distant horizon, a divine vessel sliced through the air with remarkable swiftness. Descending upon Sangzhou City, the astonished gazes of the assembly turned skyward towards the divine craft, where they beheld a young man standing proudly, arms crossed, exuding an air of defiance. Chapter 57. The Celestial Palace Descends. Is Chu Feng truly an immortal? In Sangzhou City, a terrifying wave of energy swept through, lifting the garments and hair of the onlookers. Every person within the city raised their heads in unison. A flying vessel, measuring over 30 zhang in length, hovered majestically in the sky, casting its shadow over the entire city. Above the realm of the divine land, clusters of houses appeared, resembling a grand palace. The crowd gazed at the sky in disbelief. The scene before them was so astonishing that it could only be likened to a surreal dream. Faces turned towards one another, and exclamations filled the air. What is this? A celestial palace? Or perhaps a ship? Yet neither ships nor palaces are capable of flight. Nearby, Wu Shan and others were equally incredulous. The sight was simply too extravagant. A flying palace? A divine vessel? The very things they had scarcely dared to imagine were manifesting before their eyes. Yin Xiao, staring at the figure of a young man aboard the colossal ship, spoke in awe. This is an immortal, a celestial being from the heavens. According to legend, the celestial beings reside in aerial palaces. Wu Shan, slowly regaining his composure, sighed deeply. Indeed, Xiaohuahua was right. His master is truly a person of divine caliber. Previously, he merely showcased his strength, and now he has conjured such a miraculous flying palace. Among the crowd of astonished individuals, Xiao Zhan's face flushed crimson, his hands trembling as he exclaimed, "An immortal! My son has truly become a disciple of an immortal." Even though Xiao Zhan had harbored suspicions in his heart, witnessing this scene was still beyond his comprehension. Beneath the city walls of Sangzhou, a throng of people filled the streets. Countless citizens knelt upon the ground, fervently shouting, "Immortal Master, we beseech you to protect our Sangzhou City." Tens of thousands of citizens bowed in reverence to the exalted being above, their supplications akin to reeds swaying in the wind. A pair of clear violet eyes swept across the crowd. Among the throng, a striking figure emerged. The woman, slender and graceful, donned a red robe with white armor that accentuated her alluring waist. With a perfect figure, an oval face, and willow-like brows, she possessed a beauty capable of captivating nations. Her skin, as pure as ice and jade, radiated an air of rare elegance with every movement, stirring deep emotions within those who beheld her. Yet, even this ethereal being trembled uncontrollably at the sight of the flying vessel. The shock in her eyes rippled like waves, surging in ceaseless succession. A profound expression of astonishment crossed her face. The name of immortal master Chu Feng is indeed well-deserved. My arduous journey over the past 3 months has not been in vain. 3 months prior, she had returned to life, tirelessly making her way from Silver Moon Royal City to the Great Zhao. Upon her arrival in the Great Zhao, she had heard whispers of the martial ancestors' 3-year agreement, which was beginning to take shape. Furthermore, within these rumors, it was said that immortal master Chu Feng had demonstrated his prowess, single-handedly slaying 5 great masters, earning the admiration of the world as a being who transcended the realm of grandmasters. Although most people are skeptical about this, Lu Qingwu understands that it is indeed true. It is precisely because of this event that she effortlessly located the renowned Shao family, the ancestral home of the martial ancestor, in Dongli City. However, she happened to encounter the martial ancestor and the celestial sovereign as they were departing. Despite this, she did not leave immediately. Instead, she chose to remain in Dongli City to forge connections with the Shao family while awaiting their return. During this time, in order to enhance the martial ancestor and celestial sovereign's favor towards her, she assisted the Shao family with numerous tasks. As a princess of the Silver Moon dynasty and a formidable cultivator in her past life, her experiences, insights, and techniques are beyond the imagination of the inhabitants of this realm. Before long, she became a distinguished guest of the illustrious Shao family and accompanied them to Tsangzhou City. A flicker of excitement danced in her violet pupils. Perseverance truly pays off. Finally, she was about to meet the Xiantian celestial sovereign in person. Unlike her previous life, encountering him at this juncture in the present, with her current understanding and abilities, her chances of taking Chu Feng as her master would be significantly enhanced. Above, Chu Feng gazed down upon the vast multitude, who appeared as mere ants, and a wave of reflection washed over him. Indeed, as one's strength increases, the extraordinary and terrifying nature of cultivators gradually reveals itself. He cast a glance at the colossal vessel beneath him, enveloped in radiant crimson spiritual energy. This flying ship was crafted after he had broken through to the mid-stage of foundation building and condensed spiritual stones. Though it was not a magical artifact and lacked the offensive capabilities of a true flying ship, it could be propelled by spiritual stones at remarkable speeds. Having read countless fantasy novels about cultivation in his previous life, he understood why disciples of great sects favored flying ships for their journeys. It was not without merit. While flying swords are indeed elegant and striking, they pale in comparison to the grandeur of a flying ship. As the massive vessel came to a halt, it cast a shadow that obscured the sun, instantly elevating its prestige, especially in a martial arts world where cultivators had never even witnessed flying swords. Encountering a floating ship must surely be perceived as a miraculous phenomenon. In midair, the Earth God General looked at the suddenly appearing ship with astonishment. Having lived for decades and traversed the vast expanse of the Great Zhao, he had rarely encountered anything he had not seen before in the South Wilderness. Yet, this flying ship was a sight he had never beheld. If someone had told him in the past that such a vessel could soar through the skies, he would have deemed them mad. Yet now, it stood before him in undeniable reality. The sounds of chaos from below reached his ears, and the 10,000 dark disciples of the black underworld, witnessing this spectacle, were thrown into disarray, believing that a divine being had descended. The Earth God General snapped back to his senses, glaring fiercely. A bunch of useless fools. With a thunderous roar, he commanded the black disciples to regroup. However, his gaze remained fixated on the flying ship, his greed unmistakable. This vessel, able to hover in the skies with such grandeur, must be extraordinary indeed. Yet to speak of it as a heavenly being would surely make the old man seem like a child of 3, utterly absurd. The murky old eyes swept across the flying vessel, and General Digong immediately formed a conjecture in his mind. It was highly probable that this vessel had been discovered by the youth amidst the 10,000 great mountains. After all, the 10,000 great mountains were a forbidden realm for the martial artists of the southern wilderness. Countless warriors had perished while attempting to traverse its treacherous terrain, leaving behind numerous remnants. The divine artifacts hidden within the 10,000 great mountains remained a mystery to them. However, the extraordinary scale of the vessel before him could undeniably be attributed to the 10,000 great mountains. In his estimation, Chu Feng must have discovered this flying vessel long ago within the mountains. His choice to unveil it at this moment was merely a tactic to intimidate him and the Black Underworld sect, given the encroaching forces. Alas, General Digong scoffed derisively. "Ignorant child, you think to frighten me with such trifles? It is far from sufficient." His gaze, fixed upon the colossal ship, shimmered with a haunting light. If such a formidable weapon could be obtained, would it not hold the promise of crossing the 10,000 great mountains and glimpsing the realms beyond the southern wilderness? Chapter 58, Hiss. Is Xiao Huahua charging towards the Grandmaster in just 3 months? Upon contemplating this, General Di Gong remained unperturbed. He gazed at the youthful figure aboard the flying vessel, standing with hands clasped behind his back, and slowly spoke. "Are you the audacious one who has consumed the heart of a bear and the gall of a leopard, daring to slay 5 grandmasters of my Black Abyss sect and over 30 innate warriors? Since the rise of my Black Abyss sect, you are the first to so brazenly massacre my disciples. However, it is well known that I, General Di Gong, possess a benevolent heart." With a cold snort, a faint smile crept upon his lips. "I shall grant you an opportunity. Surrender the ship and withdraw, and I will let bygones be bygones." At his words, the 100,000 disciples of the Black Abyss sect erupted in excitement, their voices resonating like thunder. On the city walls, those who had witnessed Chu Feng's prowess laughed heartily. Yin Xiao shook his head, laughing loudly. This General Di Gong truly overestimates himself, daring to show such disrespect to a celestial master. Beside him, Wushan fixated on the figure in the sky, recalling the near-divine presence that hovered above 3 months prior, commanding all with unparalleled might. Turning his gaze back to General Di Gong, a shiver ran down his spine. Though the Grandmaster realm is formidable, and few in the entire Dezhao can contend with such power, this is relative. General Di's audacious words towards the Celestial Master suggest a misunderstanding of the situation. Wushan's eyes were locked onto the youthful figure above, a glimmer of realization flashing within. Previously, he too believed the Grand Master to be invincible, until he witnessed the scene atop the misty peak 3 months ago. That figure, stirring the heavens, possessed strength that surely surpassed that of a Grand Master. The 3 Grand Masters beside him exchanged glances, their eyes filled with bewilderment as they observed the unwavering confidence of Yin Xiao and the others in this newly emerged youth. Could it be that this young man truly possesses the extraordinary abilities they claim? Elder Qingtian expressed his concerns. "We must not be blindly confident. After all, General Di Gong is among the top-tier powerhouses of Dezhao, a mid-stage grandmaster. Behind him stands 100,000 elite disciples of the Black Abyss sect, many of whom are warriors. The force they can muster is no jest. This celestial master you speak of, no matter how strong, is but a single individual. Even if he is indeed a grandmaster at such a young age, he cannot possibly confront such a formidable enemy alone." Wushan and the others looked at their companions, laughing and shaking their heads. They understood that Elder Qingtian and the others were akin to themselves 3 months prior, struggling to fathom the unimaginable. At this point, any further explanation would be futile. Once the Celestial Master made his move, everything would become clear. In the sky, suddenly, a figure leaped from the dark flying vessel, landing beside Chu Feng. Xiao Huahua, with a youthful visage tinged by anger, pointed at General Di Gong, who stood merely a few hundred meters away. "Old scoundrel, you dare to speak disrespectfully to my master? You are simply seeking your own demise." As he was openly scolded, General Digu's expression darkened, yet he refrained from acting hastily. Instead, he responded with a cold smile. "I am aware of your reputation. Half a year ago, you ascended from a third-rate warrior to the realm of innate mastery, even breaking through in the midst of battle to slay 2 formidable opponents from my Black Underworld sect. I must concede that your talent is indeed remarkable. However, no matter how prodigious your abilities may be, you remain merely a genius yet to fully mature. I am conversing with your master. What business do you, a mere apprentice, have here?" Seemingly incensed, General Digu unleashed his profound inner strength, causing the clouds within 100 meters to dissipate, rendering the sky noticeably clearer. Nevertheless, the youth aboard the distant flying vessel paid him no heed. Xiao Huahua turned to Chu Feng, gritting his teeth, "Master, this man intends to destroy my family and has insulted you to your face. I cannot contain my anger. May I go out and teach this arrogant fellow a lesson?" Upon hearing this, the expressions of everyone atop the city wall shifted to one of astonishment. Even the ever-confident Wu Shan and his companions displayed traces of concern. They all believed in Xiao Huahua's talent and Chu Feng's power. Yet General Digu was a mid-stage grandmaster. Yun Zhao's murky gaze fell upon the youth, and he sighed with worry. No matter how exceptional Xiao Huahua's talent may be, he was merely at the innate level 3 months ago. Upon uttering these words, the crowd grasped Yun Zhao's implications. Xiao Huahua's rapid rise from a third-rate warrior to the innate realm in just half a year was indeed astonishing in the annals of the southern wilderness. However, in a mere 3 months, it was inconceivable for him to advance to the grandmaster level. After all, the innate realm merely denotes a strong practitioner. While grandmasters are scarcely found throughout the southern wilderness, superior beings of unparalleled might, the chasm between them was as vast as that between a firefly and the bright moon, immeasurable. The gazes of those atop the city wall turned towards Chu Feng, pondering whether the immortal master would truly allow his disciple to face such humiliation. The young man aboard the flying vessel pondered for a long moment before slowly nodding go. Witnessing the scene, the crowd was left in disbelief at what they had just witnessed. Amidst the surrounding uproar, Xiao Zhan wore a troubled expression, pacing back and forth, unable to silence the thoughts racing through his mind. The immortal master actually consented? Could it be that he has confidence in Huahua? Is Huahua now capable of contending with the grandmaster? The very notion seemed absurd to Xiao Zhan. No matter how rapid Huahua's recent progress, it was impossible. After all, that was a grandmaster, a being akin to a celestial in the realm of the southern wilderness. Ultimately, Xiao Zhan halted, sighed, and with a wry smile remarked, "Perhaps the immortal master believes that Huahua has grown too complacent recently and wishes for him to face some hardships." At that moment, the crowd beheld Xiao Huahua stepping into the air. His body appeared engulfed in flames, emanating a fiery radiance, and with a fierce shout, he hurled a punch towards General Digu. Observing the figure of the youth before him, General Diguang did not express anger, but rather a smile, as if he were merely watching a fly buzzing about, dismissively remarking, "A mere ant dares to." Before he could finish his words, a thunderous sound erupted. The golden aura shield before General Diguang shimmered momentarily, yet it failed to withstand even an instant, shattering into fragments as Xiao Huahua's fist descended mercilessly, striking the general squarely on the face. A wave of energy rippled across the heavens, akin to a meteor streaking through the night, as the elder plummeted swiftly, crashing forcefully to the ground. All who witnessed this spectacle stood in stunned silence, their eyes reflecting sheer astonishment. This entire event transpired in the span of mere breaths, and by the time the onlookers regained their senses, the once mighty General Diguang, a superlative master of the mid-tier, had been unceremoniously brought down. Gasps of disbelief echoed almost simultaneously from the crowd below. Even though Diguang had not taken the encounter seriously, he was still a formidable master. The fact that Xiao Huahua could repel him with a single punch was astonishing. Could it be that Xiao Huahua had indeed attained the realm of a grandmaster? Everyone inhaled sharply in disbelief, gazing upward at the youthful figure in the sky. Was this a manifestation of extraordinary talent, or a testament to the formidable teaching prowess of his mentor, truly so fearsome? Chapter 59. The Celestial Master Xiantian, Chu Feng, a connoisseur of the incompetent disciples. In the city of Cangzhou, the atmosphere surged with disbelief, akin to a boiling cauldron, as incredulous exclamations echoed both within and beyond its walls. The populace bore expressions of sheer astonishment, grappling with the reality of their sight. Yet amidst the throng of hundreds of thousands, one figure stood out unexpectedly. Lu Qingwu gazed upon the youthful silhouette in the firmament, her eyes devoid of any tumult. Gradually shifting to the flying vessel where a young man in flowing dark robes stood. In her previous life, she had encountered countless tales regarding the martial ancestor and the Xiantian celestial master. Even the martial ancestor's meteoric rise from innate talent to grandmaster within 3 months was not particularly astonishing, given that his mentor was the renowned Xiantian celestial master. In her former existence, the Xiantian celestial master was humorously dubbed the scavenger, for the disciples he selected were often the most wretched of the wretched, easily dismissed as worthless by the masses. Yet, these seemingly talentless individuals, upon meeting the Xiantian celestial master, invariably ascended to become formidable leaders in their own right. Reflecting on this, Lu Qingwu lowered her head, a flicker of concern crossing her features as she murmured, "I wonder, having reached the first-class realm at the age of 18, do I still count as a waste? Can I truly become his disciple?" As she gazed at the figure of the young man above, a hint of bewilderment flickered in her violet eyes. In her previous life, she had never even had the opportunity to behold the Xiantian celestial master. And now that she had, she found herself anxious about the possibility of successfully becoming his apprentice. After all, the standard for the celestial master's discipleship were notoriously nebulous, with one of the most prominent characteristics being the selection of the seemingly inept. Unsure if she met the criteria for apprenticeship, Lu Qingwu abruptly shook her head, allowing her uncertainty to be replaced by determination. Regardless of whether I qualify or not, whether I succeed or fail, I must seize this opportunity. This is a celestial path to alter my destiny. Simultaneously, from within a vast pit on the ground, a gnarled, spotted hand emerged. With a thunderous crash, the Earth's sovereign leaped from the chasm, landing amidst the celestial expanse, his expression fierce. "You seek death, boy." An overwhelming surge of internal energy erupted, stirring a tempest as colossal waves disrupted the very ground beneath, causing the multitude of onlookers to teeter precariously. The terrifying force coalesced into a gale, manifesting as a massive fist nearly 8 feet wide. The esteemed Earth Sovereign, a peak mid-stage grandmaster, found himself humiliated, having been cast down by a mere child. What face would he have left if this became known to other grandmasters? In a fit of rage, he unleashed his fist. Yet, the boy remained composed in the face of such might, his grasp steady upon the Shin shield. Boom! As the dreadful waves dissipated in the celestial expanse, Xiaohua, wielding the shield, stood unscathed before the crowd. Witnessing this spectacle, the Earth's sovereign involuntarily retreated a step, his eyes filled with astonishment. At the outset, having suffered that initial blow, he could still argue that Xiaohua had caught him off guard with a sneak attack. Yet, the punch he had just delivered was a true manifestation of the formidable power of a grandmaster. Even a peak master would be reduced to mere dust under such a strike. The fact that this young lad could withstand it implied his extraordinary strength. As this thought crossed his mind, the Earth Lord felt his brain tremble, his gaze fixated in terror upon the youth before him. Could this be possible? A grandmaster under 18. It was said that less than a year ago, he was merely a third-rate martial artist. How could such a feat be accomplished? Even if one were to scour the entire history of the Southern Wasteland, it would be impossible to find a second case. However, amidst the tremors of the underground palace, Xiaohua provided him no respite. He leaped forward, his hands leaving behind multiple afterimages in the air, striking fiercely towards the entrance of the underground palace. The latter, startled back to reality, hurriedly gathered his vital energy at the surface of his body to defend himself. Yet, his once invincible grandmaster's aura was effortlessly perceived and countered by Xiaohua, causing increasing alarm. Although Xiaohua appeared to be merely throwing powerful punches, he was actually accompanied by manifestations of spiritual energy materializing various forms behind him, creating ethereal projections of energy. These projections, in their transformation, seemed to execute real movements, rendering defense nearly impossible. Chu Feng observed this scene with a hint of surprise, but quickly discerned the underlying secret, nodding in satisfaction. Hua is indeed a prodigy in combat. How could he fail to see that the phantoms behind Xiaohua were not the result of any martial technique? They were merely the product of this young one's innate understanding, an exploration of the application of spiritual energy. Under such an intense assault, the Earth Lord retreated step by step, a glimmer of ferocity appearing in his eyes. "You force my hand, boy." With a roar, he swiftly darted aside. As he mobilized his energy, a multitude of solidified vital energy coalesced before him, enveloping the air in a frigid chill, reminiscent of winter. With the fluctuations of the underground palace's internal force, the true energy became increasingly substantial, transforming into thousands of ice spikes. A resounding roar echoed through the skies. Ultimate cold truth, 10,000-mile glacier. Each icy spike shimmered with a chilling light. In an instant, over 1,000 ice spikes surged towards Xiaohuahua. From a distance, Xiaohuahua merely glanced at them. With his spiritual energy shielding his body, he charged forward without even furrowing his brow. The multitude of ice shards struck him, only to be melted away almost instantaneously by a radiant glow. Before the Earth Lord could react, a resounding crash echoed as Xiaohuahua struck again. The former hastily responded, concentrating his aura on his wrist to defend. However, this defense was insufficient to halt Xiaohuahua. The blood-red punch collided with the Earth Lord's arm, leaving his complexion flushed and his vital energy in turmoil. Before he could recover, Xiaohuahua's subsequent punch was already upon him. In the span of mere breaths, the two had engaged in over 100 exchanges. During the course of the battle, the Earth Lord grew increasingly alarmed, even forgetting the fact that he was being suppressed by a mere junior like Xiaohuahua. Damn! What level of martial arts has this Xiaohuahua cultivated? Why is it that in the midst of our clash, the quality of his inner strength far surpasses my own? The Earth Lord struggled to come to terms with this. The martial arts he practiced were a harmonious amalgamation of the three brothers from the Black Underworld sect, heaven, earth, and man. While it may not be the pinnacle of the southern wilderness, it certainly stood among its elite. Yet now, in the heat of combat, he found himself feeling a sense of dread toward the inner strength radiating from Xiaohuahua, accompanied by an inexplicable feeling of submission. Not only was the Earth Lord in a state of panic, but the spectators below had also completely lost their composure. Xiaohuahua was actually able to engage in a fierce confrontation with the Grandmaster Earth Lord, leaving the onlookers momentarily unable to discern whether they were witnessing a dream or a legendary miracle. Chapter 60. The seventh layer of Qi cultivation, sufficient to repel the Grandmaster. The path of immortal cultivation. Terrifying indeed. In the heavens above, light and shadow intertwined. The spectators below gazed in awe, their mouths agape, utterly astonished. The scene before them shattered their understanding of the world. This Xiaohuahua can truly contend with a Grandmaster? In merely 3 months, from innate to Grandmaster? Is that even possible? Previously, it was already astonishing to hear that Xiaohuahua had progressed from a third-rate to the innate realm in half a year. Many had even suspected him of boasting. Yet, in retrospect, advancing in just 3 days after spending 6 months seemed an egregious underestimation of his capabilities. Mist Mountain observed with a twitching mouth. Is it not true that as a martial artist progresses, the speed of cultivation slows? How is it that he seems to be accelerating? This should not be the case. The last time they met, this young lad was already at the innate level, yet his strength was still inferior to Mist Mountain's. Now, upon their reunion, the youth has astonishingly surpassed him by 2 major realms, ascending to the pinnacle of the southern wilderness. And all this occurred within a mere 3 months. Turning back, he noticed Yin Xiao and the other grandmasters nearby, each with widened eyes, their expressions filled with shock. After a long pause, Yin Shan murmured in a daze. I began martial training at 5, reached first rate at 15, attained postnatal at 18, entered the innate realm at 29, and crossed into the Grandmaster realm at 45. Now, I have been stagnating in the mid-Grandmaster stage for decades. I once believed myself to be a rare talent in this world, but in comparison to Xiaohuahua, I feel as if I have lived like a dog. A series of sighs followed. Mist Mountain shook his head with a wry smile, gazing up at the sky. Could there truly be such a terrifyingly gifted individual in this world? Or perhaps, his gaze shifted to the figure of Feng Zhou. In the skies above, The two combatants exchanged 1,000 blows, neither yielding an inch. Bang! The air in the heavens seemed to warp under the force of their clash. With another collision of their formidable energies, they swiftly distanced themselves from one another. Steadying himself, Xiao Huahua immediately began circulating his inner technique, the spiritual power within him surging wildly. A crimson light gradually emerged between his fingertips. General Digong's face revealed a serious expression as he looked up, astonished to see the sky above crackling with thunder. A terrifying aura coalesced, swirling like a vortex, as if some great horror were about to be born. Witnessing this, he broke into a cold sweat, unable to believe. This is the power that lad can summon? Suddenly, he heard a furious roar from ahead. Great wilderness prison sky finger. One finger, prison earth and sky. The boy's clear voice echoed, and a radiant beam of light shot down from the heavens, crashing into him. An unprecedentedly terrifying aura caused his body to tremble involuntarily. Like a timid rabbit encountering the ferocity of a lion, his instinctive reaction was to flee. Yet, just as he attempted to move, he discovered an eerie restriction surrounding him, sealing him firmly within. This is the ability of that enigmatic martial art. His aged face darkened. Damn it! He ceased to hide and summoned the full force of his inner energy, shielding his hands. At this moment, the long-anticipated sky began to reveal a hint of crimson. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept through, and a ghostly red finger pointed menacingly at him. Thunderous roars erupted from the heavens, and amidst the dark clouds, countless rays of light flickered. It was as if thousands of explosives detonated simultaneously in the celestial expanse. A gust howled down, crashing into the ground before the city walls and creating a massive breach. The onlookers hurriedly turned their gaze forward. From the rubble emerged the charred and disheveled figure of General Digong, looking utterly defeated. The old man's breath was labored, his hair disheveled, and his gaze was piercing. He shot a fierce glare at the sky, his body trembling as he coughed up blood, teetering on the brink of collapse. Witnessing this scene, the crowd was once again rendered speechless. They had thought that Xiao Huahua could contend with Digong, which was already a terrifying prospect. They never imagined that he would actually repel the mid-stage Grandmaster, General Digong. In that moment, everyone was left with a tingling sensation at the back of their necks, their minds blank. The very general who had caused them so much trouble throughout the state was single-handedly subdued by Xiao Huahua. The spectators gazed at the youthful figure in the sky. Their hearts stirred. What an awe-inspiring display of power. Xiao Zhan, standing near the city walls, was nearly leaping with excitement, his face flushed. This is my son. My son has defeated a Grandmaster. He possesses the potential to surpass even the Grandmasters. The crowd looked at Xiao Zhan with envious glances. With Xiao Huahua around, not only would Sangzhou be within his grasp, but even the entire southern wilderness would bow to him. Wu Shan also observed Xiao Zhan with a smile. Yet he noticed the young girl beside him, her head lowered in sorrow, seemingly deeply affected. He sighed in resignation. Anyone encountering someone like Xiao Huahua would inevitably feel despair, especially someone like Su Linger, who had shared such a bond with him. Her beautiful eyes fixed on the youthful figure in the sky. Lost in a tangle of regret and complex emotions, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She murmured to herself, "Do I truly regret it?" At that moment, General Digong on the ground seemed to have regained a bit of strength and suddenly leaped back into the sky. His countenance was grim and terrifying as he fixed his gaze on Xiao Huahua, declaring, "Kid, your talent and strength are indeed fearsome. I admit I'm no match for you, but this time I do not come alone." With that, General Digong abruptly looked up at the heavens and shouted through the layers of clouds, "Brother, are you not going to make your move? What are you waiting for?" At these words, the crowd on the city walls was filled with trepidation. Brother? In this world, the only one whom General Digong would address as brother could only be that person, the foremost expert of the Black Abyss sect, General Tiangong, He Jiao. That individual was a late-stage Grandmaster, an apex existence in the realm of Dezhao. In legend, this individual once engaged in a fierce and unyielding struggle with the ancestors of the Dezhao royal family, a contest of extraordinary intensity with no clear victor. It is precisely due to this person's existence that the Dezhao royal family, over the years, has not only failed to eradicate the Black Underworld sect, but has also allowed it to flourish, ultimately dominating the 3 continents and encroaching upon the remaining 2, nearing a point where it could rival the royal family for supremacy over the Dezhou realm. Such a formidable figure has indeed arrived here. Countless anxious gazes converged upon Xiao Huahua. At the tender age of not yet 18, to stand against a Grand Master is already remarkable in itself. How could one possibly fend off the combined might of 2? Noticing the myriad concerned stares around him, Xiao Zhan remarked with a hint of curiosity. While the newcomers are undeniably strong, my son indeed stands little chance against 2. However, have you all forgotten? The Celestial Master is still observing from the sidelines. Chapter 61. That is indeed the Immortal Master. How absurd. What are you doing? As Xiao Zhan's words echoed, everyone fell momentarily silent. Soon after, the worries etched on their faces dissipated, replaced by a surge of excitement. Yun Xiao exhaled slowly, stating, "Indeed, to have such a disciple. The Immortal Master's strength is beyond our imagination, let alone the Heavenly Duke. Even if all 5 Grandmasters of the Great Zhao were to join forces, they would likely not stand a chance against the Immortal Master." Gazing at the figure of the young man on the flying vessel above, a sense of reassurance washed over the crowd. Even those who had previously harbored doubts regarding Chu Feng's abilities were now beaming with joy. If Xiao Huahua possessed such formidable strength, they could hardly fathom the prowess of the Immortal Master. A streak of light flashed across the sky, and then, amidst the thick darkness, an elderly man with a dark complexion descended slowly. Clad in tightly fitted martial robes, he appeared as if he were an ordinary old man. Yet, the crowd was well aware of his true identity. He was the foremost expert of the Black Abyss sect, General Tiangong. Seeing that Hejiao had finally come to their aid, Di Gong's face broke into a smile. "Brother, this young man is peculiar. Let us combine our efforts to subdue him. Then we shall conquer Cangzhou." Upon hearing this, Xiao Huahua's expression grew exceedingly grave. His strength was merely on par with General Tiangong's, and even with the addition of the Great Wilderness Prison Heaven Finger, he only had a slight advantage. Now, with the arrival of an even more powerful General Tiangong, the situation seemed daunting. However, he felt no trace of fear. Instead, he summoned his spiritual energy, preparing for a desperate fight. At that moment, Hejiao, who had just appeared, wore a dark expression. He struck General Tiangong's forehead with his palm. In the midst of General Tiangong's bewildered gaze, Hejiao scoffed. "What are you trying to do? Who do you intend to capture? Have you lost your senses? Can't you see he is the Immortal Master's disciple?" General Tiangong seemed somewhat dazed, asking in confusion, "Immortal Master? What Immortal Master? Isn't that something only found in tales?" "Brother, you can't possibly have been deceived, can you?" Pointing at Chu Feng, he continued, "This young man exudes no fluctuations of power. He must have merely encountered some opportunity in the 10,000 Great Mountains." No sooner had he finished speaking than he felt a heavy thump on his head, a painful force descending upon him. Looking up, he noticed Hejiao's expression had darkened further, and General Tiangong understood that he was genuinely angered. Hejiao coldly stated, "Fool, why don't you quickly apologize to the Immortal Master and his disciple?" Without waiting for General Tiangong to respond, Hejiao slightly bowed, exuding utmost courtesy. "Immortal Master, my second brother is somewhat dim-witted and blind to the truth. If he has inadvertently offended you, I implore the Immortal Master to show mercy and spare his life. My Black Abyss sect is willing to offer our sincere apologies." With his head bowed, even after ruling the Black Abyss sect for many years, Hejiao felt a flicker of anxiety within him today. Di Gong was a brute who relied solely on his martial prowess, often resorting to force to resolve conflicts without a moment's thought. However, Hejiao was far from foolish. This young man stood majestically above the heavens, his feet poised upon the divine vessel, emanating an aura of unwavering composure, as if no event could stir even a ripple within him. There was not a trace of energy emanating from him. Under normal circumstances, Di Gong would have dismissed this youth as a mere pretender. Yet, it was this very individual who had concluded the battle during the recent conflict with the Piao Miao sect. Moreover, he was the master of such an extraordinary talent. This could only imply that the young man had grown so formidable that even Di Gong could not discern the depth of his strength. He might indeed be one of those legendary celestial beings, perhaps even stronger. Following the skirmish with the Piao sect, He Jiao had dispatched agents to investigate all available information regarding this youth. The only findings indicated that he had appeared alongside Xiao Huahua in a forest. Though perplexed as to how a superlative master could emerge so quietly, he was acutely aware that this young man was not someone he or the He Ming sect could afford to provoke, despite having over 1 million martial disciples. He Jiao understood that when disparity in strength was too great, sheer numbers amounted to nothing more than fodder. Thus, even though he coveted that flying vessel, he dared not entertain any ill intentions. Seeing his elder brother's demeanor, Di Gong reluctantly approached the flying vessel and bowed his head to Chu Feng, acknowledging, "I meant no offense to the esteemed master. I hope for your forgiveness." After apologizing and noticing Chu Feng's silence, He Jiao continued to glare at Di Gong, stating, "And to this esteemed master's disciple." At these words, Di Gong wished to retort, but was met with a piercing gaze from He Jiao. Gritting his teeth in resentment, he ultimately stepped forward, addressing Xiao Huahua, "Young brother, I apologize for my previous indiscretions. I hope you can overlook my transgressions." The crowd below had initially tensed upon witnessing the legendary Di Gong's arrival. However, upon seeing him apologize to the master and subsequently compel Di Gong to do the same to Xiao Huahua, they found themselves at a loss for words. The He Ming sect was a colossal force that had wreaked havoc across the Dezhao, with the 3 generals of heaven, earth, and man, and 3 revered grandmasters dominating 3 continents. The assembly of numerous elite factions in Sangzhou had barely withstood the might of General Di Gong's strike. With 100,000 troops poised at the city gates and some of the world's most formidable generals present, it seemed certain that Sangzhou would meet its doom. Yet, the scene had transformed into one of 2 great masters exchanging apologies, with Di Gong bowing and kneeling before the celestial master and Xiaohua. This surreal spectacle felt like a dream. The onlookers gazed up at the figure standing upon the flying vessel, their eyes filled with astonishment. Was this truly the celestial master? Without shedding blood, he had instilled such dread in 100,000 troops that they dared not move. Meanwhile, in the sky, Xiao Huahua's expression shifted from vigilance to one of bewilderment, tinged with a hint of disappointment. He gazed into the distance at the venerable figure in black, who was bowing deeply before his master, his eyes brimming with a fierce determination. Initially, he had intended to test his skills against the other, to ascertain whether his formidable prowess at the 7th level of Qi refinement surpassed that of this martial arts legend. However, the opponent, displaying a semblance of wisdom, bowed his head and knelt upon seeing the master present. Who could one turn to for justice in such a scenario? Aboard the flying vessel, Chu Feng observed the black-clad elder, who appeared like a remorseful child, sincerely admitting his faults. A soft chuckle escaped him as he mused. This old man possesses a modicum of intelligence. No wonder he has managed to navigate the intricacies of the royal court for so long. A blue panel materialized before him. Host, Chu Feng. Strength, mid-stage foundation establishment. Martial skill, great wilderness prison heaven finger, fully realized. Chu Feng cast a glance at the panel and, with his current mid-stage foundation establishment strength, he could confidently declare that he could vanquish this so-called heavenly deity and the alleged 100,000 elite forces without even invoking the great wilderness prison heaven finger. A single strike would suffice. He rose slowly, fixing his gaze ahead. Although he had acknowledged his mistake, he was not inclined to let the Black Nether sect off so easily. Chapter 62. Have they not yet realized the mastery of greatness? With a gentle smile, Chu Feng glanced at the 2 solemn elders ahead and spoke, "I am the master of my disciple, Xiao Huahua, who has only just embarked upon the path of cultivation. I have heard that your Black Ming sect is affluent. If you wish to apologize, kindly send some medicinal herbs my way." Upon hearing this, the expressions of Tian Gong and Di Gong twitched in disbelief. Just embarked upon cultivation? How can one subdue a grandmaster and still claim to be at the beginning of their journey? What sort of path is this? Below, the crowd atop the city walls was equally taken aback by these words. their hearts heavy with dismay. Wu Shan turned back to observe, and indeed, everyone seemed to be profoundly affected. Yun Xiao, with a complex gaze, sighed, if even Xiao Hua, capable of withstanding a grandmaster, has merely just begun his cultivation journey, then have we, over the years, not even set foot on the path of cultivation, wandering aimlessly like headless flies? At this moment, the leader of the Moon Sword sect looked up at the figure in the sky with a sense of helplessness and reluctance, remarking, even when compared to the realm of celestial beings, the Grandmaster is merely a shade weaker. Suddenly, Yun Xiao questioned with a hint of disbelief. Could it be that the immortal master has surpassed several realms beyond those of celestial beings? Hence, for him, Grandmasters are merely at the threshold. As these words fell, the faces of the crowd stiffened, and they collectively shook their heads. Despite witnessing Xiao Huahua's prowess and the miraculous feats of the Flying Palace, they remained skeptical. After all, within the southern wilderness, they believed themselves to be at the apex of the world's hierarchy, convinced that only a single layer of heaven rested above them, and they were on the verge of touching the pinnacle. Now, to be told there exists yet another realm beyond their comprehension, that their lifelong efforts had not even led them to the entrance. Who could accept such a bitter truth? The people of Zhangzhou were engulfed in disbelief. Yet among the crowd, a young girl gazed at Chu Feng with sparkling eyes, nodding in agreement. Do not speak of grand masters, even celestial beings, and those who embrace the elixir, by the standards of this esteemed Xian Tian immortal, are merely at the very beginning. The true depths of this one have yet to be fully revealed. Even before my demise, high above, He Jiao nodded repeatedly in acknowledgement, not daring to show any sign of negligence. Bowing respectfully, he declared, in 10 days, I will certainly deliver. Having said this, he seemed anxious that the youth might change his mind, and quickly commanded the Black Ming disciples below, all Black Ming disciples. He, my command, quickly organize the troops and withdraw from this city. As he turned to depart, he suddenly found himself frozen in place. The young man's voice echoed softly behind him. By the way, Zhangzhou is the ancestral home of my disciple. I would prefer that this city does not descend into chaos, disturbing my disciple's state of cultivation. He Jiao promptly turned back, bowing respectfully, as you wish, immortal master. He then immediately instructed the nearby Di Gong. Relay the order to all disciples. Evacuate Zhangzhou at once. In the eyes of the Earth Lord, there lingered a hint of reluctance. Brother, this Zhangzhou was a scheme I meticulously orchestrated for months before securing it. Before he could finish his words, he felt the piercing gaze of the Black Sect and sighed. Very well, I shall comply. With that, the Earth Lord soared downwards to instruct others on managing the stationed troops across the cities of Zhangzhou. On the city wall, the crowd erupted in jubilant cheers at the sight of the retreating army of the Black Sect. However, this celebration was short-lived, swiftly succumbing to an eerie silence as they gazed in astonishment at the heavens. They beheld the immortal master effortlessly transform a colossal flying vessel, stretching dozens of yards, into a blinding radiance before storing it within a ring. That immense vessel, equivalent in size to 10 courtyards, vanished into thin air. The magistrate, Misty Mountain, and the 5 grandmasters atop the city wall were utterly astounded. Misty Mountain, rendered speechless, murmured, is this truly within the realm of celestial capability? Such transcendent feats are unprecedented. The techniques displayed by this individual bear no distinction from those in mythological tales. In the distance, the heavenly and earthly lords, engaged in organizing the retreat of their disciples, caught sight of the spectacle. Both were taken aback, the Earth Lord trembling in fear as he swallowed hard, reflecting, fortunately, the immortal master did not hold it against me. Otherwise, the thought of the consequences sent a chill down his spine. This youth was shrouded in mystery, with disciples so formidable and possessing such celestial abilities. Should they choose to act against them, it seemed unlikely that any would escape unscathed. The Black Lord, with a grave expression, instructed, return and inform all disciples and elders that none are to enter Zhangzhou. Distribute portraits of Xiao Hua and the immortal master to all members of the Black Sect. accompanied by a stern command to avoid them at all costs. The Earth Lord nodded solemnly, understood, brother, on the city walls. As they observed the slowly descending figures of Chu Feng and Xiao Hua, led by the magistrate, the crowd arranged themselves respectfully to bow before Chu Feng, expressing their gratitude. Thank you, immortal master, for your timely intervention. On behalf of the people of Cangzhou, I extend my heartfelt thanks for your life-saving grace. The magistrate's posture was rigid with gratitude. Had it not been for Chu Feng's presence, Cangzhou would undoubtedly have fallen to the relentless siege of the Black Sect, plunging the city's inhabitants and officials into unimaginable suffering. However, in response to their gratitude, Chu Feng waved his hand dismissively. I merely sought to ensure my disciples' peace of mind. This matter bears no relevance to you. Upon hearing this, the crowd cast envious glances at the youth standing beside him. Xiao Hua was indeed fortunate to have encountered such a master, transforming from an ordinary individual into an unparalleled 18-year-old grandmaster in the southern wilderness within mere months. The kindness he receives is palpable, an unmistakable favoritism that borders on treating him like a beloved son, merely because the Black Nether sect's incursion into Cangzhou might affect Xiao Hua's temperament. He intervened to expel the tyrannical Black Nether sect, which had rampaged for decades in Dezhou. The demand for medicinal herbs from the Black Nether sect was solely for the purpose of nurturing his disciple, asking for nothing in return. Is this not the epitome of paternal affection? Even a biological father might not display such benevolence. Hidden among the crowd, Lu Qingwu gazed toward the city walls, deeply resonating with this sentiment. In her past life, she had heard tales of the immortal master, renowned not only for his formidable power and exceptional skills capable of transforming the inept into top-tier talents, but also for his unwavering loyalty to his disciples. This portrayal of the ideal mentor compelled her, even in her rebirth, to traverse great distances to Cangzhou. Her sole aspiration was to seize the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to become a disciple of the Xiantian immortal master. Chapter 63. Was the celestial master Chu Feng of Xiantian's sect once a useless wretch? Thus, he only accepts the downtrodden. In the residence of the Xiao family, the patriarch sighed heavily. Can you not make an exception? I merely wish to express my gratitude to the celestial master in person. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhan appeared somewhat troubled, exhaling a deep sigh. It is not that I do not wish to assist, but there is truly no way. The celestial master cherishes tranquility and does not desire interruptions. If I were to act rashly, it might provoke his displeasure. At this point, the scholar-like prefect, adorned with a black cap, slowly sighed. Well, if the opportunity arises, please convey my regards to the celestial master. Just mention that the prefect of Cangzhou wishes to pay his respects. The names of the prefect of Cangzhou, the great general of Cangzhou, and the master of the Moonsword sect, each of formidable force, left the Xiao family, their expressions tinged with melancholy. Watching wave after wave of visitors depart from the Xiao family gates, Xiao Zhan exhaled deeply. Beside him, the three elders appeared equally exhausted, beads of sweat dotting their foreheads. Yet within their eyes, a flicker of uncontainable excitement and fervor shone through. Observing the elders' animated demeanor, Xiao Zhan could only smile with resignation. The eldest elder, brimming with enthusiasm, remarked, in recent days, the visitors to our Xiao family have all been the pinnacle forces of the state. Their influence in Cangzhou is paramount. A mere stamp of their foot could shake the very foundations of the city. The second elder, equally elated, chimed in. These forces would not have even glanced at the Xiao family before. Yet now, they are queuing up to ingratiate themselves with us. He surveyed the dazzling array of gifts within the grand hall, exclaiming, all of this is thanks to Hua. Without her, our Xiao family would still be a small clan, hidden away in the eastly city, utterly oblivious to such vast opportunities. What Hua? All of this is undeniably the merit of celestial master Chu Feng. Without his presence, we cannot even fathom what Hua's situation would be like, let alone witness the flourishing of the Xiao family. Before the second elder could finish, he was interrupted by Xiao Zhan. The second elder was momentarily taken aback, then nodded in agreement with the other two elders. Indeed, Huahua is truly fortunate to have such a master." The three elders exchanged knowing smiles. Initially, they intended to extol Huahua's virtues before Xiao Zhan. But little did they realize that Huahua's father was acutely aware of the true source of their current standing. Their gazes fell upon the distant courtyard, filled with utmost reverence. The eldest elder sighed. "In the past, we were rather reckless in our ignorance. How could we dare to question the celestial master?" Thankfully, out of consideration for Huahua, he did not hold it against us. Reflecting on the scene from several months prior, when they first encountered the celestial master in the hall, the elders trembled at the memory. Had it not been for Huahua, a mere breath from the celestial master could have reduced them, mere ants in comparison, to nothingness. As the crowd pondered, a slender, enchanting woman approached. The young woman emerged from the crowd like a crane amidst a flock of chickens, instantly capturing the attention of all present. Approaching Xiao Zhan, she performed a respectful greeting, addressing him as the head of the Xiao family. Xiao Zhan, familiar with her demeanor, reciprocated the gesture, his gaze appraising the woman before him, the satisfaction in his eyes intensifying. He silently mused that Qingwu's beauty was unparalleled. There was no girl in the entire Cangzhou who could rival her. While her talent might not match that of Huahua, she was nonetheless a rare genius, difficult to find in this world. Moreover, during this period, Qingwu had assisted the Xiao family greatly and had shown a certain compatibility with Huahua. Perhaps, he thought, he should play matchmaker? Before Xiao Zhan could voice his thoughts, Lu Qingwu spoke up. "Head Xiao, may I request an introduction to the immortal master?" Taken aback at first, Xiao Zhan quickly regained his composure, realizing that Lu Qingwu had come with the intention of meeting the immortal master. A soft chuckle escaped him as he understood her motivations. Indeed, the supreme power exhibited by Master Chu Feng had been enough to frighten even the celestial deities standing atop the southern wilderness into retreat. With a precedent like Huahua, who wouldn't desire to be his disciple, it was only natural for Lu Qingwu to wish to seek his tutelage. However, he hesitated at the thought of making a recommendation. Gazing into her clear, cold eyes, he sighed internally, reflecting, others might be disregarded. But Lu Qingwu had helped us immensely during the months of Master Hua's absence. Her kindness was too significant to overlook. She had never asked for anything in return, and if I were to refuse her outright, would that not seem rather ungrateful? With these thoughts in mind, he replied, "I can make an attempt, but do not harbor excessive hopes." As he turned to leave, Lu Qingwu suddenly recalled something and quickly interjected, "Head Xiao, if you meet the immortal master, please be sure to inform him of my identity." Her gaze turned reflective as she continued, "I was once a princess of the Silver Moon dynasty, destined for a life of luxury and comfort. However, I never anticipated that the wicked queen would conspire to slay my father and send soldiers to hunt me down. I escaped from the Silver Moon dynasty, and through a series of fortunate events, I obtained the inheritance of the celestial beings, granting me my current strength." With unwavering determination, she fixed her gaze upon Xiao Zhan and declared, "Thus, I have come here to beseech the immortal master, seeking a way to grow stronger and avenge the deep blood feud that has befallen me." As she spoke, Lu Qingwu furrowed her brow, recalling events from her past life. It was rumored that the Xiantian immortal sovereign, aside from accepting those considered unworthy as disciples, also took in children with tragic backgrounds. Tales circulated of princes whose martial bones had been extracted and rendered powerless. Consequently, many speculated that the Xiantian immortal sovereign, before attaining his might, must have experienced similar hardships himself, which is why he empathized with such individuals and chose to accept them as his students. While Lu Qingwu pondered these thoughts, the three elders of Xiao Zhan stood before her, their expressions filled with shock. A princess? The inheritance of celestial beings? The grand elder, with a gaze filled with complexity, remarked, "I never anticipated that the young lady possesses such a remarkable lineage and extraordinary fortune. The inheritance of celestial beings, even with a divine mentor preceding it, remains invaluable. However, considering that Lu Qingwu has attained such cultivation at her tender age, her claims are indeed likely to hold truth. It is astonishing that this formidable and striking young woman has such a remarkable past." Xiao Zhan solemnly replied, I shall certainly convey the young lady's words to the celestial master with utmost fidelity. With that, Xiao Zhan turned and departed. Lu Qingwu gazed at Xiao Zhan's retreating figure, feeling a tinge of bewilderment. The words I just spoke were crafted to align closely with the characteristics of the celestial master's disciple selection. It should suffice, shouldn't it? Chapter 64. The 100 Arts of Cultivation. Sword Control Technique. This is the true essence of cultivation. In the courtyard of the Xiao family, Chu Feng stood before Xiao Huahua, observing him intently. Huahua, what are your thoughts on the path of cultivation? He inquired. Upon hearing this, Xiao Huahua's expression brightened with excitement as he exclaimed, Master, the art of cultivation is truly remarkable. Upon reaching the 4th stage of qi refinement, I can defeat those of the innate realm, and upon advancing to the 7th stage, I can confront the pinnacle masters of this world directly. In just 3 months, I have traversed realms that ordinary warriors could scarcely imagine. I recognize that your guidance has been paramount in this achievement, yet the power of cultivation itself is undeniably extraordinary. Noticing the fervor in Xiao Huahua's animated demeanor, Chu Feng smiled gently. Are you aware that you have yet to even glimpse the threshold of true cultivation? As these words fell, Xiao Huahua's excitement was abruptly extinguished, replaced by a look of bewilderment. He murmured in shock, My strength at the 7th stage of qi refinement is sufficient to contend with mid-stage masters. Yet, I have not even caught sight of true cultivation. The exhilaration on Xiao Huahua's face was swiftly supplanted by a wave of guilt. Bowing his head, he said to Chu Feng, Master, I apologize. I became overly complacent after defeating a master and have disappointed you. Seeing the remorseful expression on Xiao Huahua's face, Chu Feng felt a surge of joy within. Excellent. This lad has fallen for the trap again. Although the great wilderness captivation technique is formidable, relying solely on one technique does not adequately showcase his prowess. It is essential to find opportunities for Xiao Huahua to hone other skills. Clearing his throat, Chu Feng continued, previously seeing you at the mere qi refinement stage. I thought it sufficient to teach you the great wilderness captivation technique. However, from the recent battle, it is evident that you lack ordinary offensive methods. Upon hearing this, Xiao Huahua's heart trembled. Could it be that Master is about to impart another technique? He immediately bowed and requested, Please bestow your teachings, Master. Chu Feng nodded in satisfaction and elaborated. The path of cultivation encompasses not only the internal refinement of spiritual power, but also countless exquisite applications. This is known as the 100 Arts of Cultivation. The so-called 100 Arts include alchemy, formations, and artifact forging. A pinnacle formation, when unleashed, has the power to obliterate an entire continent. Talismans can breathe life into the inanimate or bring death to the living, their effects being profoundly mysterious. Artifact forging allows for the creation of magical tools, which serve as formidable weapons for cultivators. My flying vessel is a product of such forging. Listening quietly from the side, Xiao Huahua's eyes gradually sparkled with astonishment, as if he were on the verge of discovering a new world. He whispered to himself, the 100 Arts? A single formation can actually refine an entire continent. A talisman can revive the deceased and vanquish the mighty. And one can forge artifacts, such as Master's flying vessel. Each of these methods leaves me utterly astounded. For a warrior, the extent of one's abilities is typically confined to martial techniques and the art of flight. Yet, this path of cultivation reveals myriad powers, enabling the attainment of feats he had never even heard of, nor dared to imagine. Xiao Huahua took a deep breath and remarked, So this is what my master meant when he said, I had yet to glimpse the true essence of cultivation. The myriad arts of cultivation. This is the essence of true cultivation. Indeed, truly, it is the path to immortality. Filled with excitement, Xiao Huahua clenched his fists and turned his hopeful gaze towards Chu Feng. Since Chu Feng had brought these matters to his attention today, it must imply he had intentions of imparting the myriad arts of cultivation to him. Chu Feng, observing the fervor radiating from Xiao Huahua, understood that the young man had conjured up quite the imaginative narrative. He then spoke slowly, Today, I shall first teach you the art of crafting weapons, as well as the technique of sword control. As his words fell, a powerful surge of spiritual energy lifted the hem of Chu Feng's robe, from which a pouch emerged, adorned with swirling runes and infused with potent spiritual energy. This was the storage pouch he had painstakingly crafted not long ago. Without engaging in formal cultivation, he had occupied himself with experimenting with various methods of the Tao. Recently, he had discovered the techniques for creating artifacts like storage pouches from the cultivation novels of his past life. In this world, by refining an object with spiritual energy and applying the incantations he had gleaned from those novels, he had indeed managed to create a storage pouch and even construct a flying vessel, though the quality was best left unmentioned. To progress further, he needed to pass this knowledge on to Xiao Huahua so that the latter might learn and ultimately provide him with feedback. As the storage pouch appeared, its opening gaped wide like a ferocious beast, unleashing a tempest at Chu Feng's command. This gust nearly destabilized Xiao Huahua. Moments later, several glimmering orbs floated into view before him. As the shimmering light dissipated, they revealed themselves to be a few spirit stones and some ores. With a flick of his fingers, Chu Feng commanded rise. The spirit stones and ores surged upward, their dense spiritual energy coiling around them like serpents. When this energy solidified to a certain extent, flames erupted on the surface of the spirit stones, accompanied by thick smoke and sizzling sounds. The spirit stones and ores were rapidly forged, transforming from the size of a human head into pools of molten liquid. This liquid swirled in the air before coalescing into the shape of a long sword. With a deft motion, Chu Feng unleashed a different kind of spiritual energy onto the crimson blade. In an instant, a dense mist enveloped the sword's surface. Before long, a radiant light burst forth from the mist, dazzling in its brilliance. With a gust of wind, the long sword emerged from the fog, landing before Xiao Huahua. Under the blazing sun, the sword gleamed with a chilling light, exuding a sharpness that sent shivers through one's very soul. It was a low-grade precious sword. Chu Feng, witnessing the sword take form, finally exhaled in relief. Thankfully, he had practiced beforehand. Otherwise, things might not have gone as smoothly. With the formidable spiritual energy of the mid-foundation stage, he had forged a low-grade precious sword. Xiao Huahua gazed in astonishment at the sword hovering before him, murmuring to himself, "Is it truly possible to forge weapons in such a manner?" In his understanding, the crafting of superior weapons in the southern wilderness realm required the expertise of several renowned artisans, laboring for years, hammering away meticulously. Yet, now his master had conjured a sword out of thin air right before his eyes. This revelation entirely shattered Xiao Huahua's perceptions. His expression brimming with excitement, he exclaimed, "Is this the art of weapon forging in the realm of immortality? Truly extraordinary. But what are the others?" Returning to his senses, Xiao Huahua turned to look at Chu Feng. The latter then began to channel his spiritual energy, the tips of his fingers glimmering with a faint light. Under the shimmering radiance, the freshly forged sword immediately vibrated with a resonant hum, before gracefully descending before Chu Feng. Chu Feng proclaimed, "Huahua, my disciple. The next step is to teach you the fundamental offensive techniques of an immortal practitioner. The art of sword control." Chapter 65. This familiar identity. The chosen one? The sword resonated with a hum, swirling gracefully as it executed movements that were beyond the capabilities of any ordinary swordsman. It was as though the sword possessed a soul of its own, moving with unparalleled agility before finally settling into serenity. Chu Feng continued, "The art of sword control involves manipulating the flying sword with spiritual energy, connecting with its spirit as if it were an extension of oneself, swift as lightning." As his words lingered in the air, Chu Feng flicked his finger slightly. The sword shot forth with sudden intensity. Xiao Huahua could only perceive fleeting glimmers of cold light darting through the courtyard, their speed too swift for the naked eye to follow. Suddenly, a sharp whistle sliced through the air. A gentle gust ruffled the hair on his forehead, and the gleaming sword came to an unexpected halt before his face. With a faint smile, Chu Feng remarked, "To practice the art of sword control is to wield spiritual energy, binding oneself to the flying sword, treating it as your own eyes, moving it at will." With a mere thought, the sword strikes. Once one masters the art, they can sever an enemy's head from 1,000 miles away. Gazing at the glint of the sword hovering before him, Xiao Huahua swallowed hard. Indeed, the realm of cultivation is formidable. Even a seemingly ordinary offensive technique can be so terrifying. In the southern wilderness, it was well known that a practitioner above the innate level could project their inner strength outward. However, inner strength could not manipulate objects with the finesse of spiritual energy, let alone execute a technique capable of striking from such a distance. At that moment, a gentle knock resonated from the wooden door of the courtyard. After Chu Feng beckoned for the visitor to enter, the door creaked open slowly. Xiao Zhan approached, a troubled expression adorning his face, hesitating slightly. Noticing this, Chu Feng chuckled softly. "What brings you here, Master Xiao? Speak freely." Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhan let out a deep sigh and, with gritted teeth, revealed, "Immortal Master. Some time ago, while you and Huahua were away training, a woman arrived at the Xiao family. She is remarkably powerful and knowledgeable, having stayed with us as a guest elder. Over the past few months, she has assisted our family significantly, and now she has requested to meet you." As if the floodgates had opened, Xiao Zhan continued, "Her background is quite tragic. She was originally a princess of the Silver Moon dynasty. However, she was betrayed by the newly appointed empress, who poisoned her father and subsequently pursued her until she fled here. Yet, fate intervened, and during her escape, she obtained the legacy of the celestial being." Xiao Huahua gasped in surprise. "I never expected that the southern wilderness truly harbors such celestial beings." However, he added, "Yet, even so, while the celestial being's realm is indeed formidable within martial legends, it pales in comparison to the prowess of our immortal master." Meanwhile, Chu Feng pondered quietly, murmuring to himself, "Father murdered, pursued by a wicked stepmother, and yet she acquired the legacy of a celestial being." A faint smile played upon his lips. How familiar this narrative seems. If I am not mistaken, the plot concerning this woman should revolve around her cultivating the celestial inheritance, subsequently rising to seek vengeance, reclaiming her throne, and revitalizing the dynasty to become a wise sovereign. Thus, is she also a destined child of fate? Oh no, a destined daughter of fate. Upon this realization, even Chu Feng could not help but feel a surge of excitement. After nearly a year, he had finally encountered another fated individual. Although Xiao Huahua was formidable, capable of forging many of the celestial artifacts he had whimsically conjured, endowing him with his current prowess, she remained merely a singular entity. Chu Feng's ambition, however, was to ensnare all the children of destiny. He intended for these fated beings to return their cultivations to him, one by one. Chu Feng cleared his throat, striving to compose himself. He could not afford to be overly elated, should the other party prove to be less gullible than Xiao Hua. His plans would be thwarted. One must always proceed with caution. He maintained a facade of calm as he stated, "Huahua, you should focus on practicing the sword technique I just mentioned." Xiao Huahua, brimming with excitement, promptly took her sword and moved aside to practice. Chu Feng then turned to Xiao Zhan and said, "Bring her to me." Upon hearing that Chu Feng was willing to meet her, Xiao Zhan immediately responded with enthusiasm. "Thank you, master. I shall fetch her at once." Shortly thereafter, Lu Qingwu arrived before Chu Feng, accompanied by Xiao Zhan. Her pair of clear, violet eyes gazed in astonishment at the youth before her. Encountering the legendary Xintian immortal sovereign, Chu Feng, even Lu Qingwu, who had been reborn, felt an overwhelming sense of trepidation. She hastily bowed, saying, "Lu Qingwu pays her respects to Master Chu." Chu Feng, with an indifferent nod, inquired, "What business do you have in seeking me?" In response, Lu Qingwu prostrated herself on the ground, retrieving a piece of dark paper from her waist and presenting it before Chu Feng, her voice trembling as she declared, "Qingwu has long admired Master and, knowing that you are a celestial being, dares to request to become your disciple. The inheritance I fortuitously obtained in a valley, I wish to dedicate to you, Master. I hope you will grant me this opportunity." Lu Qingwu felt somewhat anxious. The finest offering she could present as a token of her apprenticeship was this celestial inheritance. Chu Feng regarded the slightly trembling Lu Qingwu, contemplating for a moment before responding. Indeed, there appears to be some affinity between us. However, becoming my disciple is not so simple. It will depend on your aptitude. Thus, you shall first be my registered disciple. Should you fail to grasp the basics within 3 months, you may depart. Lu Qingwu, kneeling, felt her face flush with exhilaration. She had merely come to test her fortune, never anticipating that she would actually succeed. She bowed deeply, expressing, "Thank you, Master. Qingwu will undoubtedly live up to your expectations." She extended the celestial inheritance before her once more. Chu Feng waved his hand, stating, "You have yet to truly embark on this path. We shall discuss these formalities later. From this moment forth, you may refer to me as Master." "Yes, Master." Lu Qingwu respectfully bowed and rose. The voice that followed continued to resonate softly, and she immediately listened with utmost seriousness. This lesson emphasizes understanding rather than mere appearance. Upon hearing Chu Feng begin his teachings, Xiaozhan discreetly took his leave. In that moment, the expansive courtyard was left with only Chu Feng and Lu Qingwu. Lu Qingwu furrowed her brow, diligently striving to comprehend the words spoken by the man before her. Meanwhile, Chu Feng recounted the teachings he had previously imparted to Xiao Huahua, now sharing them anew with Lu Qingwu. Observing the expression on her face, he noted that her confusion was considerably less than that of Xiao Huahua during her first encounter with the path of qi refinement, which caused the corners of his mouth to subtly uplift. He mused to himself, "With my current status and strength, no one dares to question me, even if I were to assert the absurd. This has indeed made it easier to deceive many." He continued to elucidate. The essence of qi refinement lies in first perceiving the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, absorbing it into one's body, and retaining it completely. This process is known as qi absorption. An ordinary person can only absorb 5 strands of spiritual energy. Lu Qingwu's expression revealed a glimmer of curiosity. How many strands of spiritual energy did senior brother Huahua absorb? Chu Feng replied with a light chuckle, 10 strands. However, do not aspire too high. If you can absorb 7 strands, I shall consider you initiated. Lu Qingwu nodded earnestly, declaring, "I shall not disappoint my teacher." Chapter 66, Celestial Beings. Is the southern wilderness merely the tip of the iceberg? In the backyard of the Xiao family. Observing that Lu Qingwu was gradually embodying the essence of the techniques that Xiao Huahua had once comprehended, Chu Feng felt a sense of relief and returned to his chamber. Standing before the table, he waved his hand, and a beam of white light traversed the surface, transforming into a blank sheet of paper. Upon this paper, the celestial heart method that Lu Qingwu intended to present to him was inscribed. Though he had not formally accepted it, after breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, both his brain and senses had been significantly enhanced. With his current memory, a mere fleeting glance allowed him to retain the contents of the paper entirely. Although he had yet to officially take Lu Qingwu as a disciple, appearances must be maintained to uphold the dignity of a celestial master. After studying this so-called celestial technique for a while, Chu Feng murmured to himself, "The internal energy that can be cultivated from this method is quite formidable." The fluctuations of this technique could undoubtedly assist a martial artist in reaching a level equivalent to that of the foundation establishment stage. It seems that the so-called celestial beings correspond to practitioners at the foundation establishment level. However, it is possible that in this world, the intensity of spiritual energy surpasses that of internal energy, rendering practitioners of the same realm significantly stronger than martial artists. For instance, Xiao Huahua, merely a 7th-layer qi refinement practitioner, would equate to a grandmaster-level martial artist. Yet he can match those of the mid-grandmaster level and even defeat them through the prowess of his martial techniques. It remains uncertain what realms lie beyond the celestial stage. Moreover, the most crucial point is that if celestial beings are not mere figments of imagination, then this world may be far more complex than he had anticipated. If celestial beings truly exist, where might they be found? Chu Feng's brow furrowed, yet his expression bore a hint of delight. Perhaps the 10,000 great mountains are not the edge of the world. Beyond them, there could lie a more formidable and prosperous martial realm. Setting the paper aside, he gazed skyward, murmuring to himself, "It is imperative to strengthen oneself swiftly and to diligently pursue cultivation. Yes, I must urge Xiao Huahua to cultivate earnestly." Meanwhile, in the grand capital of the great Zhao, an imposing and resplendent palace complex stood tall. Within the depths of this magnificent assembly of halls, in a certain chamber, a middle-aged man adorned with a dragon robe and sporting a handlebar mustache sat at a desk, scrutinizing a memorial in his hand, his brow deeply furrowed. As he read, he unconsciously vocalized, "An 18-year-old grandmaster has defeated the general of the black underworld sect, a celestial palace, with immortals as masters." The more he read, the heavier his voice became, resonating like a gathering storm. He cast a cold gaze upon the elderly eunuch kneeling below and spoke in a chilling tone. "Eunuch Pei, do you know that deceiving the sovereign is a capital offense?" The emotionless voice of the man reverberated like thunder, causing the eunuch, referred to as Eunuch Pei, to tremble in fear, repeatedly bowing his head. "Your Majesty, this old servant dares not. These indeed are the messages that have come from Sangzhou. Moreover, they have been thoroughly verified before being presented to your Majesty." Observing the terrified expression of Eunuch Pei, Ming Ting let out a cold snort. "You may leave now." "Yes, your Majesty." Eunuch Pei retreated in trepidation. Once all the guards had been dismissed, Ming Ting approached the wall of the study, grasping a nearby vase and slowly turning it. After a brief moment, the sound of grinding floorboards echoed. The wall gradually rotated, revealing a small door. Ming Ting stepped through, the sound of the stone door sealing shut resonating behind him. Before him lay a narrow corridor, leading deeper into the palace's innermost sanctum. As he traversed the passage, numerous mechanisms clicked shut along his path. The duration of his walk unknown. At last, a hidden chamber came into view. At the center of this chamber sat two elderly men, who slowly opened their eyes. Ming Ting regarded the pair before him. These were the revered ancestors of the Dezhao royal lineage, the very foundation of their dynasty's strength. Ming Qian, a mid-stage grandmaster. Ming Wu, a late-stage grandmaster on the brink of the pinnacle. These two represented the zenith of Dezhao, barring the Black Ming sect. Ming Ting inquired, "Esteemed ancestors, do you believe in the existence of immortals in this world?" Ming Wu furrowed his brow and replied, "Could it be that the pressures you have been facing are too great?" Gazing at the elder in the gray robe, Ming Ting extended the memorial he held, saying, "Ancestor, please take a look." Upon receiving the document and glancing through it, a look of astonishment began to surface on Ming Wu's aged visage. The elder in the blue robe, after reading, scrunched his weathered face in disbelief. The two elders exchanged glances, both perceiving the incredulity reflected in each other's eyes. Taking a deep breath, Ming Ting stated, "Esteemed ancestors, this is the situation on the front lines of Sangzhou. It has been verified from multiple sources. The information is accurate." Upon hearing this, both grandmasters straightened their postures. Ming Wu, visibly shaken, directed his gaze back to the memorial in his hand, his eyes momentarily dazed as he exclaimed, "An 18-year-old grandmaster? How many years has it been since such talent has emerged in the southern wilderness? And a flying palace? If anyone else had conveyed this to me, I would dismiss it as mere fantasy. Yet the one presenting this is my descendant, the sovereign of Dezhao." A monarch's words carry weight. Ming Qian's brow furrowed deeply. Could it be that this immortal master is an entity from beyond the southern wilderness? After a moment of silence, Ming Wu solemnly nodded. Indeed, this master, Chu, must have traversed the 10,000 great mountains to reach the borders of the southern wilderness. Otherwise, how could he possibly produce such a so-called flying palace? Or cultivate an 18-year-old master? How could he instill such fear that even the deities would retreat? Suddenly, he lifted his head, his aged eyes gleaming with light. Such a figure should only be befriended, never wronged. If we could enlist the aid of this immortal master, not only could we annihilate the Black Ming sect, but unifying the southern wilderness would not be beyond possibility. Upon hearing Ming Wu's words, the typically composed Ming Ting displayed a hint of astonishment. He had not anticipated that the esteemed ancestor held such a commendable opinion of this celestial master. At this moment, Ming Qian, filled with excitement, urged Ting'er, heed my counsel. Immediately retrieve the treasured 9,000-year-old blood ginseng from the royal treasury and send it to Tsangzhou City to create a favorable impression with the celestial master. Ming Ting nodded and was about to set off when Ming Wu suddenly interjected. No, this is far from sufficient. Since Tsangzhou City has been preserved due to the celestial master, we should directly bestow the city upon him, granting it independence from the great Zhao and making it solely his domain. Ming Ting was taken aback by Ming Wu's impassioned remarks and hurriedly attempted to dissuade him. Such a cost to befriend one person seems excessively steep. However, Ming Wu shook his head, lamenting, alas, for the sake of immediate, trivial gains. Missing the opportunity to forge a bond with such a celestial being would be the true tragedy. Once this celestial master is befriended, his influence far surpasses that of a mere province. To speak of the distant future with a celestial master in place, how could the Black Ming sect dare to act with such impunity? With that, Ming Wu stood, shaking his head resolutely. Enough, enough. Ting'er, prepare a grand gift. I shall personally visit. Chapter 67. Please, Master Chu Feng, for our great Zhao Emperor. 5 days later, outside Tsangzhou City. Across the tranquil sky, several dark shadows flitted by, descending before the city walls. The ominous black aura cast a dense shroud of dark clouds over the entire heavens. The citizens within the city, upon catching sight of the spectacle, were seized with terror and scattered in all directions. The once bustling streets swiftly fell into desolation, and the watchful eyes of the prominent families within the city were fixed upon the towering walls, gazing skyward. Upon witnessing the figures in the sky, their expressions turned to surprise. Floating above the city were the formidable members of the Black Underworld sect, who had recently come to assault Tsangzhou City. Diggo cast a glance at a disciple of the Misty sect, whose overwhelming presence was enough to instill dread. Lead the way to the Shao family. Seek out the master. The Misty sect disciple glanced back, noting that Diggo was accompanied by dozens of disciples. Each pair of disciples bore heavy boxes, revealing that the Black Underworld sect had brought over 30 chests of treasures. Under the oppressive weight of such terrifying power, the Misty sect disciple dared not resist and reluctantly began to guide Diggo onward. The scouts from other factions exchanged glances, speculating that the Black Underworld sect's visit was merely to offer an apology to Master Chu. After instructing their disciples to report back to their respective factions, they gritted their teeth and followed suit. Tsangzhou City, Shao family. This location was among the most prosperous areas of Tsangzhou. Suddenly, dozens of figures clad in black surged forth along the streets. The citizens were frightened into fleeing. Diggo, not daring to linger in the air any longer, respectfully descended to the ground with the entourage of the Black Underworld sect. Before the imposing gate inscribed with the characters for the Shao residents, he bowed with deference. I, Diggo of the Black Underworld sect, have come to offer an apology. I humbly request the master to grant me an audience. Though his voice was soft, it resonated powerfully throughout the Shao family estate due to his profound internal strength. Before long, the gates of the Shao residence slowly creaked open. Xiao Zhan, leading the senior members of the Shao family, stood at the threshold. He regarded this legendary master with a hint of nervousness. Xiao Zhan pays his respects to you. Esteemed elder, the master is currently preoccupied and cannot meet. We would be honored to host you for a banquet. Upon hearing this, Diggo's countenance darkened slightly, but he merely pursed his lips and waved his hand dismissively. Enough, enough. If I cannot see the master, what use is there in drinking with you? He turned to his disciples, signaling them to set down the precious herbs they bore. Diggo continued, here are 32 chests of superior spiritual herbs from my Black Underworld sect. Ensure that not a single one is missing when you deliver them to the master. With that, he gestured with his sleeve, preparing to depart. At that moment, a resonant and robust voice echoed from afar. From the great Zhao dynasty, Ming Wu comes to pay his respects to Master Chu Feng. As this tumultuous declaration rang out, the members of the Black Underworld sect were momentarily taken aback, while the following scouts were left in stunned amazement. An elder from a Mountain Gate sect gazed up at the sky, exclaiming in disbelief, "Ming? That is the name of the imperial clan. Could it be? Which prince has personally arrived?" The other spies from various sects are also closely observing the heavens, evidently sharing the same thoughts. However, before the disciples of the Black Underworld sect, the Earth God gazes at the sky, feeling the profound inner strength from the earlier transmission. Shock radiates from his eyes as he exclaims, "Mingwu, are you the ancient Grandmaster of the royal family?" At this utterance, the onlookers, including the high-ranking powers who had just arrived upon the spy's notification, stood frozen as if struck by lightning. The Lord of Misty Mountain exchanged a glance with the Moon Sword sect's leader, and after taking a deep breath, he remarked, "The ancient one of the royal family? The Grandmaster? Could it be that the visitor is the royal ancestor?" Nearby, Xiao Zhan and the upper echelons of the Xiao family also appeared momentarily stunned upon hearing this. The royal ancestor has actually come in person, just to pay respects to Chu Feng? The minds of Xiao Zhan and several other senior members of the Xiao family were in disarray. The elder gazed at the distant figure appearing in the sky and spoke with a trembling voice. "What merit does our Xiao family possess to warrant this?" That individual is the royal ancestor, the guardian deity of Dezhao. Previously, the royal ancestor was akin to the sun in the sky to them. They knew of his existence and understood that he safeguarded every inch of land beneath their feet. Yet, he remained thousands of miles away, lofty and unattainable. Now, this guardian deity of Dezhao has personally come to visit. Moreover, the words he spoke still echoed in their minds. Mingwu of the Dezhao royal family comes to pay his respects. How exceedingly courteous. Frankly, in the past, even Dao-level forces, whether at their peak or not, would approach the Xiao family straightforwardly, without any need for courtesy. However, since Chu Feng's arrival, especially after the battle at the Misty Sect, everything has changed. While the crowd pondered, a shadow suddenly swept in, landing before the gates of the Xiao family. Xiao Zhan and the senior members of the Xiao family turned to the elder and bowed repeatedly, exclaiming, "Xiao family, we pay our respects to the ancestor." They all bowed in unison. Yet, the elder in gray robes displayed a hint of excitement, quickly supporting Xiao Zhan, saying, "No, you are Xiao Huahua's father, Xiao Zhan, correct? Your son, Xiao Huahua, alongside the immortal master, defended Cangzhou against the Black Underworld sect, safeguarding Cangzhou for our Dezhao. I have come to express my gratitude. May I request an introduction?" In the next moment, everyone suddenly felt a gentle breeze brush against their faces. A figure appeared before them. Chu Feng glanced at this so-called royal ancestor, his expression betraying no emotion, stating flatly, "I am merely here for my disciple. There is no need for gratitude." Mingwu suddenly trembled, gazing at the young man before him, a chill surging from his feet to the crown of his head, causing him to break into a cold sweat. As he thought in terror, when exactly did this young man appear? He had not sensed him in the slightest, as if he had materialized out of thin air. Is this the kind of imposing presence that can intimidate the celestial masters of the Black Underworld sect? If that individual had truly wished to take his life just moments ago, it is likely he would not have had the presence of mind to react. Ming Wu's final shred of doubt was entirely dispelled. The figure before him undoubtedly embodied the legendary celestial-level superpower. Ming Wu hastily bowed and declared, regardless of circumstances, "It is the immortal master who has safeguarded Cangzhou. Our Dezhao imperial family is well known for its principle of gratitude." Upon hearing this, the various sect leaders nearby displayed expressions of peculiar incredulity. Wu Shan, with a resigned smile, remarked, "Gratitude, you say? I seem to recall that the Dezhao imperial family has always been rather tyrannical. 30 years prior, numerous sects from Cangzhou had banded together to repel the invasion of the Haiming sect in Qingzhou, suffering countless casualties, only to be met with a fleeting word of thanks from the imperial family. Meanwhile, Ming Wu produced a 3-foot-long, blood-red ginseng from his sleeve and presented it to Chu Feng, saying, "This is a 9,000-year-old blood ginseng, a token of goodwill from the imperial family. I hope the immortal master will accept it." Pausing momentarily, he straightened his posture and continued, "I have come on behalf of the entire imperial family to request that Master Chu Feng become a master of our Dezhao Emperor, designating Cangzhou as your fief. Chapter 68. The Imperial Master, Xiaozhan. The Xiao family has ascended to the pinnacle within just 6 months. As the words fell, the expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically. Disbelief etched on their faces as they gazed at the guardian of the great Zhao. The title of Imperial Master, along with the fief of Cangzhou, was indeed a grand undertaking. A similar sentiment echoed in the minds of the high-ranking members of countless sections. The members of the Xiao family, confronted with such monumental news, found their breaths becoming labored, their faces flushed with excitement. In contrast, the recipient of such a tribute, Chu Feng, remained unperturbed, casting a mere indifferent glance at Mingwu. In this realm, strength ultimately reigned supreme. The fact that he could garner the attention of the great Zhao royal family to such an extent was solely due to his prowess. Without strength, he would not have been able to emerge from that forbidden forest, let alone attract the regard of these individuals. The concepts of power and wealth in this world are merely appendages to strength. Lacking in power, one cannot hope to retain such possessions. Moreover, as a cultivator, why would he desire a mundane territory? Accepting such benefits would only serve to bind him further. In a fleeting moment, he discerned the implications of the situation and declared, "I am solely devoted to the pursuit of enlightenment and have no interest in such worldly matters. I shall accept the blood ginseng. But the position of Imperial Master and the fief of Cangzhou shall be disregarded." The surrounding crowd was taken aback, their expressions reflecting disbelief at what they had just heard. Is there truly someone in this world who can decline the offer of an entire province? However, their astonishment was short-lived as they quickly grasped the reality of the situation. A celestial master's mere utterance could intimidate even the most formidable of foes. Who in the southern wilderness would dare oppose them? The celestial master's lack of interest in such trivialities was evident. This thought resonated clearly in Ming Wu's mind, leaving him somewhat distressed. Upon arriving, he had never considered the possibility that someone could refuse the fief of an entire province. Ming Wu opened his mouth to speak, but hesitated, fearing to offend Chu Feng. At that moment, he caught sight of Xiaozhan, who appeared somewhat dazed. A glimmer of cunning flashed in his aged eyes as he remarked, "I have heard that the disciple of the celestial master, Xiao, was a key figure in the recent battle outside Cangzhou, even besting the Earth General. He is indeed a rare talent for our great Zhao. Perhaps the position of Imperial Master and the fief of Cangzhou could be bestowed upon his father, Xiaozhan. What say you, Celestial Master?" Chu Feng waved his hand dismissively. "That is a matter for you to decide. It has no bearing on me." His consent was implicit. Upon hearing this, Ming Wu's expression brightened. He quickly turned to Xiaozhan and asked Xiaozhan, "Would you be willing to become the Imperial Master of the great Zhao dynasty and accept the fief of Cangzhou?" This sudden pivot left Xiaozhan's mind blank. Pointing incredulously at himself, me? He was momentarily bewildered, seemingly unable to process what was unfolding. How could it be? He was merely standing there. And suddenly the guardian of the great Zhao had turned his gaze upon him, proposing that he assume the role of Imperial Master and govern the fief of Cangzhou. Ming Wu nodded solemnly. "Indeed, it is you, the head of the Xiao family." Holding his breath, Xiaozhan's head grew increasingly dizzy as he glanced at Chu Feng. Although he was nearly disoriented, he was acutely aware of who was responsible for his current predicament. Were it not for Chu Feng's presence, the guardian of Zhao would scarcely have cast him a glance, let alone consider him for the position of imperial teacher. Meeting Xiaozhan's gaze, Chu Feng simply nodded. At that moment, the eyes of the assembly flickered as they felt a gentle breeze sweep by. Chu Feng vanished from their sight, leaving only his resonant voice behind. "Feel free to discuss your matters as you see fit." With Chu Feng's consent, Xiaozhan emphatically nodded in agreement. Xiaozhan is willing to accept the holy grace. Upon hearing this, Ming Wu's excitement surged as he scanned the crowd. "I hereby declare Xiaozhan to be the imperial teacher of the Zhao, entitled to royal privileges, and to stand as the foremost among officials. Furthermore, I bestow upon him the fief of Cangzhou, where he shall possess the authority of a sovereign." Eagerly, Ming Wu concluded, taking Xiaozhan's hand and grinning broadly. "As imperial teacher, the Xiao family shall now share a fraternal bond with my royal lineage." Should any difficulties arise, do not hesitate to voice them. Observing Xiao Zhan's astonished nods, Ming Wu felt a surge of pride. The position of imperial teacher would suit Xiao Huahua's father splendidly. It was rumored that the immortal master was fiercely protective. Any disturbances to his disciples' peace would not go unaddressed. Moreover, under the tutelage of the immortal master, Xiao Huahua's talent had already reached astonishing heights. An 18-year-old grandmaster, with continued training alongside the immortal master, he would likely ascend to a celestial being in just a few years. Sangzhou, being one of the central provinces of Dezhou, thrived in symbiosis with the empire. Should Dezhou encounter challenges, Sangzhou would inevitably be affected. With his father in a position of authority, how could Xiao Huahua remain indifferent? By solidifying relations with the Xiao family at the cost of an entire province. This venture could only be deemed profitable. After exchanging pleasantries, and mindful of the impression they might leave on Chu Feng, Ming Wu took his leave. At this moment, the Xiao family, who had been momentarily stunned into silence, gradually regained their composure, their eyes wide and faces frozen in disbelief. Patriarchy, you have become the imperial teacher, and received Sangzhou as your fief. Overwhelmed with emotion, Xiao Zhan could only nod numbly. The grand elder burst into hearty laughter. From this day forth, our Xiao family shall truly soar to great heights. This news spread rapidly throughout the city of Sangzhou within a single day. At the Misty Mountain sect, the elders were preparing lavish gifts, and one elder shook his head with a wry smile. With the Xiao family aligning themselves with the immortal master, they are destined to ascend to great heights. How little time has passed. The Xiao family has transformed from a mere city lord into the ruler of Sangzhou, dominating the entire province. Even our entire Misty Mountain sect may soon find ourselves bowing in subservience to the Xiao family. Beside her, Su Linger wore a beautiful yet somewhat dazed expression. Was her former father-in-law truly the master of the land beneath her feet now? The Moon Sword sect. The sect leader of the Moon Sword sect glanced at the disciples below, who were busily packing various spiritual herbs into boxes, and could not help but frown, urging them, "Hurry up. Other sects are already preparing to step over the threshold of the Xiao family. You must ready magnificent gifts, yet here you are, dawdling. In the future, they will be the paramount family overseeing our Moon Sword sect. If we delay in our offerings now, who knows how much trouble it may bring us later." After reprimanding them, he cast his gaze toward the heavens, a flicker of envy crossing his features as he murmured to himself, "If only I too had a disciple under the tutelage of Master Chu Feng." Chapter 69. The Initiation of Sword Mastery. The second disciple, Lu Qingwu. Overnight, the city of Sangzhou was set ablaze with fervor. Various factions vied to cross the threshold of the Xiao family. However, in stark contrast to the bustling atmosphere of the Xiao family's front yard, resembling a lively marketplace, the rear courtyard existed in a tranquil world, so quiet that one could almost hear the faintest breath. Xiao Huahua sat cross-legged on the ground, a spiritual sword suspended before him. The sword, gleaming with a cold light, was subtly entwined with wisps of dawn-like aura. It appeared to gently sway in rhythm with the boy's breath. As Xiao Huahua silently chanted his mental technique, the luster of the sword fluctuated, deepening the bond between them. Yet this serene moment was short-lived. In an instant, the spiritual energy surrounding Xiao Huahua surged forth like a tidal wave, rapidly swirling around him. The spiritual sword trembled slightly. Xiao Huahua simultaneously opened his eyes, as if drawn by an unseen force, his hand forming intricate seals, leaving behind countless afterimages that converged and finally pointed forward. Slash! With a resounding command, a crescent-shaped, terrifying sword aura shot forth, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, striking a boulder 100 meters away. A deep chasm, over 10 meters long and glimmering with a hint of dawn, appeared before his eyes. Xiao Huahua exhaled a breath of turbid air, gradually calming his breath, and looked at the boulder with immense joy. I have finally succeeded. After several days of practicing the sword mastery technique, I have finally seen results. From this moment on, I am no longer the barbarian who could only envelop himself in spiritual power and charge recklessly. Just as Xiao Huahua was about to sit down and continue his ardent training, he suddenly paused. He turned sharply to look behind him, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes. Is it the presence of spiritual energy? In his line of sight, a faint, almost imperceptible stream of spiritual energy was slowly coalescing. The aura in the air was exceedingly weak. It could not possibly belong to his master. A fleeting image of the young woman brought to his master by his father several days prior flashed through his mind, causing him to feel a surge of excitement. Could it be that my master has accepted her as a disciple? I have a junior sister now? The thought ignited a brilliant spark in Xiao Hua's eyes. Surely, this must be true. This faint spiritual energy could only manifest during the phase of spiritual absorption. It must be my junior sister undergoing the process of spiritual absorption. I'm going to be the senior brother. The sudden joy caught Xiao Hua off guard. He recalled his own experience of spiritual absorption and slapped his thigh in realization. At that time, consuming the red ginseng had aided me in breaking through the barrier of spiritual absorption with greater ease. Now, with spiritual herbs to assist, my junior sister's practice will surely be enhanced. With his thoughts firmly set, Xiao Hua hurriedly made his way to the front yard. At this moment, within the grand hall of the Xiao family, Xiao Zhan was engaged in animated conversation with Wu Shan, the leader of the mysterious mist sect, both wearing smiles, seemingly enjoying their discussion immensely. Upon witnessing Xiao Hua's arrival, Xiao Zhan exclaimed with joy, "Hua, have you completed your seclusion?" Beside him, Wu Shan gazed at Xiao Hua with a look of astonishment. The presence emanating from Xiao Hua had intensified significantly since their last encounter. Could it be that during this brief period, he had made further advancements? Xiao Hua, brimming with excitement, replied, "Father, let's set that aside for now. Do you have any spiritual herbs here? Please bring them all to me. I have urgent use for them." Confused by Xiao Hua's fervor, Xiao Zhan hesitated before saying, "A few days ago, some spiritual herbs were sent by the Black Ming sect as an apology and have been placed in the side courtyard." Before he could finish his sentence, Xiao Zhan felt a gust of wind sweep past. The figure of the young man had already vanished. In the side courtyard, Xiao Hua clutched a total of 15 spiritual herbs, eagerly rushing forward, illuminated by the faint glow of the air. In no time, he arrived at the entrance of a small courtyard on the other side of the back garden. Halting at the door and gazing excitedly at the center of the courtyard, I was right. In the open space, a woman sat cross-legged. Her breath seemed to have undergone several days of adjustment, gradually aligning with the rhythm of the universe. The invisible and intangible mysterious force, woven within the heart method, slowly began to manifest, gradually merging into her body with each breath. The woman's brow furrowed tightly, her slender figure tense. The spiritual energy residing within her seemed to be gently dissipating, yet her steadily calming breath managed to quell this agitation. Finally, the spiritual energy showed no further signs of leaking outward, remaining tranquil within her. Lu Qingwu quietly sensed the energy within her. Is this spiritual energy? Her delicate willow-like brows arched slightly, revealing a hint of surprise. Although this energy was relatively feeble compared to her current martial prowess, its emitted aura was more agile and vibrant, seemingly establishing a connection with this realm. At this moment, Chu Feng, standing nearby, nodded in satisfaction. Xiao Hua approached Chu Feng respectfully and bowed, "Master." He then curiously turned to Lu Qingwu and asked, "Master, who is this?" Chu Feng glanced at Xiao Hua, who was clutching the 10 or so spiritual herbs, and replied, "From now on, she shall be your junior sister. Compared to you, my eldest disciple, her talent may be slightly inferior, as she will absorb spiritual energy into her body over 5 days. However, as your master, I value comprehension and destiny above all else." Listening to Chu Feng's words, Xiao Hua regarded Lu Qingwu and thought to himself, "Indeed, she is my junior sister." His eyes scanned Lu Qingwu with increasing delight. "From this moment on, I, Xiao Hua, will be the eldest disciple under my master's tutelage. However, it seems this junior sister's talent may be lacking." After enduring Chu Feng's long-standing persuasion, Xiao Hua had always believed his own talent to be rather poor. Unexpectedly, This newly initiated junior sister possesses even lesser talent than he does. Xiao Huahua abruptly shook his head, casting a glance at the spiritual herbs in his hand. Inwardly lamenting, this will not do. As the eldest senior brother, it is my duty to care for my junior sister. These herbs are insufficient. I must procure more for my father. After all, it seems he has been quite generous with his gifts lately. Although Xiao Huahua has been diligently immersed in his cultivation during this period, it is inevitable that he would sense some disturbances in his surroundings. He is aware of the different factions that have ventured forth and the presence of newfound treasures within the estate. At that moment, Lu Qingwu finally emerged from her meditative state and opened her eyes. Upon seeing the two men before her, she hastily rose and clasped her hands in salutation, exclaiming, "Master." Chu Feng regarded her with indifference, stating, "Since you have successfully integrated the spirit into your being, I shall keep my promise. From this day forth, you shall be referred to as my disciple." Chapter 70. Xiao Huahua's Imagination. The younger sister must have suffered previously. Within a courtyard of the Xiao family, Lu Qingwu, filled with excitement, hastily bowed and said, "Disciple Lu Qingwu pays respects to master." As she lifted her gaze towards the two individuals before her, she felt as though she were in a dream, her eyes still shimmering with disbelief. "I have truly become a disciple of the Xiantian immortal." At this moment, she felt a thrill surpassing even that of realizing her rebirth. It is worth noting that in her past life, even as a formidable alchemist, she had not been worthy of an audience with the Xiantian immortal. Yet today, she has directly taken him as her master. Lu Qingwu's body trembled slightly, her mind reminiscing about the legends of the Xiantian immortal's disciples from her previous life. Now, having embarked on the unique path of cultivation under the Xiantian immortal, she, Lu Qingwu, possesses the aura of a martial deity. Chu Feng cast an oddly curious glance at this girl. Is it truly necessary to be this ecstatic? Nonetheless, he introduced, "This is your elder brother, Xiao Huahua." Lu Qingwu turned towards Xiao Huahua. Without a moment's hesitation, she clasped her hands in respect and bowed. Qingwu greets her elder brother. Upon receiving Lu Qingwu's bow, Xiao Huahua felt a twinge of nervousness. He cleared his throat and feigned profundity, saying, "Junior sister, do not be disheartened. Although your talent may be slightly inferior to mine, it is nonetheless commendable." As he spoke, Xiao Huahua extended his hand, offering her some spiritual herbs. "Consider these as a welcome gift from your elder brother." Lu Qingwu appeared somewhat bewildered as she glanced at Xiao Huahua and then at the fragrant spiritual herbs he had presented. Disheartened? Did she even seem like she was disheartened? To have become a disciple of the Xiantian immortal, she was overwhelmed with joy, far from feeling sorrow. As for the remarks made by Chu Feng and Xiao Huahua about her talent being slightly inferior, she paid them no heed. Who is Xiao Huahua? A future martial ancestor renowned throughout the world. Even if her innate gifts were merely a fraction of his, it was sufficient to leave her sleepless with excitement. Observing the subtle changes in expression on the faces of his two disciples, Chu Feng sighed inwardly with resignation. Lu Qingwu's talent is certainly not lacking, while Xiao Huahua is extraordinarily gifted. With the incantation I fabricated, they can access the realm of cultivation. Such talent would undoubtedly be coveted by various sects in the realms of ancient novels. Not to mention, both of them have been recognized by the system as children of destiny. At this thought, Chu Feng suddenly recalled the prompt that had just emerged from the system. At the moment Lu Qingwu broke through, the system seemed to have mentioned a tenfold return, which he had disregarded entirely. For Chu Feng at this stage, even a tenfold return of spiritual energy would barely suffice. It could not significantly advance his cultivation. He must wait until Lu Qingwu reaches a higher level, at least the qi refinement stage, to truly savor the joy of the tenfold return from his two disciples. His eyes, forged in the crucible of ethereal energy, were as dark as the night, yet gleamed with the brilliance of stars as they gazed upon Lu Qingwu. It seemed he was recalling something, stating, "Now that you have joined the sect, it is my duty as your master to advocate for you. As my disciple, you should not be subjected to such indignities. I present you with two choices. Either I accompany you to eliminate that queen, or you may wait until your cultivation reaches fruition and confront her yourself. Lu Qingwu felt a warmth within her, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Indeed, as the legends foretold, the Xiantian immortal master was fiercely protective. She had barely been a disciple for an hour, and already he was contemplating how to assist her in resolving her troubles. Nonetheless, her expression remained resolute. "Thank you for your kind intentions, master. Although I wish that woman would meet her demise at once. Revenge is a matter that must be undertaken by the disciple herself to hold true significance. Until that great grievance is avenged, it shall propel me onward, serving as my motivation for cultivation. Even in this second life, avenging this wrong is of utmost importance to me. I have envisioned myself exacting vengeance upon that woman countless times, and no substitute could ever quell the hatred in my heart. If I cannot personally bring her to justice for my father's grievance and restore the order of the dynasty, then I would lose the very essence of my drive to cultivate." Upon hearing her words, Chu Feng seemed to have anticipated her response. He merely nodded gently and then turned to Xiao Huahua, imparting a few words of counsel. "Huahua, as the senior brother, you must embrace your responsibilities. Take good care of your junior sister." With that, Chu Feng transformed into a wisp of breeze and vanished into the vastness of the world. Now, only Lu Qingwu and Xiao Huahua remained. Between the courtyards, the bamboo forest rustled in the wind, and birds chirped melodiously. An enveloping silence descended upon them. Lu Qingwu lowered her head, feeling a degree of restraint in the presence of the young man before her. Even though Xiao Huahua was merely an ordinary cultivator who had yet to step beyond the bounds of the 10,000 great mountains in the years to come, he would become the martial ancestor who would stabilize the realm and stand proudly in the world. In her previous life, she had been but a humble dan-holding warrior, living in the shadow of the martial ancestor's renown. How could she not feel constrained with the real person standing before her? However, Xiao Huahua was unaware of her thoughts. Observing his junior sister's prolonged silence, he began to speculate, concluding within himself, she must carry a heavy burden of blood-soaked vengeance, leading her to this state of despair, which is why she has developed such a taciturn demeanor over the years. I too have tasted this bitterness, have I not? In the 2 years before meeting the master, I was mired in such despair, waiting for the 3-year appointment to unfold. Moreover, as the master has said, as her senior brother, I must assist her. With his mind racing, Xiao Huahua clasped his hands behind his back and assured her, "Junior sister, there is no need for concern. I shall request additional cultivation resources from my father, which will surely enhance your cultivation speed. I believe that with her innate talent, it will not be long before the junior sister catches up to the senior brother." Hearing the concerned demeanor of the youth before her, Lu Qingwu was unexpectedly taken aback. As if she had encountered something truly extraordinary, she gazed at the young man in front of her, her heart nearly overwhelmed. This individual is none other than the martial ancestor, Xiao Huahua, recalling his illustrious title from a past life. Lu Qingwu couldn't help but feel the disparity was rather substantial. It is said that this martial ancestor often spoke little, and when he did, it was usually to utter the 5 words, "Great wilderness, prison heavens." Yet now, he is so protective of me. The atmosphere under the tutelage of the Xiantian celestial master is indeed splendid. Chapter 71, The Golden Core Ancestor. Just around the corner, 2 disciples. Double the joy. In the secluded courtyard of the Xiao family, after several rounds of conversation, Lu Qingwu and Xiao Huahua had grown considerably closer. The initial stiffness between them had dissipated, and their dialogue had become much more natural. Curiously, Lu Qingwu inquired, "Senior brother, do you know the level of strength our esteemed master possesses?" Though she had often heard the illustrious name of Xiantian Xianzuan in her previous life, her understanding of him was significantly less than that of his several disciples. She merely knew that this venerable Xiantian Xianshur's power seemed to surpass that of his disciples by a notable margin. Upon hearing her question, Xiao Huahua glanced around cautiously and, with a serious tone, whispered to Lu Qingwu, "Junior sister, I am also uncertain of Master S' exact realm. However, I have harbored suspicions ever since I became his disciple nearly a year ago. I suspect that master is a celestial being from the heavens. A celestial being? Lu Qingwu frowned, pondering what level of power constituted such a being. Was it the realm of the heavenly man, or perhaps the higher tier of the golden core realm? Or even beyond that to the martial saint level? The young man before her flashed a mysterious smile and probed, "What do you think of the process of spirit infusion? Did you find it particularly challenging?" Although Lu Qingwu felt perplexed by Xiao Huahua's sudden inquiry, she nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is quite difficult. Despite having the experience of a golden core master from my past life, I still devoted considerable effort to comprehend the principles of spirit infusion. But how does this relate to our master's cultivation level? She wondered. Xiao Huahua chuckled. "You may not know this yet, junior sister, but it took you 5 days to achieve spirit infusion, while I managed to do so in 3 days. Yet our master accomplished it in a mere breath." Lu Qingwu's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. In a single breath? Before she could fully recover from her shock, Xiao Huahua continued with pride. In that single breath, Master infused 10 streams of spirit energy, directly advancing to the first level of qi refinement. The simplicity of his statement left only incredulity in Lu Qingwu's gaze. She had first-hand experience with the challenges of spirit infusion, and to think that her master had effortlessly achieved what had taken her every ounce of effort, tenfold. What terrifying talent must he possess? Surely, even the martial ancestor before her could not compare. Observing his junior sister's stunned expression, Xiao Huahua rubbed his nose and added, "Moreover, Master pursues the path of immortality and has no doubt lived for an unfathomable number of years. His cultivation cannot even be described by conventional realms. Even the deities from the temples, if they truly exist, would stand no chance against him." Xiao Huahua's words left Lu Qingwu momentarily incapable of processing the enormity of the information, still reeling from the shock. She gazed skyward, lost in thought. She had initially believed that her conjectures about Chu Feng's prowess in her previous life would surpass that of the 5 disciples under her tutelage. She had indeed overestimated. Little did she anticipate that this Xiantian immortal master might have already been invincible before departing from the southern wilderness. In a state of concentrated cultivation, a month slipped away unnoticed. Chu Feng, as was his custom, casually sought refuge beneath a massive tree to bask in the shade, relishing the gentle caress of the breeze and the warm sunlight filtering through the leaves. In a state of drowsy relaxation, he was suddenly stirred by a blue light curtain that appeared before him, dispelling much of his sleepiness. "Beep, congratulations to the host. Xiao Huahua has broken through to the 8th level of qi refinement. Beep, the system is executing a 10-fold return." A surge of spiritual energy immediately emerged within him, radiating through every inch of his skin. Enveloped in a sphere of blue light, he soon felt an unprecedented refreshing vigor suffusing his entire being. Host, Chu Feng, cultivation level, peak of foundation establishment, 6th layer, martial skills, great wilderness prisoner finger, perfected. Sword control technique, perfected. That kid, Huahua, is truly impressive. He has not disappointed me. Just as Chu Feng attempted to rise, his body trembled unexpectedly. He noticed the blue light curtain flicker, and the text above it subtly changed. Host, Chu Feng, cultivation level, 7th layer of foundation establishment. At that moment, another electronic announcement finally reached him. Beep, congratulations to the host. Lu Qingwu has broken through to the 1st level of qi refinement. Beep, 10-fold return successful. Observing these remarkable changes, a more profound joy illuminated Chu Feng's face. Excellent. Qingwu is also quite commendable. My 2 disciples are truly remarkable. Having traversed this world for a year, he had finally advanced to the 7th layer of foundation establishment, entering the latter stages of this phase. Gazing at the 2 notifications still lingering before him, Chu Feng expressed his satisfaction. Indeed, it is all thanks to my 2 disciples. Although Xiao Huahua remained exceptionally formidable, achieving a 10-fold return that propelled him directly from the 4th to the peak of the 6th layer of foundation establishment. Without Lu Qingwu's timely 10-fold return, he would have likely had to wait for Huahua's next breakthrough to enter the later stages. However, Lu Qingwu accomplished in 1 month what took Huahua nearly 4 months to achieve at the first level of qi refinement. Chu Feng was not the least surprised. After all, he had long since upgraded his methods and was no longer the individual who merely spoke empty words. With the precious celestial materials and earth treasures bestowed by various sects, coupled with the spiritual stones he had cultivated, Lu Qingwu's pace of advancement was naturally superior to that of the previously impoverished Huahua. Moving forward, as long as Lu Qingwu's cultivation level rises, my rate of breakthrough will accelerate as well. The day when I, Chu Feng, achieve the golden core stage is but a breath away. Chu Feng laughed heartily. The title of Golden Core Cultivator, these 4 characters, could easily suffice to earn him the esteemed title of ancestor in many of the immortal cultivation novels from his previous life. Moreover, in this martial arts world, upon this thought, Chu Feng's gaze fell upon the 2 disciples outside the forest, who were rising from their meditative state. For the sake of my golden elixir dream, my dear disciples, you shall have to endure further hardships. With a flick of his hand, he sent forth several streams of light. Within the courtyard, Xiao Huahua and Lu Qingwu joyfully brandished their swords, reveling in the surge of power coursing through them. Lu Qingwu gazed at the crimson radiance emanating from her palms, her eyes shimmering with a mysterious light. No wonder so many revered the cultivation path of the Xiantian immortal master in my previous life. In just a month, they had stepped into the true realm of cultivation, the qi refinement stage, and this formidable power was already comparable to that of an innate martial artist. Moreover, the quality of this spiritual energy far surpassed that of ordinary internal force. It was likely that their combat prowess exceeded that of innate martial artists by several levels. While the 2 basked in the joy of their breakthrough, a series of subtle whispers of wind sliced through the air. By the time they reacted, 8 spirit stones had already landed before them. Gazing at the stones on the ground, Lu Qingwu felt a jolt within her heart. Truly, the master is perceptive. He sensed our breakthrough immediately. But what do these spirit stones signify? Is he dissatisfied with our cultivation speed, believing that my senior brother and I have grown complacent? Exchanging a glance with Xiao Huahua, the 2 did not linger any longer, swiftly grasping the spirit stones and resuming their diligent training. Witnessing this scene from his perch upon the branches, Chu Feng nodded in satisfaction before once again closing his eyes, surrendering himself to the realm of dreams. Meanwhile, deep within the 10,000 great mountains, amidst the tranquil peaks, a sudden cacophony erupted as numerous mountains crumbled. A terrifying aura surgit forte, and 3 figures emerged from the thickening fog. Chapter 72. The Return of Perfect Foundation Establishment. Advancing to the next realm of qi refinement. 3 months later, within the confines of the Xiao residence, a brilliant beam of light suddenly ascended into the heavens, striking the firmament with a resounding impact. A terrifying aura emanated from the Xiao estate, reverberating throughout the city of Cangzhou. This miraculous phenomenon drew the attention of countless citizens, who paused to observe, while also alerting the higher echelons of Cangzhou. In nearly perfect synchrony, the leaders of various sects stationed in Cangzhou emerged from their dwellings, soaring into the skies to witness the magnificent pillar of light. The overwhelming presence of energy stirred the air, causing strands of hair to flutter. Wu Shan, gazing at the luminous column, found himself momentarily entranced. This aura was several times more formidable than that of the Earth Duke General who had once besieged Cangzhou. Could it be that another top-tier master had emerged within the city? Beside him, the Moonsword Sect master remarked, "This aura cannot be inferior to that of the Heavenly Duke. It may even surpass it." Amidst their astonishment, the elevated leaders of various sects turned their gazes toward the origin of the light. As their line of sight traversed the bustling streets, they arrived at the heart of Cangzhou, where expressions of realization adorned their faces. The Mountain Gate sect master chuckled softly, shaking his head. It must be that individual making a move. There is no cause for concern. Wait. Wu Shan suddenly interjected, his body freezing mid-air. All eyes turned to him. Sensing the rippling waves of energy in the air, he furrowed his brow deeply. Although the presence was indeed fearsome, it did not exceed that of a grand master by countless folds to the extent of threatening the heavens. Moreover, This aura felt strangely familiar with a jolt. He gazed at the still, undulating beam of light, murmuring to himself, could it be that Xiao Huohua has broken through again? Upon hearing this, the various sect masters exchanged incredulous glances, disbelief etched on their faces. Surely, this is unlikely even if Xiao Huohua possessed mid-tier Grandmaster strength 3 months ago. How could he achieve a breakthrough to surpass Grandmaster in such a short span? If this were true, would the Southern Wilderness martial arts become a laughingstock? The assembly shared light-hearted laughter, hesitant to affirm the possibility. The Mountain Gate sect master added, it is undoubtedly just the immortal master guiding Xiao Huohua, suppressing his own power. There is no need for further speculation. As the radiant pillar gradually dissipated, Sangzhou returned to its tranquil state. Meanwhile, Chu Feng remained blissfully unaware of the celestial events that had transpired above. Even if he had known, it would not have concerned him, for at that moment, he was wholly engrossed in the joyous task of harvesting. A cascade of azure light screens emerged one after another, accompanied by a continuous stream of electronic notifications resonating in his mind. Congratulations to the host. Xiao Huohua has achieved great perfection in Qi refinement. Tenfold return successful. Current realm of the host. Foundation establishment 9th layer. Congratulations to the host. Lu Qingwu has attained the 5th layer of Qi refinement. Tenfold return successful. Current realm of the host. Foundation establishment great perfection. With a sweeping gesture, Chu Feng dispelled the luminous screen before him. Yet the smile upon his countenance remained ever bright. In a span of 3 months, Xiao Huohua had remarkably ascended through 2 major realms, reaching the pinnacle of Qi refinement. Lu Qingwu was no less impressive, having broken through 4 layers to achieve the 5th layer of Qi refinement. Their returns propelled him directly to foundation establishment great perfection, leaving only a single step to reach the golden core ancestor. You two are truly my treasures. Were it not for the need to maintain his usual persona, Chu Feng would have cherished them as a father would his beloved children. Presently, although he had yet to break through to the golden core stage, it was undeniably true that with his current strength, he could effortlessly conquer the southern wilderness 100 times over. Reining in his emotions, Chu Feng mused, the next step is for Huohua to establish his foundation and elevate me into the golden core. With that, his figure vanished from his location, in a room that, while simply adorned, exuded an air of elegance. Xiao Huohua sat cross-legged upon his bed. With each rise and fall of his breath, waves of spiritual energy surged forth like a tide, thick and powerful. Despite being restrained, the residual fluctuations still caused the walls to tremble and crack. After several cycles of operation, the aura within Xiao Huohua's body finally settled into tranquility. Opening his spirited eyes, he exhaled a heavy breath, declaring, at last, I have arrived at the realm of great perfection. Feeling the profound and boundless spiritual power within him, a confident smile graced his lips. Had this been 5 months prior during the battle in Sangzhou City, he could have obliterated the black underworld sect with but a single hand. Suddenly, Xiao Huohua shook his head vigorously. The very thought had barely formed before he hastily cast it aside. No, I must not succumb to complacency. My master has taught me that arrogance and frivolity are the greatest taboos in cultivation. This Qi refinement realm is merely the beginning. Even at great perfection, it is but the first step. I wonder what realms and vistas lie beyond Qi refinement. As Xiao Huohua pondered, a gentle breeze caressed his face. Upon focusing, he beheld a young man clad in a flowing white robe, his long hair cascading gracefully, who had inexplicably appeared before him. Xiao Huohua quickly rose and bowed, exclaiming, Huohua pays respects to master. Simultaneously, the shock within him intensified more than before. Previously, in his feeble state, he felt as insignificant as a mayfly in the vast ocean, recognizing only the power of his master without a true grasp of its magnitude. Now, as his cultivation progressed, he could increasingly sense the terrifying strength of his master. Such speed and skill left no room for response, even as he reached great perfection in Qi refinement. Indeed, his master must be a celestial being among mortals. After appraising Xiao Huahua with a discerning gaze, Chu Feng expressed his satisfaction, remarking, "You have achieved great perfection in qi refinement. It appears you have not been idle during this time." Xiao Huahua humbly replied, "It is all due to my esteemed master's guidance, which has led me to profound insights, along with the spirit stones provided by you, that have enabled my advancement." Upon hearing this, Chu Feng nodded, acknowledging, "Your humility and composure remain intact, undisturbed by your recent breakthrough. Given this, it is time for you to be acquainted with the next realm." Xiao Huahua suddenly lifted his head, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he looked towards Chu Feng. At long last, he was about to step into the second realm of cultivation. He was finally transcending the entry level of immortality. However, observing Xiao Huahua's eager expression, Chu Feng shifted his tone. "Coincidentally, your junior sister has also broken through to the fifth layer of qi refinement, so I shall impart this knowledge to both of you." With those words, Chu Feng waved his hand casually. Instantly, Xiao Huahua found himself enveloped in a bubble-like aura of spiritual energy. Before he could fully comprehend what was happening, a refreshing breeze enveloped him, transforming the scenery in his dazed eyes into something entirely different. Incense wafted through the air. A writing desk adorned with calligraphy and paintings appeared before him. He was undeniably in Lu Qingwu's chamber. Chapter 73. After cultivating qi, the Foundation Establishment Realm. The Heavenly Path of Foundation Establishment. The three methods of Foundation Establishment. Within the chamber, Lu Qingwu calmed the surging spiritual energy within her body and gradually rose to her feet. After completing a session of cultivation, her realm had once again achieved a breakthrough. Feeling the tumultuous aura of spiritual power within her, Lu Qingwu was filled with profound reflections. The path of qi refinement truly is a method of cultivation that leads directly to immortality. Having previously reached the Dan formation realm, she could draw a clear comparison with her current level of energy. Although she now only stood at the fifth level of qi refinement, equivalent to the innate realm among martial artists, she was acutely aware that the power contained within her was sufficient to withstand even a master. Furthermore, leveraging the advantage of drawing upon spiritual energy from the heavens and the earth, she was now considerably stronger than an ordinary master in prolonged combat. Suddenly, her mind drifted back to several months ago, recalling the fierce battle that had transpired before the city of Sangzhou. At that time, her senior brother, Xiao Huahua, had merely been at the seventh level of qi refinement. Yet, he had managed to defeat Di Gong, a seasoned mid-level grandmaster. If one were to achieve the consummation of qi refinement, they would likely be able to overpower even the pinnacle of grandmasters. Wouldn't they? The thought of this stirred a sense of excitement within Lu Qingwu. Merely the first realm of immortality cultivation was enough to transcend the peak of grandmasters that had dominated the southern wilderness for centuries. What magnificence awaited beyond the realm of qi refinement? Just then, a gentle breeze brushed her face, momentarily startling her. She turned to see her master and senior brother had appeared at some point. After a brief moment of astonishment, she quickly regained her composure and rose to "Greetings, Master." Chu Feng waved his hand dismissively and remarked with nonchalance, "Your senior brother, Xiao Huahua, has already broken through to the consummate level of qi refinement. I refrained from mentioning this earlier to prevent any distractions. Given the current circumstances, it is time to elucidate the next realm and the path that lies ahead." Upon hearing this, Xiao Huahua descended from his enveloping spiritual aura. The two swiftly seated themselves, focusing intently on Chu Feng. Under their watchful gaze, Chu Feng spoke in a measured tone. "The next realm of qi refinement is the Foundation Establishment Realm. This realm signifies the process of purging postnatal impurities, purifying the mortal body, and establishing a solid foundation for the Tao. To break through to foundation establishment, there are three principal methods." At this juncture, both Xiao Huahua and Lu Qingwu's attention sharpened significantly, their necks slightly craning forward. The first method is the mortal path, a common choice among many cultivators. The mortal path involves utilizing foundation establishment pills to assist practitioners in the process of solidifying their Tao foundation, which is considered a lower-tier method. The second method is the earth path, wherein practitioners absorb the energy of the earth's veins to solidify their Tao foundation. Through such means, the Tao foundation cultivated is beneficial in enhancing a cultivator's affinity with the earth's energy, which is regarded as a mid-tier method. Ultimately, the path to the heavenly way is forged through the essence of the five elements, or the energy of the heavenly way itself, resulting in the formation of a foundational Tao. Such a foundation enables practitioners to harmonize more profoundly with the forces of heaven and earth. This is indeed a superior method. The distinct foundations derived from the three earthly laws dictate the potential for cultivation that each practitioner may possess in the future. Upon finishing his discourse, Chu Feng turned to Xiao Huahua and inquired, "Among the three earthly laws, which path do you wish to pursue?" Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Huahua, with a serious demeanor, replied, "Master, I aspire to establish my foundation through the heavenly way." He clenched his fists tightly. Both Xiao Huahua and Lu Qingwu were acutely aware that the more refined and superior the method, the more daunting the mental and material resources required would be. Yet, as disciples of an immortal master, how could they falter before such minor challenges? If they were to embark on this journey, they would choose the most arduous path, one that promised the greatest rewards. This would ensure that their master's reputation remained untarnished. Xiao Huahua then asked, "Master, what characteristics do the five elemental spiritual materials possess, and where might one procure them?" In response, Chu Feng smiled knowingly and replied, "The five elemental spiritual materials embody the attributes of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The quality of the five materials required for establishing a foundation does not need to be excessively high. Among the compensations sent by the Black Underworld sect, there exists a suitable water attribute spiritual herb." Xiao Huahua nodded vigorously. The five elemental spiritual materials and the foundation of the heavenly way were essential for him to acquire. After a brief moment of contemplation, he gritted his teeth and declared, "Master, I wish to venture into the southern wilderness. I desire to establish my foundation through my own strength. I hope you will grant me permission." His expression was resolutely steadfast. Since meeting his master a year ago, he had transformed from a figure of insignificance to a formidable practitioner at the peak of the Qi refining stage, becoming a noteworthy power in the southern wilderness. Yet throughout this journey, the immortal arts were taught by his master, the cultivation process guided by him, and the majority of resources required for cultivation provided by his master as well. He had relied on his master's support every step of the way. Faced with formidable adversaries, his master had always been there to support him. However, would he truly grow into a powerful figure without experiencing the brutal realities of combat? This question had occupied Xiao Huahua's mind for some time. Now, with the opportunity presented by the Foundation's establishment, he resolved to venture forth on his own. After a moment of silence, Chu Feng nodded with approval. "Very well. Since you wish to depart, I shall accompany you part of the way." It is fortuitous that Wu Er has also broken through to the fifth layer of the Qi refining stage. It is time she learned a few skills. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingwu was instantly filled with excitement, her breath quickening slightly. Would she now have the opportunity to learn such terrifying techniques as her senior brother Huahua had with the great wilderness capturing Heaven Finger? Xiao Huahua shared in the excitement, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at Chu Feng. "Master, are you going to impart immortal techniques once more?" He chuckled. If that were the case, he could afford to delay his departure. "Oh dear." Xiao Huahua suddenly felt a sharp pain on her forehead, only to see Chu Feng beckoning with his finger. "That is for your junior sister. Your basic combat techniques include sword control, and your lethal move is the Great Wilderness Prisoner's Finger. This is more than sufficient. One cannot overreach. You have yet to fully master the Great Wilderness Prisoner's Finger, and you wish to delve into other celestial arts?" Xiao Huahua sheepishly scratched her head. At that moment, Chu Feng smiled and said, "Once you establish your foundation, I shall impart to you the true methods of transcending the heavens." Observing his two disciples, Chu Feng felt a slight headache. Currently, their cultivation relied solely on their prodigious comprehension, as they absorbed the spiritual energies of the universe to advance. While this method sufficed for refining qi, it may prove ineffective at higher realms. Chu Feng, having achieved a perfect foundation, understood well the significant differences in requirements between foundation establishment and qi refinement. Thus, he awaited Xiao Huahua's progress in establishing her foundation, intending to craft two exceptional techniques based on the superior cultivation methods from his past life. By then, with Xiao Huahua's foundation and the breakthrough return of Qing Wu's cultivation, she would certainly possess the strength of a golden core. With the prowess of the golden core stage at her disposal, creating a technique that only bears the semblance of form would be an effortless task. Chapter 74. The bestowal of the divine sword thunder control technique. In the chamber, the two individuals abruptly stood up, their expressions brimming with excitement. Their gazes were fixed upon Chu Feng, filled with anticipation. The method of transcending the heavens. What kind of terrifying power could a technique be? To be referred to as such by their master? Xiao Huahua recalled that when master taught the great wilderness prisoner's finger, it was merely referred to as celestial magic. With this thought, he clenched his teeth. Foundation establishment. It was imperative to establish the foundation as soon as possible. Only by doing so could he acquire the teachings of his master. Chu Feng observed the fervent demeanor of his disciples, feeling immensely satisfied. His persuasive words had not been in vain. After a moment of coaxing, both disciples were filled with exuberance. He suddenly recalled the days in another world, during work, when those so-called leaders would also paint grand visions to motivate their employees. This tactic was indeed effective. It was essential to engage in such persuasion more often. Only through the diligent cultivation of these two disciples could there come a day when he, Chu Feng, would ascend to immortality and become a progenitor. With a grand gesture, he enveloped them in a radiant glow. The three of them instantly transformed into a streak of light, soaring forth from the Shao family. Amidst the astonished gasps of the Shao clan, they vanished into the heavens. Moments later, they descended in a bamboo forest located 50 miles away from the Shao family. This place was vast and tranquil, with only the gentle sway of the green bamboos whispering in the wind. Turning to his two disciples, Chu Feng proclaimed, Qing Wu, the celestial technique I am about to impart to you is called the Divine Sword Thunder Control Technique. This technique harnesses the power of 13 flying swords to summon the might of heavenly thunder, possessing the ability to obliterate the world. If wielded properly, it will rival even the great wilderness prisoner's finger. Upon hearing these words, both Xiao Huahua and Lu Qingwu were profoundly astonished. The power to annihilate the heavens and the earth. If these words had been uttered by anyone else, they would have deemed it an exaggeration. Yet, coming from Chu Feng, they felt a chill run down their spines. A glimmer of profound understanding flickered in Lu Qingwu's eyes. Truly, as expected of their master, to reveal such an unheard-of celestial technique at the outset. The peculiar method of summoning heavenly thunder was something rarely heard of, even beyond the great mountains in her past life. Now, having become his disciple in such a short time, she was granted the opportunity to learn such techniques. This master was indeed worth her arduous journey of countless miles. In Lu Qingwu's light purple pupils, the young man slightly raised his hand, casting forth a luminous shadow. A resplendent flying sword elegantly returned, landing before the two disciples. Beneath the piercing sunlight, the flying sword trembled violently. A tumultuous sound filled their ears as they gazed upward. The bamboo forest within a 10-mile radius swayed violently, as if it were a field of reeds, suddenly bending under a ferocious gale. A terrifying whirlwind swept through. Furrowing their brows, the two observed the sudden anomaly. They could perceive the formidable spiritual energy coalescing amidst the raging winds and towering waves. Simultaneously, the heavens darkened. Ominous clouds gathered, signaling the imminent arrival of a storm. Crack! In the dim sky, a flash of white light streaked across the firmament, followed by a deafening clap of thunder. A robust silver lightning surged forth, swirling majestically across the sky. Upon witnessing this, Chu Feng immediately recited an incantation. 9 heavens mystic sanctuary. Transform into divine thunder. Resplendent heavenly might. Draw forth with the sword. As the words fell, the erratic flashes of lightning seemed to be ensnared, twisting and converging towards a central point. Meanwhile, the flying sword that hovered before the two began to descend gently, accompanied by a faint humming sound, landing gracefully above the bamboo grove. Almost simultaneously, the incessant flickering of lightning in the sky transformed into 10 silver dragons, claws bared, rushing downward with ferocity. The blinding white light, crackling with energy, was infused into the long sword. In mere moments, the silver dragons were completely absorbed, leaving the sword shimmering with a disquieting radiance. The sword then cleaved forward, unleashing a beam of blinding lightning that struck the distant mountain like a crescent moon. The thunderous roar that followed, as the sword's light met the mountain, echoed through the heavens. Before their eyes, the mountain, originally standing 50 meters tall, was reduced to mere dust in an instant. Amidst the chaos of lightning, not a shred remained after the sword's strike. A terrifying shockwave radiated outward, akin to a droplet falling upon a tranquil surface, creating ripples that echoed through the valley. The surging waves struck the three, lifting their dark hair and causing swathes of bamboo to bow to the ground. This tempestuous force was several times more potent than a natural storm. It persisted for a full 10 breaths before gradually subsiding. At this juncture, Chu Feng's ethereal voice began to flow forth. The so-called divine sword and thunder true technique centered around the sword's momentum. Realizing that their master was elucidating celestial arts, the two immediately focused their minds. They attentively listened as Chu Feng eloquently spoke, imparting his fabricated teachings for a full half of an incense stick's burning time, without omitting a single word. Finally, his gaze fell upon Lu Qingwu. Qingwu, do you comprehend? Just moments ago, that was merely the manifestation of the divine sword controlling thunder technique executed at the 5th level of Qi refinement. Should you be able to summon a single bolt of lightning, you would have taken the first step into mastering this technique. Upon hearing this, the two remained entranced, their minds echoing with the image of the shattered distant mountain. Their bodies trembled, stunned into silence. Xiao Hua gazed up at Chu Feng with adoration. 5th level of Qi refinement? The disparity between his master's 5th level and his own was astronomical. At his 5th level, he might not even be able to defeat a master. Yet his master could wield such formidable power with that level of spiritual energy. Suddenly, a scene from nearly a year prior surfaced in Xiao Huahua's mind, when his master taught the great wilderness prisoner's finger. He too had likely compressed his spiritual power to match Xiao's level, hadn't he? And he realized that it was only when he broke through to the peak of Qi refinement that he had seemingly reached the level of spiritual power his master had first demonstrated with the great wilderness prisoner's finger. A single sword could summon thunder, and with that sword, one could cleave a mountain. Lu Qingwu murmured to herself, gasping in awe as she looked toward Chu Feng. The divine sword of thunder, truly, is a sight to behold. My revered master is indeed unfathomable. At the 5th level of Qi refinement, Lu Qingwu sensed the ethereal energy within her. She could perceive that although the energy within her was not overwhelmingly potent, it possessed a unique characteristic that allowed it to connect with the heavens and draw upon the grand forces of nature. This trait enabled her spiritual power to reach an exceptionally high potential. However, she never anticipated that, under her master's guidance, the limits of the 5th level of Qi refinement could be harnessed to such an extraordinary extent. The same spiritual energy, when wielded by her master, could unleash techniques of such magnitude, something she had never dared to imagine. Even in her previous life, with her cultivation at the dance stage, she could hardly achieve such heights. To think that the 5th level of Qi refinement could rival the dance stage. This prowess is indeed formidable. Lu Qingwu solemnly vowed, "Disciple has understood. Please rest assured, master. I shall devote myself diligently to my cultivation and will not betray your earnest guidance." Chapter 75. the young man boldly declared the great wilderness prison heaven finger. I did not intend to. Chu Feng observed Lu Qingwu's earnest demeanor and nodded in satisfaction. Internally, he couldn't help but chuckle. Elevated strength is indeed advantageous. Casually summoning a few bolts of heavenly lightning, followed by an outpouring of spiritual power at the peak of Foundation establishment, creates an awe-inspiring display. To achieve such a level at the completion of Foundation establishment raises one's expectation for the subsequent realms of Golden Core and Nascent Soul. How formidable must they be, exhibiting such destructive capability, combined with his diligent efforts to instill unwavering belief in his two disciples. These two innocent young adults had never doubted him. He claimed to have compressed his spiritual power to the 5th level of Qi refinement, while in truth, it was the power of a perfected Foundation establishment. Who would suspect otherwise? Then, amidst Lu Qingwu's excited expression, Chu Feng presented the long sword he held before her. Her exhilaration quickly transformed into a state of astonishment as she gazed at the chilling blade. Master, what is this? A smile graced Chu Feng's lips. This is a sword forged specifically for you. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingwu was deeply moved. She accepted the sword with both hands and bowed in gratitude. Thank you, Master. Beside them, Xiaopo, witnessing the exchange, opened his mouth, yet hesitated, his hands hanging limply. Master, you see. Chu Feng glanced at the young man and playfully delivered a swift jab. The pain caused Xiaopo to grimace. Chu Feng, slightly exasperated, remarked, the sword I gifted you when imparting the myriad arts of cultivation is by no means inferior to the quality of this one your junior sister possesses. Moreover, your most pressing task now is to break through to Foundation establishment. Although I shared some sword techniques with you earlier, do not let your attention waver too much. Remember, one cannot devour more than one can chew. Chu Feng felt a twinge of hesitation towards Xiaohua. The boy's perceptiveness was exceptional. Perhaps that divine sword technique could truly be comprehended under his guidance, which is why it was imparted to him as well. However, Chu Feng also wished for Xiaohua to prioritize his breakthrough. After all, the most crucial element in his ascent to Golden Core hinged upon Xiaohua. Rubbing his head in discomfort, Xiaohua replied to Chu Feng, disciple has taken note and will not forget Master's teachings. As he spoke, a hint of reluctance flickered in his eyes. Master, I shall now set forth to seek the 5 spirit materials. Chu Feng looked at Xiaohua, letting out a sigh. Go ahead. Xiaohua was the first person he encountered in this world, the disciple who had remained by his side the longest, and the one who had catalyzed his life as transformation. Over the past year, they'd spent nearly every moment together. Now, as he prepared to depart, a sense of melancholy lingered. Yet without a backward glance, Xiaohua leapt from the bamboo grove, venturing into a broader world. Upon landing on a narrow path, oblivious to the bustling crowd around him, Xiaohua pondered deeply. Where might I best seek the 5 spirit materials? In pursuit of the aquatic spirit treasures bestowed by the Black Abyss sect, there remain 4 elusive artifacts yet to be acquired. The Black Abyss sect. With a sudden clap of his thigh, Xiaohua startled the passers-by nearby. Although the Black Abyss sect had previously caused them trouble, they had since offered their apologies, making it rather unseemly to press the matter further. Nevertheless, if the Black Abyss sect possessed suitable aquatic treasures, it was conceivable that other formidable factions might also have similar 5-element artifacts. The first entity that sprang to Xiaohua's mind was the illustrious Dezhao dynasty, the most potent force within its realm. However, upon reflection, he recalled that they had previously conferred the title of imperial teacher upon his father and bestowed the territory of Sangzhou to him. To now approach them for spirit treasures might not be prudent. With a glimmer of determination in his eyes, Xiaohua thought, since a visit to the Dezhao dynasty was not feasible, he would instead seek treasures from the Dali. The Dali was situated adjacent to Dezhao, and given Xiaohua's current prowess, reaching Dali would not prove overly time-consuming. Resolving his course of action, Xiaohua bounded along the road, eventually soaring into the skies towards Dali. A month later, within the Dali dynasty, in the imperial court, Emperor Dahuang wore a troubled expression, while ministers approached in rapid succession. Your Majesty, a formidable individual has crossed into our territory from the borders of Dezhou. Upon entering Dali, this person has wreaked havoc, advancing from Tongming City towards our imperial city. Every family in power along the way, including city lord houses and sects, has been thoroughly plundered. Those who dared to obstruct him have been left grievously injured. This individual is brazen to the extreme, and we beseech your Majesty to summon our esteemed ancestor to quell this menace. The Emperor's countenance darkened significantly. I'm already aware of this matter. Before convening the court, I had summoned Ancestor Dingley to personally intervene and halt this rogue at the imperial city. I trust we shall soon receive good news from Ancestor. Upon hearing this, the ministers collectively sighed in relief. With Ancestor Dingley at the helm, the audacious miscreant would undoubtedly find his arrogance curtailed. Just as this thought began to settle in their minds, a terrifying wave of energy surged forth, causing walls to crumble and dust to scatter, while the palace trembled precariously. Fear etched itself upon the faces of the ministers as they witnessed this sudden upheaval, prompting them to hastily flee the grand hall. Outside the palace, a chilling voice echoed, "Dawang Prison Sky, Finger." The Emperor of Dali and his loyal ministers, standing just outside the grand hall, were struck with astonishment as the heavens darkened abruptly. From amidst the thickening clouds, a colossal finger descended, bearing down upon the palace. Under the gaze of many stunned and terrified onlookers, the finger radiated a blinding light, emanating a terrifying might that left them breathless. Ultimately, this massive digit landed in front of the palace, accompanied by a tremor akin to an earthquake, as a figure was violently propelled back from a distance. Suddenly crashing against the precarious palace wall, a massive gash was created. As numerous ministers discerned the figure's appearance, they could no longer remain seated. Their expressions filled with shock as they rushed forward, bowing before the elder and exclaiming, "Ancestor." The Emperor of Dali gazed at the elder before him, rendered speechless by the gravity of the situation. The esteemed Ancestor Dingley was a master of the mid-level Grandmaster rank, a pinnacle presence throughout the southern wilderness. How could he have been reduced to such a state? He immediately inquired with concern, "Ancestor, what on earth has transpired? Who could have brought you to such a plight?" Ancestor Dingley, in a state of utter disarray, trembled as he rose and explained, "Today, before I had even departed the palace, I encountered an arrogant young man. I questioned him on why he had intruded upon the royal palace. It turned out that this young lad had been persistently harassed by the Dali royal family, and he was quite fed up. Before I could inquire further, he shouted something about the great wilderness prisoner-ass finger, and then, as you can see, this is what ensued." Chapter 76, I am fire. I recognize only 4 words. The great wilderness capturing heaven finger. Upon the conclusion of the elder's words, the crowd stood frozen in astonishment. Every minister's face flushed crimson, filled with disbelief. One strike was sufficient to vanquish the mid-phase Grandmaster, the venerable Dingley, to achieve such a feat. Could it be that the visitor is a pinnacle Grandmaster? The pinnacle Grandmaster represents the true zenith of the southern wilderness realm. Such a master is exceedingly rare, even across the entirety of the southern wilderness. The ministers exchanged glances, their voices hushed as they pondered. The great wilderness capturing heaven finger. This martial art is entirely unfamiliar to us. As loyal ministers of the Dali dynasty, they prided themselves on their extensive knowledge, particularly concerning the intelligence of extraordinary masters and their renowned martial techniques. Yet, despite their earnest efforts to recall, none had ever heard of the great wilderness capturing heaven finger. At that moment, a young official in the crowd turned beet red, filled with excitement as he spoke. "Your Majesty, I seem to have some recollection of this great wilderness capturing heaven finger." All the ministers, including the Emperor of Dali, turned their gaze toward him. Under their scrutiny, he nervously continued, "It appears that a remarkable prodigy named Xiao Huahua has emerged from Dezhou, who has taken a celestial being as his mentor. At merely 18 years of age, he has already broken through to the mid-phase of Grandmaster. It is said that whenever he strikes, he only utters the phrase great wilderness capturing heaven finger, and then a colossal hand manifests in the sky." As he spoke, his voice diminished, The other officials frowned deeply. I have also heard of this individual through my subordinates. But the notion of a celestial being is utterly ludicrous and exaggerated. I have heard of the battle in Sangzhou. Even if that Xiao Huahua did defeat the mid-phase Grandmaster Di Gong, it surely required considerable effort. How could he possibly have reached a Li? The elder faced an opponent who, with a single strike, overcame him. Before the fervent discussions could conclude, a terrifying pressure surged forth, causing the minister's hair to stand on end, rendering them speechless. They looked up to see a young man descending from the sky. The young man in a black robe gazed down upon them, then proclaimed, "You of Dali are truly intolerable. I merely entered the realm of Dali to request a cup of tea at a family estate, yet you persistently send people to harass me. Do you truly believe I am easy to bully?" His resonant voice surged through the hall, stirring the blood of all the ministers, shaking their very souls. Gazing at the figure above, they felt as if they were mere subjects before a sovereign, compelled to obey. However, had this person not spoken recklessly? Clearly it was. Before he could voice his thoughts, the young man's voice resonated throughout the palace once more. If no resolution is offered today, Xiao Huahua's gaze swept over the entirety of the Dali imperial palace, and he coldly declared, "The Dali royal family shall become a part of history." As soon as such forceful and unreasonable words fell, a tremendous uproar erupted among the crowd below. Among the throng, some ministers appeared alarmed. Some wished to kneel and plead for mercy, while many others were filled with indignation. Standing amidst the crowd, the emperor of the Great Li, despite the immense pressure, felt a surge of anger and grievance. His countenance darkened as he spoke. "Humph. Do you presume that strength alone grants you the power to distort the truth and sow discord? Ever since you set foot in our Great Li, you have plundered the various officials and factions along your path. As the emperor, can I simply stand by and watch?" Upon hearing the emperor's furious denunciation, Xiao Huahua was momentarily taken aback, curling his lip in disdain. Plunder? How absurd! Did those pretentious individuals along the way truly consider him a mere bandit? In reality, he merely glanced at the treasures of each faction to see if they possessed any of the 5 spirits. As the son of the Lord of Sangzhou, he lacked for neither gold nor jewels. In terms of cultivation, he was bestowed with spiritual stones from his master. Such mundane resources for cultivation were beneath his notice. Had he known he would be wrongfully accused, he might as well have truly stolen something. At that moment, 2 figures approached, landing above the multitude of ministers. The officials of Great Li and even the emperor's ancestors were stirred with excitement upon seeing these 2 individuals. Hovering above them were the 2 remaining ancestors of Great Li, one clad in gray and the other in white. Observing the disheveled state of Ancestor Ding Li, they inquired, "Old Third, what has transpired?" The emperor of Great Li immediately clasped his hands in respect and replied, "Esteemed ancestors, this individual has come from the borders of Great Li, slaughtering and pillaging countless powerful factions until he reached the imperial city. After I explained the situation to Ancestor Ding Li, he attempted to intervene, only to be reduced to this state by a single strike from this person." The 2 ancestors exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as they turned their gaze towards the young man in the sky, their hearts trembling. Earlier, deep within the palace, they had sensed a formidable and terrifying aura. Now, witnessing Ancestor Ding Li's condition, the emperor's account, and the devastation wrought, it became evident that this individual was at least a peak grandmaster. If such a master could be appeased, or even befriended, it would be the most advantageous outcome. The gray-robed ancestor, Ancestor Li Hua, floated before Xiao Huahua, casting a cautious glance at him, momentarily unsteady. Could it truly be that he was only 18 years of age? To possess such prowess at such a young age, he must have extraordinary opportunities or affiliations beyond imagination. Ancestor Li Hua respectfully inquired, "Esteemed one, is there perhaps some misunderstanding that has led you to our imperial city?" Xiao Huahua furrowed his brow slightly, somewhat irked as he replied, "Misunderstanding? Your royal family has pursued me time and again, like a swarm of fleas, causing me great annoyance. If you do not generously open your royal treasury for me to select from today and offer a sincere apology, then do not blame me for my lack of education, for I shall only acknowledge 4 words. Upon hearing the words of Xiao Huahua, the expressions of the 2 elders darkened instantly. The fiery temperament of the fire ancestor, already volatile, could no longer be contained. He pointed at Xiao Huahua, exclaiming, "How outrageous! You, young man, are utterly overstepping your bounds. To so brazenly belittle the dignity of my fire royal family. Do you truly believe there is no one to stand against you?" An unrestrained aura emanated from both elders, their formidable pressure causing the ministers below to falter, collapsing to their knees. The 2 elders, one clad in white and the other in gray, descended beside Xiao Huahua, confronting him directly. Xiao Huahua regarded them with a stoic expression, glancing from one to the other. In the next moment, he raised his hand, pointing to the heavens. His voice, cold and imbued with the authority of a monarch, resonated through the sky. Great Wilderness, Prison of Heaven. Chapter 77. The invincible Grandmaster is unworthy of serving the young friend. In a vast expanse of the great wilderness, the Chiotian finger reverberated through the air. As the words fell, a tremendous wave of energy surged, enveloping every corner of the palace. The once tranquil clouds in the sky twisted into ominous dark formations, spiraling together. A suffocating aura spread across the hearts of all present. Amidst the myriad of horrified and trembling gazes, a terrifying entity slowly emerged from the black clouds, becoming visible to the multitude. Behold, in the heavens above, a colossal finger 100 meters long, extended ominously. The 2 venerable ancestors stood frozen in disbelief, unable to comprehend the situation. This presence was far stronger than any of them, even surpassing them by several folds. Such formidable might transcended that of a Grandmaster. Even the legendary invincible Grandmaster could not possibly reach such a terrifying level. Could it be that this youth before them was a formidable being beyond the Grandmaster? How could this be possible? How old could he possibly be? In the sky, the giant finger stirred the clouds, preparing to descend slowly. Below it, an extensive area covered by the finger felt as if it were burdened by an unimaginable multitude of mountains pressing down from above. The sheer weight of the aura caused the ground to crack under the strain, the earth being torn apart, forming a terrifying pit. As the pressure mounted, upon seeing the giant finger poised to strike, the ancestor of fire, in a state of panic, exclaimed, young friend, let us speak calmly. It is all our fault in the greatly. Whatever you desire, please do not hesitate to ask." The crowd turned their astonished gazes to the ancestor of fire, incredulous at his sudden capitulation. The 2 venerable ancestors were yielding. Their glances returned to the youth in the sky. Who was this young man? Even the legendary invincible Grandmaster could not compel the ancestors to surrender so easily. Even the Emperor, who had previously supported the 2 ancestors, wore a grim expression, unable to maintain his composure, stating, "Ancestor, you must not. If we concede now, it would surely make our great Li a laughingstock in the eyes of the world. Even if this youth is indeed an invincible Grandmaster, we cannot allow such humiliation to befall our dynasty." Upon hearing the Emperor's words, the 2 Grandmaster-level ancestors did not exhibit any newfound resolve. Instead, the ancestor of fire's face flushed with anger as he rebuked the Emperor. Silence at once. What nonsense about an invincible Grandmaster! This so-called invincible Grandmaster is not even worthy of serving this young man. As these words echoed in the air, everyone stood completely still, taken aback. No wonder the 2 ancestors displayed such terror. In the southern wilderness, the invincible Grandmaster, unrivaled under heaven, was deemed unworthy of even serving this youth. But could this truly be? When had such a formidable being emerged in the southern wilderness? Suddenly, the ministers and the Emperor of the Great tensed in realization. Could it be that the rumors from the neighboring Great Zhao were not mere exaggerations? Could it be that the esteemed immortal Chu Feng, who had said not a word, yet caused 2 Grandmaster-level masters and 100,000 followers of the Black Abyss sect to retreat, had arrived? Expressions of uncertainty flickered across the faces of the crowd. Yet, despite their disbelief, they could not dismiss the words uttered by their ancestor in this moment of peril. As the two grandmasters below pleaded for mercy, Xiao Huahua cast a detached glance at them. Subsequently, he gently blew away the vivid red from his fingertips. The immense pressure from his colossal finger left the crowd gasping for breath, and as it came to a halt, it reverberated through the heavens. Ultimately, it dissipated like a sand tower, transforming into a swirling dust that gradually dispersed. With the vanishing of the colossal finger, the oppressive, gloomy sky slowly regained a hint of clarity. A warm ray of sunlight pierced through the dense clouds. The tension that had gripped the hearts of the onlookers finally eased, and they exhaled deeply. Even the venerable ancestor Li Hua, standing before Xiao Huahua, finally shed his defensive demeanor, relinquishing the appearance of being on high alert. The two grand ancestors immediately relaxed, with Li Hua cautiously approaching Xiao Huahua, respectfully stating, "This incident was a grave misstep on the part of our great Li dynasty. I beg for your forgiveness. Should you have any requests, please do not hesitate to voice them. Our Great Li dynasty is willing to offer our apologies." The Emperor of Great Li, upon hearing the words of his ancestor, opened his mouth, yet could not utter a single word as he gazed at the youth before him. With the presence of these two elders, it had been nearly a century since they had ever yielded to anyone. After all, one of the grandmasters was at the late stage of mastery, while the other had reached the pinnacle of the same stage, which had granted their dynasty a considerable amount of pride in the southern wilderness. The current submissive stance of the Great Li towards this young man was exceedingly humble and weak, a notion that was difficult for him to accept. Ironically, the very source of their strength was leading them into this weakness. After a moment of fluctuating emotions, he could only let out a heavy sigh, fully accepting the reality of needing to ingratiate himself with the youth before him. In the heavens, Xiao Huahua regarded the elder in front of him, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Very well, I am a peaceful individual and abhor violence. If reason can prevail, I would prefer not to resort to force." Upon hearing his light-hearted words, the crowd involuntarily twitched their lips. Peaceful? Surely, he must have a misunderstanding of the term. Did he not realize that his so-called peaceful individual had traversed from the borders of the dynasty to its very heart? Yet, in this particular situation, no one dared to reveal their inner thoughts. The elder standing before Xiao Huahua, however, was reflecting on all the heart-wrenching experiences of his life, managing to conceal any hint of his emotions, and maintained a respectful demeanor as he replied, "What you say is indeed true. I see your enlightenment clearly. You are aware that my third brother is a reckless man, lacking in understanding. In order to prevent him from disturbing the common folk with his nonsensical babble, you have kindly silenced him. Your good intentions are evident and understood by us all. The only ones who fail to comprehend are those who remain sheltered in the depths of the palace, oblivious to the world." As he spoke, he cast a warning glance at the crowd below. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Huahua felt somewhat bashful and scratched his head, secretly pondering, "Am I truly that remarkable? I myself have yet to realize it." This old man possesses keen insight. The ancestor of fire, noticing that he had steadied Xiao Huahua, disregarded the peculiar gazes of the assembled ministers below and smiled slightly, saying, "Pray tell, what is your esteemed name? If memory serves me well, it seems there are no formidable individuals like yourself in the southern wilderness." As soon as he spoke, the ancestor of fire hastily added, "I mean no offense. My curiosity simply compels me to inquire about the extraordinary talent that could achieve such feats at such a tender age. If I have inadvertently overstepped, I beseech your forgiveness." The ancestor's humble demeanor left the members of the Fire dynasty below utterly astonished. Chapter 78. Young Fire, which concubine catches your eye, take her away. In the grand capital of the Great Li, Xiao Huahua faced the humble demeanor of the Fire ancestor without becoming overly triumphant. Instead, he emulated Chu Feng's style, clearing his throat with a cough before stating indifferently, "I am Xiao Huahua." Upon hearing these three words, the crowd below was suddenly shaken. They widened their eyes, exchanging incredulous glances. Could it truly be the legendary Xiao Huahua of the Great Zhao? How is this possible? Wasn't he this Xiao Huahua just a few months ago merely a mid-stage grandmaster? How could such a short span of time yield such a transformation? The onlookers gazed in disbelief at the youth in the sky. They had initially believed that the figure who had arrived was the legendary immortal master of the Great Zhao, who was none other than Xiao Huo's mentor. After all, it was said that this individual was extraordinarily miraculous and perhaps appeared youthful. They had all but accepted that the visitor was Chu Feng, yet now they were confronted with the astonishing revelation that it was, in fact, Chu Feng's disciple, Xiao Huo. By the side of the great Li Emperor, a middle-aged man with pronounced cheekbones sighed in shock. If I recall correctly, this Xiao Huo is not yet 19, is he? A being of the celestial realm under the age of 19, as he spoke these words, the Chancellor of the Great Li felt his mouth tremble. His gaze lingered on the youth in the sky. Lost in thought, what manner of terrifying existence is that immortal master of Xiao Huo, who could cultivate a reputedly worthless disciple to such heights? To him, the celestial realm, which we perceive as divine, must seem as insignificant as ants. Hearing this, the great Li Emperor let out a complex sigh, looking somewhat fearful. At last, I comprehend why the ancestor bears such a demeanor. This youth is already so formidable. One can only imagine the power of the one behind him, even if the great Li were to exert all its might to capture him. What of the immortal master that stands behind him? The thought sent shivers down the emperor's spine. At that moment, the chancellor managed a wry smile and remarked, "Your Majesty, we previously discussed whether the immortal master, if indeed he exists, would be a celestial-level powerhouse. It now appears that not only does the immortal master exist, but he also far surpasses our imaginations. His strength is likely beyond the celestial realm. Within the southern wilderness, there are no recorded realms that could adequately describe him. Otherwise, how could he have produced such a disciple?" Having grasped the magnitude of this revelation, the great Li Emperor's expression shifted dramatically. He stepped forward, gazing up at Xiao Huo in the sky with fervor. "Esteemed one, if you have any interest in the treasures of the great Li dynasty, please feel free to take whatever you desire." Upon hearing this, the indifferent youth finally revealed a hint of delight on his face. "Had you said so earlier, it would have sufficed." The fire ancestor quickly interjected, "Young friend speaks wisely. I shall accompany you to explore the great Li imperial treasury. Please lead the way." Under the respectful guidance of the elder, Xiao Huo traversed through numerous lofty corridors, finally arriving before a grand hall. This magnificent hall, situated deep within the imperial palace, soared 100 feet high, exuding an imposing grandeur, and was adorned with a heavy stone door. The walls and the stone door of this hall, crafted from a rare white granite, had been forged over the course of more than 20 generations of emperors. Its formidable defenses were such that even a grandmaster would find it nearly impossible to breach. However, for Xiao Huo, it was merely a matter of executing the great wilderness prison sky technique. After the Dali Emperor and the Ancestor of Fire turned the special mechanisms with their keys, the massive door slowly began to rotate, revealing the interior to Xiao Huo's gaze. As the stone door swung open, a scene of resplendent gold and jade unfolded before the young man's eyes. Various divine weapons displayed on dark wooden racks emanated a chilling radiance. A plethora of gold, silver, and jewels lay scattered about as if they were of no value. Numerous spiritual herbs and wondrous items were arranged haphazardly throughout the space. With the Dali Emperor and the Ancestor of Fire leading the way, Xiao Huo followed them into the hall. The two men occasionally glanced back at him, especially when they encountered some rare treasures. However, the youth regarded them with the indifference one might show towards gravel by the roadside. He paid them no mind. To him, the mundane treasures scattered about were akin to mere pebbles. Moreover, the coveted spiritual herbs that left other warriors yearning barely caught his attention. Having already experienced the benefits of spiritual stones, he was hardly inclined to be interested in such trivial items. Xiao Huo's spiritual energy surged forth from his brow, sweeping across the walls and floor like a luminous veil. In just a few breaths, he located what he sought. Suddenly halting his steps, he drew the anxious gazes of the Ancestor of Fire and the Dali Emperor. At that moment, two flickering lights soared in from a distance, landing before the trio. As the ethereal glow dissipated, they revealed a golden long mace and a smooth, transparent orb that burned with an inner flame. Observing the two spiritual objects before him and sensing the powerful aura emanating from them, a smile crept across Xiao Huahua's lips. He had found them. The items that lay before him were imbued with both fire and gold attributes. Even he could not help but marvel at the wealth of the Dali royal family, having discovered two spiritual objects in one place. Now, only those possessing the attributes of wood and earth remained. After securing the two spiritual items, Xiao Huahua turned to leave. The Dali Emperor and the Ancestor exchanged a glance, both wearing expressions of surprise. They recognized these two treasures, the holy gold mace and the fiery pearl. Although these items were indeed rare, they were not particularly remarkable within this treasury, nor did they seem to possess any other significant uses. They had prepared themselves for a thorough search and extraction. Had they known Xiao Huahua's appetite was so modest, they would have readily acquiesced. Why endure the embarrassment of appearing foolish before him? To back down midway was tantamount to losing face entirely. However, the esteemed ancestor of Li Hua cautiously probed, "My lord, the treasury of the Great Li Kingdom is quite affluent. If you have any needs, it would be prudent to select more." Xiao Hua gently shook his head in response, saying, "My master taught me that one must know the measure of one's actions. I have come here to acquire but one or two items. After all, one cannot overindulge." The ancestor of Li Hua stood in stunned silence, astonished by the composure of such a young individual. For martial artists, the treasures of a nation's treasury are far more alluring than the allure of 3,000 beauties in the imperial palace. Yet he, with the capacity to navigate through countless riches, chose to take only a single ladle. Truly, he is deserving of the title of a celestial being at not yet 19. The ancestor of Li Hua's eyes gleamed with a thought. Given the modest appetite of this remarkable individual and his formidable strength, coupled with their fortuitous encounter, perhaps it would be wise to cultivate a friendship. He cleared his throat and said, "My lord, after your arduous journey to our imperial city, might you consider resting within the palace? Alternatively, should you have any desires, do not hesitate to express them. If it pleases you to take a liking to one of the concubines, I would be more than willing to facilitate your wish." Chapter 79, Disciple. A breakthrough to the 8th layer of Qi cultivation. Within the grand treasury of the Great Li Empire, the emperor suddenly widened his eyes, unable to believe the words uttered by his ancestor. Sent a consort? A chill ran down his spine. Was he to be cuckolded? However, the Great Li Empire's strength was indeed bolstered by its ancestor, and faced with such a formidable figure, he could only swallow this bitter pill if required. Under the expectant gaze of the ancestor of Li Hua, Xiao Huahua raised an eyebrow, pondering the notion of sending a consort. Suddenly, the words of his master echoed in his mind, spoken before leaving the forbidden forest in front of the easternly city. Beauty is a major taboo in cultivation. It is a significant obstacle on the path to immortality. Though heads may not fall, it silently drains the marrow of the sovereign. As Xiao Huahua silently recited these thoughts, he abruptly shook his head. "No, that won't be necessary." Upon witnessing this, the Emperor of Great Li let out a sigh of relief, yet the ancestor of Li Hua wore a look of disappointment. He had not anticipated that this spirited young man would possess such clarity and restraint. With a resigned expression, he retrieved a token from his waist and presented it to Xiao Huahua, stating, "Young friend, this token signifies your identity. In the future, as you traverse the realms of Great Li, should you encounter any who are blind to your stature, or should you require assistance, feel free to display this token. This token allows you to summon individuals from the provincial government and grants authority over any institution within the confines of Great Li." Fearing that Xiao Huahua might refuse, he hastily added, "I am aware that with your capabilities, you could simply take what you desire. However, given your formidable strength and esteemed status, it may prove exhausting to handle everything personally. This token will undoubtedly offer you some convenience." Upon hearing this, Xiao Huahua accepted the token. It was fortuitous, as he had already plundered more than half of Great Li, with much yet to be explored. With this token in hand, he would not need to concoct reasons to provoke others, thereby saving himself considerable trouble. With the token secured, he engaged in no further idle chatter and took his leave. The ancestor of Li Hua watched Xiao Huahua's departing figure, shaking his head with a sigh. The youth of today are truly terrifying. What a pity that such a young man does not belong to our greatly family, alas. 2 months later, within a courtyard of the Zhangzhou residence, Lu Qingwu floated gracefully in the air, surrounded by wandering energies that coiled around her like serpents. Before her lay several dimmed stones on the ground. As the last remnants of spiritual energy were extracted from these spirit stones, merging into the swirling energies, the once tranquil essence became agitated, and the frown upon her brow deepened, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. At last, as the energy within her body was compressed to its utmost limit, continuously drawing in more, a tempest surged around Lu Qingwu. The surrounding bamboo grove trembled violently, shedding a thick cascade of leaves. Slowly opening her eyes, she surveyed her internal state and broke into a radiant smile. At last, I have broken through to the 8th layer. Her delicate fingers pointed towards the distance. With a swift whoosh, a bamboo stalk several hundred meters away erupted, disintegrating into a fine powder that danced away on the breeze. Despite having anticipated such a display, witnessing the sheer power unleashed by a mere gesture left Lu Qingwu momentarily stunned. At the 7th layer of qi refinement, she was already comparable to a mid-tier grandmaster. Now, having reached the 8th layer, she could even rival a peak grandmaster. This, indeed, was merely the first realm of the path to immortality. The thought of what awaited her should she break through to the foundation establishment realm was almost beyond imagination. She quickly composed herself. Before focusing on her breakthrough to foundation establishment, there was still a matter she needed to address. Now that she had ascended to the 8th layer of qi refinement, her strength rendered her nearly invincible in the southern wilderness. She was more than capable of seeking vengeance. Reflecting on her past life and the quest for retribution, Lu Qingwu's expression turned somewhat dazed. That was when I obtained the celestial heritage, a decade's worth of effort. In her previous life, it took her a full 10 years to reach the pinnacle of Grandmaster. Behind that woman stood merely a mid-tier and a late-tier Grandmaster. However, a decade had passed, and that woman had already indulged in her share of fortune and mischief. By the time Lu Qingwu sought her revenge, the fervor she once felt when escaping the Silver Moon Imperial City had faded. Instead, she harbored resentment towards herself for taking so long to avenge her grudge. Though it is said that a gentleman's revenge is never late, after 10 years, could one truly feel the same exhilaration? Revenge should be swift, just as it is at this very moment. In her violet eyes, a resolute determination shimmered, since fate had led her to encounter the Xiantian immortal, allowing her to achieve in mere months what had taken her a decade in her past life. She must seize this opportunity to rectify her previous regrets. Before that old witch indulged in her spoils, she would ensure to dismantle her completely. Meanwhile, lying on a branch, Chu Feng gazed at the suddenly materializing blue light screen before him, a hint of resignation in his expression. Ding! Congratulations, host! Lu Qingwu has broken through to the 8th layer of qi refinement. Ding! Tenfold return completed. Host's current realm. Perfect foundation establishment. Closing the system interface. Chu Feng sighed in resignation. Indeed, such a monumental breakthrough could not be matched by the tenfold returns of mere qi refinement layers. Nonetheless, with Lu Qingwu's consecutive returns, even if only from qi refinement, the spiritual energy she garnered was quite considerable. Given the current abundance of spiritual energy, should she break through another layer, I too should be able to enter the golden core realm. The spiritual energy within him, having reached the brim of foundation establishment, was significantly denser than it had been 3 months prior. Even a modicum of spiritual energy could propel one into the next realm. With this thought, he ceased to worry about breaking into the golden core, instead recalling another disciple. Today marked over 3 months since Huahua had ventured out. Yet, I remain unaware of the current state of the gathering of spiritual entities. As I ponder this, a melodious voice resonates from afar. Master, Master! With a graceful leap, Lu Qingwu lands before Chu Feng, her demeanor brimming with excitement as she proclaims, Master, half a year ago, I discovered that my father had been murdered, and I was subsequently pursued out of the imperial city by that venomous woman with a heart of a scorpion. During that time, I felt utterly hopeless. Fortunately, I encountered you, Master, and under your guidance, I have now transcended to the 8th level of Qi refinement. Given my current prowess, I am capable of restoring order and vanquishing that old witch and her band of thieves to avenge my father. I humbly request your permission to return and exact my vengeance. Observing Lu Qingwu's resolute expression, Chu Feng gently nodded and replied, "Go ahead," and returned swiftly. Filled with joy, Lu Qingwu bowed deeply and said, "Thank you, Master." Chapter 80. The Path of Revenge of the Second Disciple. Silver Moon Dynasty. Xiao Huahua surveyed his surroundings. The scene was adorned with azure bricks and ebony tiles, bustling with activity. The riverside was graced with willows swaying gently in the breeze. The streets here bore little difference from those in Dezhou. However, it was evident that the common folk strolling along the thoroughfare possessed radiant skin, likely a benefit of the favorable climate. Taking a deep breath of the fresh air, Xiao Huahua murmured to himself as he gazed upon the street. The Silver Moon Dynasty. Is it? My junior sister seems to be the princess of this realm. Yet, this dynasty is now under the control of the Yuntian sect. Never mind. I shall refrain from visiting the palace. Let my junior sister handle that herself. With this thought, the young man stepped into a tavern. In the Silver Moon Imperial City, within the Grand Hall, among the officials, a woman sat gracefully at a side seat beside the dragon throne. With a figure reminiscent of a water snake and a delicate oval face, she exuded an enchanting charm even amidst the imposing grandeur of the hall. Resting her chin on her hand, her fox-like eyes cast a fleeting glance at the ministers below. Those under her gaze appeared stiff, swallowing hard as they furtively assessed the woman above them. Yet, none dared to make any audacious moves or express dissatisfaction. For seated above them was the queen of the Silver Moon Dynasty, the true power behind the throne. On the dragon throne, a child of 7 or 8, clad in a dragon robe, sat obediently. After exchanging a glance with the queen, he spoke in his tender voice. The court is dismissed. The ministers bowed deeply, preparing to depart. Before they could utter a word, a sudden tremor swept through the hall. The entire chamber shook slightly, and panic swiftly spread across every face. Terrified whispers resonating among the officials. The woman seated high above remained unperturbed, her brow furrowing as she muttered with slight irritation. Is it those stubborn loyalists of the late emperor again? Her beautiful eyes shifted in contemplation. No, these individuals lack the audacity to cause a disturbance directly within the imperial palace. She directed her cold gaze towards the general of the imperial guard, attired in white armor to her left, and inquired icily, "General Huang, what is the meaning of this? How can these rogues infiltrate the imperial city?" The general, referred to as General Huang, immediately knelt in fear, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, forgive my incompetence in protection. However, please rest assured they cannot breach the defenses of the palace guards. I shall dispatch someone to handle this matter." Before he could finish, a loud crash echoed. Dozens of black-armored imperial guards came tumbling into the hall, collapsing and groaning upon the floor. A long sword was driven into the ground, emitting a resonant vibration. The queen, now upright, was engulfed in fury. How could you allow thieves to approach the Golden Lawn Hall? She slammed her hand on the armrest, glaring ahead as she admonished, "Who dares to be so audacious?" Yet, in the next moment, her expression shifted from rage to astonishment. Before the watchful eyes of all the ministers, a graceful figure entered the hall. The woman was tall and exuded an air of icy elegance, possessing a beauty that was nothing short of breathtaking. Yet, what astonished the onlookers even more was her identity. She was none other than Princess Lu Qingwu of the Silver Moon Dynasty. The gazes directed towards her transformed into expressions of sheer astonishment. The ministers below exchanged bewildered glances, their surprise palpable. The chancellor at the forefront lowered his head tightly, inwardly lamenting. Recently, it was rumored that the princess had gone missing, and many speculated she had fallen victim to the Empress Dowager's malevolence. Oh, dear princess, if you have managed to survive the clutches of the Dowager, you ought to remain hidden. Why have you come here? Like the chancellor, Several loyal ministers to the late emperor sighed internally, chiding the princess for her recklessness. Surely, it was a moment of impulsive folly that drove her back to the imperial city. However, the palace was firmly under the dowager's control, should she remain here. It would not be long before she met an untimely demise. Beside the dragon throne, the Empress Dowager furrowed her brow as she gazed intently at Lu Qingwu below, her heart echoing with a silent question. Hadn't those inept fools claimed to have dealt with this? Why does Lu Qingwu still draw breath? As she watched the woman approach with deliberate grace, a surge of murderous intent welled within her. This woman's existence was a persistent threat. Nevertheless, she maintained a facade of gentle demeanor, saying, "Ah, it is you, Qingwu. Where have you been all this time? I have been searching high and low for you. However, now that I see you are unharmed, I can breathe easy." Noticing the woman's continued icy silence, the dowager frowned and shifted her tone to one of reproach. "Pray tell, why the fury that strips you of your royal poise? Has some fool dared to provoke you? Speak up. I shall assist you." "Enough. There is no need for your maternal charade." Lu Qingwu's cold voice interrupted the Empress Dowager, leaving her momentarily stunned. The ministers below were equally taken aback, their expressions reflecting shock and disbelief. Was this a confrontation? Although the court was well aware of the turmoil within the palace, with the Xianyi sect, affiliated with the dowager's family, having sent emissaries to occupy various palace positions, it was clear that the dowager wielded unparalleled authority, even surpassing that of the late emperor. The princess's return seemed, indeed, a grave miscalculation. As anticipated, a sinister smile crept across the dowager's face, though the undertone of her words bore a more ominous weight. "Qingwu, have you lost your senses? Why would I engage in such theatrics with you? My dear child, have you suffered recently, which has led to this?" Lu Qingwu's expression remained frosty, her formidable aura erupting, causing the very floor of the hall to crack beneath her presence. She suddenly stepped forward, kicking away the long sword that had been planted before her. The obsidian long sword vibrated with a resonant hum as it thrust forward, grazing the Empress's cheek and leaving a streak of crimson upon her exquisite visage. With a resounding thud, it embedded itself into the wall behind her. The walls of the Golden Lawn Hall collapsed with a thunderous crash, shattering like fragile tofu upon the ground. At that moment, the Empress turned in terror, her hair standing on end. Her eyes beheld the debris of the shattered wall, and her pupils contracted in shock, a chilling dread surging from her feet to the crown of her head. Had that sword been aimed directly at her face, her brains would surely have been splattered across the floor. The Empress, with a darkened expression, turned to see Lu Qingwu coldly declaring, "Wang Yu, you have slain the late emperor and conspired with the Xianyi sect, intending to overturn the heavens and alter the world. Such a crime warrants execution." Chapter 81. The strength of the second disciple exposed, effortlessly slaying the pinnacle of masters. Their crimes deserve execution. Lu Qingwu's voice resonated, each word deliberate, sending a jolt through the hearts of the gathered assembly. The expressions of the ministers shifted, reflecting a complex turmoil. The implications of Lu Qingwu's words, as well as the schemes orchestrated by the Empress, were clear to all present. However, the formidable power of the Xianyi sect, standing behind the Empress Dowager, was truly terrifying. With 3 grandmasters in their ranks, no force within the entire dynasty could possibly contend with them. Consequently, the Xianyi sect wielded near total control over the imperial authority. Under their dominion, the current royal family resembled a mere puppet within the Silver Moon dynasty, utterly devoid of any chance to retaliate. All ministers understood that the only reason the Xianyi sect had not yet seized power outright was to maintain a facade of legitimacy. In such circumstances, Lu Qingwu's bold revelation left her, even as a princess, with little hope for survival. The Empress, upon touching her cheek, felt the warm blood flow over her hand. The terror reflected in her eyes morphed into an unprecedented fury as she bellowed, "Lu Qingwu, I am your mother. I am the woman of the late emperor, the mother of a nation. To lay hands upon me is to show disrespect to the late emperor." Casting a glance at the high-ranking officials below, she commanded with a fierce voice, "Seize Lu Qingwu at once." in the name of the late emperor's authority. Yes, a unified response echoed from the distance, and a legion of black-armored soldiers surged in, exuding a menacing aura. These 100 soldiers comprised the elite guards stationed around the palace. Among them, a general descended, emanating the aura of a pinnacle master. Drawing his long sword, he fixed his piercing gaze upon Lu Qingwu and declared, "Your Highness, I must offend." The crowd encircled her, charging forward with lethal intent. To the general, subduing Lu Qingwu seemed an effortless task. With claws like an eagle, he lunged at her. Lu Qingwu cast a disdainful glance at her assailants, her aura of the 8th level of qi refining erupting entirely. Her cold voice resounded through the hall. Those who assist tyranny must be punished. Her energy surged forth, and a brilliant white sword shot out. With a graceful gesture of her delicate hand, the flying sword danced as if under her command, weaving through the air. The sword, now imbued with a crimson glow, glided amongst the crowd. It merely grazed the bodies of the black-armored guards, yet they were instantly propelled away by an overwhelming force, crashing to the side. Their heavy armor tore apart like mere paper, creating a massive gash from which blood gushed forth, staining the Golden Hall. As the sword continued its elegant dance, it targeted the leader of the guards. A terrifying aura radiated from the sharp blade, one that even the guard leader found profoundly intimidating. He could only evade its lethal edge, entangled in a desperate struggle, yet he could never surpass the sword's reach, finding himself sidelined. Upon witnessing the scene, the chief of the Imperial Guards was taken aback, swiftly adopting a stance to unleash his martial prowess. The abyssal blood claw, a dense inner strength coiled around his arm, and immediately, countless crimson skull-like phantoms materialized above his limb. A myriad of skeletal forms surged forth, propelled by 3 luminous claw strikes towards Lu Qingwu. In response, Lu Qingwu's lips curled into a subtle smile. With a gesture, her flying sword pierced through the claw winds effortlessly, and her long sword returned to her grasp. Her figure glided like a startled swan, and in an instant, she appeared before the chief of the Imperial Guards. A chilling ray of white light descended, and the now petrified chief's head fell to the ground, rolling to rest at the feet of the queen. A single stroke severed his head. By this time, not a single member of the 100-strong Imperial Guard remained standing, all sprawled lifeless in a pool of blood. The surrounding ministers and soldiers merely stood by, paralyzed in fear, no one daring to approach. The gazes directed at Lu Qingwu were filled with astonishment, their expressions rendered blank. Wasn't Lu Qingwu merely a first-rate martial artist before her departure? How could she have achieved such extraordinary prowess? All eyes were fixed on the corpses strewn across the ground, and the distorted terror etched upon the chief's face was beyond belief. This chief was a master at the pinnacle of his craft. His guards, meticulously selected to protect the palace, each possessed at least first-rate strength. Lu Qingwu had so effortlessly dispatched them. Such an ability could only be attributed to a grandmaster. Could it be that within the brief span of mere months, Lu Qingwu had transcended into the realm of grandmasters? In such a short time, to attain this level of capability was unheard of throughout the vast expanse of the southern wilderness. Moreover, everyone was acutely aware of Lu Qingwu's prior talents. What had transpired? Ignoring the horrified stares of those around her, Lu Qingwu ascended the steps, sword in hand, advancing towards the queen. Upon witnessing the carnage within the hall, the queen's legs quaked in terror, and she collapsed to the floor. As Lu Qingwu approached with her sword, the queen nearly succumbed to tears. Trembling, she implored, "Qingwu, I watched you grow. In your childhood, I often took you out to play. Now, as your mother holds sway over the court, the late emperor entrusted the dynasty to me, believing you too young to govern. If you doubt this, you may accompany me to see the imperial edict." Despite the queen's pleas for mercy, Lu Qingwu did not halt her advance. Unheeding, she raised her sword high. The sword's aura rippled and gradually coalesced. Her voice, laced with venomous hatred, resonated throughout the hall, such a distortion of truth. In your quest for power, you ruthlessly orchestrated the demise of my father, unleashing a torrent of bloodshed upon all who opposed you. You are utterly deserving of death." With that declaration, she brought her sword crashing down. In the queen's terrified gaze, the blinding sword light transformed into a fierce strike, cleaving downward. The ministers aligned with the queen gasped in shock. Beneath that sharp sword, they could almost envision the moment when the head of the king and queen would be severed. Just at that critical juncture, a sudden cold voice erupted. "You insolent wretch! How dare you?" Even before the figure arrived, the sound had already reached them. A gust of wind swept through, knocking down a multitude of ministers. A dark silhouette leaped forth, landing behind Lu Qingwu, exuding an aura of immense power that prompted immediate recognition. This was a master of the mid-stage grandmaster level. His profound internal energy surged forth like a tempest, and with a single step, the very ceiling of the hall was uprooted. The fluctuations of an initial-level Earth-tier martial skill swiftly converged as a dark mountain materialized above the heads of the assembly, its dense aura colliding head-on with the sword's brilliance. Chapter 82. Lu Qingwu, the Invincible Grandmaster. Within the Grand Hall, the brilliance of the sword collided fiercely against the shadow of the Black Mountain. As waves of energy rippled through the air, cracks began to spiderweb across the walls of the chamber. The elderly man with white hair, hidden behind the illusion of the mountain, exerted every ounce of his internal force to withstand the onslaught. The fury etched upon his face gradually transformed into disbelief. In mere moments, the strenuous effort caused his complexion to flush a deep crimson. At last, the Black Mountain, solidified by the potent energy, began to reveal numerous fissures, a sight that sent shockwaves through the elder's eyes. In his astonishment, he instinctively retreated. As he did so, the Black Mountain could no longer endure, dissolving entirely into nothingness. However, this afforded the elder a moment to catch his breath. As he retreated, he furiously concentrated his internal energy, unleashing a series of powerful palm strikes. These fiery blows finally met the oncoming sword light, effectively neutralizing the threat. Seeing this, the elder exhaled a heavy sigh of relief, casting a shadowy gaze toward Lu Qingwu. "What kind of internal force is this?" He pondered. "It surpasses my own by several tiers. And this young woman, she appears to be no more than 20 years old, yet has ascended to a level beyond my own. If she continues to grow unchecked, the consequences could be dire." Yet, a faint smile crept across the elder's face. He was not alone in this confrontation. With a resounding crash, a hole was shattered in the sturdy wall, and two dark figures landed beside him. The appearance of the three figures turned the faces of the attending ministers to ashen shades. These three were the pinnacle masters of the Xianyi sect, renowned grandmasters in their own right. With their presence, the princess was surely beyond salvation. Meanwhile, the previously terrified queen regained her composure and stood defiantly before Lu Qingwu. "Lu Qingwu, did you not vow to kill me? Here I stand. If you wish to make an attempt, then come forth." Lu Qingwu's violet eyes scanned the three figures, revealing a flicker of surprise within their depths. In her previous life, when she returned, only two grandmasters guarded the palace. Could it be that one of the hidden grandmasters of the Xianyi sect had perished of old age in these 10 years? Her gaze settled on the grandmaster on the left. This elder, with hair and beard as white as snow and eyes clouded with age, seemed to be sustained only by sheer will, his teeth long since gone. Upon witnessing the grandmaster's condition, Lu Qingwu's heart settled into a sense of certainty. It must be him, the grandmaster she had not encountered in her past life, now on the brink of death. However, a confident smirk graced her lips. At this moment, whether facing two grandmasters or three, it mattered little to her. She was Lu Qingwu, now at the 8th level of qi refining. As Lu Qingwu assessed the three grandmasters, they, too, regarded her with astonished expressions, disbelief etched on each of their faces. With a body marked by a myriad of dark spots, Xianyi turned back to the queen and inquired, "I recall seeing this woman in the palace 3 months ago. At that time, her prowess was merely that of a first-tier warrior, was it not?" Upon hearing this, Queen Wang's eyes flickered with unease as she nodded slightly. The three elderly men, however, erupted into hearty laughter. Having left at the first-tier level, and merely a few months later having ascended to the realm of grandmasters, What kind of opportunity had she encountered? Surely, it must be the legendary inheritance of the Celestials. If they could seize it for themselves, would they not also have the chance to step into the fabled realm of the Celestials? The eyes of the three Grandmasters from the Xian sect gleamed with avaricious light. The Grandmaster at the pinnacle of his realm, Xian Qi, with a toothless grin, remarked, "Little girl, if my memory serves me correctly, just a few months ago you were still at the first-tier level. To have made such a breakthrough in such a short time, you must have stumbled upon some tremendous fortune. If you could relinquish that fortune, I could intercede on your behalf and allow you to leave." As he spoke, his greedy gaze fixated on Lu Qingwu, his murky eyes glimmering with a hint of excitement. He was acutely aware that his lifespan was nearing its end. Without a breakthrough to a higher realm, in a few years he would likely be no more. Yet, here lay an opportunity before him. How could he not be exhilarated? Lu Qingwu, however, merely scoffed disdainfully. Such words were hardly believable, even to a child, let alone to her, a reincarnated being. Moreover, he was merely a late-stage Grandmaster, his presence weak and akin to a mid-stage Grandmaster. For her, this posed no challenge whatsoever. Raising her sword, her aura surged forth once more as she charged towards the three men. Xian sneered, "You are utterly deluded, even if you have encountered a great opportunity. Advancing from first tier to mid-stage Grandmaster in just a few months is already astonishing. But I am a late-stage Grandmaster." He glanced sideways at his companions and commanded, "Let us take her down together and divide her fortune." With that, he summoned a fierce wind, transforming it into piercing energy before him, his palm glowing red as he attacked the girl, while the other two men followed closely behind. The four figures immediately became embroiled in combat, fists, palms, and legs converging upon her. However, with her swordsmanship, Lu Qingwu deftly maneuvered amidst them. The chilling glimmer of her blade effortlessly neutralized their every assault, while simultaneously slicing through the protective winds surrounding the three men. With a thrust of her sword, she managed to completely thwart their combined offensive. As she countered with a palm strike, her sword intercepted once again, leaving Xian Yi and his companions increasingly astonished. Despite their 3-against-1 advantage, they found themselves at a distinct disadvantage, even sensing a subtle oppression from the young girl. How could this be? Together, they were formidable, not to boast of being invincible. Yet they could hold their own against peak Grandmasters. Yet now, they were being stalled by a girl not yet 20 years old? Could it be that this princess is an unparalleled Grandmaster? What ist? With a formidable gust of wind accompanying her strike, she delivered a powerful kick upon the sword, enveloping Su Nq in a whirlwind of ferocious sword energy, leaving him with a myriad of wounds etched upon his body. Gritting his teeth, he concentrated all of his internal energy in his left foot and unleashed a kick that seemed capable of shattering a mountain. Yet when it struck the sword, it merely forced the wielder to retreat a single step. The woman was pushed back, granting the three of them a fleeting opportunity to escape to the side. The three Grandmasters of Su New York Zone were flushed with embarrassment, their expressions disheveled, casting dark glances at the figure of Li Q and GW ahead. Su New York furrowed his brow, glancing at the tattered sleeves under which his skin was, unbeknownst to him, already marred with bloodstains like a spider's web. He inhaled sharply and coldly remarked, "What a farce! How much time has truly passed? What fortune could have propelled her to ascend to such heights with such astonishing swiftness?" Chapter 83. The Divine Sword of Thunder's True Art. Cataclysmique Destruction. Gazing intently at Lu Qingwu, Xuanqi conveyed telepathically to the remaining two. This Lu Qingwu has undoubtedly encountered an extraordinary opportunity. By any means necessary, we must ensure she remains with us. Should we seize this chance, we may very well transcend to the realm of the celestial beings. The other two shared a similarly avaricious glance at Lu Qingwu, their excitement palpable as they nodded in agreement. Xuanqi sneered coldly. "This young lady is indeed peculiar. We can no longer hold back. Let us unleash our full strength and obliterate her here." As the formidable blade of Lu Qingwu descended upon them, the three simultaneously retaliated, their strikes colliding with her sword. After a brief clash, they strategically distanced themselves, forming a triangular formation. With a flourish of his sleeve, Xuanqi addressed Lu Qingwu. I concede that your power is truly formidable. Given more time, you might surpass us and step into the realm of the celestial beings before us. However, it is unfortunate that you are still overly confident and foolish. A sinister smile crept across his face. Yet, we must thank you for presenting such an unparalleled opportunity before us. As he spoke, an immense surge of inner strength began to coalesce, inflating his garments and causing his hair to quiver with the energy released. With a determined step forward, he rasped, Zuemi Ishin. As his voice resonated, the gathered energy surged into his right palm, reddening his arm. A crimson tempest erupted from his hand, the force sending debris scattering across the ground, causing the entire hall to tremble as if it were on the verge of collapse. The other two, having long prepared their own might, simultaneously launched their attacks at Lu Qingwu. As the trio commenced their assault, the distant courtiers quickly retreated to the safety beyond the crumbling palace, watching with trepidation. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd as they beheld the techniques being employed. The blood palm of the netherworld demanded a significant expenditure of inner strength to execute. A low-tier Earth-grade martial skill, Zuemi Ishin, it too was an initial-level Earth-grade technique. Legend has it that Xuanqi once vanquished the ancestor of Li Hua from the Dali dynasty using such a move. One strike could lay the entire hall to ruins. A demonstration of the Xuanqi sect's netherworld heavenly art. It was said to augment one's inner strength by 30%, unleashing a terrifying martial prowess. As the murmurs of astonishment echoed from afar, the courtiers, well versed in the techniques of the Xuanqi sect, found themselves gripped by dread. Their complex gazes once again fell upon Lu Qingwu. Who would have imagined that this princess, having vanished for merely a few months, could compel 3 opponents to such a desperate state? Given her more time, she might indeed lead them to eradicate the Xuanqi sect's dominance and restore the power of the royal lineage. In the distance, Lu Qingwu stood unfazed before the 3 colossal hands converging upon her, each strike amalgamated into a singular force. She raised the flying sword in her grasp, channeling her spiritual energy into it. Instantly, the sword radiated a divine brilliance, while a chilling laughter echoed through the heavens and earth. How audacious of 3 mere grandmasters to attempt to subdue me. Such overconfidence. As her words faded, the flying sword quivered violently, unleashing a surge of terrifying spiritual energy. Simultaneously, Lu Qingwu's delicate fingers danced as she crafted intricate seals. Her lips moved in silent incantation, as if chanting a profound technique, causing the sword to tremble ever more violently, akin to a ferocious beast on the verge of emergence. Meanwhile, heavy clouds had slowly gathered in the sky, shrouding it in darkness. Within these ominous clouds, silver flashes flickered, accelerating until a tempest of thunder was unleashed. In a forest nearby, Chu Feng reclined upon a tree branch, his gaze fixed upon the azure light screen before him. He couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle softly, murmuring to himself, "Remarkable, truly remarkable. I once believed that Hua's exceptional comprehension was unparalleled in this world. It was for this reason that I imparted to him the divine sword thunder control technique. Yet, to my surprise, Hua has been obedient and refrained from practicing this skill. Little did I anticipate that my second disciple would rival Hua in understanding. What a treasure I have found." As he looked at the azure light screen, a smile crept upon his lips. "Ding! Congratulations, host." Lu Qingwu has begun her training in the divine sword thunder control technique, experiencing a tenfold return. At the moment the energy was fully amassed, Lu Qingwu pointed her finger at the sword and cried out, "9 heavens profound abyss. Transform into divine thunder. Magnificent heavenly might. Let the sword guide it." Divine sword thunder control technique. With her melodious voice, the thunderous reservoir in the sky could no longer contain itself, crashing down upon the sword. In mere moments, the onlookers beheld with astonishment as the rolling silver thunder was absorbed into the sword. The once tumultuous sword now lay considerably calmer, yet a chilling, world-ending radiance emanated from above. As the overwhelming wave of energy approached, threatening to demolish the entire palace, Lu Qingwu calmly enunciated, "Strike." The sword, enveloped in crackling lightning, was thrust forward. A piercing silver sword light surged forth, entwined with the illusion of a silver dragon, colliding fiercely with the colossal hand. Boom! The dense inner strength of the giant hand clashed with the pure, lightning energy, both forces locked in a stalemate, neither yielding. In the distance, the three elderly figures strained with all their might, continuously channeling their inner strength, even coughing up blood, to maintain the ferocity of the giant hand. Fear flickered in the eyes of the elder with a mystical aura. How is this possible? Not only has she reached such heights in a short time, but she has also mastered such a terrifying martial art. What fortuitous encounter has she had? The three gritted their teeth, desperately holding their ground, acutely aware of the annihilating aura emanating from the pure electric light, their hearts pounding in trepidation. It is clear that should the lightning strike, there would be nothing left but ashes. They find themselves in a perilous situation, unable to retreat. In contrast, although the techniques have momentarily reached a stalemate, Lu Qingwu remains utterly composed. A cold smile graces her lips as she declares, "The Xian Yi sect shall vanish forever." With a sudden flick of her fingertip, the spirit sword surges forth with even greater force, causing the bolt of lightning to ascend to a new intensity. The silvery light swells instantaneously, shattering the colossal hand, and with a thunderous roar, it engulfs the figures of the three in its tumultuous embrace. No, the three Grand Masters of the Xian Yi sect, their eyes filled with disbelief, were reduced to mere ashes. The heavens and the earth resumed their tranquil appearance, yet upon the ground lay three charred corpses. Chapter 84. The Celestial Descends. Outside the southern wilderness realm, within the imperial city, in a quaint tea house, Xiao Huahua leisurely sipped his tea. Suddenly, a frown creased his brow as he noticed the water in his cup rippling violently, disrupting its otherwise tranquil surface. Curiously, he glanced out of the window. In a realm invisible to ordinary mortals, the sky was adorned with a gentle glow of twilight, while in the distance, ominous storm clouds gathered. Xiao Huahua's gaze sharpened, realizing, could this be the storm clouds conjured by the divine sword's thunder control technique? His concern deepened as he muttered to himself, "These individuals have forced my junior sister to wield the divine sword's thunder control technique? Could there be unforeseen consequences?" Without further deliberation, his figure vanished from spot, leaving behind a silver coin that trembled upon the table. Within the palace, all eyes were fixed upon Lu Qingwu and the three charred remains on the ground, their expressions a mixture of daze and disbelief. The Prime Minister appeared entranced, unable to shake off the surreal nature of the scene before him. Gazing at the three lifeless bodies, he murmured, "The princess has single-handedly vanquished three grandmasters? Three grandmasters who have loomed over the Silver Moon dynasty for over a century?" As his words hung in the air, numerous ministers struggled to swallow their disbelief. How old could the princess possibly be? Not yet 20. Remarkably, she had managed to shift the very mountains that threatened the Silver Moon dynasty, transcending the pinnacle of grandmaster status. Joy surged upon the faces of all loyal officials to the royal family. They would no longer live under the shadow of that old crone or the Xianyi sect. In stark contrast, the Empress Wang, witnessing this scene from afar, sat frozen in despair. Hollow emotions flooded her eyes as she realized that the three grandmasters of the Xianyi sect had been slain by Lu Qingwu. Had her painstakingly crafted political landscape crumbled to ashes in an instant? Staring at the charred remains on the ground, she shook her head in disbelief, murmuring, "How can this be? This is impossible." Her voice grew sharp and frantic as she clutched her head, her wide eyes reflecting utter incredulity. Meanwhile, Lu Qingwu cast a brief glance at the three charred bodies, inhaling deeply to calm the surge of spiritual energy within her. In her previous life, she had achieved this milestone, but it had taken her 9 long years, during which she lost a grandmaster, before she finally avenged herself. Now, however, the act of dispatching 3 grandmasters required little effort on her part. The disparity was unfathomable. With a gentle smile, She felt an immense sense of fortune for having encountered the Xian Tian immortal and becoming his disciple on this seemingly endless path of cultivation. In this life, she vowed never again to be ensnared within the confines of mere cultivation. She gripped the sword tightly in her hand, silently vowing, I, Lu Qingwu, will never tarnish my master's reputation. However, her foremost priority was to restore order to the court. Lu Qingwu cast her gaze toward the distant Empress Wang, sword in hand, advancing step by step toward the sovereign. The once frantic and disheveled Empress Wang, upon seeing Lu Qingwu approach with her weapon, immediately ceased her frantic movements, terror-stricken. She scrambled backward, pleading with fear, Qingwu, I was wrong. Qingwu, I have been your mother for so many years. You have called me mother for so long. Please spare me. I promise. I will change. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face, and she continued to crawl and beg for mercy. Yet, Lu Qingwu's steps remained unwavering, her eyes betraying no emotion as she moved ever closer. Just as she was about to raise her sword to strike, a sudden, overwhelming force surged through the air. 3 formidable presences materialized in the sky above. Lu Qingwu halted, frowning as she looked upward. Among the clouds, 3 figures cloaked in black emerged. Though they appeared merely as distant specks, their imposing aura weighed heavily upon those below. A flicker of astonishment crossed Lu Qingwu's eyes as she murmured, Are they celestial beings? In her previous life, as a formidable practitioner of the Baodan realm, she could easily perceive the realms below it. These 3 were indeed of the celestial level. But how could such beings exist in the southern wilderness? It had been centuries since a celestial had emerged from there. Could it be that they hailed from beyond the southern wilderness? Suddenly, Lu Qingwu recalled a significant event. After years away from the southern wilderness, she had returned only to hear of great turmoil caused by 3 celestial warriors. Realizing this, she pondered if these 3 had surfaced long ago, unbeknownst to her. Slowly, she nodded, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. It appeared that these individuals had been exceptionally cautious and secretive in their endeavors, leaving no survivors in their wake. With the implications clear in her mind, Lu Qingwu gazed solemnly at the 3 descending figures. 3 celestial beings were not something she could contend with at present. As the shadows became more distinct, they landed within the imperial city before the crowd. The trio varied in age. 2 imposing young men stood resolutely behind a stunningly beautiful woman, who appeared to be only slightly older than Lu Qingwu, yet exuded the aura of their leader. Her attire was peculiar, featuring short hair and a snug martial arts outfit, her bare feet lightly touching the ground. The woman surveyed the chaos before her, lazily stifling a yawn. In the distance, the young emperor, clad in a dragon robe and curled up in the corner, suddenly levitated and landed before her. The woman glanced at him, her brow furrowed, as she remarked, The Emperor of the Silver Moon Dynasty? Such a diminutive child. He is unlikely to divulge any significant information. Upon finishing her words, the terrified young emperor, who was crying in midair, was cast aside and fell to the ground. The woman cast a scrutinizing glance at the crowd and inquired, Is there anyone among you who possesses authority? Upon hearing this, Queen Wang seemed to have found a lifeline. Amidst her disheveled hair, her eyes sparkled with hope. The aura she exuded was undeniably that of a formidable presence, one capable of ensuring her survival. She glanced at Lu Qingwu, and indeed, the latter did not dare to act recklessly. Ecstatic, she secretly mused, if I could forge a connection with these 3 individuals, I would not have to perish here. Without further contemplation, she crawled forward and proclaimed, Esteemed lords, I am the Empress Dowager of this dynasty. I hold the position of regent and possess extensive knowledge of the affairs of the realm. Should you require anything, I am more than willing to assist. Chapter 85. How could those who practice qi fear those who practice martial arts? All eyes turned to Empress Wang, who wore a face of despair. Esteemed lords, whatever your needs may be, I, as your humble servant, shall exert every effort to assist you. However, our Silver Moon Dynasty is currently besieged by dire misfortune, with enemies pursuing us relentlessly. The dynasty stands on the brink of collapse, and I fear there is little power left to resolve your matters." As she spoke, she cast a venomous glance at Lu Qingwu. With formidable figures present, she was compelled to leverage her status to draw the calamity upon Lu Qingwu. With the 3 Grand Masters of Xian Yi sect fallen, only the 3 unexpected arrivals could safeguard her. Should they fail to eliminate Lu Qingwu, she would undoubtedly be the first to perish afterward. The ministers, their faces grim, shot her a look of disdain but dared not voice their thoughts. The leading woman surveyed the dismal surroundings. The palace lay in ruins, a clear testament to a fierce battle that had transpired. She frowned and remarked, "It seems we have arrived at an opportune moment. We have no interest in entangling ourselves in your troubles. However, do you recall the Changchun seal?" Upon hearing this name, Empress Wang frantically recalled, her mind racing. In the midst of her despair, a sudden realization struck her. Indeed, that wretched soul mentioned something akin to this. It was said that the Silver Moon dynasty possesses a seemingly ordinary treasure, one that even Grand Masters cannot shake. It is known as the Changchun seal. Yet, that spirit only alluded to it briefly. I have no knowledge of its whereabouts. She cast a furtive glance at Lu Qingwu, her heart sinking. In this critical moment, how could she admit ignorance? Regardless of the consequences, her priority was to survive. She must find a way to eliminate Lu Qingwu first. Resolving her thoughts, she ceased her hesitation and declared through gritted teeth, "As the Empress Dowager of the Silver Moon's late emperor, I am certainly aware of its existence. If you eliminate this detestable woman for me, I shall willingly present it to you." She pointed menacingly at Lu Qingwu. At this, Lu Qingwu tensed up, her gaze fixed warily on the trio before her. Yet, the 3 celestial beings made no further moves. The exquisite young woman at the forefront frowned slightly and flicked her finger. A sudden wave of energy surged forth, whipping Wang's disheveled hair about, and one of her arms, now severed, flew far away, leaving a trail of blood. Empress Wang screamed in terror, collapsing to the ground, writhing in agony. A cold sweat quickly soaked the earth beneath her. She could scarcely articulate her pain, her pale face casting a bewildered glance at the woman. Su Qiu coldly remarked, "A mere ant dares to make demands, utterly oblivious to its own mortality." After a moment's contemplation, Su Xia turned to Lu Qingwu and said, "However, this is not the time for such discussions. I offer you a chance. Retreat and do not disturb the matters between us." From the traces on the ground, Su Qiu discerned that the woman in the distance was not as simple as she appeared. Reaching the pinnacle of a transcendent master at such a young age was not something an ordinary force could cultivate. Presently, they were here solely to seek the key to unlock the Martial King's treasury, the Changchun seal. However, they had no intention of stirring up trouble or inviting unforeseen complications, thus prompting Lu Qingwu to withdraw. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingwu found herself in a dilemma, her expression wavering. The 3 individuals before her were all formidable beings at the celestial realm, and she knew she was no match for them. Yet, it was evident that these 3 had their sights set on the treasures of the Silver Moon dynasty. To be favored by beings of the celestial realm clearly indicated the value of such treasures. Since becoming a disciple, she had yet to present a formal token of respect to her master. This return was not only about purging the corrupt court, but also about preparing to select a few valuable items from the royal treasury to express her gratitude to her master and elder brother. If they were to sweep those treasures away, a steely resolve flickered in Lu Qingwu's eyes as she regarded the 3. She was a practitioner of qi. How could she let herself be intimidated by 3 martial artists? If that were the case, how could she possibly bear the title of a disciple of the Xiantian immortal sovereign? Only through combat could she ascertain if they were indeed her adversaries. Moreover, even if she were to falter, she was confident in her ability to retreat. A disciple of the Xiantian immortal sovereign must never be frightened into submission. If she were to withdraw, it must be after a confrontation. Lu Qingwu remained silent, her grip tightening around the long sword, its spirit energy swirling with vibrant intensity. Under the glow of the setting sun, the blade emanated a penetrating chill. This time, she did not hesitate but advanced step by step towards the queen, her demeanor resolute. However, at that moment, None of the onlookers noticed a young man leisurely leaning against the top of a grand hall amidst the towering palaces, surveying everything below. He had arrived at the Silver Moon dynasty quite early, for he could not afford to overlook his two treasured disciples. What if something unexpected occurred? Chu Feng's gaze fell upon the palace square, ultimately resting on the three figures to the side. His heart filled with astonishment. The aura of these three was several times more formidable than any Grand Master he had encountered. Could it be that they were all Celestial Realm experts? Judging solely by their aura, they seemed comparable to those at the Foundation establishment stage. Previously, he had suspected that the Celestials and Foundation establishment practitioners in this world were not vastly different, and now he saw that his suspicions were confirmed. Yet, from the earlier actions of that woman, it was clear that although she was on par with those at the Foundation establishment stage, these three would still not stand a chance against them in combat. For even though they had entered the Celestial Realm, it was evident from the girl's earlier strike that their use of the powers of heaven and earth was exceedingly limited. They relied almost entirely on their own substantial inner strength to launch their attacks. This minute difference could lead to vastly different outcomes in actual combat. With this thought, Chu Feng felt a sense of reassurance. Given the current circumstances, he remained invincible. However, as he observed the three figures, he bowed his head in contemplation. I previously confirmed that there are no celestial beings in the southern wilderness, which implies that these individuals hail from beyond its realm. This indicates the existence of a more advanced martial world outside the southern wilderness. Fortunately, when he originally devised his techniques, he did not opt for low or even high martial arts, but instead chose the path of immortality. Otherwise, who could fathom the limits of this world? What if, in a martial world beyond the southern wilderness, there exists not only celestial beings, but also higher realms above them? Had he crafted techniques suited for a high or even mid-level martial world, it would have been uncertain whether Xiao Huahua could practice them. In such a scenario, due to the constraints of the system, he might find himself unable to compete even within the same realm, and his potential would pale in comparison, leading to an awkward predicament. Chapter 86, Beyond the Southern Wilderness. Three Celestial Beings. In the square, Lu Qingwu stood resolutely, disregarding the pleas of the woman to retreat. With sword in hand, she advanced step by step towards the queen. The queen, filled with terror, glanced anxiously at Su Qiu and the others while dragging herself backward across the ground, exclaiming, "My lord, save me. If I perish, no one shall know the whereabouts of the Changchun seal." Seeing that Lu Qingwu remained undeterred by her words, Su Qiu's brow furrowed in displeasure. In such a remote place, how could anyone dare to defy her command? Her willingness to spare this woman stemmed merely from a desire to avoid unnecessary trouble. Since the opponent failed to grasp the situation, it seemed only fitting to conclude matters here. With an indifferent tone, Su Qiu commanded, "Yun Bo, eliminate her." "Yes, miss," replied the elder known as Yun Bo, casting a disdainful glance at Lu Qingwu before stepping forward, palm facing downward. His profound inner strength surged like a raging inferno, distorting the very fabric of space around them. In an instant, a colossal hand spanning over 10 meters materialized above Lu Qingwu, casting a shadow that darkened the area below. The immense black hand lingered for but a moment in the sky before it descended with force towards the woman below. Lu Qingwu lifted her gaze, unfazed by the impending strike. Calmly, she raised her sword, which shimmered with radiant light. Suddenly, her spiritual energy erupted forth, causing her garments to billow, while a glimmer ignited in her eyes. In a cool, melodic tone, she softly intoned sword technique. As her chant resonated, the sword's body trembled with divine light. The energy concentrated within the blade surged forth, and as a halo dissipated, hundreds of sword phantoms appeared in the air. Lu Qingwu's fingertips glimmered with brilliance as she pointed upwards, her words resonating with authoritative clarity, commanding the flying swords to heed her call. Within a radius of 1,000 meters, all the long swords converged, and with a torrent of sword light, they collided fiercely against the colossal hand. The hand, imbued with nearly opaque inner strength, was forced to shed dozens of flying swords. During this process, Cracks began to form within the palm. 1, 2, until they spread across the entire hand, culminating in a cataclysmic shatter. With a thunderous explosion, the inner strength dissipated into the void, and the hundreds of sword phantoms pierced through the heavens. As the force of her inner power scattered, Yunbo stumbled back a step, his breath tumultuous. The other two, aside from Yunbo, gazed at Lu Qingwu in astonishment. Su Qiu, resting her chin on her delicate hand, observed Lu Qingwu with intrigue, exclaiming, "As far as I know, the southern wilderness is a land of loss. Here, both the inheritance of martial arts and the practice of cultivation have languished significantly. For nearly a century, the most formidable warriors have barely reached the Grandmaster level. Yet, Yunbo is a warrior of the celestial realm, far surpassing any Grandmaster. Even a casual strike from him would be insurmountable for an ordinary Grandmaster." She glanced around the ground, a light laugh escaping her lips. "It appears this woman is even stronger than I initially anticipated. She must have surpassed the pinnacle of a typical Grandmaster. Alas, she remains but an insect." Yunbo shook his head, saying, "Miss, I have underestimated this individual. I shall apprehend her at once." With that, the elder's figure flickered and appeared beside Lu Qingwu, striking her with a sudden palm. By the time Lu Qingwu realized what was happening, the elder's palm had already expanded to fill her vision. With a resounding clash, her long sword intercepted the blow, absorbing its force. The terrifying shockwave forced Lu Qingwu's feet into the ground, dragging her back 100 meters, leaving deep marks in her wake. Rising to her feet, Lu Qingwu swung her sword, dispelling the oppressive aura. Remarkably, she bore no injuries whatsoever. Observing Lu Yinggu, Yunbo's curiosity intensified. His previous attack had been executed without restraint. Even a peak Grandmaster would have sustained serious injuries. Yet, this woman remained unscathed. Before he could further process his astonishment, the distant figure of Lu Qingwu charged at him with her sword. Yunbo scoffed, "Such arrogance." His form vanished as he surged forward. In the span of several breaths, the two figures intertwined in a dance of combat, crossing paths more than 10 times, each clash causing the ground to shatter and sparks to fly. Throughout the exchange, Lu Qingwu was nearly overwhelmed, forced to defend against Yunbo's relentless counterattacks. Whenever she found an opportunity to strike, she was met with his retaliation, leaving her no choice but to remain on the defensive. After several exchanges, Lu Qingwu was once again sent hurtling through the air, tracing a parabolic arc before managing to regain her footing on the ground. Before she could steady herself, she charged forward once more, sword in hand. Observing this, Yunbo's eyes widened in shock. After multiple encounters, he could only manage to push this native of the southern wilderness back. Not a single wound marred her, only the persistent ripples of her energy. This left him deeply unsettled. How could a woman under 20 from a southern wilderness possess such capability? Her talent would be regarded as commendable even in the outside world. Moreover, after exchanging over 1,000 blows, her internal energy showed no signs of waning. Instead of faltering, she appeared more vibrant and vigorous, pressing the attack. Grinding his teeth, Yunbo unleashed another palm strike, sending Lu Qingwu flying 100 meters away, bellowing, "Annoying fly! If you seek death so eagerly, I shall oblige." Yet the distant woman simply smiled softly, pressing her fingers against the cold blade of her sword, sneering. "I return that sentiment to you." Lu Qingwu's fingers glided along the sword's surface, arcs of electricity flickering in response. Simultaneously, dark clouds began to gather ominously in the sky, with silver lightning crackling within. At that moment, Su Qiu and another man, who had been quietly observing, suddenly widened their eyes in disbelief. The elder beside Su Qiu looked up at the sky and then at Lu Qingwu's figure, exclaiming incredulously, "This technique harbors an astonishing force. Even the celestial martial arts preserved by my Su family may not possess such might. How could such a supreme skill emerge from this desolate land?" In astonishment, Su Qiu beside him couldn't help but smile slightly. This woman harbored a significant secret. Unexpectedly, aside from the key to the martial king's secret realm, there existed such fortuitous encounters within the southern wilderness. Truly, this journey was not in vain. Su Qiu turned to Yunbo and said, "Yunbo, be gentle. Spare life. Bonodit. And a flicker of greed ignited in his gaze as he looked at Lu Qingwu. How could my Su family turn away such an opportunity presented to us? With a decisive step forward, his aura surged forth, shattering stones and sending dirt flying. A glint flashed in his eyes as he raised a finger, directing a torrent of internal energy towards the front. In the distance, the thunderclouds had been completely absorbed into the longsword, unleashing a pure bolt of lightning imbued with a sense of destruction. With a fierce stride, Yunbo caused the earth to tremble, bellowing, cloud-piercing finger. A beam of light shot forth from his fingertip, colliding with the lightning strike. Chapter 87. Eighth Layer of Qi Cultivation. The Celestial Warrior. The collision of the cloud-piercing finger and thunder light momentarily plunged this realm into darkness, as all radiance was violently usurped by the fierce shockwave. The ground rose and fell like the surface of the sea, easily upheaved, unleashing towering waves of mud soaring over 100 meters. The once flat terrain within 100 meters transformed instantaneously into a vast crater. The two opposing shockwaves rapidly diminished. Amidst the swirling smoke, Lu Qingwu staggered back several dozen meters, barely managing to regain her balance, though somewhat disheveled. Meanwhile, the elderly figure was likewise propelled away, caked in mud and landing awkwardly 100 meters distant. Witnessing this spectacle, the crowd was left in stunned silence. The avarice in the eyes of the three celestial beings burned fervently. A mere native of the southern wilderness, an ant of the Grand Master realm, had astonishingly withstood a strike from a first-layer celestial martial artist. What caliber of martial skill was this? It could only be rivaled by the techniques of the Dan-holding realm. One would presume. It is worth noting that even beyond the 10,000 great mountains, many martial artists find it arduous to possess celestial martial arts. Even within their own esteemed families in the Grand City, only a few tomes of celestial martial arts were available. Yet this woman, hidden away in the lost lands of the continent, possessed Dan-holding martial arts, an extraordinary anomaly indeed. Suyu narrowed her eyes, fixating on Lu Qingwu with a sinister smile. This woman undoubtedly harbors some extraordinary fortune. Even if we ultimately do not uncover the Martial King's secret treasure, the Su family can advance significantly should we acquire this opportunity. She cast a sidelong glance at another elder beside her and declared, "Let us act together to subdue her. Spare her life." Nodding slightly, Su Zhong's face broke into an excited grin. "After this battle, we shall be the heroes of the Su family." "Ha ha!" With a loud, boisterous laugh, Su Zhong leaped into the air, landing behind Lu Qingwu. The force of the shock wave billowed his robes, revealing an unabashedly potent aura. He was a practitioner of the second layer of the celestial realm, his prowess surpassing that of Yunbo. Lu Qingwu cast a serious glance at the two adversaries. Previously, she had struggled greatly against a first-layer celestial being, barely managing to reach a stalemate. Now, a stronger opponent had emerged. "Little girl, do not resist futilely. We are from the Su family of White Tiger City. If you willingly present your martial arts, our family shall ensure you are richly rewarded with techniques to transcend the celestial realm." Gripping her long sword tightly, Lu Qingwu frowned slightly. The name Su family of White Tiger City sounded familiar. She must have heard of them in her past life, yet she had no ties with them. The words spoken by this member of the Su family struck her as somewhat laughable. Techniques to transcend the celestial realm? Not only did she possess the means to surpass the Dan-holding realm, but she also held the method of Qi refinement in her grasp. Even if the legendary martial arts of the Martial King were presented to her, she would scarcely cast them a glance. The celestial techniques bestowed by the Xiantian immortal sovereign were destined to surpass any other martial arts. The long sword, shimmering with a chilling and ethereal glow, was once again infused with potent spiritual energy, and several sword shadows manifested behind her. Releasing her grip, Lu Qingwu thrust her hand forward. "Go." The long sword, accompanied by a multitude of sword lights, shot towards Su Zhong. The latter narrowed his gaze, observing the menacing onslaught, a cold, disdainful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. It seems this girl remains undeterred. With a flick of his gray-white sleeve, a wave of energy rippled forth. The dozens of sword lights that surged toward him dissipated effortlessly, and the flying sword fell to the ground. From within his sleeve emerged a wrist marred by ghastly scars. As he gathered inner strength in the palm of his hand, transforming it into a needle-like projectile, he flicked it gently. A resonant buzz erupted as the flying dart swiftly approached. Lu Qingwu immediately conjured a protective shield of spiritual energy before her. Bang! The sound of shattering glass echoed as she staggered back several steps, clutching her right arm. Looking down, she saw that the white silk on her arm had been pierced, revealing a gaping wound the size of a bowl, crimson blood cascading down like a waterfall. Fixing her gaze intently on the second-tier celestial, she gritted her teeth, channeling her spiritual energy to envelop her arm, staunching the flow of blood. Yet her movements did not cease. Her hands swiftly formed a seal, the gesture unmistakably a technique from the divine sword thunder control. The long sword embedded in the ground vibrated in response to her spiritual energy. At that moment, another shadow rushed in. Yinbo pointed at Lu Qingwu's left arm. She immediately twisted her body, evading at an unusually acute angle, and struck his chest with her palm. Before the first wave could subside, Su Zhong followed with a gust of wind. In his hand, he gathered a ghostly green radiance, his figure cloaked in a scorpion-like apparition. The sharp tail poised directly at Lu Qingwu's chest. Meanwhile, Yinbo suddenly thrust a finger. "Girl, kneel before me." Caught between the two, Lu Qingwu finally completed her actions. Thunder rumbled as a silver lightning bolt struck down upon the longsword, shooting toward this confrontation. The longsword, imbued with the might of thunder, collided with both the finger thrust and the poisonous stinger, creating a fierce clash of energies that held them in a tense standoff. However, this equilibrium was short-lived, collapsing into a fearsome explosion. The violent shockwave sent all three of them hurtling in different directions. Witnessing this scene, Su Qiu could no longer maintain her stance. Waves of astonishment rippled through her eyes as she took a deep breath and exclaimed, "In the southern wilderness, are not the most formidable warriors merely at the Grandmaster level? How is it that this woman can achieve such feats?" She could perceive that the cultivation method of the woman before her was extraordinarily peculiar. Though her realm was beneath that of Yunbo, she was still able to contend with him on equal footing. The martial techniques displayed by this woman were indeed astonishing, managing to fend off both Yunbo and Su Zhong's combined assault simultaneously. Such overwhelming power has reached an unsettling degree. In the distance, Lu Qingwu's aura appeared somewhat disordered, clearly indicating that she, too, had not fared well under the recent onslaught. Observing this, Su Zhong's expression darkened with a grim smile, and he unleashed another fierce gust from his fingertips, propelling it towards Lu Qingwu with great ferocity. The velocity of this inner strength was astonishing. Before Lu Qingwu could react, the shockwave had already lifted her hair, poised to strike at her chest. Just as it seemed Lu Qingwu was about to be hit, a sudden gust of wind surged forth, effortlessly dispersing the force of Su Zhong's attack. This unexpected intervention stunned the three observers once more. Previously, Lu Qingwu had relied on her exceptional skills to withstand a single strike from Su Zhong. Yet now there appeared someone capable of effortlessly shattering Su Zhong's technique. Could this individual be even stronger than her? The onlookers noted not only the cruelty of bullying the weak, but also the unseemly nature of their numerical advantage. In astonishment, they turned towards the source of the sound. Lu Qingwu, too, gazed at the newcomer, her face alight with a surge of excitement. Chapter 88. The eldest brother Xiao Huahua is here. Who dares to bully my junior sister? A young man's palm shimmered with a wave of spiritual energy as he strolled leisurely towards the scene. Upon seeing him, Lu Qingwu's heart soared with joy. "Brother, what brings you here?" The newcomer was none other than her eldest brother, Xiao Huahua. The sight of his face completely relieved her. With him present, she no longer needed to flee, even if he had not yet advanced to the Foundation Establishment realm. His mastery of the Qi refinement stage and his adeptness with the Da Huang Qiu finger were more than sufficient for her safety today. Suyu frowned as she regarded Xiao Huahua, coldly demanding, "And who might you be to meddle in the affairs of the Baihu Chung Su family?" Under her scrutinizing gaze, Xiao Hua smirked slightly, his aura radiating confidently as he declared, "How can you consider this trivial when you so brazenly bully my junior sister? Today, you shall pay the price for your actions." Junior sister? The utterance of these words from a young man momentarily stunned the three beings of the celestial realm. Was this woman not a native of the southern wilderness? How could she possibly have a brother who was at least at the second level of the celestial realm? Did they both originate from beyond the southern wilderness? As this realization dawned, Su Qiu's expression darkened. Their primary purpose for entering the southern wilderness was to seek the key to the martial king's secret realm, a matter that should not be made public. Killing a few insignificant ants would be trivial, but these two were clearly formidable. With this thought, Su Qiu's countenance stiffened as she forced a grim smile, saying, "Since we both hail from beyond the southern wilderness, I shall overlook your rudeness. Take your junior sister and depart at once." Although the martial arts she employed were indeed enticing, the allure of the martial king's hidden treasure was far greater. However, Xiao Huahua was unwilling to relent. With a cold laugh, he retorted, "Leave? After you have so brazenly bullied my junior sister, you expect me to simply walk away without an explanation? How naive!" Su Qiu clenched her fists tightly, growing increasingly irritable. Their purpose was solely to acquire the key, and these two should not be involved. Allowing them to retreat would have already demonstrated great benevolence. Yet now they had stirred up such trouble, testing her patience to its limits. She cast a disdainful glance at Xiao Hua. "A mere second-level celestial dares to demand an explanation from me? If you value your life, be gone. Your so-called sect cannot even be compared to the Su family of Baihu City. In our eyes, a second-level celestial is nothing." Upon hearing this, Xiao Huahua's brow furrowed, fury igniting in his dark eyes as he articulated each word with precision. "Mere sect? Huh!" He scoffed, knowing full well that in his heart, his master was not only a supreme being, but also the savior who had pulled him from the depths of despair. Such a simple phrase was enough to incite the full measure of his wrath. As the chilling sound of the flute reverberated, the imposing aura of Xiao Huahua reached its zenith. "To insult my master, such an offense deserves punishment." With that declaration, Xiao Huahua's figure abruptly vanished from sight. In a swift motion, he appeared before Yun Bo, who was resting at a distance, and delivered a clean, decisive punch. The latter hastily raised his hands in defense, channeling a torrent of true energy into his arms to withstand the blow. However, when the punch landed, the internal strength he had gathered offered no resistance. Effortlessly torn apart as if it were mere air, a resounding boom echoed, and as the mist cleared, Yun Bo lay in a deep pit buried beneath the earth. Almost simultaneously, Xiao Huahua materialized before Su Zhong, unleashing a ferocious kick imbued with rampant spiritual energy. A dull thud resonated as Su Zhong was sent crashing into the distant ruins, his upper garments shredded to tatters, and his arms gruesomely injured. Su Qiu stood momentarily stunned, before a fierce anger ignited in her eyes. This insufferable brat had the audacity to injure her subordinates right before her eyes. It was an affront to her dignity, a slap in the face of the Su family of Baihu City. Her voice trembled with rage. "You seek death." Having refrained from engaging thus far, Su Qiu finally unleashed her full might. The fluctuations of her internal energy surpassed the combined force of Yun Bo and Su Zhong by several folds. In an instant, her figure vanished, and a long whip descended from the air, striking towards Xiao Huahua with ferocity. The whip, tipped with toxic silver hooks, glinted ominously in the glaring sunlight, radiating an icy menace. Xiao Huahua's reflexes seemed to quicken. He swiftly retreated to evade the strike. The whip struck the ground with a force akin to tearing flesh, sending dirt flying and carving a deep trench. Seizing the moment, he closed the distance and launched another punch at the woman. As he did, Su Qiu transformed her other hand into a fist, seemingly unafraid, and met his blow head-on. Their fists collided, a cacophony of spiritual and internal energies clashing violently. Neither seemed to gain the upper hand, both being propelled backward. As they landed, Su Qiu wasted no time, launching another whip strike. Xiao Huahua furrowed his brow. gathering spiritual energy in his palm to counter. A fiery sound erupted as the whip was struck down, and a surge of energy ascended, igniting the whip in a fierce blaze until it was entirely consumed by flames. Startled, Suchio hastily discarded the remnants of her whip. "Damn you, brat. You possess some skill," she scoffed, before advancing with a peculiar gait, closing the distance once more. Undeterred, Xiao Huahua engaged in close combat. Suchio lunged, aiming a sweeping strike at his face. He raised his arm to block, retaliating with a claw aimed at her chest. Their fists and feet moved at blinding speed, each strike targeted at the other's vital points. Like two flawless war machines, they executed their movements with precision, devoid of any superfluous actions. Each collision of fists and feet resulted in an equilibrium of inner strength and agility. Their limbs rebounded with each encounter, only to charge at one another once more. Su Yu's every technique was meticulously crafted, a manifestation of a sophisticated martial arts system. In stark contrast, Xiao Huahua's attacks resembled the chaotic brawls of street thugs or even unruly women, lacking in form, yet deadly with every strike. Suchio was acutely aware of this disparity. In such a scenario, her frustration mounted with each exchange. Employing her superior martial arts skills in close combat, she found her techniques effortlessly countered by this seemingly aimless fighter. Gritting her silver teeth, she unleashed a powerful punch aimed at Xiao Huahua's chest. Their fists collided with a force that once again nullified the terrifying energy, causing their figures to swiftly separate. Breathing heavily, Suchio, filled with astonishment, gazed at Xiao Huahua, bewildered. What is happening? Who is this young man who can stand toe-to-toe with me? Chapter 89. The Fire of Fire. Merely three heavenly beings. Suchio retreated to the side. However, the figure of Xiao Huahua did not grant her a moment's respite, suddenly closing in on her with incredible speed. Another fierce kick was unleashed towards her. For just a fleeting moment of distraction, Suchio barely managed to react, crossing her arms defensively. With a resounding thud, her form was sent flying several dozen meters away. Gazing at her trembling arm, now stained with crimson, Suchio seethed. Damn it, how formidable is this brat's internal energy? Is he an endless pit? Despite having engaged in thousands of exchanges without utilizing any particularly energy-draining techniques, the sheer intensity of the combat had already taxed her reserves considerably, causing her movements to lose their previous fluidity. Yet, the man before her exhibited no signs of fatigue whatsoever. His internal energy was not only abundant, but also astonishingly precise, creating a sensation of stagnation within her own reserves during their clash, as if her energy quailed in the presence of his. This disparity sent a shiver down her spine. She had cultivated the most elite techniques of the Su family, yet this young man's skills were terrifying beyond measure. Seeing Xiao Hua relentlessly pursuing her like a tenacious adhesive, Suchio took a step back, unexpectedly feeling a flicker of trepidation. The realization of this emotion filled her with rage. How could the esteemed young master of the Su family feel fear towards a wandering cultivator of unknown origin? She promptly turned and shouted with indignation. "How long do you two plan to lie there? Is the Su family merely feeding you for show?" In the distance, the two had been severely injured by Xiao Huahua finally managed to rise from the ground. Su Zhong's complexion remained a deep crimson, having sustained a grievous blow. He was clearly still struggling to regain his composure, with blood continuing to seep from his arm. He glared darkly at the young figure engaged with Suchio. The internal energy within this brat was exceedingly peculiar, wreaking havoc within his own reserves and complicating his recovery. Yin Bo, in a similarly dire state, appeared even paler. Exchanging a glance with Su Zhong, they both rose and charged forward. Just as Xiao Huahua was embroiled in a fierce contest with Suchio, he suddenly felt a chill on his back, accompanied by the ominous rush of two incoming forces. Reacting instinctively like a wild beast, he swiftly punched Suchio back and hurriedly defended against the strikes approaching from either side. The trio coordinated seamlessly, and in this brief moment, Suchio once again advanced with her unique footwork, pushing forward with her palms. Under the relentless onslaught from all three, Xiao Huahua was forced to retreat several steps, clearly struggling to withstand such a ferocious assault alone. Observing this, a cold smile finally graced Su Qiu's face. "Brat, can you no longer hold your ground?" Sensing their advantage, the trio pressed on with renewed vigor, their attacks growing increasingly ferocious. With a swift sidestep to evade the incoming strike, the Qianquan ring adorning Xiao Huahua's right hand glimmered with a subtle light. A resounding clang echoed as a flying sword emerged, coiling around Xiao Huahua's form. Under the mastery of swordplay, far surpassing that of Lu Qingwu, the long sword moved with fluid grace, weaving seamlessly through the offensive maneuvers and deftly neutralizing the attacks of two opponents. The fierce struggle among the four returned to a stalemate, indistinguishable in prowess. With a decisive palm, Su Qiu deflected the approaching sword, drawing a sharp breath. Could he truly be a sword cultivator? Her beautiful eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at Xiao Huahua. This meant that during their previous encounter, the young man had not exerted his full strength, but rather used her as a training partner. Contemplating this revelation, a fierce glint flashed across Su Yu's face. "You too, restrain him." Jumbo, Chu Feng. Both men were taken aback. Understanding their mistress's intent, they gritted their teeth and unleashed their martial techniques, charging towards Xiao Huahua. Piercing cloud finger, deadly scorpion strike. Accompanied by two waves of energy, their figures swiftly closed in. In response, Xiao Huahua's fingertips traced through the air. The ethereal light of the spirit sword instantly split into shadowy blades, surging towards the two assailants. Explosive sounds rang out as their forms were once again repelled. However, at that moment, a chilling voice echoed in Xiao Huahua's ear, flame gliding palm. As the dust settled, Su Qiu's figure was enveloped in a gentle breeze, her movements becoming strangely rapid, and her strikes a harmonious blend of strength and grace, elusive in their rhythm. Witnessing their mistress's transformation, the eyes of the two onlookers sparkled with excitement. Mistress has finally unleashed the flame-gliding palm. This is the pinnacle of our Yun family's martial arts, renowned throughout the entire White Tiger City. Su Zhong nodded in agreement. It was this very technique that enabled the ancestor of the Su family to carve out a name for himself in White Tiger City. Only a true descendant like our mistress possesses the right to cultivate it. Legend has it that while this palm technique wields tremendous power, its complexity demands immense concentration. Once executed, it would deplete all internal energy within half an hour, requiring over half a month to recuperate. This has rendered it nearly impossible to employ in one-on-one confrontations. Thus, over the years, even within the Su family, sightings of this illustrious martial art have been exceedingly rare. Yet, when it is unleashed, its might is nothing short of earth-shattering. Exchanging glances, Su Zhong declared, "While our mistress employs her divine technique, let us strike together and subdue this young man." Yinbo nodded in agreement. The two figures surged forward, following Su Qiu as they unleashed their unique palm techniques upon Xiao Huahua. Amidst the 10 powerful gusts of palm winds, each bore strength comparable to Su Zhong's earlier deadly scorpion strike. The palms met the long sword, sending it flying. The palms of the three individuals, accompanied by the remaining shadows of their strikes, simultaneously descended upon Xiao Huahua. In an instant, he was struck multiple times, and the final blow sent him soaring through the air. He spun several times before landing unsteadily on the ground. From a distance, Lu Qingwu, witnessing the scene, hurriedly rushed to Xiao Huahua's side. Observing her senior brother's crimson complexion and the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, she expressed her concern. "Senior brother, are you all right?" Gritting her silver teeth, she glared at the trio in the distance, declaring fiercely, "Senior brother, I shall join you in the fight. Let us reduce them to mere pulp." However, upon hearing her words, Xiao Huahua rose and positioned himself to shield Lu Qingwu. He cast his gaze towards the woman advancing with a palpable aura of menace and couldn't help but laugh heartily. "Junior sister, they are merely 3 beings of the celestial realm. Leave them to your senior brother." Chapter 90. The singular finger of perfection captures the world. Observing the retreating figure of Xiao Hua, Lu Qingwu felt a sense of reassurance and nodded in agreement, relinquishing any intention of intervening. After all, the individual before her was destined to become the martial ancestor. How could a mere trifecta of heavenly realm practitioners serve as obstacles on his path of growth? Xiao Huahua stepped forward, his obsidian eyes scanning the three approaching figures. Ultimately, his gaze fixed upon the woman among them. The power radiating from her was, without a doubt, more than thrice as potent as before. This martial discipline was indeed impressive, capable of achieving such a rapid enhancement in cultivation within a short span of time. However, in the context of the southern wilderness, where such martial arts could incite the five great empires and their warriors to clash, it was merely commendable to Xiao Huahua, for he wielded celestial arts that surpassed this so-called martial prowess by 1,000-fold. Thus, feeling the torrent of internal energy rushing toward him, he felt no trepidation. Rather, a flicker of excitement coursed through him. After such a lengthy period, he had finally encountered an opponent worthy of his attention. As his words echoed, the spiritual energy emanating from Xiao Huahua surged forth in a spectacular display, creating the illusion of a tidal wave in the surrounding atmosphere. Upon hearing such audacious declarations from Xiao Huahua, Su Qiu couldn't help but scoff coldly. "Kid, I concede that you possess some degree of strength. Yet, your arrogance knows no bounds. The heavenly realm warriors of the Su family are worlds apart from you scattered cultivators." Despite her dismissive words, a sense of gravity weighed heavily on Su Qiu's heart. This young man not only was younger than her, but had reached such heights as a rogue cultivator, managing to contend with three opponents almost evenly, forcing her to resort to her family's ancestral martial techniques just to gain the upper hand. Such talent was undeniably extraordinary. Her own aptitude ranked among the elite in White Tiger City. Yet, in comparison to this pair of siblings, she felt like a mere novice, vastly outclassed. Talents of this caliber would incite a frenzy among the prominent families in White Tiger City. Even the Su family, previously condescending toward such superlative geniuses, would adopt a far more humble approach. Given Su Qiu's understanding of her family's ancestor, should he become aware of such a remarkable presence, he might very well offer the family's most exceptional martial skills as incentives for recruitment. As the Su family's heiress, Su Qiu comprehended that individuals of this caliber must be befriended rather than antagonized. Having already established enmity, there was no possibility of allowing him to live. Evidently, the two subordinates behind her shared a similar mindset. Ignoring their injuries, they forcibly elevated their energies to their peak, once more unleashing their most advanced martial techniques. Flame of the Scorching Gale, Fire Escape Technique. Su Qiu commanded, and with her unique footwork, a shadow of flames, strikingly similar to her own, manifested beside her. Simultaneously, both she